From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ryan's good, our camera guy, but I knew he wouldn't be able to get me this morning on the Zoom in, sitting in this chair. Good morning, Metroplex. Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. We got my main man, Bobby Belt, in for Choppy. Phenomenal job by Brian brought us yesterday. This is DFW Sports Station. I don't know how the chairs and why the chairs in here rotate and switch all the time. I don't get it.
Do you want me to trade you? I have a high top.
This is comfortable. It's just the lowest I've ever sat. And I don't know if, look at Ryan.
Look at that. What a pro.
He just makes it look the same every single time. It's like
That's how you frame
Mickey
up a shot.
Spagnola on TV.
That's how you frame. Yeah, only Mickey needs a box.
You frame it up, or someone that's shorter on national television. So well done, Ryan. I thought I had actually beat you this time. Good morning, buddy. What's up? How you been?
Oh, no, not bad. Happy to be in. Brian did do a great job yesterday, except that two things: the pathetic fist bump, which was he didn't have any clue what it was supposed to be, and then his hump day, which was like hump day. It was a little weak. Other than that, he was great.
He participated. That's all that matters.
He did. That you need a participation trophy. Brian brought us got it.
I love all these guys who come and fill in, and they're like, "Wow, like I didn't realize. Yeah, waking up sucks, but now I'm done for the day." And I'm like, "Well, not really. You gotta do all the prep work at some point in time later in the day." But some morning shows wake up at 2 or 3 a.m. and start their work, or watch the game, or in many cases in this city, don't watch the game and talk about it 3 days later. But I'm like, no, I have to go to sleep with the show already done.
So what? You go home and nap in between?
I go home and nap. I used to sleep when I was by myself for 4 hours. I just crash out for 4 hours. Now it's 2. And then I wake back up and start the work again. And every single day, the NFL is moving in terms of trades. And it happened again yesterday, Bobby, as the Eagles get Robert Quinn. Good news, Cowboys aren't going to have to face Robert Quinn on Sunday, the former Cowboy. Bad news, Philadelphia is trying to load up even more on their defensive line. Howie Roseman trades a fourth for Robert Quinn. How worried should we be about this one?
He's a madman, and he's not having to pay it. Apparently, the Bears are going to pay out most of the contract for Robert Quinn, and so it's
sweet.
just a fourth for basically free Robert Quinn, which Robert Quinn
because he had a high salary.
Yeah, and Quinn has not been great this year.
A lot of Tolos astutely tweeting back, wow, 1 sack. Sam Williams just outdid him in one game in 12 snaps.
He did. And Robert Quinn, like I said, the sack production hasn't been there, but he's still got the tools. You still see it flash because, watching the Bears and stuff like that, trying to see what they were going to go up against this week. You still see Robert Quinn flashing and being disruptive. Is he
18 and a half sacks in 2021?
Yeah, I mean, we're a year removed from him being an 18 and a half sack guy. And so he's still a very productive player. He's still a very dangerous pass rusher. And if he's going to be used now more in situational pass rushing looks where that's all he's got to worry about, come in and rush on third downs and things like that, that takes a lot of pressure off of him and sets him up to be, I think, find his rhythm again and get that fresh start, similar to the one that he got when he went from Miami to Dallas and then showed out when he got to Dallas. So I think this is a good move for Philadelphia, and ball's in your court. 5 more days to go get a receiver.
More on that in a second. His PFF grade is a 44, which is horrific. But look, even if it doesn't work, my bigger worry, and it's kind of the same thing in New York with the Giants, I still don't respect the Giants. Broadus put them in his power rankings yesterday. I'm not believing it. I'm still looking at it as fluky. The problem there that I'm worried about is the culture and the Dayball belief. What happens when he gets a real quarterback? He's showing that he's intelligent in the way that they're playing one-possession games. Every single one of their games has been a one-possession game. So it's the culture in New York that I'm worried about more than the team. And even if Robert Quinn doesn't work, this freaking Howie Roseman is a problem just in terms of going for it. There's a big name out there. They always seem to make a nice splash move. And it's even smarter if you're not paying Robert Quinn his money. Howie Roseman, you could make the argument, can run circles around this division GM-wise.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you're asking me which GM would I want from anybody in the division, it'd be Roseman, even more than Joe Shane, who I think is going to do a good job with the Giants.
Who would be second?
Shane, well, I don't know. Shane's still got to show some stuff.
Early.
I think probably Jerry for right now, and then Shane, and I mean,
Will.
honestly, Will
and
Jerry.
Steven.
It's the collective. Yeah,
Bermuda.
It's I'm just the title belongs to Jerry, so
Yes.
we're gonna put it on Jerry for the decisions. He's the one ultimately giving the thumbs up. I appreciate you, Jerry.
So now the Eagles defense, Bobby, Fletcher Cox, Hassan Reddick, Darius Slay, Brad Berry. They drafted Davis. Has the linebacker done anything that we were all having a meltdown about?
I have not. Well, I mean, I didn't have a meltdown about him, but I haven't noticed. I think he's played just like sparingly. It's not been splashy.
Out of Georgia.
Yeah, he's played 3 defensive snaps. He's mostly been special teams.
3 defensive. And
Yep, and that was the opening week. Nakobe Dean.
Nakobe Dean.
Yep.
And now you add Robert Quinn. So offensive line-wise, we know they're loaded. Secondary, we saw them lock down the Cowboys receivers, even though Cooper Rush was playing. And now they've added to the defensive line with weapons in Brown and Goddard. And, of course, the former Heisman Trophy winner. So I'm just hoping that I'm hoping your Lamar formula proves out. We just better hope that Hurts throwing the football isn't good enough. That's my only hope.
It's not good enough. I mean, but that's the thing. If you, and I know we'll touch on this a little bit later today, but like with how aggressively scoring is down and how defenses are playing right now and how you are able to run the ball like Philadelphia runs the ball, then he doesn't have to is the problem. If you can make
in the regular season,
if you can make him throw, Philly will lose. Make Jalen Hurts throw the ball, they will lose.
What's going on with Zeke?
He's got see, it's funny. Yesterday there was conflicting information. Early on, you had it was Clarence Hill who said grade 2 MCL sprain, which it was phrased as a tear. MCL sprains are always tears. Like it's referred to as a sprain. But Michael Gelkin, Todd Archer both came back, said no. Brian Broaddus came back, said no. I was hearing no, that's not what it is. And so he's got a hyperextended knee, it sounds like. But man, he does not sound like a guy who's confident he's going to play when you hear him talk. And he
said conflicting philosophies from the Cowboys on using the bye week to give a guy the week off before it. McCarthy, I thought said, and Mike will join us tomorrow at 6:30. Bobby and McCarthy will be fun. Ooh. But McCarthy was basically like, that's just not how we think. We don't sit there and look at a bye week, if I heard that correctly, as additional time to rest. And Zeke is like, yeah, that definitely plays into it. Which you think it plays into it for everybody. That's just common sense.
Yeah, and look, I am of the, let him take the rest this week. I am actually not totally against that because I think you saw what happened in a season worth of him playing through pain, playing through a bum knee. Last year, it was really rough on that team when he had to go out there with a banged up knee. So to me, I'm all for letting him rest, letting him heal that thing up and get back out there on the field. The only problem is this week against Chicago, you're then going to be looking at Tony Pollard in blitz pickup, which that's been dicey at times. So if Zeke sits out, I would guess you'll see a lot more max protect stuff for Dak when he drops back. When there is a running back in there for blitz pickup, it may be Malik Davis, the rookie out of Florida, instead of Tony Pollard. But I mean, Pollard has not been as bad this year in blitz pickup when I've seen him. Of course, I say that, and he was, I believe, in there on blitz pickup when Dak got hurt the first time. And so I think that you probably, if Zeke sits out, you see a healthy dose of Malik Davis doing blitz pickup and catching the ball out of the backfield, and Tony Pollard taking 90% of the carries.
Truckwreck.com text line is wide open throughout the morning as we try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. That number is 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. We're live on the Fan Cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube. Bobby Belt in for Choppy. The hilarious things. I know you're mad about what happened with the Mavericks. I know Mike Bassick yesterday was inconsolable. but you're going to laugh when you see what's taking place around the rest of the NBA. LeBron and the Lakers lose again, and a former Maverick is losing his mind. Let's laugh at everyone else's basketball struggles next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it is a Thursday.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for waking up with us. It's the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider, is in for Choppy. Did you follow along with the RJ Choppy travel plans yesterday?
I did not.
Okay, so RJ and his girlfriend were just going to wake up and decide where to go. It was like airport roulette.
How hippie of them.
They were just going to wake up and decide. The choices were staycation, drive to Austin, fly to Vegas, which Choppy loves. She is not going to spend a dime that she doesn't need to, so casinos and gambling is not her thing. Or fly to Mexico. Okay?
Ooh.
These are the options.
Yeah.
He's going to wake up, evaluate the flights, what's the best deals, pick up and get out of town for a few days. Then Choppy yesterday tweets, go to book a flight for this afternoon with American, and my air miles were hacked. Now they're saying, I've never heard of the air miles being hacked.
I haven't either.
And now they're saying I can't get them back today. So no trip. How does my bank give me fraud money back immediately, but American Airlines won't?
Yeah, I mean, miles aren't even, like, they're a made-up currency, right? Why can't you just say, all right, you've been hacked, here's your miles you can get on the plane? I don't see why that's a currency. That like, why can the credit card company give you that back? But what does that mean he can't make a trip? That means he's not going to drive to Austin?
Well, he's not going to fly to Vegas. The plan was to fly to Vegas. So
That was the best option.
Why?
Just out of the three you listed. I wouldn't want to go to Mexico. I wouldn't want to have to do anything involving passport. I wouldn't want to drive to Austin because
you show your passport.
Well, I mean, for me personally, I have to go get a passport.
You don't have a passport.
No, I don't like flying. You think I'm flying overseas or not overseas? You think I'm flying over U.S. territory?
You don't like flying?
No. Oh my gosh, no. I will.
Is this part of you don't want a convertible because you're like my father? You're like my father.
Get that straight. That was my wife. My wife didn't want the convertible or the sunroof because she's seen too many like TikToks and Vines and stuff of people's glass breaking and then they get stuck in a,
Could have gotten the car with the sunroof for the same deal as the other car, said no to it because of TikTok. And stuff falling from up top.
No,
That's what you just said.
No, she tried to reject the car because she said, I don't want that. And then they came back and said, we don't have one on the lot that doesn't have that, so we'll give it to you for the price of without the upgrades.
So
they're like, okay, all right, $2,000 wiped off for the heated seats.
All right, so what's the flying issue, Madden?
It's unnatural. I know there's math and, all sorts of other things that go into why that plane is able to stay in the air, but I look at it and I go, that doesn't belong up there. That it's I'm like somebody in the 1500s seeing a plane in the air where I'm like, that's witchcraft. And so I don't think it makes sense. I've seen so many episodes of air disasters too, where they're like, and
if car disasters?
If they would have just
you looked out here every day on 75?
That's in my control though. That's under my control. The plane is not.
Okay, but what if other people run into you?
They won't. I'm that good.
How many accidents have you been in?
That's not the point. All right. I've totaled like 4 cars or something. I mean, 3 of them were not my fault. One. Okay. One was my fault. Driving in Terrell, I got up to what I thought was a 4-way stop. It was not a 4-way stop. And that was the worst because I got T-boned really bad and it's like pouring and I get out of the car. And as bad as that is, I then see the person exit the car and she's 8 months pregnant and like sobbing. I'm like, oh, crap. But she ended up being fine. Baby was fine.
So, but you're a conservative driver.
I'm a good driver. Like I'm not gonna part of what makes me a good driver is my situational awareness. I can anticipate idiots who are gonna cross over into a lane or who aren't gonna realize this is the exit.
Weren't you arguing with someone at training camp about driving?
Everybody. I mean, Broadus was giving me crap for it.
All right, 70 miles per hour. You're doing what speed-wise? 70 is the speed limit.
It depends on what the flow of traffic is doing. And
let's say the flow is open.
Then I'm going 80. If it's just like free, I'm going 80.
Well, you're not going like 80, 90.
No. I'm not just going fast to go fast, but I will efficiently move through traffic. I will.
How many speeding tickets have you had?
1.
Okay. Yeah. That's excellent.
Yeah, 1. And that was because somebody had screwed up and was supposed to be off at a job, and I didn't know that I was supposed to cover until really late, so I was trying to get there on time.
Why were we talking about flying?
Because Choppy flying to Mexico.
Choppy. So I don't know. Vegas. So I don't know what happened. He didn't tweet out any update. I said, but where were you going? What was the final pick? He said Vegas, but I haven't seen any Vegas photos. I haven't seen any stories. I haven't seen any Twitter updates. So that's what's going on with RJ Choppy trying to get out of town. Last night, the Lakers were trying to get their first win. First 10 minutes this morning before the show starts, Bobby is just maniacally laughing at what's going on with last year's two favorites to get to the NBA Finals. The Nets and the Lakers. LA falls to 0-4. Denver beats them 110-99. Anthony Davis gets hurt while dunking.
He got hurt hanging on the rim, his back like locked up as he hung on the rim. And
Westbrook not even playing. LeBron had 8 turnovers. The Lakers from 3 were 8 for 30. They are being named as possibly the worst shooting team of all time. And then you have the Nets. Steve Nash snaps. His eyes, maniacal, going off on the sidelines as the Nets lose in Milwaukee 110-99. So the Lakers are 0-4. The Dream Team Nets are 1-3. There's audio of Kyrie begging Ben Simmons on one of these possessions to shoot the back. Shoot, Ben! Shoot the ball, Ben! This is hilarious.
He's Ben Simmons is the opposite of the "Let It Rain" meme that they use in Around the Rim. The "Let It Rain" and just put it up and along came Polly. He will not shoot the ball.
He's terrified
for anything. That man is scared.
I feel bad for him a little bit because I know that this is totally mental.
Well, that's the thing. Is there a more?
It's like you and flying. He's just terrified.
But I do it. I get on the plane. Like I actually put the shot up. I'll get on the plane and I'll just sit there and go, "This is going down."
Hey, he
but
was 2 for 7.
No, yeah, okay. So that's I told you that stat when we were coming in here. On the season now through 4 games, the man has 21 points and 18 turnovers. This is the guy that Steve Nash a week and a half ago said, "This is the engine of both sides of the ball." It's like, well, that makes sense why you're 1-3 then.
All right,
that's a broken engine.
I have the answer for the Lakers. I'm trying to figure out the answer for the Nets. The answer for first off, their general manager has to be fired. For that man, Rob Pelinka, Kobe's agent, not to have gotten rid of Russell Westbrook this offseason, that's a total addition by subtraction move. That's a fireable offense. My second step, trade Anthony Davis. Put him on the block. Put Anthony Davis on the block. You're married to LeBron. If you really wanted to trade both, you probably should. Trade LeBron, but get rid of Anthony Davis. You got to get rid of Westbrook first. So either get rid of Westbrook, fire the GM, or switch those in order, and then put Anthony Davis on the block because this thing is a disaster. And then for the Nets, I'm not sure what to do.
Fire Steve Nash. Start with that. Fire the guy. It was so funny. Like I compared it last night.
You think it's Steve Nash?
You got to shake up something, and you already tried this offseason to see if you could get rid of Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant. It's like, well, that's not going to work. So you got to shake something up.
Try to trade for Popovich right now in season.
Just do something to shake it up. I mean, you saw him last night, like that meltdown he has screwed with the ref. Doesn't that seem like a guy who like knows his job is on the line? Like I got to show some intensity.
What name first comes up in Nets trade rumors? For whatever reason, whether they demand it or not, Kyrie or Durant?
Like who is more likely to get calls about them?
No. In any way, like whether Kyrie or KD demand out, whether the Nets put someone on the block, which name surfaces first?
I think KD doesn't want to be there. Like, I think Kyrie's just kind of like whatever about his career at this point in general. I think KD still wants to win. And I think he wants to do a win outside of the Warriors organization.
There's your solution. The Lakers call up the Nets and try to pull off a Kyrie deal with Westbrook right now. Right now. What a disaster. And then Barack Obama may become an NBA owner.
So Bill Simmons was talking to Charles Barkley the other day and was asking Barkley if he'd be interested in buying the Suns. And he's like, no. And Simmons then just drops out of nowhere like, oh, I've heard Obama's in on one of these groups that's looking to buy the Suns. And then Barkley's like, well, if there was an Obama group, I'd get in on that. So maybe that's the only way to like save face for the Suns is if they get a Charles Barkley, Barack Obama combo to buy them.
Well, I think 50% of the country would have a problem with, or the Suns fan base would have a problem with Barack Obama.
Why?
How many people? How many people would just say, no season tickets? Although they said that for the Mavericks too when Cuban was talking about running, and I'm sure the AAC attendance is just fine. Let's go around the rest of the NFL. Bobby Belt's enemy says Brady and Rodgers should think about retiring, like right now. We have New England drama. They chose their next quarterback, and did they get cheated by the NFL because of a camera on Sunday night? All that, plus Inside the Star, we have a Cowboy ticket giveaway. 7 o'clock hour expressway. We're sending you to the game on Sunday against the Bears, brought to you by AT&T. We're just getting started with Sean and RJ on The Fan.
Miss anything from your favorite fan show? Check out the podcast page at 1053thefan.com or hit the rewind button on the Odyssey app.
This Odyssey Sports
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We're giving away more tickets for Cowboys Bears Sunday in Arlington. That's coming up in the 7 a.m. Expressway, brought to you by AT&T. We'll get to the Eagles trade. Bobby and Broadus want the Cowboys to make another move. That's coming up inside the Star at 6:20. But since we started with Filthy and a Zeke update at the beginning of the show, let's go around the rest of the NFL, Bobby, as you're getting some other moves being talked about and made. NFL trade deadline is approaching, but Bill Belichick had to make his decision. Choppy and I thought it was going to be Zappy.
Yeah.
What was your take on the way Bill flip-flopped on Sunday night before we get to his next starter?
I mean, I was with Choppy on, because I listened to you guys on Tuesday. I was with Choppy on it, which was the whole idea of, like, if you're going to bring him back, if you're putting him back in the line, you don't just at the first sign of trouble go, pull him out. Like, let him come back. Imagine if the Cowboys did that as Dak's finding his rhythm coming back off an injury.
Yeah.
That the first missed throw to Noah Brown, they're like, put Rush back in.
Right.
We got to ride the hot hand. And so, I mean, I thought there was
I think Bill tried to soften it by saying this was part of the plan. Both guys knew about it. Mac's ankle factored in. And if the game got closer, Mac was going to go back in. This is like the most disorganized I felt and wishy-washy I feel like I've ever seen Belichick.
Yeah, this is what happens when you don't have the greatest quarterback of all time to cover over your sins. I mean, honestly, look, and Belichick.
Don't say honestly, because then we're going to have to get into a Belichick fight.
No, Belichick's the greatest coach of all time, and Brady's the greatest quarterback of all time. Like that's where I come down. Well, Belichick or Walsh, one of those. But I mean, you see, this is what can happen when even a great coach can look unstable at times when they don't have the stabilizing factor of the most consistent top-tier quarterback in the NFL over like 20 years.
So now they're going back to Mac. Mac
Yes.
Jones is going to start Sunday against the New York Jets. So I agree with you and Choppy. If you're going to pull Mac that quickly, just have Zappy start.
Yep.
And after you have Zappy go in, I would have had Zappy start. I thought he was going to start against the Jets.
I was pretty. That's what I thought we were heading to. Was that all right? Put Zappy back out there. He not only does he comes in and leads back-to-back touchdown drives. It's like, all right, look at this. This is the guy. This is the one that they need to lean on. And then it's like, no, it's Mac. Mac's back. It's like, all right, okay.
Let's talk about the trade idea that you heard yesterday.
Yeah, Around the NFL was doing their yearly trade deadline show, which they just it's the Around the NFL podcast with Greg Rosenthal, Mark Sessler, guys like that for NFL Network and NFL.com, and they were kicking around the idea of what if Belichick picks up the phone, calls over to the 49ers and says, straight up, Mac for Garoppolo. We get Jimmy back, the guy we never wanted to give up. Robert Kraft just wanted a decision made because we're sticking with Brady. And you can get the guy that you were pretty close to picking over Trey Lance. You guys can get Mac Jones and have a competition with those two.
Because many thought that Shanahan wanted Mac Jones over Trey.
Yep. And now that Trey's hurt, you can just have Mac play out the rest of the year and then make a decision next year. I think it makes a ton of sense. Let Brady or let Belichick get the quarterback. He always wanted to succeed Brady.
And he has his next guy in Zappy.
Yep.
The problem is, San Fran, what do you do with Lance and Mac?
I think you let them have a competition, then you move one of them. Quarterbacks can always be moved for capital. And so to me,
what's going to happen with Jordan Love? They're not going to exercise his option. Is it an option, or would they have to franchise him to keep him?
No, it's a quarterback option because he was a first-round pick. So they've got a fifth-year option. But,
okay,
man, Jordan Love has been such a frustrating situation because I really believe I thought he was going to be able to put it together. He had a ton of arm talent. It's just, you motivated Rodgers in the right way and woke him up from what looked like a decline.
Yeah.
And it's lasted, 2.5 years up until this season here where that whole team's starting to go south. But I think that makes a ton of sense, though, if you were to say Garoppolo for Mac Jones, it makes sense for both parties and both of them can have a competition.
I love it. Speaking of Aaron Rodgers, Brian Broadus did not seem to approve of his comments to Pat McAfee, where he was calling out teammates, saying those that are committing too many penalties, time to bench them. Time to just go ahead and sit them. Also talking about, I thought he was joking about it, how he graded out well in the Packers' last game against the Commanders. Rodgers was asked about the McAfee comments by the rest of the Green Bay media.
I did do it privately. I'm not saying anything on Pat that I'm not saying to those guys. So, maybe that's talking about a conversation that's behind closed doors in public, but the level of accountability is the standard here. And again, I don't think it should be a problem to any of those guys to hear criticism. We all hear criticism in our own ways, and we all got to, be okay with it and take it in, process it. And if it doesn't fit, then it doesn't fit. But if it fits, we gotta wear it and improve on those certain things. Again, I said it. I'm not going to be a robot up here. I don't understand why people have a problem with things that are truthful. I'm calling things the way I see it. People don't think I need to air that stuff out. That's their opinion. But I'm doing what I think is the best interest of our guys. And I've tried a lot of different things from a leadership standpoint this year. And, I was just relating my personal feelings in the situation. I didn't call anybody out by name. I think we all need to be on the details. And that includes me. If I need to have, one-on-one extra conversations with those guys during the week, then I'm going to do that.
Was this out of bounds? Was this typical Aaron?
Yeah.
I kind of like his comments.
I think it's typical Aaron, but I like there at the end where he's like, I didn't call anybody by name, like kind of inferring like I could have absolutely called somebody by name. I had somebody in mind.
Well, all we have to do is look at like the penalties, the amount of penalties being committed. Who is high on Green Bay's list?
Yeah, I think you can figure it out. But I mean, like he's honestly, Aaron's not been great, and he says like we're not above criticism, really, because you seem to get pretty defensive when you get criticized. You got really upset when they picked Jordan, just who we mentioned, Jordan Love. When they picked Jordan Love in the first round because you were starting to show some decline.
Yeah.
And you got furious. And so, which is hilarious because he should know from his own experience having to come in and replace Favre that that's the way the business goes.
Right.
But
He's 26 in QBR. He gives his team a 40%, so far throughout this year, he's given the Packers a 40% chance to win that QB matchup every single week. That TD to interception ratio is always good, 11-3. But on ESPN, Chris Canty ripped Aaron over those comments.
Stop talking. I'm tired of hearing you talk. And if I'm tired of hearing you talk, I'm sure the guys in the locker room damn sure are tired of hearing you talk. And the fact that you point out guys that are making mistakes, maybe they need to fix those mistakes. And if not, we need to get somebody else in there. Gee, the one thing I don't hear is any accountability on Aaron Rodgers' part. He's not saying we, he's saying they. And when you separate yourself from your teammates, that's never a good place to be in, especially when you're the quarterback, because that's a leadership position by nature. This is the second week in a row where we've seen Aaron Rodgers challenge the authority of Matt LaFleur. A couple of weeks ago was we need to simplify the offense. What did Matt LaFleur say? I don't even know what that means. This week he's talking about we need to cut back on guys playing times that are making mistakes. I'm sorry, are you the quarterback or are you the head coach? Do your damn job and then we can go from there.
I love that point. What's the bigger issue, calling out the teammates or challenging LaFleur? Because he's basically saying you need to be benching guys.
I think the you need to be benching guys, that's just in line with...
Like, what if Dak last year came out and said, these penalties, us being a stupid football team leading the league every single year, guys need to start being benched. Would we have turned that? Well, we would have turned it into. But how big of an issue really would it have been of Dak versus McCarthy? Dak, know your place, know your role. Don't call out your head coach.
Yeah, I know. I think we're making a bigger deal out of Dak versus his teammates than Dak versus McCarthy. Yeah, because, I mean, that's more targeted, I think. I think that sort of decision is not like, hey, you need to be making this decision, coach. I mean, that is an aspect to it. That is a factor in when you make those sorts of comments. But to me, the bigger issue is you jeopardize the chemistry with your teammates. And chemistry, I think, matters almost more so in football than any of the other sports in terms of having that connection and having that, familial nature with your teammates and everything else. And so if you call that into question and you start bruising those relationships, I think that's tougher to overcome than bruising a relationship with a head coach.
But doesn't Rodgers have the skins on the wall and the knowledge to assess his team? If LeBron... I mean,
one Super Bowl ring over the last, and it was 11 years ago.
I mean, they win 11 or 12 games every year.
And then choke.
One of the greatest quarterbacks ever.
He is.
Was LeBron out of bounds after game 1 when he said, "We don't have anyone who can shoot"?
Well, I mean, don't we consistently criticize LeBron for trying to play personnel director all the time in addition to being superstar and trying to play head coach, and the way he's gotten coaches fired over the years? And so I think that that's still consistent with the criticism of Rodgers.
And is it any different when Tom says, we all have to play harder? We have to, like, Tom doesn't specify it, I guess, as much. There has to be more urgency. We all have to play harder. And Aaron talked about a specific problem with their team with penalties, and now it's this huge deal.
But it's what Chris Canty said. Brady says we. Rodgers said they. And so when you otherize your teammates, that's trouble, man.
Your boy. Oh, we'll save the conspiracy theory. The Patriots conspiracy theory. We have another one. This time it works against them. We'll do that at 6:40. But speaking of Rodgers and Brady, your boy Kurt Warner suggesting that Brady and Rodgers need to retire. Did you see these comments?
I did.
And Kurt's not a flamethrower hot take type dude, right?
Bobby.
Except there he is. When he's targeting me.
That was amazing.
That was the worst experience. I love Jane Slater, but Jane,
that
thanks.
was amazing.
I love that these comments were made exclusively to People magazine, by the way, which I don't know what is the DVD release. His movie's been out for a while. What is this? Why is he talking to People?
He said, I think both of those guys, they look like they're exhausted.
Yep.
It's okay to go, you know what? It's not how it used to be. I may not be who I used to be. It's just too hard overall to meet the standard. Maybe it's time to walk away. It's not being defeated. That's not saying you can't do it anymore. I just think sometimes that stuff outweighs the joy of the game. And that looks like it's happening for these two guys, and I feel for them.
I think Rodgers is tired of Green Bay specifically. I don't know that Rodgers is tired of football.
Why tired of Green Bay?
I just think he's fed up with how things have played out there over the last decade, that they haven't been able to finish things, that I think he feels like a lot of it is stuff that's been within their control that he thinks should have been handled differently. And I think that he feels like a lot of his thoughts and his input falls on deaf ears at times. Whereas with Brady, it's just time to go, dude. I love Brady. Brady is the all-time great at the position. He's the all-time great in the sport. But it's time. It was time last year, 2 years ago.
I told Choppy, well, he did lead the league in touchdown passes last year.
I know, but it was once you came back and you won with Tampa, you've proved whatever you needed to prove. Go be with your family.
But I told Choppy, I haven't seen him smile this year. I haven't seen him smile one time. It looks like zero fun for him. And I feel a little bit for Rodgers without Devontae. It's like, here, just continue to make it work with these other guys.
Why do we give? We shouldn't feel sorry for him, because Devontae said a big part of his reason for wanting to leave was because of Aaron's teasing about, am I going to go? Am I going to stay? And so Aaron created that situation for himself.
I thought Devontae just always wanted to be with Carr and the Raiders no matter what. Did he say that? Rodgers?
Yeah, no. He said that was part of his reason that he ultimately felt like he needed to get out, is because there was uncertainty at the quarterback position.
So basically, you're telling me to have no warm feelings towards Aaron Rodgers whatsoever.
Should there? He's the perfect villain. Is there any reason to ever feel bad for Aaron Rodgers?
So Roethlisberger has said this about, I believe it was about Tom, when the Steelers beat them. Ben was at the game. He's like, ugh, it looks like he's not having fun. And now Kurt Warner is saying both should seriously consider walking away. Let's go inside the Star. Conflicting reports on Zeke playing or not. And Bobby brought up a very scary possibility that I haven't heard anyone mention so far this year. Dan Quinn leaving for Denver? Next on The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Trafe alongside Bobby Belt, getting closer to the Bears on Sunday. Is that a noon kick?
It's a nooner.
Going 9 a.m. pregame, kickoff at noon. Joey, do me a favor. Check the announcer assignments. Maybe we'll get on one of the play-by-play.
It's Moose and whoever's with Moose.
Okay.
I can't remember who it is.
We could get Moose on. I got to ask Joey now within the show, because if I text Joey,
yeah.
Turn on your microphone.
Howdy.
What? Why don't you ever text me back?
Well,
What's going on?
I see your texts. I just don't send the courtesy text, I guess.
Wow,
And
he
maybe that's
just
the issue.
flat out acknowledged he doesn't give you a courtesy.
It must be the courtesy
Gosh,
text that
this-
I'm not sending.
You'd have-
and this is a problem. This is a problem with like anybody. Like my dad just hates it. He
What
is
is-
so peeved that I don't text him back like an okay or something or a thumbs up.
Why don't you?
I don't know. I just I usually just look at it and then I go on and
Arrogance.
do my day, and then and then like 3 hours later I'm like, it's too late to even send anything at this point.
So like
why-
the first 2 times, Troy used to do this. I think with Troy it was like I don't know. It's like, I'm not going to acknowledge you're telling me to do something. It was like a power struggle thing for some reason, but he would always do it. Troy would always have the perfect audio cut. So with Joey, the first 2 times, I'm texting him for those behind the scenes, 5, 6, 7, 8 p.m. I'll text him one piece of audio, and he doesn't write me back. So, but it's on the cut sheet the next day, except for the shady one. You didn't put the LaShawn McCoy on the other day. But
yeah, I have a story about that one actually.
oh, you have a story? No, you don't explain it to me during the show why Shady's not on there
They
talking about
deleted
the
it.
Cowboys.
They deleted it.
Okay, but why don't you tell me?
Oh, well, yeah, it's my bad.
You can at least tell me, just so you know, Shady's not
Fair
on
enough.
there. So I'm like waiting for the next morning. I'm like, okay, they're on there. They're always on there 99% of the time, so I haven't said anything. Well, last night, like, I openly said something in our group text. I'm like, Bobby sends the audio, and I'm like, Joey's not going to respond, Bobby. And I was for sure that would have brought a response. It did not.
No, he's
I
like,
wasn't going to be rattled. I knew you were trying to get. I knew you were trying to get
steely
reaction out of me.
nerves.
So, like, I don't know how many people I've caused to 3 people in my life, the red feature has been changed on their text. You know how when, like, Michael Irvin, Troy, I would text and Troy, it would say red, and that drives me insane when I see that.
Yeah.
Now, they control that on their end, right? Red text?
Yeah, if they've got an iPhone, like because
Yeah.
you've got an iPhone, right? So yeah, like I've got read receipts on mine.
Read receipts.
But like I have an
Yeah.
Android, so it's not going to show it to
So
you.
after I would bitch at Troy, like, oh, Troy's too cool, Troy's too good, he changed that. Like, I couldn't see when it was red anymore. Michael Irvin, same thing. Michael had it on, and I'm like, what, are you too good? Like, you can't give me a heads up? You can't give me a notification? Like, just one word text. That got taken off, and now...
Joey has read receipts on, but he has an Android, and I have an Android, so I can see when he reads mine.
Right. So he just doesn't respond.
No.
Now you're in a relationship.
Yeah.
I bet
With
you don't,
Jennifer Aniston.
I bet you don't do that with your long term with your long distance girlfriend, do you?
Yeah, no, I don't.
Yeah, you don't. 877-881-1053 truckwreck.com text line. You did do a good job of going and getting the Zeke audio. The big NFC East news yesterday: Robert Quinn is going to Philadelphia for a 4th-round pick. He broke the Bears sack record last year. This year he's only got 1. Horrible grade on PFF, but the Eagles are going for it right now. Obviously, they only give up a 4th, and now we're trying to figure out if Zeke's going to play. We saw the injury last weekend on Sunday that he came back from. Conflicting reports with Zeke and the media on whether he's getting out there.
He feels all right, stiff. Just getting with the training staff and, seeing where we can get.
How do you feel about Sunday?
I don't know right now. We still got a lot of time before Sunday, but just right now I'm just focused on, getting this knee as healthy as I can.
With the bye next week, though, you got a chance to let it heal up, and something you didn't really get a chance to do last year. Is that a consideration?
I think it's a consideration, but it just all depends on how I feel, by the end of the week going into the game.
Where does that toughness come from? Because it seems like you don't really miss a lot of games.
From heart and just how much I care for this team, how much I care for the organization. It's my job to be out there, be available. If I can be out there, yeah, why not? I'm not going to take a game off because I don't feel 100%. I think that's soft.
Woo! He is tough.
He is.
Him and Dak are really, really tough. I know there's the injury discussion over Prescott. Zeke is a tough SOB. He missed just 1 game. He's missed just 1 game due to injury in his career. But this was a problem last year, Bobby, when the Cowboys didn't seem to be in control as an organization of making him rest and sit as he was banged up throughout the entire second half. let him rest, give him the Bears game off, let Pollard go out there and get all the reps, and then come back for Green Bay. This isn't hard.
No, it's like he's got a little bit of that Jason Witten energy where it's like, hey, come off the field. It's like, no.
Yeah.
They're like, well, I guess we can't take him off the field.
Exactly. I'm going to decide.
Yeah. It's the
and props to him, but the organization, I'm criticizing them.
And clearly you can hear there where he says, I think it's soft. That's a point of pride for him.
And that's a great message for the rest of the team.
Yeah, and I'm sure that he feels like if I sit out, that's weakness, that shows a lack of commitment to this football team. And so I get why, if that's where he's coming from and he's having those discussions with the front office and the coaching staff and things like that, that him telling them, you guys asking me to sit out is asking me to be soft, which is against my character and against the way that I play football. I get why they have a hard time tussling with that. But man, that sounds to me like a guy who's laying the groundwork for inactive on Sunday. That's just what it sounds like. I don't know. We'll see how things progress over the next few days. Today will be a big day with the padded practice. He said yesterday he could play without practice this week, which I think how long Zeke's been around, he could do that. But ultimately, I don't know. It sounds like a guy who's setting things up for, I'm not going to play on Sunday.
So every show on television, they've all set up their fake scripts to have the Cowboy fan and the Cowboy hater. That's the way it goes, right? You got Stephen A., who's the hater. You got Skip, who's the lover. Well, all of a sudden this year, magically, Mike Greenberg, who I thought was just the host and not an opinion guy, Mike Greenberg on Get Up, he's turned into the biggest Cowboy fan in the entire world. Shows you how fake it is, though. He had Mike McCarthy as his coach of the year. The Cowboys won the game. Very next week, he said Dayball is the coach of the year. But he's been saying Dak's disrespected. The Cowboys are legit. And yesterday, he said that they should mortgage the future to compete now and match what the Eagles did.
I'm looking at the Dallas Cowboys getting a healthy Dak Prescott back. I'm looking at how good their defense looks. I'm thinking about their owner who at this moment in time does not want to be known as the guy whose team has not won a championship in a quarter century and is getting up there in age. And I'm thinking the Cowboys need to go off script. The trade deadline is in 6 days. They need to go all in. Push your chips in. Go get Jerry Jeudy. Go get Mike Gesicki if he's available. Go trade mortgage your future and go out there and win a championship because it's there to be won for the Dallas Cowboys. I can't remember a time where anything felt as winnable as this. With no disrespect to the names I'm about to read, the other quarterbacks who are over 500 in the NFC right now are Kirk Cousins, Geno Smith, Daniel Jones, and a still, in the big picture, unproven Jalen Hurts. I mean, Hurts has been terrific. Right. He's in the MVP conversation, but let's see if he's ready to go toe-to-toe with Dak Prescott, who has been completely underappreciated and completely disrespected, and his cousin Dominic is going to be by a lot of people on this desk, I might add.
You and Broadus, that was my biggest surprise takeaway from yesterday's show. You and Broadus teaming up to say the Cowboys should go get a receiver.
Yep, and spend big capital to do it. I mean, honestly, what I would be in favor of is just go spend the money on Odell Beckham. That's what I would want. But if you don't want to do that for whatever reason, or you think that's
not the formula.
If there's a bidding war or whatever else, if you don't want to do that, fine. What do you mean that's not the formula?
That's not part of the plan.
Yes, it is.
Jerry Jones.
Get guys back for the meat of the schedule, like Tyron. You can get Odell for the meat of the schedule.
Mike McCarthy, Jerry Jones. I was counting on my guy Steven to join Team Sean and RJ. He turned his back on us like a traitor. They want to run the football, and they want to play to the defense. So why am I going to go out and get Odell Beckham? It's opposite of the formula. I would love it. That's part of the Sean and RJ approach. But all you Bill Parcells 1990 formula fans who want to just hand it off and win 2017 and get 5 turnovers because we got Doomsday replicated, that doesn't make sense for that.
And punting.
And punting. Thank you, JoJo. Jerry said, we want to run, we want to play defense, and we want to punt. We want to punt good. Answer that one.
I mean, I think they just... I think they're looking for any formula that will result in victories, and I think it's frustrating that over the course of 26 years now, 27 years, I think they've changed up every formula, and it's cyclical, and it's all right, okay, maybe it's passing this time. No, it's run the ball and play defense. It's this and that. And they've run through all these different iterations of it, and I think they're just back to another cycle of, all right, well, let's run the ball. We can play defense.
And that's why adding a receiver makes no sense.
But they should. I'm not saying they will. They should. It's like, I mean, like Greenberg says there, like mortgage your future. Do it now. This is a league right now that is not scoring a lot of points. If you can add a receiver to bring you the 2019, 2020, 2021 offense.
But why do we need a receiver when on paper you have a first-round pick who's had a nice start? You have a number 2 who you just gave a new contract to. You have a tight end who everyone loved before the season, was fighting back and forth on the franchise tag. Why do you and Broadus have such a problem with the weapons?
Because
on paper it makes sense.
On paper, not on the field. On the field through 7 weeks, it's not been good. They're not getting open the way they should.
Without their quarterback.
But they're not getting open, regardless of who's throwing it.
I want to hone in on that.
Okay.
So you and Broadus and talking about, so you're watching them in terms of their route running not get open.
Yes, they're not getting the same sort of separate. CeeDee Lamb is
You're
getting
some. You're looking at the film.
Yeah, CeeDee Lamb's getting some separation, but it's not been. He's not getting Amari Cooper separation the way Coop used to, the way Coop would run routes and give you these wide windows and things like that. And by the way, I had somebody yesterday tweet at me and scream at us for the Michael Gallup not attacking the ball thing. That's what he's done. That's the past, y'all. He has not done it this year. I don't know if it's something to do with the injury that he just still doesn't feel comfortable yet, but he is not attacking the football in the way that he used to. That's just facts through the first, 3 or 4 games he's played now. He's not attacking the football the way he always has.
Tolos seem to be in on it.
If they go get DJ Moore, for instance, there's just a name. DJ Moore, Chase Claypool, Brandon Cooks, one of those guys. Don't you feel like immediately that now you've responded? Now you are a legitimate contender.
Do you cook?
Do I cook like food?
Yeah.
Like pasta, like spaghetti.
Okay. So if I bought you a sous vide machine, do you know what that is?
Nope.
There's no point for me to buy it for you. You're not going to use it. You don't cook.
That's true.
That's the Cowboys getting a receiver. They'd probably rather add another defensive piece.
But it's the reason they're not pushing the ball downfield is because they know their receivers aren't getting open. I mean, they started throwing the ball as soon as they got Amari Cooper, though they did. All of a sudden, Dak was throwing for 400 yards, and that's the way they wanted to win football games. Where early in the season, Zeke was rushing for 130 that year in 2018, and that's how they lean on things. I think they just haven't had the weapons to do it.
But we do agree they're not going to do it. We agree.
I think it's unlikely. I can't say with certainty they won't do it, but I think it's unlikely. I'd love if they went and got Brandon Cooks, the guy that Robert Prince has coached, the receivers coach has coached in Houston, and a guy who consistently has shown no matter what team he's with, he can get you 1,000 yards.
Let's rank the douche. Russell Wilson, new segment. Is this the new, what he apparently did yesterday on the airplane, is that the new number 1 seed in Rank the Douche? And is Dan Quinn going to become Russell Wilson's next coach very, very soon after a report that came out yesterday? That's next with Sean and Bobby in for Chop right here on The Fan. But let me get you on. Deuce here on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt in for Choppy on DFW Sports Station. Joey running. Oh. Okay. We have Cowboys tickets to give away thanks to AT&T. That's coming up in the 7 o'clock hour expressway. We're going to go commercial free after headlines and bring you to the Bears game on Sunday in Arlington. Couple of stories I'm having a hard time believing. Let's start off with Russell Wilson on this airplane. Okay? So Russ and the Broncos flying to London to take on Jacksonville. By the way, the report from Dan Graziano that Nathaniel Hackett could be fired if Denver loses this game on Sunday?
Yeah, and said he's not buying it. He says, I'm not buying this, but said that there's chatter in league circles that Nathaniel Hackett's job could be on the line with this game against the Jaguars in London this week. And said, I'm not sure I totally buy it, but because it would be absolutely bizarre for a non-Urban Meyer head coach to be fired at the midway point of his first season, but things haven't gone well there.
And they're talking about trading more players.
Yeah.
I saw Bradley Chubb's name thrown out there. Jerry Jeudy. Has Jerry Jeudy been a total bust?
No, he's not a total. He's been a disappointment for sure, but he's not just like a flat out bust. He's gotten banged up. He's been hurt. I think if you look over the course of his 3-year career, when you average everything out to 17 game seasons, then his production is about like 800 yards and a few touchdowns. So it's been disappointing for a guy who was, one of the first receivers taken, but ultimately, I mean, I think he's still a solid player, just not what you expected.
So someone tweeted that Russell Wilson on this 8-hour flight worked out and stretched for half of it. 4 hours on this plane that he was doing high knees in the aisle when the rest of the guys were asleep.
Choppy would have been doing the same on his flight to Vegas.
Yeah, RJ comes in here and does push-ups. I think he stopped doing it because I didn't react to it ever and be like, wow, you're a beast. Oh, my God, that's so impressive. And he gets the foam roller, and he does his stretches in here.
He loves his calves. Does he ever just, stand up and do,
No, he does not. He does show me the crotch shot that you just did with your shorts on, but that's usually RJ. But, I mean, where does this fall? First off, do you believe it? I guess it is totally believable for Russell Wilson. And where does this fall on the Deuce scale for him? The candidates are coming out, simulating high fives to fans out of the tunnel. Standing in the middle of the field, just soaking it all in, turning around with the sun, saying, I'm coming back here. Broncos country.
That's right.
Broncos country. On the sideline, he made the team start chanting and getting involved. Is there anything else that I'm missing? Or this? 1, 2, 3.
Man.
Oh. And he simulated calling plays with no one around. He was down on one knee. Calling the play, and then break. There was no huddle. That was just simulation.
I still laugh every time I see the coming out and high-fiving imaginary people.
I think that's one.
That's 100% one.
I think that's
one. I don't know. He doesn't have any
Subway
friends, so he has to make
commercial.
them up.
Mr. Unlimited.
Oh, yeah. I heard the Mr. Unlimited drop yesterday.
Mr. Unlimited, I think, might be 2. That's so cringe. That's so bad.
It was very cringy when he dressed up as Pete Carroll for Halloween a few years ago. You remember that?
No, I don't.
He went to the Seahawks facility with a headset and just was chewing gum all day and documenting it and go it's a great day, guys. And it's gosh, you suck, man.
Internet said JJ Watt was never even this bad. JJ was never this cringe. I mean, he's getting destroyed.
JJ was pretty cringy.
What about if you... Marshawn and Richard Sherman saying if you want to talk to Russ, you have to call his agent. You got to go through his agent to talk to him.
He's just, he is pretty insufferable. He's pretty bad.
And the worst part of this? It's making me dislike his gorgeous, beautiful wife. It's making me dislike her because she's got to be cuckoo and and almost just as weird to be married to it.
I mean, her music sucks though, so I don't feel too bad for her. I mean, seriously, Sarah's music is awful. I mean, she already had poor taste. She was like with Future. Like, isn't that bad enough taste as it is? Like, I don't think that's out of the frying pan and into the fire in terms of like bad relationship
Doing
choices.
high knees, bro, in the aisle for 4 hours.
Do you think he really did it? I think he absolutely did it because it's a show.
I think he did.
But see, he said everybody was asleep. But I mean, he high-fives people who aren't there, so I guess he could like do high knees for people who aren't watching.
He says he's ready to play, and reporters were asking him, how are you able to recover so quickly and maybe be ready for Jacksonville?
Feeling better every day, day by day. Obviously, it happened Monday night, but I heal quick. I don't know if it's Wolverine blood or what, but
Wolverine blood. Wolverine blood.
Let's not forget him going to spring training and fielding grounders with the Rangers. It's like, hey guys, come on. All right, let's go out here. Let's show these guys how to play baseball. It's just it's everything about him. And like, I'm sure he's a nice guy.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure he's nice, but which is the worst?
Is he this positive, really? What's wrong?
So 903, my husband does squats in the shower. That's weird.
Yeah, he's in the privacy though of his own company.
Right. He's not like opening the shower curtain and going like, look how tough I am. But I mean, then again, how does she know he does squats in the shower? So, but here's which is the worst thing? Russ doing the high knees or then telling the reporters he did it?
I don't think he told them. Someone had to have told
He told them. He talked about it.
Did he?
Yes, that's how it came out.
He talked about doing the high knees? I don't see quotes from it.
Yeah, no, one of the first thing I saw yesterday was Russ apparently told them he did high knees
Oh
while...
my God, it said he was doing high knees in the aisle.
So which is worse, talking about it or doing it? I think talking about it's worse. So that's the douchiest part of it. Gosh, he's insufferable. He really is. And now that he can't play football anymore, it's so much worse.
Mr. Unlimited.
Unlimited. Oh my gosh, he's the
877-881-1053. All right, we laughed and now we need to cry and worry. Bring up your Dan Quinn point. Are you hearing this or you just thought
it's
of
just
it?
when I see the things have gone so poorly on the Nathaniel Hackett front to the point where Dan Graziano's talking about there's chatter in league circles that the guy could be gone. Here's the thing. There was a ton of people. Everybody in the Cowboys organization was certain at the end of last year when they lost that playoff game to the 49ers, there were people saying goodbye to Dan Quinn. Like, well, good luck in Denver. Like, everybody was certain he was getting that job, including Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn was telling people, I got it. I'm getting that gig.
Michael Lombardi, who joined us yesterday, said it was a lock.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the way he was communicating to people. He was telling people, I'm heading over there. I think he was starting to try and put out feelers to build his staff. I had somebody around the league tell me assistant coaches have been told, like the word's been put out around the league, if you want to go work with Dan, get ready to send your resume to Denver. That's where, if you want to be on his staff, that's where you're going to have to prepare to go. And ultimately, the Broncos higher-ups came in and I think sort of overruled George Paton a little bit, who's close with Dan Quinn. They've got a long history together. They came in and overruled that and said, no, we want Nathaniel Hackett. For things going so poorly in Denver right now.
Yeah.
To the point that you're talking about already firing him, and then Dan Quinn has only continued to ascend and show what a great leader he can be and how he can get the most out of guys. I just wonder if internally George Paton looks at them and says,
George Paton can look all he wants.
But George Paton didn't, like, you can't blame George Paton for, you're going to blame me for the decision I didn't want to make? You guys overruled me. Why am I getting fired for this?
Because who made the Russ decision?
I think everybody in that organization was on board with that.
Okay.
But the head coach, like Peyton can say, I didn't want Nathaniel Hackett. This has gone sideways because you didn't hire the guy I wanted.
But if I'm Dan Quinn's agent, the reason as a Cowboy Tolo, I'm not going to sweat this too much. I'm not going to freak out that they could go right back to Dan Quinn, who the GM apparently wanted, is one reason.
His name's Mr. Unlimited. Yeah.
Why would Dan Quinn make this his next stop?
Yeah, because they're stuck.
With that contract locked in.
They're stuck with him for a while. I mean, I think you could get the
You can always get out of it.
Well, I mean, think about how good that defense has been this year. Like, Dan Quinn is a defensive guy. Like, ooh, I get to, like, oversee that a little bit. I can bring in the right offensive coordinator. I can save this.
You're stuck.
You don't think Dan Quinn's the type of guy that thinks, like, oh, I can connect with him? and I can get the
You
most
can-
out. Coaches have that mindset all the time.
I
Of
know
I
that.
can fix it.
I know.
They're the girlfriend who wants to fix the bad boyfriend. That's coaches. And Dan Quinn, I think, would be like, oh, I can fix a guy. I can get the most out of him.
What are other jobs, real quick, that could be up for grabs? Let me go to my Vegas odds sent to me from Bet Online and BetQL. I compiled them all together. The next coach to lose. Okay, here we go. Next coach to be fired or resign. Nathaniel Hackett's the leader. Kingsbury's 2. Don't you go to Arizona over Denver? Or how big of a problem is Kyler?
Man, Kyler's a better player than Russell Wilson right now, but Kyler is somebody who's still growing and maturing and becoming a pro.
Frank Reich is 3rd on here. They don't have a quarterback. Then Dan Campbell, Dennis Allen, Stefanski, Ron Rivera, Lovie Smith. That's the exact order of the next coach to be gone if you're worried about losing Dan Quinn.
Denver's got players. Like, we're all stunned Denver's as bad as they are. Like, I understand Russ has not been good, but
I picked them to be in the AFC Championship game.
So wouldn't Dan Quinn look at it the same way? Like what's so...
No, because the season has started.
What's so different from what he saw 10 months ago when he said, that's a roster I can win with?
Because the quarterback sucks.
But if he thinks he can get the most out of it...
The quarterback has fallen off to the point, like, no one... Maybe only Pete Carroll saw it coming and John Schneider. That's it. This is like I don't want to say never before seen plummet or drop off, but this is crazy.
Yeah, no, it's a Ben Simmons-esque fall for Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
But...
And who says that McCarthy's safe around here? Headlines here on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt in for Choppy. Tony Pollard was asked about getting the full workload if Zeke can't play. Filthy makes a win now move. The Mavs will be in action, but we got to laugh at the Lakers and the Nets. A Stars update as well. And most importantly, Cowboys Bears tickets to give away to you next on DFW Sports Station. But first, let me go ahead.
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
It's not fist pump time, Bobby Belt, you smart aleck. It's time for headlines.
Every hour is fist pump hour.
Here on Sean and RJ, Bobby in for Choppy today and tomorrow. This hour, y'all, we are giving away more Cowboys tickets. We're sending you to the Bears game on Sunday, all thanks to AT&T in the Expressway. Let's get to the headlines. The Philadelphia Eagles make a trade to get even stronger, Bobby. They give up a 4th-round pick for Robert Quinn, the former Cowboy.
Yeah, and this is just strength on top of strength, right? Like I mean, I think there's a couple different thought processes. It's can we strengthen something that's a weakness, or some teams like to just, hey, let's double down on a strength. Let's make it even stronger.
Right.
And that's what the Eagles are doing here, because the Eagles are generating a good pass rush right now. They're able to get pressure. They've got a lot of really good players there. Javon Hargrave, Fletcher Cox, Hassan Reddick, Josh Sweat, Brandon Graham. And so they've got guys who can bring pressure.
Oh, you're talking about just
Yeah. I mean, they've got, gosh, that secondary. I think everybody saw a couple weeks ago how good they are back there right now. But part of that is the type of pressure that they bring up front. And so I think that just, continuing to add to that and just telling Robert Quinn, hey, we're set here. We really just need you in obvious passing situations to pin your ears back and go, is going to put him in a position, I think, to succeed at a higher rate than he did this year in Chicago. Really good last year, but just has struggled this year some.
Where are the Cowboys better roster-wise than Philly? Mention your guy first.
Linebacker and quarterback, probably. Like if you're counting Micah as a linebacker, that's probably it. Linebacker and quarterback, I think.
And no doubt the quarterback.
Yeah, no doubt. Come on. What are you doing here, PFF?
What quarterback take are you more uneasy about between Lamar and Hurts? Which one are you more sure is not great?
Lamar's a better player than Hurts. Hurts is I think a more a better arm talent than Lamar. And so, I mean, I think either one, like I've said consistently, Baltimore needs to pay Lamar Jackson. They need to get it done, even as much as I like to, take my shots and everything. They need to pay Lamar Jackson. I think Jalen Hurts will be in the league for a long time. Like, I think he's going to have a long, sustained career. But you can only win with certain roster makeups, I think, with Jalen Hurts. And they've got one right now that they can win with.
Roquan Smith couldn't even talk yesterday during his presser when this news broke. Robert Quinn, 32, was the oldest defensive player on the Bears roster, and he will not be there on Sunday against us. Jonathan Hankins going to play for the Cowboys Sunday?
Yes, or he's talking like he's going to. And honestly, I think you're a veteran like that. You're being asked to basically eat up blockers as a one technique. I think he can step in with a minimal learning curve and be able to contribute. But he thinks he can step in, contribute right away, and as he said yesterday, step in and play at a high level on Sunday. So that's his expectation.
Meanwhile, conflicting reports on Zeke Elliott. He did not practice yesterday with the right knee injury. Clarence Hill reported he's going to be out. Then you had Zeke say, we still have some time left. Todd Archer saying, hey, it's a hyperextension of the right knee causing swelling. You got bruising there as well. Zeke is not ruling himself out yet, but Tony Pollard, how are you feeling if you got to carry the load?
It's just next guy up, in this league. That's the only thing that's guaranteed, injuries. It's a 100% injury in this league. So it's expected, and, the next guy's got to be ready to step in.
How much can you carry?
I mean, whatever they ask for me to carry, I got it. They call it, I'm going to haul it.
Tony Pollard, they call it, I'm going to haul it.
Yeah, everybody liked that yesterday.
Tony Pollard has never had more than blank carries in a game. Yes.
Ooh, 18.
14.
Really?
Never had more than 14 carries in a game in his career. He has rushed for 375 and 2 touchdowns on 67 carries this season. And I already got him moved up in the fantasy lineup. Don't screw me, Zeke. Rest up. Rest up. Heal up. Chill out. Return for Green Bay. Let's not have a repeat of last year, putting him out there at 65 or 70%, and let Tony Pollard play against Chicago.
Let Tony cook. That's what you need. I mean, honestly.
Let him haul. No, we're moving on to a different saying.
Yeah.
Call, haul.
Yeah, Tony doesn't even rhyme with Russ or anything.
No, and Tony doesn't know enough about his dad's barbecue and grilling to associate any cooking with him. He's a disappointment in the grilling space.
They were on Restaurant Impossible, right? Like Robert Irvine had to go in and fix their Pollard barbecue like 10 years ago.
Shut up.
Yeah, there's an episode. You can see
Why has no one told me this?
You can see Tony Pollard is like a 14-year-old like cleaning in the kitchen in one of the shots. Yeah, I had to tell Cowboys PR that. They had no idea. They're like, really? They were like, but yeah, I think I've got the episode on Amazon Prime.
Wow.
But yeah, like 10 years ago, Robert Irvine had to go in. And I would just say this. Don't watch the episode if you ever want to visit there. Like, you're going to be distressed at the way it looked.
Wow.
But
all right, anyway, Zeke Pollard.
Yeah, no, honestly, I mean, aren't we all at a point right now where we think Pollard's better anyway?
Yes.
And so, I mean, like, rest up. Take all the time you need.
Better with how many carries. I'm fine with Tony Pollard getting 20 carries on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, as much as Zeke's been carrying the ball, Zeke hasn't been getting 20 carries a game.
Right.
Up it a little bit. You know, he's shown this year especially that, like, I think Pollard's proved he can run inside, too. Like, he's run between the tackles really effectively this year.
And didn't they bring up Malik Davis?
Yeah, they brought up Malik Davis a couple weeks ago when Rico Dowdle got hurt. And so Malik Davis is a complete back. He's not elite at any one thing, but he's steady across the board. So he's steady in pass protection. That's where I think we'll see him some on Sundays, that he may be in there to pass protect. But steady in pass protection, steady pass catcher, steady runner. He's just solid.
Another trade rumor out there. Florio says the Broncos will trade Bradley Chubb by the deadline if they lose against Jacksonville. Dan Graziano yesterday said he's hearing Nathaniel Hackett could be fired if Denver loses to Jacksonville. A lot on the line. They just made this London game a lot more interesting.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the reason why you're not hearing about Russell Wilson being on the line is because they're not going to be able to get out of that. So they've got to start placing blame elsewhere. You got to start. All right, let's see what we can get in return for Bradley Chubb. Let's see what we can get for Jerry Jeudy. They have to make things work because you have to build around Russ, as flawed as that is. That's what you have to do, given where your roster makeup is and how long you're locked into that.
Kareem Hunt rumors out there as well.
Yeah, and I mean, he's clearly unhappy there in Cleveland right now. He's not been getting the same workload. You see a steady decrease in his workload. I think, what was it? He had like 5 carries for 6 yards this last week against Baltimore, 5 carries for 4 yards. And so he's just not getting the touches he wants. He's having his worst efficiency numbers of his entire career. He's playing fewer than 50% of the snaps each week. I think he just wants a reset.
Headlines here on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt in for Choppy. The Saints are going to stick with Andy Dalton at quarterback, even with Jameis healthy. So they're sticking with Andy, and the Indianapolis Colts made this move. Matt Ryan said he was stunned. He was shocked. Why did they say that Sam Ehlinger is starting the remainder of the year, even when Matt's healthy? Pro Football Talk pointing to the contract that Jim Irsay does not want to pay the rest of guaranteed money that would be owed to Matt if he went into the offseason injured. There's an injury finance clause in there that they want to avoid. But, man, I thought Indianapolis, they butchered this with the way that they handled this situation. They could have just said, Sam's going to play, Matt is hurt. He's dealing with a separated shoulder anyway. Now, I've been telling RJ for 2 or 3 years Matt Ryan's done, and he is done. He should probably just retire. But I thought they did Matt Ryan wrong with the way they handled this. Then they didn't have to go this far. And then what happens if Ehlinger stinks?
But don't you appreciate a little bit more the directness of it, rather than saying like, hey, you'll get your job back when you're healthy, when they have no intention of doing that? Don't you think Matt Ryan would appreciate more being told directly like, hey, we're going in a different direction?
But why make Ehlinger the starter for the rest of the year?
I don't know.
This isn't this isn't like even Andy Dalton. Now Sam was exciting in the preseason for them. I know. Longhorn.
Hook him.
There you go. You all see? He's doing the horns up on the fan cam.
Yeah, see? Sean tried to slander my character. Stop that. I don't need to hear. We cut that out.
The picture I put out yesterday, horns down, was a lost bet. So that's what's happening around the NFL. Mavs against the Brooklyn Nets tonight. Also,
Brooklyn.
You have Baltimore, New England. God, I can't get Tom out of there. You got Baltimore, Tampa, as the Buccaneers look to be without 4 starters. We'll get to Lamar Jackson versus Tom Brady with Bobby in a little bit. So you have Baltimore, Tampa, Mavs, Nets tonight, and Caps, Stars. Brooklyn lost to Milwaukee. They're 1-3. Steve Nash gets ejected. He loses his mind. You can feel all the frustration building up. Kyrie Irving is heard on tape begging Ben Simmons to shoot. And LeBron and the Lakers are 0-4 after losing to Denver. How many people are laughing at LeBron's start to the season?
The Lakers can't shoot. Like, they're terrible. They can't shoot. Anthony Davis is getting hurt hanging on a rim after dunking. Russell Westbrook.
Paul Pierce said the Lakers are built like Kendrick Perkins.
That's a good line. I'm not even a big Paul Pierce fan, but that's a good line. I think there's obviously a little bit of satisfaction for fans, not just because it's the Lakers, but because it's, there's plenty of LeBron haters who enjoy seeing, we talked about the whole Russell Wilson factor. That factor exists a little bit similarly, I think, for LeBron.
Yeah.
And so there are people who enjoy seeing the spiral.
The Lakers are shooting 22% from three. That's 5 percentage points worse than the next lowest team. OKC is shooting 27%. The Lakers are shooting 22%. Westbrook did not play. They are 0-4. And then you get the traveling circus. That is the Nets taking on the Mavericks.
And you mentioned the Steve Nash meltdown yesterday. When you see that video, doesn't that look a little orchestrated? Like a little fake, like let me get up this anger. Let me be this angry and show that I'm fighting for this team and I'm fighting for this job. It struck me as like so phony. Like Steve Nash has never like gotten above a just basic monotone delivery and all of a sudden he's screaming at refs and which, by the way, they get outscored by 15 the rest of the way after he's ejected. They're up 4, they lose by 11. Nets and the Lakers both lose 110-99 last night.
Teams 1 through 6 in the East. Milwaukee's 3-0. Every other team is 3-1.
Yeah, including Boston. They're doing it for Nia Long.
Every other team is 3-1, and then bizarro world in the West. Portland and Utah lead the way at 4-1.
Utah, I don't think Utah is sustainable. Portland, I think, is. They've got athletes.
No, they won't.
Yes, they do. Okay, look, Portland's not Golden State.
Who's their second best player?
Anthony Simons.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
I mean, he's averaged 17 points a game last year. He's up, 19, 20 right now.
18 and a half.
I mean, they're an athletic team. Like, they've put athletes and
Jeremy Grant.
Yeah, and they've got like actual athletes around Damian Lillard now. And I mean, gosh, Josh Hart is the best rebounding guard in the NBA. He had 16 rebounds the other night as a 6'4" guard.
Look at you, basketball insider. They won't finish top 4 in the West.
No, but they'll be a playoff team.
Sean and RJ, Bobby Belt bringing the hoops knowledge here on DFW Sports Station. We are going to give away Cowboys tickets. Cowboys Bears Sunday in Arlington, brought to you by AT&T. That's next, along with a Bears insider, Danny Parkins from Chicago. Do we really need to be worried about this game whatsoever? Let's preview the Bears and send you to the game for being a Tolo next.
Listen.
truckwreck.com.
What are we just replaying music beds? 640, we played this already.
Come on, Joey.
Come on, DJ Joey.
It was loaded in there.
Nothing else?
Can't check his text. Can't check the rotator
Can't
cut
check
for the music.
for the
Yeah,
music
makes sense,
beds.
man.
There we go. Smooth operation here on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt in for Choppy on DFW Sports Station. I think RJ always gets sick of me mentioning the stable of talent that we had come out of Kansas City. We got myself, Nick. Oh, I guess I should start with Nick Wright. Nick Wright. Myself, Robert Ford. Oh, he's the biggest nationally.
He sucks,
Robert Ford is the voice of the Astros. Jeff Passan was with us. Mark Carmen's in Chicago fan sided. And then you have this guy, Danny Parkins, in that KC station. Now, Big Dog in Chicago, afternoons on The Score. Good morning, Danny. What's up?
Good morning. Did someone just say Nick Wright sucks?
No.
He's trying to troll you. He
That's all I'm doing.
He knows
I knew you were on hold.
He knows you're Nick's protege, so he's trying to troll you.
Yeah, I mean, whoever that guy is an idiot. But also, I mean, yeah, come on, a rotator bed for music. I figured I'd get introduced to some Chicago music or something. Personalize it. Let's go. This is Dallas. You guys do big numbers. You guys put on Jerry Jones. Let's go. A little production quality, boys.
We don't do that whenever we go on a DC. No, it's not trying. It's just kind of old stale, like playing the Dallas theme song.
Yeah. We
everyone thinks we ride around on horses around here.
We had a Kanye cut in there ready, and they told us to pull that, so we had to stop.
Gotcha.
Gotcha.
Danny,
yeah.
Go ahead. You had something else?
Oh, no, I was just going to say, do you remember our first interaction? John Sharif?
I do not. I thought I left and you came in the next day or the next week.
Yeah, that's right. But you were supposed to still be in Kansas City. I started 4 days early because they took you off the air because of what you said about Royals ownership.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead. You want to? We were the Royals flagship. Go ahead. You want to repeat that?
So I had been hosting in Syracuse, New York, basically a year of unemployment after college, 10 months of unemployment, then back with my tail between my legs, making $9 an hour in Syracuse, New York. Then
new house, baby. New house.
Yeah. Then my big break is because Sharif is going to Dallas. I'm replacing him 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. for $30,000 a year in Kansas City. So I get the job kind of quick. So I'm driving from New York to Chicago to pick up some stuff that was in my parents' basement, then drive from Chicago to Kansas City. I'm I got a salary, I got health insurance, and I got 4 days to learn the Royals. Because I'm starting on opening day. So I'm driving to the studio, and I'm going to listen to the dude that I'm replacing. And the take was, Royals fans, would you rather win 85 games or have David Glass drop dead?
Yeah. Yeah.
That sounds like Sean.
Yeah, it was bad.
What?
Yeah.
That's the owner of the team.
Yeah.
I know he didn't spend money, but that is mean spirited and just I'm what is going on? And then I get there, and our boss at the time was like, "Can you start tomorrow?"
They told me George Brett, no lie, George Brett is calling the hotline, trying to get on to cuss me out. But I don't know, we didn't get to the call or something. We didn't know it was George Brett. We just saw a hotline ringing. But George got nothing better to do than eat crab legs and call and cry about being a Royals homer. So
yeah, I mean, to be fair, it was in poor taste.
It wasn't poor taste. It was a little morbid, no doubt about it. Danny, we got to get your take first on the zip line controversy. Did Mac Jones' ball against the Bears Sunday night hit the zip line?
I want to believe that it did because it's hilarious.
Yeah.
I'll take their word for it. I'd like to see a completed video, start to finish. With it not, I'd really like to believe that it did because it's just funny because I'd like one of those hand of God intervening in sporting events. Not that I'm really a believer, but I'd like one of those things to actually go against Bill Belichick and the Patriots. So I'm hoping that it did, and it's hilarious if Mac Jones lost his job to a fourth-round rookie named Zappy because of ESPN technology. That would make me very happy.
Is this Bears win revitalizing the city of Chicago in belief? Matt Eberflus, former Cowboys coach, Justin Fields, your franchise quarterback. I mean, that was really impressive.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, it was one. This fan base needed it because no one in the fan base thinks that they're gonna win anything of substance this year, even if they do show up now on those like playoff projection graphics as the last team on the in the hunt column. No one thinks this team's going to be good. They've got the third most dead cap space of any team in the league, so they have a talent deficiency. But this town just wants a quarterback so badly. Like it is. But I don't know how well versed your audience is in it, but like the Bears have never had a 30 touchdown passer. They've never had a 4,000 yard passer.
Ever?
4,000 ever. History of the franchise. Only team in the NFL that can say that. I'm 36 years old. The best Bears quarterback of my lifetime is a debate between Jay Cutler and Eric Kramer. Okay, that's what we're dealing with here. So this is a fan base that falls hard for hope with quarterbacks, and we will cling to a 6-touchdown game for Mitch Trubisky against Tampa when their top 4 defensive players are not playing. So Justin Fields put in 30 plus on the board, even with 4 takeaways, from against Bill Belichick on the road as a 9-point dog in Foxborough. That's going to give this fan base oxygen for months.
Now let's talk reality. Your opinion of Justin Fields moving forward.
I think that Justin Fields has, within his skill set, everything that you would want to be great. I think that he has a ton of swag and leadership and confidence and toughness and playmaking ability, and the guys all love him, and all the intangibles I think are there. He's obviously an amazing athlete, and he throws a great deep ball. So that to me is the foundation of a star quarterback. But he's a little rough around the edges. He holds the ball too long. He doesn't have the greatest mechanics, so it's kind of a long windup, which makes him miss some of the easy throws and the layups. Sometimes he'll airmail one where it's wide open, or sometimes he'll spike one into the ground where it's wide open. And so, are they going to give him the time to develop when his best wide receiver is Darnell Mooney, who is a second-year player who is a 5th-round pick? His left tackle is a 5th-round rookie. His right tackle is a 5th-round second-year player. They have no one who would even approach Pro Bowl, much less all-pro caliber talent at any position on offense. There's not another first-round pick on offense. So,
wow.
You know what I mean? They spend less money than any team in the league on wide receivers. Until Lucas Patrick got healthy, who they signed for 2 years, $8 million from Green Bay. They were starting an undrafted free agent at center. Not a great spot to be. It's his third offense in 3 years when you factor in Ryan Day at Ohio State, Matt Nagy last year, and Luke Getsy this year. So literally no quarterback in the NFL has been asked to do more with less than Justin Fields this year. So you have to grade him on a curve if you're being even remotely fair. And he has shown flashes this year where he shows a very high ceiling. Now, has it been consistent? No, but I would argue that no player, given his set of circumstances, including some of which he owns, right? He's a second-year player with some mechanical flaws. He was the 4th quarterback taken in his draft class. This isn't like a blue-chip, once-in-a-generation type prospect we're talking about here. That if it's going to work for him, the Bears need to do this offseason for Fields what the Dolphins did last offseason for Tua and really support him and give him time. But the question is, if they end up with a top 5 pick, Ryan Poles, the new Bears general manager, he didn't draft Justin Fields. So are they going to give him time to reach that potential that is there within his skill set? But right now, he's still got a ways to go.
Talking Bears and Cowboys with Danny Parkins from 670 The Score in Chicago. Danny, when we look at this running game for the Bears, they're clearly very adept there with David Montgomery, Justin Fields obviously running the ball, Khalil Herbert. The passing game obviously has been lacking. You just talked about it. There are not very many weapons. I think Darnell Mooney's a good, underrated receiver and a solid route runner, somebody that the Cowboys will have to concern themselves with. But is this a function of if Dallas wants to win this game or if Dallas wants to put pressure on the Bears, it's a matter of just scoring early, getting points on the board early, and then pressuring Justin Fields to beat you with his arm?
Yeah, he certainly hasn't proven that he can do that, right? That if he's down 14-0 in the first quarter, and that's going to be a huge huge issue. The biggest issue is those two tackles, Larry Borum at right tackle and Braxton Jones at left tackle, going up against DeMarcus Lawrence and Micah Parsons. Like, every team in the league that plays the Cowboys is worried about that first and foremost. Will you guys be able to keep Justin Fields in the pocket?
Yeah.
Because when he gets outside of the pocket, he is a huge mismatch, right? He's 6'3", 240, who runs a 4.4. Like, it's a matchup nightmare for anybody if he gets outside of the pocket. And the schematic change when they had that mini bye, because they played Washington on the Thursday night, and then they didn't play again until the following Monday, was, and they admitted this, they literally put in plays directly from the Ravens and the Bills in terms of designed runs for Justin Fields. Basically, all of Justin Fields' runs the first 6 weeks of the season had been drop back to pass, oh crap, everybody's covered, run. Then in the game against the Patriots, he ran the ball 14 times. 12 of them were designed called runs. That was a completely new wrinkle. So that is what, Dan Quinn and the Cowboys, I guarantee you, are game planning for this week, that the Bears just didn't have on film the first 6 games. So it's taking away the Bears running game, keeping Fields in the pocket, and now dealing with this new wrinkle that they showed with tremendous success against Bill Belichick just, a few days ago.
Your take on the Robert Quinn trade, Philly giving up a 4th for Quinn, and what are the Eagles getting in him this year?
So Robert Quinn only has 3 quarterback hits this year, but Robert Quinn set the Bears' single-season franchise record for sacks last year, breaking Richard Dent's record. So if the Bears have no quarterback history, they got a lot of defensive history, right? So Robert Quinn is not far removed from being an awesome pass rusher, and last year he had Khalil Mack, and he had Akeem Hicks. And part of the reason why they have the 3rd most dead cap space of any team in the NFL is they're paying guys like that to not be here so that they can have $100 million in cap space next year for this new general manager to rebuild the team. So I think that there still is plenty of talent there for Robert Quinn, but he's going to a situation in Philly where he's the 3rd, maybe 4th pass rusher in that rotation. So he's going to be on the field less. He's going to have more help, and he's going to get less, chip blocks from tight ends and running backs. He's going to get a lot more in one-on-one matchups. My guess is he's going to be a impact defensive player, rotational piece. The Eagles are really good. That pick is going to end up being like the 130th pick in the draft. So they didn't give up much to get him. I wish that the Bears would have traded him in the offseason. They said that they didn't get an offer that they wanted, and they wanted him here for culture and the new coaching staff and all of that for training camp. Okay, fine, whatever. But my guess is that Robert Quinn's going to have a big moment in the 4th quarter of a couple of different games for the Eagles going forward. Absolutely.
Bears, top 7 scoring defense. You guys give up 19 a game. Who else is on this defense that the Cowboys should be worried about?
Well, Roquan Smith's still the best player. He's a tackling machine who's got a couple of interceptions this year, who wanted a long-term deal, didn't get it, is facing a franchise tag, which would pay him about $20 million. He wanted to get more than Shaquille Leonard and be the highest paid, inside backer in the game. The Bears balked at that. We'll see what ends up happening. But he is still their most talented player. Bears' talent, though, is in the secondary. It's young, highly touted prospects that have been making plays. Eddie Jackson from Bama was a 4th-round pick, would have been a 1st-round pick if he didn't break his leg in college. He's playing like he did in 2018 when he was an All-Pro and had 6 takeaways. Jalen Johnson, 2nd-round pick, 3rd-year player, is, I think, on his way to a $100 million contract as a corner. He's awesome, and teams are just not targeting him.
Wow.
Then Kyler Gordon, they drafted in the 2nd round this year, and Jaquan Brisker, 2nd-round pick this year, is the strong safety in Brisker, who's playing very, very, very well. And Kyler Gordon had an interception last week, but has been hit or miss and has been more targeted by opposing teams' quarterbacks. But Washington, which puts a ton of corners into the NFL, tons of athletic talent, tons of moxie. Kendall Vildor is a guy that you would pick on, but has been a little bit better than expected this year. But Jalen Johnson, my guess is you guys will stay away from. You'll go after Gordon and Vildor. It's a very young secondary. Like Eddie Jackson, I think, is he's in what, 5th year in the league and is the oldest player in the secondary by far. So it's 2 rookies, a third year player, and a 5th year player. And so it's young, but it's talented, and they're playing very, very well.
Danny, give us your overall opinion. Danny Parkins from Chicago previewing Cowboys Bears, but give us your overall opinion on Dak and the Cowboys in the NFC in terms of power rankings or where you stack them up.
So I have never been the biggest Dak guy. I think that Dak was dealt pocket aces, basically the beginning of his career for forever.
Right.
Best offensive line, best skill guys, and he never had more than 23 touchdowns. And, you know, it was just the numbers were the same every single year. Like low touchdowns, low interceptions, ran the ball a ton, great offensive line, great skill guys. And then obviously he had his breakout year and may meet my words a little bit, but I still think that when things are not perfect around Dak, Dak has not proven to be a guy who consistently can elevate the talent around him, and I'm still waiting to see that, and we didn't see it against the Lions. Right now, first game back and the injury and all that, but I thought it was ridiculous to suggest that Cooper Rush could ever take his job. Obviously, guys putting up 100 yards in a win, and you gave Dak Prescott $160 million. Like, obviously, it's going to be Dak Prescott.
Right.
But Dak has not proven to me that he is an MVP caliber, ever going to be top 5, you know, definitely good, definitely worthy of being paid, all that stuff, plays every game until recently, but plenty of stuff to like. I have them in the NFC behind Philly, I think behind San Francisco when healthy, and then they are in the next grouping with if either Tampa or Green Bay figures it out. Right now they haven't. I don't think Minnesota is particularly real. So, like, I think Dallas is maybe somewhere between the 3rd and the 5th best team in the NFC, depending on what version of Dak you get with Gallup and CeeDee Lamb. And, you know, if those guys start actually producing with some degree of downfield consistency. And you have the scariest single thing, though, in the NFC. Parsons and Lawrence is a better pass rushing duo than any team in the NFL, and it's not particularly close. So it's the type of thing that can win you any game against any team in any setting. So no one wants to play Dallas in the playoffs because of those two guys, but I think that there are still a lot of things to be proven on the offensive side of the ball.
Danny, thank you. This was fantastic. My apologies for your... Oh, actually... You probably owe me. I set the bar low for you in Kansas City, so you're welcome, or I'm sorry, however you want to take it, and thanks for the preview. Enjoy the game on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out well for both of us. Continued success to you and your crew. Maybe work on the production a little bit. Shout out to Nick Wright, and enjoy the game.
Thanks, Danny. Danny Parkins from The Score in Chicago on the Diamond Factory Hotline. But this guy's voice, you look at this kid and you're like, whoa, that voice coming out of this guy? So that's Danny, that whole little Syracuse. I've always had bitterness towards all those people that could get into Syracuse. That's the mecca of communications and broadcasting. Mm-hmm. And that was not happening for me. Quick.
He was a Syracuse guy?
Oh, yeah. They all are, that whole crew.
So he worships Tirico, too?
Tirico. Costas?
Was Costas a Syracuse guy? I had no idea.
Nick, right? Danny, like that's the place you go for communications. At least it was when I went to their summer program. That's it. They're like, if you want to get in here, you can transfer, but you got to have like a 3.5, 3.3 after your first 2 years. And I was like, that's not happening. I need a freshman forgiveness in Washington, D.C.
And you beat him to Kansas City, so.
Well, I'm older. I'm older, so.
You are old. That's true.
I'm old. How old are you?
I'm 33. I know you always think we're so much closer in age, which is kind of like offensive to me. It makes me think that you think I'm in my 40s almost.
Well, maybe, I'm thinking of you as more mature, but.
You can just say I look rough. You can say that.
You look rough, but who am I to talk? All right, so there's Danny Parkins giving you a Bears preview. Everyone's talking about the Cowboys and trade deadline and matching. The deadline is Tuesday at 3. By the way, we're going to have on Babe Laufenberg at 8:40, the playmaker Michael Irvin. We'll ask Michael, do you think that the Cowboys should add a receiver. We had this discussion 24 hours ago with me, you, and Broadus. Mike Tannenbaum, former Jets GM, thinks the Cowboys need to go and get the big name.
Odell Beckham Jr., who's going to turn 30 years old a week from Saturday, and he should celebrate it with a Dallas Cowboy uniform on, because when healthy, he can make the 4 or 5 plays down the stretch that may separate them from the Philadelphia Eagles. They have a championship defense, and he was the best player on the field when he was healthy in the Super Bowl. Here's a big play against the against the Packers. And if we go back to what the Rams did last year, they added Von Miller, they added OBJ. This is a championship team with a very good quarterback, a great defense, and he may be their missing piece.
So there it is. He's on board. It does make me feel better that you guys have sat there, studied the film, watched the tape. You're not seeing. So what's the weakness in Michael Gallup's game? CeeDee Lamb, you guys are saying not getting enough separation.
Michael Gallup's skill set is fine. I don't know what's up with Michael Gallup's confidence. Like, he doesn't look like I don't know if he just doesn't trust his knee right now or what. He's not playing like he's not playing like the normal Michael Gallup. And I think could just be a function of he's working back in and he's working that confidence back, but he's not playing his normal style of ball. He's not tracking the ball as well. He's not fighting for it the same way he does whenever he's got, a defender draped on him. And so it hasn't looked the same as it has in recent years. That Michael Gallup's usually a guy that you can rely on to track the ball really well down the field, a guy who will fight for the football in contested areas, and you're just not seeing much of that right now.
All right, let's send you to the game in Arlington. Our way of thanking you for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. It's time for the AT&T Cowboy Ticket Giveaway. Caller number 10 right now, Tolo number 10 at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053 wins a pair of awesome tickets. 100 level. Ooh, 100 level. Awesome tickets and a parking pass to see the Cowboys take on the Bears Sunday at noon, courtesy of AT&T 5G fast, reliable, secure. AT&T 5G. Let's get to the reliable, secure keys to victory. What needs to happen fast in this game, Bobby Belt?
Put points up early. You need to score. You need to stress Chicago with your defense and
so that
make
Fields can't throw.
You make sure that Justin Fields has to throw. Keep up with you guys. So score early.
Who needs to be reliable?
Tony Pollard. The question was Ezekiel Elliott. Even if he plays, you can tell he's not going to be 100%. And we saw what happens when Ezekiel Elliott is banged up like he was last year. So Tony Pollard's got to be big for them.
And to secure the win?
Take away Justin Fields' legs. If you can do that, if you can keep him contained, you heard Danny mention it there, keep him in the pocket. If you can keep him contained, then you've got a really good shot at winning.
AT&T 5G, fast, reliable, secure, sending you to the game on Sunday. 100 level tickets with a parking pass. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. 10th Tolo to call. 877-881-1053 gets the seats. It's Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt is in for Choppy here on DFW Sports Station. The things that all guys can agree on. RJ sent me this. Okay?
Look at RJ doing prep even when he's not here.
Well, he sent it like 3 or 4 days ago. I just didn't get to it.
We could give him credit on the air, though.
That's right. The 10 things that the internet says all men agree on.
Okay.
Let's see if this is foolproof. Okay, this is from Reddit.
Oh, that's my spot. That's my prep spot.
Okay, the number one thing that every guy agrees on, our main goal is to fix a problem so we can go back to what we want to do, which is nothing.
Yeah, 100%. My wife gets on me all the time. You've heard her complain about it, where she says, I never want to go anywhere. I want to just get through things so that then I can sit at home.
That's how I am.
No, you're a little more like want to be out on the town a little bit.
Well,
than
I want
to
go to some dinners.
I don't. I would be completely content never leaving the house.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm fine with being an invalid.
But you travel on the road for Cowboys games. You go to the Star every day. That I would dread that. I would dread having to go to Frisco at the Star every single day. I would hate it. Yeah. I don't know how RJ goes to all the things he does after the show. Like, oh, I'm going to go to this. I'm going to go to that. And I'm like, not during the week. Friday night, Saturday night, yeah, a dinner, maybe meet up some friends, a couple drinks. That's it. Take the kid out to play. But Monday through Thursday during the week for me, nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm completely content to let's find the quickest solution for whatever it is so that we can just get back to relaxing.
Number 2, a slight tap to the berries is far worse than a slap to the twig.
Oh, yes. That's not even close.
Not even close.
You feel that. You don't just, I think you got to understand, you feel that in your abdomen. Like, it hurts. I was telling my wife the other day about that pain, and she was doing the whole, like, oh, it's not as bad as pregnancy, that whole thing. I'm like, you guys are prepped with drugs for that. It's a one-time experience. Like, I have to live my life in fear that it could happen at any moment with no drugs.
All right. Man agreement number 3. The nod extends across ages, cultures, and boundaries. So they're going with the nod to the left, what it means, the up nod, the down nod, all of it. So the up nod is, what's up? What's up?
Up nod as you know them, I think. Up nod as you know them, down nod as you don't know them.
I don't think there is this says down nod approval.
I would agree.
Yeah,
it's
I
like
mean,
a respect
if
factor.
you agree, then just nod.
Like a down.
Just down nod. Yeah, no, I like generally if I'm crossing somebody on the street and I know them, it's up. If I don't know them, it's down. So that's generally how I do it.
Okay, that makes sense.
It's familiarity.
The left nod is, let's go talk.
Oh, like come over here.
Yeah.
That could be right too, though, couldn't it? Either way.
It
Either way
depends
to decide.
maybe where the room is.
Yeah, I don't know how they can definitively say left.
Right.
They don't have an explanation for the right nod.
Right nod, hey, I need to talk to you.
It's like a secret.
Left nod is, yo, man, check this girl out.
Disagree. I mean, that's just whatever's over your shoulder. You're nodding at.
I agree. Number 4, in cold weather, all guys are created equal. Right? We talk about the Bears, like the Cowboys going to Chicago for some of these games. They've gotten beat down with that wind chill, and when you can get the toughest dude in the world, they walk outside and they don't like the cold.
Yeah,
you're frozen.
Yeah, it's like playing in the cold, right? Right, like nobody can throw the ball in the cold. Like you can't expect a guy to be on top of his game in the
All
cold.
right,
So.
next one. And do you despise the cold? Like Choppy hates the cold.
Yeah, I mean, I really like it like when it's like this, when it's like 50, 60 degrees and breezy. That's great to go out in, especially when the sun's up. But yeah, if it gets colder than the 50s, it's brutal.
All right, next one. When cooking burgers on the grill, you must ask everyone how they want the burger with the full intention of cooking every single burger the same.
No, you don't even ask. Just do it. Do you ask?
Not for burgers. For steaks, I do.
For steaks, sure, because that's everybody's. And I think,
yeah,
generally you will cook the steak to what they're. But a burger's a burger. You make the burger and you shut your mouth.
Cook it medium. Like maybe if my mother's coming in town, she's got to have everything medium rare. So I'll try to do a special for my parents. But no, you got a pool party. You got 8 people over. Everyone's getting the same cook. It's medium.
You know,
medium or medium.
You think if Russell Wilson comes over to your house for a grill out, he's telling you how to cook his burger? Like, hey, can you make that well done?
He's probably not eating. He's probably bringing his own burger.
Oh, gosh.
He's bringing his own Impossible burger.
Oh, gosh, he is.
And
carrot sticks.
All right, no. That's Mike McCarthy's favorite snack. Be careful. All right.
It's Wolverine blood or what?
Wolverine blood. Next, universal male agreement. We must make groaning noises when sitting down.
Or getting up.
Yeah.
Right? That comes with a certain age, I feel like. Like, Joey's not groaning when he sits down.
Right. Yeah, to me, it's not, I'm not doing it for any reason other than my body hurts.
Yeah. It's just like a relief, like, so
Yes.
after we do whatever we want to do to go sit down and do nothing, we sigh and sit down.
This next one's amazing.
Oh, no.
If we see anything on the inside of a toilet or urinal, we have an urge to aim and make it go away.
Yes. Yes.
Does everyone do that?
Yeah, of course.
Is it a competition thing?
By the way, the urinal thing, my wife was blown away by this recently. I saw something on TikTok where women were blown away like this, where there's a selection process that goes into it when you see how many people are staying at a urinal. If there's like 8 of them, it's like, all right, this person's staying here, this person's staying here. So the obvious choice is this one so that I don't have anybody on my shoulder or on my, like there's a process that goes involved in selecting which urinal you stand
you
at.
don't go, it's like the Skip Bayless urinal meme.
Yeah.
Where he like goes
you don't
over
stand
to the person.
right. Yeah, you don't stand right next to somebody.
Right. So, okay, so everyone does try to go ahead and...
Yeah, we're just trying to be efficient.
No, it's a competition thing, right? You're like, can I make that go away? All right, next one. Every man triple taps their front pockets before leaving any place.
Not triple tap. I will like touch the front of them, and if I've got a hoodie pocket, I'll touch the hoodie pocket, and then.
No, I do a mental check. I make Amanda do it too. I go, cell phone, wallet, ID, keys, like every time. I can't stand when people are like Baskett always leaves his wallet in there. And I'm like, Mike, your wallet every time. Mike, your wallet. People like my brother never has like his ID or his wallet. I don't understand. It drives me crazy. So I make her do it. It's a wellness check for your pockets.
The thing I can't ever remember is my headphones. I always remember my keys, my wallet, but the headphones, Joe Trahan from the Cowboys PR, has gotten relentless on me for forgetting my headphones because he had to pick them up at the stadium one time. And then a couple weeks ago when we were in Philly, I left them on the plane as we deplaned, and we had to have the travel coordinator get them for me.
I always lose sunglasses. I don't even take them anymore. I'm like, no one, only give me a $10 pair of sunglasses.
I don't think I've ever owned a pair of sunglasses.
What?
Because I'm a Texan, I'm a man, I'm used to the sun, Sean.
Oh, wow.
I get it. Mr. Landover over here.
Whoa.
You used to gray skies.
I didn't realize that wearing glasses made you uppity. So
no, it doesn't make me uppity. I've never worn them. And it's funny because my dad wore them. They were a staple all the time. And I've never.
So if you go to a beach vacation, you won't have glasses? Yep. Watching practice outside in Frisco, you'd never put on sunglasses?
Got a hat. I got the brim covering over it, and getting to the beach requires flying generally.
So freaking weird.
It's okay.
And then the last one, thinking about nothing really is a valid thing to do. Thinking about nothing. Well, you just want to watch that TV show that's mindless entertainment. You don't have to sit there and think. Yeah, that's like kind of a de-stressor.
I want the thing on the TV that I don't have to pay attention to at all. Like I want to pay such little attention that I want to be able to check in and out of like sitting there and having any attention to it and still be able to keep up.
So this is sad, but because of Instagram and Twitter and TikTok, and you're all over social media, engaging with Tolos more than anybody, I actually look forward to commercial breaks now in shows. Before, when DVR first came out, I'm like, yes, fast forward through it. Let's do it. And now, my wife and I take the time during the commercial break. Okay, this is phone time.
As a pause, yeah.
As a pause.
Or my wife and I'll do that, especially if it's on a streaming service like Hulu, where it's the 2.5 minute break or whatever. Then it's okay, got time to run to the bathroom, come back, scroll the phone real quick, check in on any sex. You're right. It is actually perfect.
877-881-1053. Any other ones coming in?
214 says men sit down to pee in the middle of the night. I do not.
I don't in the middle of the night, but sometimes I will. First off, you're doing it because your cell phone. Second off, if you are just waking up, sometimes you need to.
I won't do that. What I do is we've got
You won't even be in the bathroom.
I will. The cabinet is there.
You won't take a shower if you've used the restroom 30 minutes before.
2 hours. It's 2 hours is the rule. I won't shower in the same bathroom that I've used within 2 hours. But no, what I do is I've got the cabinet there in front of us, like the little vanity thing. I will lean my head forward on it and kind of rest and just sit, but I won't sit down.
Because if you sit down, that's too much time to wake up and not be able to go back to sleep, in my opinion. But I will sit down to pee because you just want to chill. You want to relax. That's the parent escape time. And again, sometimes when you just wake up, I don't want to misdirect and end up having to wipe something off the floor.
I have perfect aim, so I don't have to worry about that.
Well,
Sean,
it's easier when it's small. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com.
We're all equal in the cold, Sean. Just remember that.
Well done. Well done. All right. Where has the NFL scoring gone? What's up with what's going on around the league and the 10 things that have happened this NFL season that nobody could have ever predicted? Around the NFL, Babe Laufenberg, Michael Irvin, it's all coming up right here on Sean and RJ.
MyFitnessStore.com studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour kicking off. My guy Bobby Belt in for Choppy today
Touchdown.
and tomorrow. Wrong tagline.
I was going to ooh-wee and everything.
Again, Babe Laufenberg will be joining us at 8:40 to preview the Bears game. The playmaker, Michael Irvin, at 9 o'clock. Let's go around the rest of the NFL. The 10 things you would not have believed happened during the course of this NFL season. I got to get the Tolo and the props. I think it was James. I got to see who sent me this. I like to give the credit to it. The 10 things that would have been unbelievable if I told you they would take place before the year. Seahawks have the best record in the NFC West.
Wouldn't have believed it.
Would not have believed it.
Did not buy into Geno Smith.
And do we owe Pete Carroll an apology for being this out-of-touch dinosaur?
Yes. Yeah, we owe him an apology for being dead on about Russell Wilson. That's for sure. And I love, though, a couple weeks ago, you remember when Geno said, like, hey, it's incredibly and then he's like, you're surprised?
You haven't watched me play?
He's like, you haven't watched me play? It's like, no, that's the problem. We all watched you play. What the hell are you talking about?
I know.
Like, he needs to, like, throttle back a little bit, dude. It's been 6-7 weeks of you being successful. Let's keep that ego in check a little bit.
All right, next one. The Jets are 5-2.
Stunning, especially given that Zach Wilson has not played up to a level of a top 3 pick. So it's not even like they hit on the quarterback and they're playing well. They're playing well without it.
Yeah, yesterday I brought us in a Howie Roseman Eagles GM position of agreeing to pay Hurts right now. Extend Jalen Hurts and get him for cheaper, or gamble that, you're not going to have to pay the Dak price of waiting. And he goes, I'll just go ahead and draft someone else. I got picks. And I said, what do you want, Zach Wilson?
I mean, Brian's been trying to draft somebody to replace Dak, though, for like years. So, of course, he's not going to want to pay Jalen Hurts. Brian has been on this mission.
But why isn't he acknowledging that Zach Wilson gets you fired? Maybe.
Yeah.
Who else? Trubisky, since I got the Bears top of mind.
Josh Rosen. Although Josh Rosen didn't get you fired, but it was bad. Yeah, Baker was bad.
We don't know about Trevor Lawrence. Darnold. Yeah. History is showing how scary it is. Yes, he was right about Josh Allen, but
it's a 50-50 proposition at best when you're picking a quarterback in the first round.
All right, so 2 for 2 with unbelievable things that have happened so far during this NFL season. Daniel Jones leads the league in game-winning drives.
That's surprising to me, more because it's about the Giants themselves. We talked about that the week they played the Giants. I've always thought Daniel Jones is tough and he has moxie. I'm not surprised that being in that position that he comes up and makes big plays, but I'm surprised that they've been in that position as often as they have.
Yeah, this is still pretty surprising. This is from Monte, who sent me this. So Monte at Cowboys Dungeon. 4, Eagles are undefeated.
Yeah, that's. I mean, the whole NFC East is stunning in general. But yeah, the Eagles being undefeated. Although there were a lot of people nationally who were on the Eagles pretty hard before the year and thought that, and I had thought they were overrating them. But them being undefeated is point surprising, just for the fact that I thought Dallas would have beat them.
I mean, you and I picked them to win the East, though.
Mm-hmm. No, that's why I said it's not totally surprising they're good, but this deep in the season to be undefeated is surprising.
Aaron Rodgers is no longer a top 5 QB.
That Jordan Love motivation is worn off, I think. That's I don't know that.
Or did they screw him with weapons, with receivers?
He screwed himself with receivers, and he's done it with Home Depot workers before. Like, you remember there was that little stretch from like 16, 17, 18, like around there, where people started seeing a decline in Rodgers. Then he got rejuvenated from the Jordan Love pick. He did the whole Michael Jordan, I took that personal. And now I think it's just you're seeing the decline setting in again.
So far, 5 for 5 in terms of unbelievable things that have taken place this year. This next one, though, is going to be my first strong disagreement. Matt Ryan already got benched. That's not shocking.
It's shocking that it's for Ellinger and not Nick Foles.
Why not see what you have in Sam?
I mean, just in general, you've got Frank Reich there, though. Play Foles, a guy who you've had success with in the past. I'm just surprised that ultimately they elevated Ellinger over Nick Foles and then up over Matt Ryan.
But Ryan getting benched.
That's not surprising in and of itself.
Dameon Pierce leads the NFL in broken tackles. I don't even know who he plays for.
He's the running back that came out of Florida. He's with, is it Jacksonville? Where is he? No, Houston, yeah. That's not totally surprising me just because of the way he ran at Florida.
Okay. Christian McCaffrey is a 49er. That's not stunning because we knew Carolina was going to be bad.
I'm kind of stunned that once the reports have come out of what the Rams offered, that they took the 49ers offer, because it was the same offer with picks, and then they offered Cam Akers. And they were like, yeah, we'd rather have the exact same set of picks and just no Cam Akers, which I guess they don't want that on their books. But.
Here were the other supposed offers. Is it Dove Kleiman?
Yeah, that guy's he's an aggregator.
What does that mean?
He just basically takes other people's reports and shares them. He doesn't actually report anything on his own.
Okay, he was tweeting there were multiple teams inquiring about McCaffrey. Philly, Denver, Buffalo, and the Rams were all involved. The Panthers eventually accepted the offer. Here's the other offers. Eagles and Broncos only offered 3rd and 4th round picks. Rams offered, like you said, to trade Cam Akers. The final offer to Carolina was a 2nd and a 3rd in this upcoming draft, a 4th and a 5th in 24, and Cam Akers.
They said no. They took 49ers offer just without Cam Akers. And the 4th rounder was for this year. So that's interesting. Man, if Philly would have gotten Christian McCaffrey too, my word, that would have been scary.
Do they need him? Miles Sanders is a good player.
No, but I mean, think about just if you had Jalen Hurts able to play that RPO game or dump off screens to McCaffrey.
Browns have a bottom 5 defense.
I don't know that that's totally surprising. Defenses can be a little unpredictable from year to year, so that doesn't totally surprise me.
RJ Choppy sitting in for RJ Choppy here on 105 through the
Well, I mean, Football Outsiders will tell you,
Plus their offense was going to give it back a decent amount with Brissett instead of Watson.
Through the first 11 weeks for sure.
And then finally, 10 things you would not have believed if you were told before the season the Bucs have the same points as the Panthers. They have the same amount of points as Carolina?
That's surprising. I would have believed that back in early March, but not once Brady came back. I wouldn't have believed that. Now, where was on that list? I didn't hear Lamar Jackson is playing awful. You know why? You know why? Because that's not a surprise.
Tonight, it's going to be the Ravens against the Buccaneers. You were worried at first at the beginning of the year when he had some MVP games.
Nope, was not worried. I know everything regresses to the mean.
Would you still pay him?
Yeah, I'd still pay him because I mean he's a weapon, but he's not a passer.
Man, he's beaming, y'all. He's beaming on the fan cam.
I love it, man. You kidding me? This is a great year for my quarterback takes with Matt Stafford and Lamar Jackson. It's been a good time.
All right, let's talk about some other things that have defined the league so far that you actually sent me. Close games and comebacks are the calling card. No prior season in NFL history has had more games that have been within one score in the fourth or decided by one touchdown or less through the first 7 weeks. This is the closest that the league has been and the most dramatic fourth quarters, Bobby, through 84 games.
What they wanted, isn't
Perfect.
it? Isn't
Perfectly drawn up.
Isn't it what the league wants? They want do they want really dominant teams and, 4 or 5 really great teams and a bunch of bottom feeders? No, they wanted everybody to kind of be middle of the road, and that's what they've got.
And they've gotten comebacks as well. There's been 34 games this year where a team came back to win or tie after trailing in the fourth. That's tied for 2012 and 1989 for the most ever through week 7.
The Giants are 6-1. The Giants have led going into the fourth quarter one time this year.
Every single one of their games has been in one possession.
It's ridiculous.
The average final score margin of 9.3 is the lowest average final score margin through week 7 since 1970. Only 3 other years since the merger have had an average score margin of less than 10 through the first 7 weeks.
1970 is the merger too. So, I mean, we're talking about it's basically since the merger was created, this is as close as it's ever been.
What's been your explanation for why points are down?
So Jory Epstein from, I was about to say USA Today, she's actually been traded to Yahoo. So Jory Epstein's over at Yahoo. She's a great reporter, great writer. Cowboys players actually awarded her with their favorite reporter on the beat before the season. And Jory had a really great piece over on Yahoo about why NFL scoring is down. And it's down through 7 weeks of play, 43.4 average total points per game. And that's the lowest it's been since 2010. And so she went around and she asked people on and off the record, like, hey, what's the deal here? What are we seeing? And there were a lot of different answers where teams were saying, look, we're kind of in a discovery phase, right? Like it's early in the season. We're working in different parts. Look at all the quarterback moves that were made. You had, Russell Wilson to the Broncos. Devontae Adams is gone. Hollywood Brown to the Cardinals. Like teams are just trying to work their guys in. That's what this is about. But what she found after talking to some people, in fact, it was, who was it? It was somebody in the NFL office. Mike Lopez, the NFL Senior Director of Football and Analytics, had done some research for her, and they found that too deep shell that gave Patrick Mahomes problems, that too deep shell that gave Dak Prescott problems in the second half of last year, that's now being applied in a lot of ways league-wide. You're seeing guys drop into, too deep shells. You're seeing them run quarters coverage. You're seeing them take away the passing game and just say, we'll play everything underneath and we'll let you run the ball, but we're not going to let you beat us with the passing game. And because of that, you're seeing completion percentages at a 5-year low right now in the NFL, 62.6%, as is the completion of deep throws, 25-plus yards, and they're only generating a 27.7% success rate on passes 25-plus yards down the field. So the deep ball is being taken away by teams right now. And maybe that's why when we've talked earlier today about the Cowboys wanting to run the ball and play defense, maybe that's just the way they see it, is that, like, what does it matter if we go out and get a receiver? Right. Because teams are taking this away from us. So we just need to make sure we excel at what defenses are giving us, which is the run game.
Red zone numbers are down as well.
Yeah, red zones are down. And it's because I think you just see the way that defenses are playing everything up front, and then when things get tighter, you're able to get even less creative when the field gets shorter, and they're able to just kind of flood the end zone and take things away there. And so you've got, as Jory points out, the cover 2 zone with the 2 deep safeties, that's up 2.9%. Cover 4 zone, the quarters coverage, that's up 3.3%. And then the cover 6 zone, which is a half field cover 2, and then the others are half quarters, that's up 3.7%. So It's just teams totally taking away the passing game right now. And that's why you're seeing some of the struggles. But also, I will submit, since I'm here to be the Dak Prescott defender, I'll submit that it's even more impressive to me that Dak is throwing 76% last week. And is, you can roll your eyes if you want, Sean. Dak Prescott, 10 percentage points over completion above expectation last week.
You know what's crazy?
It was a good game. By the way, Broadus came back and agreed with me. It was a B on Dak's performance after he watched the tape.
A B?
Yeah, he said B.
It is amazing to me that Jerry Jones is the most sane Cowboy fan of the week.
Oh my!
When he talked
God.
about it being a little bit of a misleading win. I'm not crapping on it. I'm just saying, how has everyone in DFW forgotten you were down 6-3 at the half and 10? It was a 10-6 game after 3. How has everyone forgotten that? You guys are crazy.
I'm not saying he was great, but Dak was good. He was
bad in the first half.
He was not bad.
You guys have totally erased the
average.
interceptions that he should have thrown. You guys just conveniently leave that out, throwing into triple coverage and then double coverage, and you just strike it from the right.
There were 2 throws.
But
that's 2. If you're telling me 2 out of every 26 throws are interceptable balls, like in a game, your first game back with a thumb injury, I'm going to take it.
Why are you baiting me into this?
I'm not baiting you.
I finally got away from these Twitter people. I finally distanced myself from it. You're baiting me back into it when you know deep down I want them to win through Dak, but people can't comprehend
I'm not baiting you into it. I'm letting the listeners know who were all over Danny when Danny was talking about Dak sucks. They were like, "Yeah, Danny, this is the best guest we've ever had. Let him co-host the morning show." They were all over it. I'm just letting them know Dak is good, and when you look at the way that offenses are playing right now, Dak's return performance played above league expectation right now.
Against the Lions. Good.
But it doesn't matter. It was above league expectation.
Babe Laufenberg coming up at 8:40.
Babe will tell you.
Michael Irvin coming up at 9 here on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt in for Choppy. Someone just sent me a rumor where the Eagles may not be done. Has Jalen Brunson replaced Amari Cooper? And the fish fraud incident that I've been all over. Not a fish fry, but the fish fraud. Are the Eagles not done adding after what they did yesterday? Next on The Fan. But let me get you on over to
To drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. So frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Cowboys analyst Babe Laufenberg is going to be joining us at 8:40 this morning for his usual Thursday visit. And then yesterday, the playmaker Michael Irvin, he had to reschedule for today. So, Bobby, you're going to be sitting there interviewing the playmaker at 9 o'clock this morning. And, of course, he's coming on as an Odyssey NFL insider. And those appearances are sponsored by Driveway.com. If you're looking for a car, go to Driveway.com where you can get pre-qualified, buy a car, and get it delivered. So Babe Laufenberg, then Michael Irvin. What is this new Twitter thing going on? Why are people are sending me pictures of myself, like average radio host, or what is this new thing that's taking place on social media?
The Halloween costume thing. It's just a new meme where it's like, if you get one of those,
like a costume.
Yeah, you get one of the costumes. It's like nurse's outfit, and it tells you everything comes with. People are just using it as a standard meme now to like poke fun at things. So it's like Eagles fan, and then it's like a trash bag, and it's like doesn't come with a Super Bowl ring. Like it's just crap like that.
Okay,
it's that sort of a thing.
Let's see. William got me with radio host, small hands not included. My guy Jimmy said El Sean includes fireball, pork chops, and brisket. So I'm getting mocked up and made fun of on Twitter and Instagram.
Hey, just wait till Kurt Warner makes a video about you. Then it'll be then you can really complain about it. And see, as much as you mentioned the other day that that was payback for Slater. My picture of me wearing I did the horns down. I'm wearing Broadus' Sugar Bowl jersey.
Yeah.
Like at least I didn't have Jane make a video from Kurt Warner for you, going like Sean.
Have you met Kurt Warner?
Yes. Yes, Kurt follows me on Twitter. I booked Kurt.
Whoa!
I booked Kurt for G-Bag after the season when he came on and talked about Dak. So like that's what was extra annoying about it.
Cool. Who you got booked for us today and tomorrow?
Did I not offer to book some people? And you're like, no.
Well, you're like Brad Bigg, Chicago Tribune.
No.
You get G-Bag Kurt Warner, and I'm getting leftovers from deep dish land over here.
Did I not get Ian Rappaport after the Tyron Smith injury?
Yeah, I know. I'm busting your balls. All right, I don't know how legit this is, but thanks to Uncle Jay Tolo saying, sounds like Eagles may not be done looking for a running back when we just talked about their offer from McCaffrey. Of course, yesterday, the Eagles traded a fourth for Robert Quinn. Cowboys won't have to face Quinn on Sunday, the former Cowboy, but eventually they will. NFL Rumors has 164,000 followers. They're not citing a reporter, but they're saying several teams have checked in on Alvin Kamara. The Eagles offered a third for McCaffrey per Sports Illustrated. Howie Roseman may not be done. It's not citing a specific person, but this would make sense too.
Yeah, they don't cite specific people because they want to get the retweets off of it without credit. So that's where that comes from.
Okay.
But those are generally good reports. It's just they're not going to bother to cite anybody.
Okay.
Shout out Ari Myrov from PFF. He does the same crap.
But people usually don't get shouted out with an insult.
Yeah, but
I've never heard that done before.
I cannot tell you.
You who sucks.
I've told John Machota so many times that like I can't stand this guy, and then I ended up going to Combine, and that guy was behind me the whole freaking week. It's like he knew I had talked crap about it, which I freely do. I don't run from it, but
did you say something to him?
No, I didn't want to talk to him, but if he would have come up to me, it would have been like, go away, you suck. I would have been very direct about it because he does, and he's a content thief. But on the topic of running backs getting traded, yeah, like what? I mean, you want Philly to go out and get Kareem Hunt? I mean, if they were looking at Christian McCaffrey, why wouldn't they call about Kareem Hunt? Or Alvin Kamara, and that makes them even more dangerous. Like I mean, and if there's anybody who would be willing to just, YOLO, let's go get it, it's Howie Roseman.
The Lakers and Nets lose last night. LeBron's 0-4. Steve Nash gets tossed. Ben Simmons still isn't shooting. Mavs against the Nets tonight. That's going to be fun. You got the Stars and the Caps, and you got Thursday Night Football with the Buccaneers and the Ravens. Meanwhile, some Tolos they're in pain. They're in mourning over Jalen Brunson's stat line. The Knicks have won 3 in a row, and last night in OT, Brunson ended up scoring 27 with 13 dimes and 7 rebounds, 3 turnovers as the Knicks beat the Hornets. 27, 13, and 7, my bad.
People are talking about him like he's saved Julius Randle too. Like, oh man, Julius Randle is about to get run out of town. Look at what a master Jalen Brunson has been. Meanwhile, Christian Wood still can't even get 30 minutes here in Dallas.
All right, give us your Christian Wood take because you've been tweeting about this a lot.
I just think it's ridiculous. And look, it got better the other night. He played 29 minutes. He played more in the fourth quarter, like down the stretch, but it was
not at the end.
Not at the very end, but I mean, he was in there more for the fourth quarter than he was the previous 2 games. And so,
yeah, but in the history of basketball,
I don't get it.
Your most important players are in at the end of games to decide them.
I don't get it because it's also like, how long have we been going like, all right, look, we need a really effective role guy for Luka to play with, and then we need a really effective, pick and pop guy that Luka can play with. Christian Wood has been both of these already. Like, he is an effective pop or role guy. Like, you can do anything with him, and they are incredibly efficient right now, the Mavericks offense, whenever Christian Wood and Luka Doncic are on the floor together, which has been painfully little, like in the grand scheme of things, how much time they spent together on the floor. It was funny. I was listening to, it was the Ringer NBA show, I think, and they were talking about the Mavs had the most efficient offense in the history of the NBA. Best offense in the history of the NBA, with Kristaps Porzingis just as a threat to be what Christian Wood is actually doing for them right now.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where it's like, he is a slam dunk if he keeps this up for Sixth Man of the Year. And if he's a starter and he starts playing more starter minutes, you're talking about a real all-star candidate.
So a couple of explanations from all people. Brian Broaddus who
Mavs insider.
He has legit real Mavs connections, and then Bassick is, to me, a basketball encyclopedia and a great resource.
Yes.
Couple of explanations. Number one, with the way kids' rotations are working, they're just playing him at the end of the third and beginning of the fourth, and that's taking him out of the end of these games. Mike says that needs to change. But the way the rotation has been set up, that's the explanation for him not playing, I think, at the end of the Suns game, and then the other night against the Pelicans.
Bad rotation then.
Bad rotation.
And fix it.
Number two, fatigue. Broadus has been told. Maybe that's coming from the rotation. I hope it's not that he's out of shape to start the season like Luka normally is.
He doesn't look out of shape.
Number three, want you to pay your early dues. You're going to come off the bench for 10, maybe 15 games. We just want to make sure you're a good soldier. There are character concerns and questions about him from all his previous stops, and we want you to earn it. We don't want you to be a defensive liability, and this is the way it's going to go to start off. These are theories and things being told to certain people.
And pay your fine if I understand the defensive liability aspect. He's absolutely been that throughout his career. But if you're telling me this is about paying dues and like, oh, this is a character test and everything, all right, well, now you're talking to me like this is Milwaukee Bucks Jason Kidd, and I don't want that guy anywhere near this organization.
Hang on a second.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying I don't want Jason Kidd near the organization. I'm just saying I don't want those philosophies that got him in trouble in Milwaukee leaking over here because they weren't here last
Christian
year.
Wood, 7 different teams have not made it work with Christian Wood. Maybe someone needs to be, now maybe they were a hard ass with him in other places, but it hasn't worked in every other city.
But
they haven't kept him.
Jason Kidd's Nets and Bucks philosophy didn't work there either, though. And so he changed up. He appeared to learn what worked and what didn't, and applied it to the Mavericks last year and was a great coach.
He's not putting him into a psych ward, Bobby. He's just saying, you're going to come off the bench to start off the season.
But why are you willing to sacrifice, tight ball games at the end of games in the name of a stupid character test? That sounds like you're getting a little too caught up in the game.
I only think him coming off the bench to start is the character test. I think the rotation and the fatigue is playing more of a role, and a little bit of the defense is the explanation for not being in at the end of the game.
Defense makes sense. I get that. And I understand if that's the argument. I think there's a greater benefit in what he can do to put the ball in the basket in close games late that I would still have him out there, but I at least can get down with that. If you're just telling me it's a matter of, the rotation's the rotation, then fix the rotation.
Fix the rotation.
Like it's an easy fix.
Every other team has their best players in at the end of the games.
And my gosh, I hated it too. On that same podcast I was listening to, the Ringer one, they were talking about the Mavericks losing that game to the Pelicans. And I hate that this is the reputation nationally. They were all three saying, well, yeah, but doesn't that just feel like the type of game the Mavericks lose? That's the way they lose the last few years. And that sucks that is kind of been a standard for them.
I'm not worried about them.
I'm not worried about them either, but I am worried that if they don't correct that Christian Wood thing, that is their identity through the end of the year.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. I've been following this story. I love this story. The fisherman fraud in Cleveland. Did you see the video? The 2 guys who stuffed weights and other fish inside of their fish to turn in at these tournaments that have prize money around $28,000.
Yeah, there were about 30 Brian Broaduses that were ready to kick those guys' asses.
I know. So they're turning in the fish. They're weighing the fish. They're like, yours are like a lot heavier than these others. They cut the fish open and they're pulling out weights. And they're pulling out other fillets of fish that have been stuffed. And the 2 guys pled not guilty to cheating and other charges yesterday.
Who did it then? Who are they saying stuffed it with weights?
We need your fish content. We need your fish jokes on the truckwreck.com.
Exclusive.
Text line. You can throw in a trout. You can throw in a tilapia. Give me some fish jokes before we get to Babe Laufenberg. But that crowd, it was a mob. It was a mob gathering around these guys. This is felony charges.
Why?
Because I told you it's $28,000. You're stealing from other people. Cheating, attempted grand theft, possessing criminal tools, and misdemeanor charges of unlawfully owning wild animals. Both were released on personal bonds of $2,500. Give me the jokes. Give me all the fish jokes.
They're still catching up. That we haven't got them yet. But I mean, honestly, it's this just strikes me as this seems like a massive overreaction. Like, it seems like there are a lot of other things.
No, it isn't.
You don't think it is?
No. They
didn't get away with it.
They're competing for money.
They didn't get away with it, though. So, like, just all
So
right,
what should
like,
be the punishment?
You're banned from any of those competitions. That's the end.
We got to get the money back.
Oh.
They've been doing this for tournaments.
972 sounds like a fishy situation. That has been made about 4 times already.
That's it.
We've also got 817. They just couldn't wait for the results, and they've got actual weight
Not
spelled
bad.
out
Stop
there.
trolling.
Let's see here. We've got a lot of fishy ones. I'm trying to find one. 214 says this is so dumb. They should have used ice, so when they go to look for weights, it would have already been melted and gone. Wow, sounds like 214 has experience with
criminal.
this.
That's a criminal mind. That's brilliant.
940. Fishing tournaments are no joke, man. Those guys both got confiscated and taken away because of this. Yeah, they did. Like, if you watch the video, they're, like I said, I wasn't joking when I said it's a bunch of Brian Broaddus. Like, I bet Broaddus would have been all up in there like, you blanking cheaters.
Dude, Michael Jordan is in on this stuff. Michael Jordan has like $1 million team and a boat and a whole setup because this is real deal serious money with prizes.
Okay, so here's the problem. 940 says these guys had already won several tournaments before. Okay, so they had already won about $250,000 in prize money, and
Come on, give me one salmon. Give me one walleye. Walleye.
817 trying to tip the scales in their favor.
That's pretty good.
These are all dad jokes.
Let's preview the Cowboys and the Bears, and now the scales are balanced. That was Corey Majors popping in. Babe Laufenberg, followed by Michael Irvin to get you ready for Sunday. Next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it is a Thursday.
break is good. my upcoming podcast, I just lost it. Bobby knows how to get me fired up.
See, Pat Doney, the other fellas, they won't play along. They'll be too nice.
Well, they don't want to hear when I lash out. Like, I think it makes Pat's skin crawl. He gets uncomfortable. But
me, I just start teeing you up more. Like, hey, so what do you think about that?
You eat it up. Let's see what Babe Laufenberg thinks on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Cowboys analyst here on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt in for Choppy. Good morning, Babe.
Good morning, guys. Let me ask you this: the most important thing to me on a radio show, and really any TV show or whatnot, when two people are doing it, is the chemistry.
Yeah.
So how is the chemistry between you two? How do you feel about that right now?
Not great.
No, it's
Okay.
pretty terrible.
Yeah.
Sean's been attacking me on and off the air.
Yeah,
breaking a lot of stuff I've seen in the handbook during the break. Just
Babe, did you ever think about? I mean, I may have approached you or not way back in the day. You ever give serious consideration to hosting and doing a radio show, and why or why not?
The answer is I have been approached numerous times. One station said, pick your time slot.
Wow.
I don't feel like I have 3 or 4 good hours in me. I've got maybe 30 minutes of conversation in me. You know, like the segment we do, about 10 minutes. That's perfect. I've pretty much exhausted my knowledge.
You want to host 5:30 to 6? Get you a full half hour
in the evening,
in the morning.
Babe, don't wake up till 8.
No, yeah. If I'm up at 5:30, I'm going to take a tinkle and getting back into bed. Okay, hey, I got a couple things for you guys, real quick, and then we'll hit all the stuff. Okay?
Yeah. No. I got one thing for you first.
Oh, please.
At the end of the last segment, we talked about this fishing story. I'm trying to explain to Bobby what a huge deal this is. These guys are like getting charged for felonies, and they're going to court because they were stuffing these fish with weights and other fillets to make them heavier to win the prize money. You're a huge fisherman. Tell Bobby how big of a deal, how big of a scandal this really is.
Well, you know what? In full disclosure, I'm not much of a bass fisherman, so that's what these tournaments are. I like my trout fly fishing, but it's a huge deal. And let me just say this. I know they pled not guilty, and I saw the video before, and it's crazy, but it just doesn't pass the smell test, does it?
No.
I mean, like the fish were working out in the bottom of the lake, and they had weights in their stomachs. Where do you go? Where do you go with the defense on that?
Right.
Okay, so my fish joke. Ready?
Okay.
So a dad and his 2 boys, they go into the bait shop. There's an old guy behind the counter. He says, hey, taking you 2 boys fishing today? And the guy says, sure am. And the guy says, you got worms? And Dad says, yeah, we do. But he said, we're going anyway.
Got worms.
You didn't get worms. You got worms, like intestinal worms.
The ultimate dad joke. Okay, boys.
Sean is disappointed.
Over my head.
Well, let me just say this. It's not one where you gather your friends up and say, okay, listen to this joke.
I got one for you. Yeah, it's
maybe you shouldn't host a radio show. Yeah.
See, there you go. Also, you know what? I'm not good at pop culture.
No, music. Well, I don't know. You know one musician. I don't know. You know Bruce.
I know.
What about movies?
Not really modern. Brad always makes fun of me that the last movie I saw was like Gone with the Wind or something, which is not true. But
you saw On the Waterfront. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I went and saw that at the, what's the name of it now? They closed it down.
AMC? Oh, no.
It's in the West Village.
Yeah, that old theater.
Yes, and they used to play old movies, and I'd love it. But
yes.
Okay, here we go. Ready?
Yeah.
Justin Fields, first-round draft pick, right?
Mm-hmm.
Last year.
Mm-hmm.
Ohio State has had 2 other quarterbacks taken in the first round. Can you name them?
Haskins.
Yeah, there's one.
2 others?
Yeah. There's another one.
It's Haskins, and then it's, who's the other one?
I'll just throw it at you. Art Schlichter in 1982.
Oh, I was just about to say him.
Yeah.
Were you really?
No.
Yeah, it was taken by the Baltimore Colts. So I think when you go back to franchises that aren't there anymore, then you get a pass.
What's your evaluation? What's your evaluation of Fields? And people are ready to give up already. What are you seeing in his game? Is this just stop Fields from running and the Cowboys win Sunday?
Oh, I think for the most part, yes. And let me just say, I think fans, teams, the turnover is so quick now. We just saw Matt Rule get fired not 3 years into his deal. You know, there's rumors about Nathaniel Hackett 7 games in getting fired. So there's no patience with coaches and plans and development, and there's no patience with quarterbacks. And to me, he is a guy that he's developing. He's learning the NFL. Now, will he get there? Is he going to be a great player? I don't know. He certainly has the ability to run. We know that. We saw that. He was certainly a talented guy coming out of Ohio State. If you watch that national championship game with Mo State against Alabama, I mean, he was getting the heck beat out of him and just making great throws. But, you get to the NFL, Trevor Lawrence is finding out, all these guys, for the most part, are finding out, it's a different game, and it takes development, it takes repetitions, and it takes games. And, there's a few guys that kind of jump in and they have success early, but it really skews the whole field. Just the way Brady has skewed things by, well, this guy's only 38. He's got another 10 years in him. Well, no, just because Tom Brady played till he's 45 doesn't mean everybody's going to. But so anyway, bottom line, to me, he's a developing guy, and the book is yet to be written on him. But certainly a dangerous runner.
We're chatting with Babe Laufenberg here, previewing Cowboys and the Bears. Babe, on the topic of the Cowboys offense, like we've seen this identity shift, it looks like, where they talked a lot before the season about, hey, we want to run the ball more. And now that we've gotten to the season, it looks like, hey, we're definitely running the ball more. And Dak coming back last week didn't seem to change that up much. Is this a new commitment to you? And how do you view this year's offense versus what they were doing last year?
Well, I think, they want to run the ball. What's funny is a lot of teams want to run the ball now. It sort of shifted this year, and there's any number of teams that are running it more than they throw it. And I think last year, Philadelphia may have been the only team in the NFL that ran it more than they threw it. And now every week it seems like we're doing a game, and I'm prepping, and this team's running it more than they're throwing it. This team's running it more than they're throwing it, and I think that in part has kept scoring down a little bit this year. There's a million reasons why you could talk about that. But, when you look at the Cowboys offense, when I look at them, let's just go kind of position by position. We won't do all 11, but the quarterback, obviously they lost Dak, so it's been Cooper Rush. So if you look to last year, the quarterback isn't or hasn't been as good. Dak was a little rusty last week. You guys touched on it. Played okay, played fine, but he's going to get better. The O-line loses Tyron Smith. The wide receiver position, if you said Amari was your number one receiver last year, which he was, okay, so now that's CD. Is CD as good as Amari? So your number 2 last year was CD. This year it's kind of Noah Brown. Your 3 was Gallup. Now it's a recovering Gallup. Cedric Wilson was your 4th. I couldn't even tell you who the 4th receiver is. So each one of those, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 really, is not as good as what it was last year. Dalton Schultz has been hurt. So your tight end hasn't been as good. The only position I would say that's better this year is running back, and that's because they're giving the ball to Tony Pollard a little bit more. But so when you look at the overall picture of the offense, they're not as good because the guys playing those positions either are not as good or have not been as good.
Babe Laufenberg here on The Fan. A lot of fans were not happy with these 3rd and 1 conversions or lack thereof against the Lions. What is your take on it? Oh, you're getting too fancy. Stop running people outside. Jerry came on Tuesday, said, I'm a fan of just, going ahead and taking it right up the middle. To me, it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you convert off creativity, you're a genius, and if you don't, you're a moron. What's your take?
My take is your take. I'm serious. You're exactly right. If you just send Zeke up the middle and they stop him, it's like, well, everybody knew they were going to do that. So it's a can't-win situation. And I always go back to the late, great Ernie Zampese, and coordinator, longtime guy in the NFL, won a Super Bowl here with the Cowboys in '96 as a coordinator. And I used to sit in Ernie's office. It was great. I'd go up to his office every Friday, and he would give me the game plan. We'd go through everything. We'd talk football. It was awesome. Now, if I went up, they'd probably call security and have me arrested. But those days I'd go up, and then Ernie said, hey, I learned a long time ago, babe, if the play works, it's a good call. If it doesn't work, it's a bad call. And he said, you just got to accept that. So when you finish the game and you say that didn't work, you say, yeah, bad call, my fault. So the interesting about last week in the third downs, they were 3-9, against Detroit, but they many times you end up, and I always go back and look at third downs, and they'll have 4 third and 15 pluses. Well, you're not going to pick those up, but you're exactly right. Last week, 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, 3rd and 2, 3rd and 1. They don't pick those up, and that's just a killer. That's all you want to do is get yourself into those positions. But Dak took I don't want to say he took a sack, but he was sacked on one. Zeke was -2, Pollard 0. So, there's, again, you can throw it, you can run it. If it works, it's a great call. If it doesn't, it's not a good call. But there's no question, they've got to rectify their third down situation. No offense is a good offense if you do not convert a healthy portion of your third downs.
What do you think of the trade for Jonathan Hankins? And if you had to make one more Babe Laufenberg trade to address something, what would it be?
Hankins, obviously I haven't watched a lot of Raiders where he is 10 years in, so he's just a guy that's going to come in and, take 15, 20 snaps against the run. So I don't have a tremendous opinion on that. I do think they need a little explosiveness on offense, and that would probably be receiver. They've got it, obviously, in Tony Pollard at running back. And if I could swing a deal out there, much like they did for Amari Cooper, right, in 2018, if I could swing a deal for a wide receiver, that's where I would go. Defense, shoot, I think we can all agree. You don't need a splash move over there, although I guess Philadelphia just made one, right? Picking up Robert Quinn. Quick funny story about that. I'm in the locker room yesterday. I'm talking to Tyler Smith, right? And just basically one-on-one, just getting some information for the game. And where are you now compared to where you were in that Tampa Bay game where you start your first NFL game? And we go through it all. And then I go through Robert Quinn and have you looked at film and has Tony Peters. I played with Tony Peters in Washington. Jason Peters. I said, it's Jason Peters. He said, yeah, he's gone through what he likes, moves, this. I get in the car and I'm listening to the fan like 30 minutes later, and I heard Robert Quinn is traded. I said, well, there go those notes. I'll save them for December 24th when Philly hits town.
There you go. Fantastic, Babe, except for the fish joke. Thank you. We'll hear you on Sunday, brother.
Yeah, sorry about the fish joke. My apologies.
Babe Laufenberg, the great Cowboys analyst on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Next up, let's do all this wide receiver talk with the playmaker on whether he thinks the Cowboys should go get Odell or someone else. Michael Irvin joins the show after this. During these times of heightened uncertainty, look, it's natural to be concerned. Trajan Wealth is here to help you meet your investment goals. Are you wondering
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Fist pump time on the Fan Cam. Well done, Brian brought us yesterday, Bobby Belt this morning, and you, if you're following along on YouTube or Twitch, it's Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider, in for Chop today and tomorrow, and we are getting ready to be joined by the playmaker, Michael Irvin, who is an Odyssey NFL Insider, and those calls are brought to you by Driveway.com. Looking for a car? Go to Driveway.com, where you can get pre-qualified, buy a car, and get it delivered. And let's bring in my main man, Michael Irvin, who I accidentally kind of canceled last week on the Diamond Factory hotline. What up, Mike?
Man, you didn't cancel me, man. Y'all had a lot going on last week. I understood how that thing worked out.
Hey, we got our time afterwards after you coached me up on the Jim Nance interview, so we got to talk.
No. What happened with that? Hey, dude.
I got in a little bit of trouble, but I hold my ground. I hold my ground on it.
Yeah, and so you can't go wrong with it. I mean, the people do hire people to vet this stuff out sometimes, but you got a career to protect. You got a brand to protect. You got to, and you come in with the question, Sean. That's just who you were. That's who you are. I thought, as I called you and told you later, that you could have. A little foreplay would have been nice.
Yeah. Right? he goes. I called him. I said, "Do you think?" He was texting me during. I said, "Do you think I was too aggressive? I was wrong." He goes, "You could have eased into it. He could have bought the appetizer first."
A few times first. Just kiss him a few times. Don't go with
But he defended me. He had my back with it. He said,
"That's so funny, Sean. I almost ran off the road I was driving."
I know. He goes, "That's Jim Nance." I don't care. I don't care about Jim Nance. I don't care about that. Come on.
Hey, Joe, you came in hard the second question, right? Bam. Then you came back with Tony Romo. Jim said, "God almighty." I said, "Well, my PR guy, I got to get me a new one."
I got Mike coaching me up on interviews. Look, forget all that. I want to know about your time with Post Malone. I want to know about this Post Malone dinner. And I got Tolos, I got Melissa sending me pictures of you at the concert last night or whenever the show was.
Oh, yeah, we inducted him. We made him, we knighted him into the 88 club last night. I just love the dude so much, man. And out there at that concert, it was Post. I've been to a few Post shows, man. He does such a great show. He really does a great show, man. And he's such a great dude.
Yeah.
Like when we go to dinner, all of us sitting there, he sits right in the middle. He sits between mom and dad. To me, I'm an analyst. I'm analyzing everything. If you walk one way, I'm analyzing. If you talk one way, I'm analyzing. When we come to this big old table and we got heads of a table, most people want to sit on the head of a table. This man sat between mom and dad and basically said, "I'm still your little boy." I just love stuff like that, man. It means he got good people raised him. And yeah. So, he's a big Cowboy fan. So we knighted him into the 88 club. Since he's about to put 88 stamped across his forehead, we might as well knight him on in.
All right, explain that. Explain the bet.
Well, Cowboys get the Super Bowl. Cowboys win that Super Bowl. We're going to put that 88 right on his forehead. So last night I was like, since you don't have 88 on your forehead, you might as well be the 88 club. You know what I'm saying? So we're putting them in the club, man. We're putting them in the club.
All right, Mike. For 2 days now, I got Brian Broaddus, Bobby Belt is in for Choppy this morning. They are saying, and Babe Laufenberg just thirded it? What is that? Thirded it?
Echoed it.
That that the Cowboys need to add a receiver like Odell Beckham or someone else, that these guys are not getting open enough. This could be a final over-the-top piece. Do you agree?
Will it be nice? Yes. It would be great if you could. But it ain't as easy as that, and nor do I think you should go mortgage something. I think I saw somebody where they had Cowboys like, I guess, the second best team and a chance to win the Super Bowl. You know, right now as is, yeah, we would love to go get that other receiver. We really would. But what is it going to cost you to get another receiver? And now, listen. I think it's okay now to share this. I really believe you can have Odell Beckham because I have personal knowledge of knowing how much Odell Beckham would love to play for the Dallas Cowboys. I ain't talking about something somebody told me one time or something I heard on the line. I'm talking about I got personal knowledge. I'm just saying, out all the places he ever talked about playing, you know, I've talked to him about playing here. I'm just telling you, but that's gonna cost you something. But that may cost you some money.
Yeah. But
it won't cost you any positions, any players, any, you know what I mean? If you can get them. But yeah, it's like, go get Jerry Judy. That's going to cost some first-round draft pick. And I don't know if that's all worth that.
Will you call, Steven dropped her name the other day on KNC in terms of, you know, advice. Have you told or will you call Jerry or Steven? When's the last time you felt like it was an over-the-top move that you had to tell him, go and do this, go and get this guy? Will you do it with Odell?
Well, you know what? The last time I talked to him about that, honestly, was Jamal. I really wanted to
Adams.
Go get Jamal. Let's go get Jamal Adams. That's the last time I talked. I really wanted to go get Jamal Adams.
Then they stopped taking your calls after that.
No, yeah, I was hearing y'all that time. Oh, Jamal covers Jamal. Let's stop it. Yeah, that's limited knowledge. You know, Jamal does a lot of other things.
Limited knowledge? Wait, we were proven right on Jamal. You need to own that. You need to say Sean and RJ were right on that. You admit that.
No, Jamal's been hurt. Jamal's been hurt the last few years. Jamal had a hand injury this year, and, of course, he's hurt right now. You know, but he didn't play. I still think Jamal runs in the same line of somewhat of a Michael Parsons. He changes your team. You do so many things with him, but you guys only focused on dropping back in the pass coverage. But that's neither here. That's here or there. That's neither here or there.
Okay.
We're not even going there.
All right, back to the receivers. If everyone's advocating, including you, if it doesn't cost too much, that means something is not there or missing with your current guys. What isn't there with Lamb and Gallup?
Well, we don't know what's not there yet. We're going off of the evidence that we received this year. And the evidence we received this year has been choppy evidence. They haven't had a time where these guys have played together for any stretch of time. You know, Dak got hurt the first game. So now CD got to move his ascend up to a number one receiver and get it done with the backup quarterback. See, these guys, and what I did see was the Noah Browns and these guys come on. I was looking last week, and I did see it early, even though we didn't connect. I was saying, okay, I want to see if I see Dak giving guys like Noah Brown more opportunities because he's earned them with Cooper Rush, and he did. He did early. So now I want to give this time. If we get another guy, that's great. But I'm not letting that story ruin my glory. You see what I'm saying? Right now, and everybody knows the Cowboy need. No, Joker. No, Joker. That's just a story y'all trying to rob our glory. We right where we need to be right now, and y'all don't like it. Y'all thought we were done. They thought we were done after week one. Now they want to act like they really want to help us. Y'all ain't got no love for us. Stop all this national stuff. You're saying that junk to see if you can mess us up. See if you can stop the plan. Seeing if you can get in the way. And we can't let them do that. Yeah, you know what I mean? All that, it's just stop it, man. Just stop it. Back up now. Just tell them to back up. You know that's what they doing. They ain't got no love for it. And they'll start something on the national that will let seep into our brain and stain our opportunities. I ain't having no damn thing.
Hey, speaking of that, your boy went on Charlemagne the God. I want you to react to this clip from your Monday co-host, Stephen A. Smith.
The only thing I think you really like about football is slandering my Cowboys. That's it. I think that's what you enjoy about the NFL.
Well, it does touch my heart to know that Cowboy fans are miserable. Anytime y'all are miserable, I'm good with that. I can't stand Cowboy fans. They make me sick. They really do. They really do.
Why, man? It's one of the most loyal fan bases ever.
You're loyal, but delusional. 1-15 season. 3-13, whatever. No, we're going to win the Super Bowl next year, right? I mean, you just get tired of it. It's like y'all ain't won in 27 years and y'all won't shut up. It really bothers me, man. It just does. It just does.
There you go, Mike. That's your guy.
So good. That's so good. He ain't lying. He's just upset at the kind of love, the amount of love, and the loyalty of the love. He ain't lying. That's okay. That's all right. You know what I'm saying? That's all right. And so now they're really into it. They don't know what to do right now because Tom Brady rolling off, Aaron Rodgers rolling off, and yeah, they don't see. They're looking for stoppers. They're not trying to look ways to help us. They're trying to come up with ways and looking for stoppers. And I just feel good about this year.
And now the biggest problem is in the freaking division, which has never been an issue. And now we're sitting here third in the division as the other NFC contenders have fallen off.
Yeah, but let's address a lot of this too now, because we went into last week's question about which quarterback do you trust the most right now in the NFC. I said right now, I would honestly, head and heart commingling here, take Dak Prescott. Let's talk. Man, what about Jalen Hurts? I said, stop. If Dak Prescott had played 6 games and had 6 passing touchdowns, we would be asking for his job back. Because first of all, he makes way too much money to be throwing the ball and throwing for 6 touchdowns. And we set these things off expectations that we place on somebody. So when Jalen Hurts throws for 6 touchdowns and they're undefeated, since he's not making $40 million a year, right, and he's not expected to throw the ball all over the field, we can say, oh, yeah, well I'll take Jalen Hurts, and then I'm managing how many times I throw the ball. I said, do you hear what that sounds? How you going to take a quarterback and the first thing come out of your radio is a song about managing how many times he throws? What are you talking about? He's a quarterback. I want to make sure I get a quarterback that I want. So I'm just telling you, these are all the trick ways they try to come about. They come in the front door, come in the back door, then they even knock on the side and then try to get through your one.
Michael, how did you think Dak played last week when he was, coming back from that thumb injury? There was a lot of criticism with how he went in the first half, but he seemed to settle down in the second half. Overall, how did you think he played?
And that's how I went. First half was one thing, second half another, but to be expected. It wasn't like he was coming off of the legs, and we saw what he did in Tampa. See, a lot of us, here again, previous expectations were aligned by that previous moment they saw in Tampa. But this time it's the thumb on the throwing hand. And everybody kept talking about when he can grip it, he'll be like, I said, shut up. Gripping it ain't nothing. You can grip it, you gotta rip it. And I ain't talking about just because it sounds good, grip it and rip it. No, you gotta rip it through those 2 linebackers that's closing in or right by that cornerback, and you gotta rip it on time in the right place. And that's the difference. And it's going to take some time and some rhythm. That's why it worked out perfectly. We got in that game last week, won. Dak can play 4 quarters right. And then Dak can go into that bye week and look over every darn thing he did to get ready for that stretch run.
Now, if I wanted to, I'm not even going to pretend. I'm just going to say it. If I wanted to argue back your Jalen Hurts point, I would say, how are you going to make all these Dak Prescott arguments, and the Cowboys have him third on their list on how to win behind defense and running game? Why is your $40 million quarterback not at the top of the list in terms of how to win, Mike, versus trying to be like San Francisco?
Because unlike Jalen Hurts, you gave Jalen Hurts 2 Pro Bowlers. You gave him a group he has to grow. And he's trying to grow the group, and he hadn't even had the time to grow the group. He only played 1 game with him, and then we came back with a game after the injury. And he didn't even play the first full game. So I understand that argument and that pushback, and that is absolutely valid. That's absolutely valid. But now I want to give it time, and that's why I said it a little while ago. Let's give it time and see where it goes. If we get another receiver, that's great. But just because this thing gonna come and go Tuesday, y'all ain't gonna steal my glory with that story. We are in a good place. Just keep telling that. Every time you hear somebody say that, Just walk to yourself. So y'all listen to Steal My Glory with that story. Just keep telling yourself, y'all listen to Steal My Glory with that story. That's all you got to keep saying.
There's your walk-off moment. He always got that line to walk off with it, whether it's radio or TV. Awesome gold as always, Mike. Thank you, man.
All right, guys. You know I appreciate you guys, man. Appreciate you everything. And you and Chocolate, man. You guys good peeps, man. You know, I love you guys. All right, guys.
Thank you, brother. Michael Irvin, the Playmaker, Odyssey, NFL Insider. Insider calls brought to you by Driveway.com. Looking for a car, go to Driveway.com where you can get pre-qualified, buy a car, and get it delivered. My mom always texts me because she's heard us talking about, Michael, for a long time. And Michael's passed and everything. And she says, you're lucky for yourself that you're not the same age as Michael because of I may have been. I love him so much. I may have been right there,
running around.
I'm running not on the Cowboys, but like going out to a dinner. Let's meet him at the bar. He's magnetic. I mean, he's freaking amazing. The laugh, everything. And he called me after that Jim Nantz interview. He goes, I said, "Do you think I did? You think I messed up? Was I too aggressive?" He's like, You could have bought him an app first. You could have bought him a drink.
Hand a little sweet talk.
He said you could have hit him with the second question, but not the 1-2 punch. So there he is, the Playmaker, Michael Irvin on the Diamond Factory hotline. Russell Wilson is at it again.
That's right.
We bring. Let's ride Bronco Country out. Bronco Country. Let's break out the douche meter on Russell's trip to London. And did the Patriots get cheated? Did they get cheated by the NFL? Sean and Bobby continuing on the Fan.
Commercial-free fellowship. It's the G-Bag Nation.
podcast again. The commercial break. This time the guest was Mikey Bassick. He was responding to Michael Irvin's interview with us right here on The Fan, and he was agreeing with Mike.
He was, and he left the door open, which gets me like old school radio anxiety that the door's sitting. Like I genuinely am like feeling anxious now. Yeah, no, he's in agreement with Michael and says that he made an interesting point there about the Jalen Hurts talk, about the expectation for Jalen Hurts is what was like, oh, this is a bottom 10 quarterback. He's so terrible. So the fact that he's now performing above that is something where it's like, oh, look, this guy's great now because he's playing great relative to expectations. He's been a good player. I mean, and he's leading a 6-0 football team. And so it's easy to defend him and say he's playing well, but
and he's like even more of a perfect Boy Scout than even Dak appears to be. He was a second round.
Wow, shots fired at Dak.
No,
now
Dak,
you're coming at his character.
Dak is
Jeez.
Dak is the best of the best with the character. He's like the new Dak now in terms of the perfect team leader and the face of the franchise that you want. He's so likable. Like I despised Eli Manning, even though I know personally he seems like a great guy. I just can't. It's like I don't dislike Dak. I hate you and the other like Dak obsessed fans who don't want to budge. You know what I mean? Like Choppy made me hate. I didn't really hate Tebow. I didn't really hate Peyton Manning. But you know how one of your friends loves someone so much that you end up hating the person that they love because they don't shut up about it? I don't hate Dak. I hate Dak's diehard cult supporters. I hate them.
Yeah, I get that. Like I had,
and you're flirting with that territory of I think you go out of your way to like. It's like
I've said when he's bad though.
Have you?
Yes, I said he wasn't anywhere near as good as his numbers looked in the second half of last year. I said he was objectively bad in several games of the second half of last year.
Yeah,
I said he was objectively bad in the first game. That's why I think like there's some standing for me to be able to say he was not bad on Sunday.
Like I feel like I'm the
solid.
only person that is like balanced in sports radio, sports entertainment. I'm the balance is a dying breed. It drives me crazy. In everything. Really, in everything. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. I got a little surprise for Bobby coming up here in about 5 minutes. And someone on the G-Bag Nation may want to listen to this as well. Tolo gave me a great idea. But Mac Jones is the starter again in New England. It's going to be Mac Jones over Zappe against the New York Jets. How about this conspiracy theory that the Sunday night camera line overhead was too low and Mac Jones's pass, the interception right before he got benched, hit the camera line, changed the trajectory of the throw, and contributed to the interception, which you could make an argument has caused outright chaos in the Patriots season. ESPN, wait, did I say ESPN? I may have said Sunday night, my bad. It was Monday Night Football because ESPN actually addressed this, Bobby. They released a statement saying, not true, the line was well above, 15 feet overhead. It did not hit it, even though some people on the internet have shown different.
Yeah, ESPN PR Twitter account, official verified, tweets, this pass from Mac Jones did not hit ESPN's Skycam wiring. This video creates a false impression, but in reality, the Skycam wire was more than 15 feet above the ball, and our Skycam system followed all NFL protocols. It's like, oh, that's why you're coming out so aggressive into it, because if it hit the ball, you guys are in trouble. You had it too low.
Yeah.
But man, if it didn't hit the wire, you look at that video, something seems to hit that ball.
I never know how to trust those videos, though. They doctored or they altered. You know how good the internet is.
Yeah, but you can go back and see that and zoom it in on yourself. That's just somebody zoomed in on it. And it's one of those things where the wire doesn't really look like it moves. So I guess that's one thing in defense. But man, just as it's getting to where it looks like it's in line with it, you see the ball kind of like shift, like it's been hit by something.
And then, so do you think it hit it?
Yes, I do. That's what it looks like.
Do we feel bad for New England
Should we ever feel bad for New England and their Super Bowl titles?
No, absolutely not. Russell Wilson, I didn't believe this. And then I was like, no, it does make sense. A Broncos reporter tweeted that during the 8-hour flight to London for Broncos Jacksonville, in which there's a lot at stake. Mike Florio says if they lose, Bradley Chubb will be traded by the deadline. And Dan Graziano reports Nathaniel Hackett could be fired depending on what happens against Jacksonville in London. Then you had a Denver reporter say that for the four of the 8 hours, Russell Wilson was stretching and doing plyometrics, working out on the plane while everyone else is trying to sleep. Russ, please say it ain't so.
I don't really get jet lag too often. I don't really, I've traveled enough to get, kind of get my system down. But yeah, for me, I was on the plane the first 2 hours. I was, first 2 hours, probably 8 hours flight here. So the first 2 hours I was watching the film, watching all the cut-ups and everything else. And then for the next 4 hours, I was doing treatment on the plane. I was walking up and down the aisles. Everybody was knocked out. I was doing high knees and working on my legs and everything else, make sure I'm ready to rock. So that was good. And then the last 2 hours, the last hour of that, I fell asleep for 1 hour, and then I watched the film the rest. So.
Look at Bobby.
Please just make it stop.
Right?
I used to think people were too hard on Russ. I was not hard enough on him. He's such a tool. And I'm sure he's a nice guy, but it's insufferable. The whole watched film for a couple hours, then got out there, did some high knees while everybody else was sleeping. I still got to grind, guys, just out there grinding, trying to make sure we're on top of things. And then, got a little nice hour of REM sleep, and then popped up, watched another 30 more minutes of film. I just can't get enough.
And I was watching the 30 minutes of film I was watching was X-Men, because reporters asked me, they were going to ask how I was able to come back and play so quickly.
Feeling better every day, day by day. Obviously, it happened Monday night, but I heal quick. I don't know if it's Wolverine blood or what, but
oh,
he's so cringe. He's so cringe. It's so cringy.
Oh.
And you brought up a scary possibility because it sounded like it was a done deal last year. If the Broncos fired Nathaniel Hackett, do they come back after Dan Quinn?
Yeah, Dan Graziano wrote over at ESPN yesterday. He said things are feeling sticky in Denver for first-year head coach Nathaniel Hackett. There's even some chatter in league circles that his job could be on the line with this Sunday's game against the Jaguars in London. He said, I'm not sure I fully buy this Sunday as a make-or-break game for Hackett because it would be absolutely bizarre for a non-Urban Meyer head coach to be fired at the midway point of his first season. But things haven't gone well there, and if they fall, it wouldn't surprise me if there's some sort of action. And so if you fire Nathaniel Hackett after you were very close to hiring Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn and others were communicating that Dan Quinn was going to Denver. That's where Dan Quinn believed he was going. And ultimately, they came in, Broncos leadership trumped George Paton and said, we're going with Nathaniel Hackett. So for George Paton, he can go, I told you guys which guy to hire, and that guy is leading one of the best defenses we've seen in recent years. And they've only gotten better. We could have had this guy here leading us and would have been in a better position than we would have been with Nathaniel Hackett. So I just wonder if things go south and Denver goes, hey, let's get a mulligan on the decision we made. Let's contact Dan Quinn. Why wouldn't Dan Quinn be interested 10 months later?
Should Nathaniel Hackett be blamed for Russell Wilson falling off a cliff unless he guaranteed them, pull the trigger, get him, and we'll rock?
Do we give do we give Pete Carroll credit for containing Russell Wilson and putting him in a position to succeed? If we do, then we have to say that we blame Nathaniel Hackett for not putting Russell Wilson in a position to succeed.
All right, you ready for my surprise?
No, but go ahead.
I got a tweet saying, I now know, someone said, I know why Bobby skipped the Jerry Jones party, because clearly he acts different, like when he's talking to big dog celebrities, maybe people he idolized. And someone said, Sharif, get Joey to break out the stopwatch. He does what I do. He took off his headphones just now. You don't even know what I'm going to do. Someone said,
I know you're going to mock me.
Someone said,
like I'm Russell Wilson.
Someone said, break out the stopwatch on Bobby's question to Michael Irvin. Let's see what the totals are talking about.
Michael, how did you think Dak played last week when he was, coming back from that thumb injury? There was a lot of criticism with how he went in the first half, but he seemed to settle down the second half. Overall, how did you think he played?
Look at Ryan's face at the back. Okay, we started
Hey, Broadus, you want to cover tomorrow?
We started off going, you were talking about speed limits earlier. All right, we started off going the speed limit, and then we took it to Myles Garrett. Joey, hit it one more time.
Michael, how did you think Dak played last week when he was, coming back from that thumb injury? There was a lot of criticism with how he went in the first half, but he seemed to settle down the second half. Overall, how did you think he played? I was looking at the clock, Sean, because you took up the first 14 minutes. What was I supposed to do?
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to fit in a quick question.
I held you off on 3 separate times for questions. My bad.
I'm trying to watch the clock. I'm trying to follow formatics, sir.
So once I heard that, and Michael followed along with it, he answered quickly. Once I heard that, I asked Joey to go pull the total opposite with Eric Chiafalo asking Stephen Jones a question.
One of the things, Steven, I think most fans are, really curious about, not just with the Cowboys, but really across the league. It's one thing that fans and people like to talk about is just, what the process is of making these in-game decisions in the moment. And it always really ends up falling back onto the plate of the head coach ultimately. But the process involved, how many people are involved in these decisions? For example, Greg Zuerlein, 59-yard field goal. Some people would say, hey, maybe you should go for it there or whatever it may be. Or calling a timeout or, any type of in-game, in-the-moment decision. And I'm curious kind of what is the process like? Ultimately, when it's in that moment, is it really just Mike McCarthy deciding for himself kind of based on the knowledge he has in lead up or whatever it is, just kind of a gut decision for him? Or are there people in his ear saying, hey, we should probably kick the field goal here, or hey, we should call the timeout here? What is it in game, the process like when it comes to making those sort of game management decisions?
Okay,
Well, you covered a lot of territory there.
102.
63. I clocked it at 63. So that was 103, and now it's time Bobby's officially.
Michael, how did you think Dak played last week when he was, coming back from that thumb injury? There was a lot of criticism with how he went in the first half, but he seemed to settle down the second half. Overall, how did you think he played?
7 seconds. That was but I want to get
sufficient.
I want to get that 0 to 60 time. I want to get that 0 to 60 that you can get at autoflex.com. So
I could have fit in 7 questions in Cheech's time. So
thanks for the Tolos for the heads up with the idea. Good job, Joey, grabbing that. Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece and see if we can keep the laughs going next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it is a Thursday, and that means the DeMarcus Lawrence Show. He'll join us at 4:45.
Traffic Controller Barricade Rentals. Byers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. Byers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. ByersBarricades.com.
Tomorrow on the show, Mike McCarthy live at 6:30. See how Bobby does with him, since McCarthy's best friend RJ Choppy is out. And then we'll crosstalk with Chicago at 9:30.
That's what you got from that.
You can conduct the McCarthy interview the way you did the Michael Irvin interview.
Sorry, I apologize. I ended up hogging the Michael Irvin interview.
I know mine. You can do that with McCarthy.
Why can't you participate?
Because I just know like I'm gonna get stock answers. Like, okay.
Do we get stock answers?
No, but he loves y'all. Y'all are like his best friends in the world.
You need to be more creative.
I do. Gotta be better.
That's true. Ask him what kind of soda he drinks. Y'all do that.
Slow down with my questions. Yeah, I got you.
Oh man!
Did you hear Bobby's question to Irvin?
Yeah, that did not feel like a very complimentary. Yeah.
No, I just meant I'm talking too fast.
Yeah.
You can't even hear what I'm saying.
What's coming up, Corey?
Guys, at 10:20, is Zeke's toughness about to hurt the Cowboys again? And I think the answer is obvious to everybody out there. Plus, at noon today, Emmitt Smith broke the all-time rushing record 20 years ago today. Does he get the respect and the adoration and the love that he deserves for being that guy?
Nationally. I know here, people are like,
I don't even think here.
Oh, whoa.
Also, we did it. By the way, I just wanted to point that you can go back to that in just a second, Sean, but we did it. We got the NFL to change Micah's sack to a sack.
I feel kind of bad for Dorrance Armstrong.
You guys and Chris Beam.
Yeah.
Chris Beam from the Cowboys also.
When it was the shoestring sack that he made, we finally got the NFL to do it.
Listen, what matters the most is, do you think Jason Kidd will change a little bit of the rotation tonight, or do you think it's going to be exactly the same and Christian Wood's going to sit out 3 of the last 5 minutes of the game?
That is what I think.
Have you gotten an answer or explanation for this since yesterday? Did Jason address it again?
No, I haven't heard. I don't think they did any media yesterday.
Okay.
Obviously, they were traveling to Brooklyn. And I don't know. It just, obviously that's the thing I care about the most tonight is kind of, are we going to see the same? I guess we have to see the same Mavs offense. I get why they have to do it. So kind of be my Mike likes it tease is I don't like the Mavs offense, but I understand why they run the offense they run.
What don't you like about it?
There's no ball movement. It's just one guy handling the ball for 15 to 20 seconds. But I don't like that. But if you want other people to handle the ball, they'd have to be ball handlers.
Yeah.
So they've created a team where it's impossible to move the basketball.
How would you be the Nets GM? What's going to happen there? Last night, Nash gets tossed. Did you hear the audio Kyrie telling Ben Simmons to shoot? He's like, shoot, Ben!
Well, he was 6 whole feet away from the basket.
Mavs Nets tonight. What's the Ben Simmons stat?
Oh, he has 21 points and 18 turnovers this season. Or 18 fouls, not
I was going to say, he's got to have a lot of fouls.
He has more fouls and turnovers than he does points.
And I agree with Broadus' theory.
Yeah.
He's intentionally fouling out.
Simmons?
Simmons.
Yeah. I will agree with this, and I didn't agree with it at the time. When he's like, I am mentally fried.
Yeah.
He actually was. Like he is totally effed in his head, and it ain't right. And I think it's over, honestly. I think his career is over. He's trying to fight through it, but it's kind of a little bit of he can't do this. Like Rick Ankiel was so great. Rick Ankiel was gonna be
Cardinals.
Clayton Kershaw-ish like.
Yep.
But he mentally fried himself on the mound. Now, he was able to become a hitter and then have a decent career as a hitter. There's nothing to do for Ben Simmons. You can't go, well, I'm just going to play defense.
Would you give him a mid-level exception?
Yes.
Ben?
I don't know that I would. You even want to spend that on that kind of mentality?
I could be wrong. I think I would.
He passes up dunks and 4-foot layups and...
You fixed the
We're
Nets.
We're paying Dwight Powell more than mid-level.
I know,
I
but
knew
I know, but you're talking about a guy who like completely ruins your flow on offense.
Ooh, would you rather
consistently?
So you'd rather have Ben Simmons over Dwight Powell?
I would. I would
Okay.
trade
Just
Dwight
check.
Powell right now for Ben Simmons. I think for Brooklyn, their next step, and I hate saying this, I think it's for LA too. You have to trade LeBron. You have to trade Durant. You have to trade Anthony Davis. You have to trade Kyrie Irving. Like, you just have to completely and totally blow the whole thing up and go into a 5-year Oklahoma City rebuild.
Well, LeBron's not getting traded. I think that they're just tied to him because of the whole LA thing. I would trade Anthony Davis. Rob Pelinka should be fired for having Westbrook start the season with them. That is an indefensible, horrific mistake.
Do you know?
But I would put Anthony Davis on the block.
What if they?
And if LeBron doesn't like it, if LeBron freaks out, I'm sorry, Kevin, then he can go too. But what happens in Brooklyn? Do you try to keep it together? Or do y'all think this thing is imploding?
No, I think it's over. I thought it was over before the season even started.
Really?
And what if I want to talk about both of these things. What if they couldn't get rid of Westbrook? Are you saying they should have just straight up cut him if they couldn't deal him off? Because you'd have to like include maybe multiple draft picks, but at least one.
Well, it sounded like the Pacers deal was there to be had for Hield and Miles Turner.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I'd have done that now.
Yeah, but I think the Lakers would have had to give up a first-round pick
That's
included.
fine. I still
But
would have done that in a
to
heartbeat.
start off, and this is why I kept telling Mike, if the Lakers get Kyrie, it will be better than if they bring back Westbrook, because this whole thing is toxic.
Yeah.
It is so toxic. Westbrook is horrible. He's miserable playing basketball, and they suck.
I was watching last night, and Westbrook didn't even play. They sat him out just to see what it'd look like without him on the team.
Was he a healthy sit?
They say no. But
Yeah,
I
I
think
said he was hurt, but
like with
Yeah, he never got hurt in the last
exactly
game.
like with Gallimore.
So, but they don't even have their pick, Sean. It goes to New Orleans. So think about how good New Orleans looks right now. If somehow the lottery balls went right for the LA Lakers and they got the number 1 pick, Weeby Wamba, which I know is not his name.
Oh my God.
Wembanyama?
Wembanyama.
Yeah.
You're getting there. You can call him Wemby if you want.
He goes to New Orleans. He doesn't go to the Lakers. The Lakers.
Wait, say that again now?
The Lakers don't have their pick. It's unprotected to New Orleans because of the Anthony Davis trade. They swap picks. So wherever New Orleans ends up and LA ends up, New Orleans gets the best pick out of the two teams.
They're like the Eagles.
Okay, and here's the other thing. I was looking at Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Brooklyn's pick goes to Houston. So they don't have their pick either. So both of these teams, if somehow tanking, they can't tank because they don't have their picks. So for Brooklyn and LA, if they were to go, because I do think LA is going to lose 50 plus
Oh,
games.
yeah. The Lakers are more screwed than the Nets if they keep the teams together.
And they
not
can't,
even close.
They can't get a top pick. They can't. It's impossible. It goes to New Orleans, and so Brooklyn's in the same situation. There's so many pick swaps going on. Houston gets there. If it ends up being Brooklyn gets the number 1 pick, and now it goes to the Houston Rockets.
I love the Emmitt Smith question. Going back to that, do you think nationally, does Dion gets more national recognition for being the best at what he did? Who else would you say? Like Emmett's behind
Jerry
Barry.
Rice. Jerry Rice is definitely the number 1 receiver.
And Tom.
Yeah. And Tom
and
Brady,
Lawrence
quarterback.
Taylor.
Yep.
And Dion. But I put Emmitt behind Barry that
I
I've
do.
seen.
And I think that's the
And I think that's fair. But like I saw something from, and take it for what you will, but like Gil Brandt ranked him as the number 11 running back of all time. And
11?
Yeah, 11.
That's too low.
And there's other spots where it's like he's 8 or 9.
That's what I'm here for.
or-
Football Outsiders told me it was too low.
That's not right.
But yeah, I'm just kind of curious where everyone else puts him, because you want to put him behind like Barry Sanders and Jim Brown or whatever. Like I think that would be acceptable to most folks, but how many more people do you put him behind?
People nationally talk about him like he's Curtis Martin, and that's not fair. Because Curtis Martin is that guy.
Yeah.
Is the just steady stack things up. But I mean, his record's untouchable.
Yeah.
It's arguably the most untouchable record in the NFL.
In sports.
In sport, well, yeah.
What's more untouchable in sports than the rushing record?
DiMaggio.
Gretzky's overall.
I mean, we're never
Jr.
We're never gonna see a
I think
300 game winner ever again.
You're right.
So, I mean, that's untouchable.
So Cy Young's 511
Yeah, but
wins.
even if you want to go up to a modern day record, like nobody's winning 300 games in Major League Baseball ever again.
I think Cal's is more achievable just playing the games versus the rushing record.
All the load management, all the science tells us, hey, don't play guys. It just
quote science.
Whatever the
quotes on
science stuff is.
because it doesn't work out as much as they
Science
want it to
doesn't
work
work
out.
I talk about airplanes the
Not
same way.
science.
A man
Science.
that doesn't believe in time. Just
I don't believe
air
no.
quoted
Don't take
science.
I don't believe
down
in
this.
Earth's
And
history.
yesterday,
Oh
he
my
was like,
God.
I didn't know you could put numbers in the internet.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard that driving around. That was interesting. You're like the Shaq of this show.
Thank you.
You'll be filling up half gas tanks here in a second.
Man, you'll never need gas. It makes sense.
With glasses on. Did you have a final point to make?
I forget.
Okay. The glasses
Science.
are fading.
It's about science.
Yeah.
We're trying to. Mark Cuban is trying to, and all these people are trying to, based off of doctors and strength and conditioning coaches and everything. They're trying to be like, can I get my best player to play till he's 50 years old? No, you can't. Here's the basic science of it. By the time most human beings hit 35 years old, they crap the bed physically. There's just nothing they can do for the most part. There's these select few, whether it's Dirk Nowitzki, whether it's not Tony Romo, Troy, not Troy, whether it is Tom Brady, right? That you just can't get these people to play into their late 30s or 40s at a high level, no matter what you try to do with their bodies, putting them in hyperbaric chambers, whatever you want to do. There's just these select few that can play in their late 30s or early 40s at a high level. LeBron James is one of them. It's not because you load manage LeBron James. It's because he's a freak of nature.
Right. In case you missed it, Michael Irvin letting the cat out of the bag, telling us he knows that Odell Beckham would want to come play for the Cowboys. I know that's not shocking.
No, but did he?
Bobby, is that shocking? Is that?
No,
What was that?
I told you that yesterday.
Okay.
Did he say anything about when he?
No, I was trying to refer back to the line that you just said that was obvious. I was trying to make fun of you, but I blanked like an idiot.
Will Odell be ready in November?
Yeah, he's supposed to be. He's supposed to be ready by like mid-November.
Okay, because I'd heard there's some folks who don't think he'll be ready till December, but I'm interested.
He and Tyron Smith for the meat of the schedule, baby.
Yeah, let's get more receivers for a running team. Awesome. We're back tomorrow with Mike McCarthy, Crosstalk with Chicago Radio, KMC, next on The Fan.
Keep the volume. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you guys for rocking along with us. We'll try to make it a fun and informative one for you. And we're going to start off with this. How many teams can actually win the Super Bowl?
32.
And who? You do not believe that.
Well,
how many teams?
Everybody starts off.
Yeah,
0
nobody's
and 0.
mathematically eliminated yet, Kevin.
There's salary cap. Salary cap makes everything exactly equal for every organization. If you haven't known that, that's why
You don't
baseball
believe that either.
It's so screwed up because if you don't have a salary cap, there's no way you can compete in the league.
Okay, you know what, Corey? Looks like I'm going to be leaning on you for this segment.
We don't have a 0-win team in this league this year. That's pretty cool.
All right, I'll look at the standings here. I'll give you a real answer.
Okay, how many teams can legitimately win the Super Bowl, and who are they? 877-881-1053 is my question for y'all to start it off. Also want to hear from the Twolos, from the YouTubers all day today.
There are three in the NFC East that I think are legitimate. I think the Giants are legitimate. I don't think that they're like one of those teams. They play football that does have a small margin of error, which Choppy hates, and that's why Choppy is discounting them altogether. They play good defense, they ball control offense, and their running game is pretty good. So I think the Giants are legitimate. I think the Eagles are legitimate, and I think the Cowboys are too, especially with Dak back.
Okay.
That's three right there.
All right.
I do not think there's a team except for the Niners, which they're weird to me right now, in the West that can win it. And I will continue.
You're putting the 49ers down?
Yes.
Okay.
I will continue to
I think
crap
you're okay.
on
I
the
think
Seahawks.
I'm with Corey. It just matters how much you want to expand this, because if we're talking about right now, there's plenty of time for a Tom Brady-led team to be dangerous in the playoffs. If they win that division, they do get a home game to start off the playoffs. And let's face it, I just don't think the Falcons are going to end up with Marcus Mariota winning more games than Tampa Bay. So I look at it and I will say, I think 8 to 10 have a real chance. I would say Buffalo, and I will say the Miami Dolphins. I don't think it, but if you're going to, right now, could they keep improving? Could Tua T and that offense keep figuring out? Because right now they're not scoring as many points as you would think with the offensive weapons they have, but there's time for them to keep gelling. So I think Baltimore and Cincinnati both have a chance to win it all. I don't think a great chance, but I do think a chance. I won't say Tennessee. I as much as, hey, how could you say those teams? But Kansas City, yes, for sure. That's an easy one. I think the Chargers are just too hurt. As much as I love Herbert, I think that their injuries that they've sustained.
Hey, Mike,
so,
what has Justin Herbert ever won?
He's a bag of Ditos to you,
he's
right?
just one S.
He hasn't one S.
I just really like that. No, I think he's. I think
no S's.
I think
for
he's
him,
an
Mike.
excellent quarterback, but he's one S so far.
Eagles, Cowboys for sure.
Okay.
I can't put why can't I do it? But I just
because you think this is the Joe Judge Giants still, and it's not. And it's going to take them getting in the playoffs to prove that to a lot of people.
Minnesota for sure.
Okay.
I don't.
Okay.
I don't think Minnesota can win the Super Bowl.
Let me run down some of the leading teams and see if we're all in consensus, because I actually disagreed surprisingly with one of Corey's. All right. Bills.
For sure. They're the favorite.
Everybody thinks. Do you think?
I've heard of that team.
Okay. Do you believe that they could win the Super Bowl?
See the renderings for their new stadium?
Yes.
Oh, I love renderings.
That
yes.
actually looks super cool.
Has anybody ever made a bad rendering?
No. Yes.
Well, the Dirk statue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bills, yes.
All right.
Jets?
Hold on. We'll get to them. The Eagles.
Yes.
Okay. I also think the Eagles can win.
I'll concede and say yes.
The Chiefs.
Yes.
What?
Yes,
Okay.
of course.
The Cowboys.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, we got to that point really easily. And again, that doesn't mean they will win the Super Bowl, but we think they're one of the viable contenders.
I think that kind of, Mike, goes back to there's plenty of time for Tom Brady. There's plenty of time for Dak to figure out his offense with these receivers, and as long as their defense keeps doing this, which I don't see any reason why it won't.
And there's plenty of time for last year at this time, for sure, a contender. And you got to the end of the season, you're like, dang it. If we're not playing the B team of the Philadelphia Eagles or the Giants, why can't this offense do anything? And then you got to the playoffs and the Cowboys offense couldn't do anything. There's plenty of time for a lot of different scenarios to play out, but for the Cowboys right now, dude, you can see a path to the Super Bowl. I'm not even like a huge like Cowboy homer here, but I can see a path to the Super Bowl for them.
From the 214, trick question. Only one team can win the Super Bowl. We'll find out in February. All right. I will definitely concede that point. However, looking at it right now, all right, I'm seeing this a lot, and you brought them up, is the San Francisco 49ers from the 9-7-2. San Francisco is legitimate despite their record. Nobody's going to want to play that team, running team, and the defense can come on at playoff time. From the 9-0-3, they listed 6 teams. One of them, the 49ers. From the 4-6-9, they listed 5 teams. One of them is the 49ers. Corey, you say yes to the 49ers? Mike, what say you?
I say yes because we saw in 2017 they made the Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo. Last year they were in the NFC Championship game with Jimmy Garoppolo. So they have proven they don't like their quarterback. San Francisco traded up to get Trey Lance. They've proven they don't like their quarterback, and they don't think he is the ultimate guy to get it done. But yet, in the last 4 years of NFL football, they have made the Super Bowl or NFC Championship game with that quarterback.
I think they're going to win that division.
Okay.
For one, and that's going to put them in the playoffs because they've already beaten the Seahawks and the Rams. They've lost other games against other opponents, but I think they're going to win their division. And then to add on to that, they play a style of football that I think works in the playoffs.
What about the Bengals?
Yeah.
You say yes?
I say yes.
I say yes as well.
Their quarterback, even though they're
makes big throws, dude.
Their offensive line isn't the best,
in the NFL.
But last year they made the Super Bowl.
The Ravens.
No.
I say yes.
And I know this is going to go against how much I love Lamar Jackson, but I'm looking at it right now, and their propensity to play close games because they cannot hold the lead, I think is a fatal flaw.
I agree, but could they make a run? Yes. If they win that division, look, I get it. Buffalo's better, Kansas City's better. I lean towards right now Cincinnati's better, and I know that's division. So if they end up being a wild card team and they have to go on the road and let's just say go through Cincinnati, Buffalo, and Kansas City, I get it. That's not going to happen. He's not that good. I do like Lamar Jackson, but he's not that good to go on the road for those 3 opponents and win all 3 of those. But right now, I will lean towards yes, but I understand y'all's point.
My problem with the Ravens is that their defense is a liability.
Yeah.
And that's not traditionally the way you look at the Ravens defense, is that they're a liability.
Like the Miami game.
Yeah, exactly. And the injuries they have in the secondary are a problem for them. So if they can fix that, then maybe more so.
Now, I know we will have to put aside the big problem that the Super Bowl is played in prime time, but the Vikings.
I don't. And it's because I don't believe in their defense. I think that they have a fantastic passing game. I think that they have if they get a lead, they can run the ball on you to death.
How's Dalvin Cook doing this year?
He's doing Dalvin Cook. You know, he's
gotten hurt.
No,
already?
not hurt yet. So at some point that'll happen. But Madison's still a pretty good running back. But they have probably the best receiver in the game right now. And he and Kirk Cousins are fine together sometimes. There are moments, Kevin, where he's still giving them the, hey, throw the ball, Kirk.
Yeah.
But their defense just gives up too much, in my opinion. From what I've seen, their defense doesn't look like, when I watch the Cowboys defense, I'm like, oh, that feels good.
So Dalvin Cook, real quick, if you're like me and you didn't know exactly what he's doing, 450 yards, 4.8 per carry, 4 touchdowns rushing.
He's doing Dalvin.
The thing about the Vikings defense is they do give up a crap ton of yards. Points, though, they do much better. It is that bend but not break defense. So I agree that
kind of the Cowboys of 14 and 16,
yes,
maybe.
It does feel like that. Is if you just look at yards, which is how they like rank total defense, which I think is stupid, is they look like one of the worst defenses in the league. And they're not by any stretch of the imagination a good defense. I wonder if they're like a mediocre defense, but if you tag that with Kirk Cousins, I don't know if that's the recipe for success.
Here's the grouping of games, Kevin, that I'm referring to. 24 to the Eagles in a loss.
Right.
24 to the Lions, who've now had 2 games where they've scored 6 points, like total, right?
Thank you, Cowboys.
The Vikings, who are not good offensively, scored 25 on them, and the Bears scored 22. I think a good offense against them is going to beat them like the Eagles did in most games.
Corey, I think I know your answer, and you can answer it too. If you were Dallas and you had to play in the NFC Championship game at Minnesota or at Philadelphia, where do you want it being played right now?
I hate playing in Minnesota. I don't know why I do, but
because I think I would pick Minnesota.
But I would probably want to play against that team. But man, I really would like to beat Philadelphia. Is that you're asking me which one I think is better matchup? Better matchups, the Vikings on the road.
And I mean, I hate saying this. If you look at Philadelphia's schedule, anything can happen. But most likely, the Cowboys' path to the Super Bowl will be at Minnesota and at Philadelphia.
All right, so the 6 consensus that we have thus far, and I know other people had other votes, but the 6 that we're all in on, Bills, Eagles, Chiefs, Cowboys, 49ers, and Bengals. Who else do you want to
we're 2 out of 3 on the Vikings. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Because I'm a no on the Giants.
I'm a no on the Giants too.
And this could be, look,
fine.
Corey.
That's fine.
If the Giants make their march to the Super Bowl, you're our Bengals guy. I know you're actively.
I'm not rooting for the Giants.
No. I know
I just know football.
I know you're actively a part of the show, and you do know football. I will concede. I've still not come around. Just like last year, I had not come around on the Bengals. I'm not buying it.
The Giants are and it stinks because they're in our division, and I hate the Giants, but they are my Phoenix Suns.
Okay, and they made it to the NBA Finals that year.
Yeah.
What about the Bucks? Tampa Bay.
I will lean towards yes right now. I understand why it's a no, and it'll probably be a no by the end of the year. Tonight's a big game for them at home. I mean, this isn't. Do you still tease the Amazon stuff?
Yes.
This is actually a good tease that you have.
Yes.
For the last few weeks, you've been lying about how good the game's going to be.
I've been telling you. You should have just promoted this game in the last 2 weeks.
We talked about that. Amazon did not ask for my input about the teases, but yes.
But this is a really fun one to watch just because you do have the struggling Tampa Bay Bucks at home hosting Lamar Jackson. So I think this is a good game tonight for the NFL.
Doesn't it kind of feel like either team could surge or spiral off of this game?
Yeah. Even though I do think Tampa can win 8 games and win that division.
All right, Kevin, here it is from the 817. What about the Jets? 5-2. We haven't gone into that.
Just real quick, are you yay or nay on the Bucks? I hate myself for it, but I'm a yes.
They are winning that division, and I agree with Mike. So yes, I agree with Mike that by that time, the divorce could be settled, or for a lot of things can be settled, and he can be moving on.
Okay, so you brought up the Jets along with the Giants. I mean, New York has been the surprise of the football world with both of them.
And you're saying this is Super Bowl contender?
Can they win the Super Bowl?
No.
That's what I think too, just because I'm still not a Zach Wilson believer, although it's far beyond just a quarterback that gets you anywhere in the NFL. But I'll say no as well.
Mike, why?
I don't think Zach Wilson can compete with the quarterbacks in the
league.
AFC.
Okay, if he has to get in a shootout with Mahomes
I'm barely in on Baltimore, and I know you guys are out. I'm barely in on them because maybe Lamar Jackson could pull off a miracle. Zach Wilson has a good team around him. They're an up-and-coming team. He needs to keep improving, but I just don't think he's good enough to compete against the AFC quarterbacks.
They are at a point, I guess, then I would probably still say no, but they're at that point, Kevin, and the Bengals got lucky that they just skipped a year.
Sure.
The Jets might be at that point where I don't think they're going to skip a year, but they might be at that point where they're like, okay, if they just stick with the plan and don't get overwhelmed by the fact that they're going to lose in the playoffs, they could definitely be contenders the next season.
And their defense is good. It really is. I'm just not a believer in that QB, and that's what's holding me back. All right.
What do you need to see from him, to be a believer?
I need to see him consistently be able to move the team down the field and finish the drives himself. I'm not saying himself run the ball in, but I'm saying he needs to be able to provide the score and finish those drives. And again, he has.
I think you got a good point.
And he missed time, so I'm not saying it's impossible. Just at this moment in time, I say no.
So in the playoffs, I think there's going to be a moment if you're going to make the Super Bowl that you're going to be down by 4 with minutes left in a game. And can I believe Daniel Jones or Zach Wilson, the two New York quarterbacks? Do I believe down by 4 with 3 minutes to go or 4 minutes to go that they can take the ball with time left? It's not like hurry up. Oh my God, you have 15 seconds. Dak Prescott slides and you're out of time. Can you, with 4 minutes to go 80 yards and win a game? To me, the answer for Daniel Jones and Zach Wilson is no.
Daniel Jones has done it 5 times in the
Against
first 7 games
Jacksonville.
this year.
It is.
Nobody's done that
I
since
know.
1950.
We talked about that
I just told you
yesterday.
this for the first time
No,
today.
that was on the show yesterday. And I'm with you, Mike, is even though we've seen it, I guess I'm curious if you would see it in the big moments. But if you're arguing for the Giants because of that, I get it. All right. So the 7 consensus that we came up with right now, Bills, Eagles, Chiefs, 49ers, Bengals, Buccaneers, and the Dallas Cowboys. So
In your face, Cowboys.
Okay.
Wow.
I feel like that
they
was
were last, Kevin, on your list.
Oh, I just did that for dramatic effect. With a
Alphabetical
KNC
order.
masterpiece right here on 105 The Fan. Coming up next is Zeke's toughness about to hurt the Cowboys again. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right, let's talk about.
There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Here's a handoff to Elliott. Big hole on the right. He hurdled a guy to the 45 and then taken off his feet by Okuda at the 48-yard line. That's old Zeke.
So much for that bad knee.
Yeah, that wouldn't last long. 877-881-1053. That was an incredible play. But my question is Zeke's toughness going to hurt the Dallas Cowboys? Don't forget, in the noon o'clock hour, we will be giving away 100 level tickets to Cowboys Bears along with a parking pass.
We're giving 100 level tickets?
100 level tickets. A pair of 100 level tickets.
Oh, not 100
no,
tickets.
No.
Gotcha. All right.
Those
That'd be awesome.
are expensive.
All right, sweet. So you could win those today?
Not me. I'm an employee of the company. But people who are listening right now, you could win very expensive Cowboys tickets today. We will do that in the noon o'clock hour. But right now, let's talk about Zeke. All right. We'll all agree that Zeke is uber tough, right?
One of the toughest guys in the NFL.
He is. He is a built different football player, which athletes are very different from all of us, correct?
Yes.
Like Mike,
I'm very different from you guys.
Yeah. No, that I 100% agree on.
I'll always remember, as the late, great Ted Nichols-Payne said when we were in spring training in 2020, literally a week before COVID shut down everything, we got in the hot tub, and he said, I was expecting your body to look better.
It's so hurtful. It feels unnecessary. It's so hurtful.
It did look a little bit better when I was in my 20s when I was actually playing, but I disappointed Ted when I took my T-shirt off.
All right. So with that in mind, we're going to go to cut number 3. This was Zeke yesterday, and essentially the question was, where does toughness to play through the injury stem from?
I think it's just mentality. I believe, my team needs me out there. I think the pain is temporary, and I need to be out there with my guys. So that's the priority. I think, it's my job to be out there, be available. And if I can be out there, why not? I'm not going to take a game off because I don't feel 100%. I think that's soft.
Shots at Dalton Schultz.
Actually,
I don't think Dalton Schultz should be out there right now either.
I have thoughts about that going back a couple of weeks. It did seem like at least one of those game absences was a tiny bit curious, but I think this is a problem in terms of what he can do when he is hobbled or more not 100%, because I know everyone will be like, well, no one's 100% at this point in the season. Like, I get all that, but this seems like it's taking a bigger chunk of him than it usually would. So I put together some numbers about last year after Zeke got hurt, and it is astonishing. So last year, before the PCL injury, Zeke had a tremendous start to the season. In 4 games, 86 yards per game, 4 touchdowns, and 5.3 yards per carry. All right, that number right there is incredible. After he got hurt, he had to tough it out. He had to do it for the team and everything like that. He went from 86 yards a game to 49 yards a game. He went from 4 touchdowns in 4 games to 6 touchdowns in 14 games, because I did factor in the playoffs as well. And he went from 5.3 yards per carry to 3.7 yards per carry. Those are astonishing drops, and it's a different deal where I don't mean this to bash Cooper Rush, but you felt like there was a discernible difference when Dak was out and Cooper Rush. How many people are there out there that think there is a giant difference between Zeke and Tony Pollard?
They're different running backs.
No. I mean overall in terms of quality.
They share the workload, and they should. They're different as in they're tough to compare on how they run, but to me, they need each other to be successful.
I don't necessarily agree.
I understand that Tony Pollard could run it 20 times
and we
for
don't
100
know.
yards per game.
We just don't know because they, for some reason, now the toughness factor, this part of like, hey, availability is the best ability. You know, like that's from the Joneses. You know, that is a, hey, football doesn't make you tough. Football's a sport for tough people. You know, that's a Parcellsism right there. Is you got to be tough. You can't go sit in the trainer's room all the time. You have to be out there on the field. Otherwise, you're not useful to us right now. And I think, you know, there are a couple things involved here. Zeke understands the connection he has a lot with a lot of his teammates, and his connection to them is, I'm going to be consistently doing my thing, and you guys need to be doing it too. Y'all get out there and let's play. If it's my concern, Kevin, is this an injury he needs to take the year off and just have a surgery and it's going to be better? Or is this an injury where he takes this week off and the bye week and comes back and is fine?
And I think that's where I'm going for now, like not obviously being in the room or understanding the medicals or anything like that. I definitely am not in a position to say he needs to take the rest of the year off. But when he says it's soft to miss time when you can play, I appreciate that tough aspect. But I'm also like, yeah, but would it be smart to go ahead and take this week off knowing, because like if he's not going to play right now, that's 3 weeks off for Zeke. So it's a week to get to the Bears game, it's 2 weeks once you get to the bye, and 3 weeks once you get back out onto the field. And I can't help but wonder if you're like practicing or doing some training, but not actually playing, how beneficial that would be for him as opposed to just going out there, because you do have Tony Pollard, and I get it. Like Tony Pollard is not as an adept of a blocker as Zeke. I'm not here to argue that whatsoever. But on the flip side, he's more explosive. I know people will argue he can't push the pile or get the tough yards. I think that I think that is false. And so I think Tony Pollard and Zeke, like quality-wise across the board, if you factor everything in, I think you can make an argument they're equivalent, which is why I don't think the need is there for Zeke to show how tough he is, at least for this 1 week, when you have somebody else who can go out and do it.
Yeah, and I think that if you were to bring Malik Davis up, you can get tough yards out of him. He's probably going to fumble because that's just what happens, right?
Right.
And then you're sitting there going, that's why we need Zeke out there. But I think that Tony Pollard can include more screen game. You can do more with him on the field that's going to catch the defense off guard, because you line Zeke up and it's like, okay, we kind of know what they're going to do here. Even though it's been kind of tough to stop for the most part, but you kind of know you're gonna have to deal with. You got to stop this guy about 3-4 yards in.
I do think in the Tony Pollard situation, which let's just say he plays the majority of snaps on Sunday because Zeke is limited.
Right.
Is I wonder, and I don't know, and nobody knows, right? Is at Pollard's size, how many times could he touch the ball 20 plus times / running and catching for how many years in a row until he would become Christian McCaffrey? And you know,
but we're not re-signing this guy for the future. Like all we have to worry about is this season and a couple of games, maybe at most. I don't know how long Zeke's injury is going to hurt him for. Yeah. I'm not worried about 3 years from now. I'm worried about right now in this season. Yeah. And can I get that production out of him for 4 games or this season alone?
And I'm with you.
So that's kind of where I am with that. Sorry if I went off there.
No. I'm with you. Is who cares? In fact, what's the possibility that Tony Pollard is even a Dallas Cowboy next year?
To that point, yeah, I think
at best 50-50.
And it would be
and
awesome
people don't understand this, but this is where you have to protect yourself. And so I don't mind what Dalton Schultz is doing. When Zeke is like, hey, man, I think it's soft. Well, yeah, you got your lifetime contract. You're good. I mean, that's what athletes feel in these situations. For Tony Pollard, he has to watch himself because this is it. This is his contract is this is it. Whatever he gets this offseason, That's it. He did it. He made his money, and he's probably never going to make any more money after that contract is over. So Zeke doesn't have to protect himself.
He can jack that price
And
up though with a good season, and that's the thing that I think the Joneses don't want to happen.
And that is an interesting hypothesis. I'm going to try to use that word at least every show now. But that's what I was curious about, Mike. I agree with you in terms of Tony's health, but I also do wonder, to Corey's point, if he sees, hey, right now my price is, I don't know, 5 to 7 million, whatever you think it is. And he's like, could I get it up to 10?
Or I think you're low on that number, but I understand what you're saying. What you're saying is, can I up my price by 33 to 50%?
You might be right. Yeah.
But I'm sure. Yeah, yes is the answer. But from the Cowboys' perspective, for Tony Pollard, and this happens in sports, I hate to tell you people this, but this does happen. And this is where it's starting to get exposed a little bit, is, hey, man, doctor, I'm not sure, all the doctors that the Cowboys have. They have multiple doctors for multiple injuries. Hey, how's Tony Pollard? Well, I mean, you risk a little bit of long-term, injury if he keeps playing. Well, we don't have him long-term, so shut your mouth, and we're going to keep playing him, right? I mean, that happens in sports all of the time. Hey, I got this guy who I owe another 6 years and $150 million to. Man, long-term, you're taking a pretty big risk here. Well, you need to sit out because we have long-term investment in you. So I just wanted to make that point in a Tony Pollard versus Zeke, when Zeke's like, I think it's soft. Well, if Zeke was where he was 3-4 years ago, he would sit out. He sat out when he didn't have his contract. He sat out. So your perspective changes on how tough you're going to be with how much money you have in the bank.
What do you think about what a lot of the Tolos are saying on the fan text? And that is, coach just needs to make a decision and just say, hey, this is what we're going with, instead of just being like, oh, let the player decide.
So do you think I need to email those numbers over to Sean and Bobby so they can be like, hey, Coach,
McCarthy,
Zeke took a dramatic turn for the worse once he was hurt.
I think that Sean will ask that question tomorrow.
Okay.
I really do think he will ask that question tomorrow, and I hope
we can ask Jerry.
Yeah.
Hey, Jerry, Zeke
Jerry's going to tell us the same thing. The power he has whenever he runs up into that line.
Well, his power
softens
sucked
him up.
bees when he when he wasn't healthy.
It was less about his power, Mike, and more about once he got through the line, what was he going to do? Because it looked like it was me out there running. Once he got through the line, it was like, oh, you could see him. Mike, we said that next day, he dragging his leg right now.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing is, if it's not going to get you points, what's the point? That power to soften them up out there.
I want to throw this out real quick. Let's go to cut number 1 right here. This was Marcus Spears reacting to the Eagles making that Robert Quinn trade.
Swagoo, I don't know if you've passed out. I don't know if you can hear me or not. Sometimes a picture says 8,000 words or it's worth 1,000 words. How do they do this, Swagoo? I thought the Eagles looked like they were loaded already.
Bro, Howie Roseman got to be the damn executive of the decade. You hear me?
Now, the Eagles pick up Robert Quinn for a 4th-round pick, and you know how Twitter goes. A lot of thumbs up for the Eagles, which I totally get. I also thought that was a great price. But, Corey, are you perhaps not as concerned as others? Because when I first heard this is Derek Collins sent it along in our group chat, and I was like, son of a bee, that's the price they got him for? Get the hell out of here.
Nah, man, he's stuck. He stinks now. He's terrible. Wow. He had 18.5 sacks last year.
How many does he have this year?
Was he have 1?
He does have 1.
And I think he has 2 tackles. I'm trying to
8.
8 tackles?
Yeah.
I was going to say 2 a game is what I was saying, but that would even still be wrong.
He has 1 a game.
Yeah, okay. So I'm still looking this up because his hurries and his pressure have been pretty decent, but he's going to be good for the Eagles. He is going to be good for the Eagles. They did get more players. They do have more pressure to add to this. So that's good for them.
I also didn't necessarily
I don't know how they do it, man.
I didn't necessarily look at this and say that was a move that the Cowboys needed to make. Like, there are other players on the horizon, but this was not the one where I was like,
I feel good on the edge right now. I am. Did you see Roquan crying though? And is that a signal in the Bears world that we're done with this season? We're not going to follow through with this group?
I don't think so. The word that I'd heard coming out of Chicago was he was not contributing in team victories and he wasn't going to stay. So they were like, might as well get something for him. for the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Do we know how great Justin Verlander is? And I love what Jalen Hurts is doing. Next. All right, before we talk about
True to Texas, Classic Chevrolet is driven to do what's right. That's why they never charge more than MSRP. Plus, they still pay full market value for your trade. Find new roads, visit Classic Chevrolet, relax, and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for some baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, so I'm going to tell you, I love what Jalen Hurts did.
What?
But
oh man,
I thought you were the biggest Jalen Hurts hater around.
I am.
That's a good point.
And I'm not a Houston Astros hater. I think the majority of people listening right now that are Texas Ranger fans are Houston Astros haters, and I love you. I get it. I totally understand where you're coming from.
I'm one of those people.
And Corey, Astros or Yankees? Who do you hate more?
I mean, it's deeper with the Yankees.
All right.
Just because of long history there.
So you were happy the Astros beat the Yankees last week?
No. I don't have to root for the American League. I can just root for whoever's in the National League to win.
I was happy they lost.
So Jalen Hurts is an Astros fan. Jalen Hurts grew up in Houston. So it makes total sense.
Sure.
It's just like anybody here. If right now, whatever sport you play, if you end up playing that sport at a professional level in another city besides Dallas, and let's just say you're a huge Cowboys fan and you're playing for the Philadelphia 76ers, and you're like, I love the Dallas Cowboys, you might want to keep that a little bit quiet. Now,
right.
I get that our Jalen Brunson, who, by the way, went for 27 and 13 last night for the New York Knicks, I get here he was like, look, I'm a big Eagles fan. I'm going to say it loud and proud. For most Dallas Cowboy fans, I think that I know what I just did.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be okay with that. I actually, at one point, had a Carson Wentz T-shirt to throw it in.
Oh, my God.
The Cowboys.
Yeah, his daughter wore it a while back, right? Yeah.
Yeah. But anyways, where I was going with this is, if you do it in Dallas, it's not that big of a deal. Let me ask you guys, how offended were you? We actually had Jalen Brunson on the show last year during the playoffs or close to the playoffs. And he kind of talked about his Eagles love because I asked him about, I didn't know that he was such a huge Knicks fan. And he didn't say that on our show, but we immediately found that out during the playoff run and in the offseason, that his whole dream in life in basketball was to be a New York Knick because of his dad playing for the Knicks, him growing up a huge Knicks fan. Because I was like, are you a 76ers fan too? Are you a Phillies fan also? And he's like, no, I'm just an Eagles fan for the most part. And we were okay with that. It's not okay in Philadelphia right now to kind of be like, look, man, I'm rooting for the Astros. Go Astros.
They're going to hate him for this.
Houston is where I'm from, and I'll always love it. But Philly is my new home now, is what he said. But, you know, it's just interesting. I know that this goes into how much do you shove it into like their kind of like love of their sports teams. Philly's love of their sports teams is 10 times more than our love of our sports teams, for the most part, in a general. I get you might be an exception if you're listening right now, but they are more live and die with their teams, where we're like, if we win, it's great. If we lose, we move on. We're all right. That's Texas, and for the most part, we like it that way.
I think you're right there. I felt really burned when I saw T.O. in a Heat jersey, though. And I know T.O. was never Dallas. You know, he was a hired gun to go be that.
Yeah.
But I was like, come on, dude, like embrace this a little bit. I really didn't like it. Just kind of like, I was happy he was here, but then it turned me off even more on what that guy, like who he was. So I don't like it, but I think you're right, you know, and maybe that connection. Oh, we've become more of a transient city too lately. Like,
and I think Jalen Hurts is trying his best to make sure. I'm just looking at different things on Twitter, you know, and it's he's trying to make sure that he doesn't lose.
He's doing damage control.
Fan, like, Houston is where I'm from and I'll always love it, but Philly is my home now. He didn't say I'm rooting for the Phillies, right? He's doing the good thing of like, this is my home now, but you know that he's rooting for the Astros. He's worn Astros gear before.
This is where he loses the locker room, Kevin. This is where he loses the Eagles locker room, and their downfall starts right now.
Wow.
In your face, Philly.
All right, so
I support that.
I want to talk a little bit about Justin Verlander. So there we go from kind of football, baseball, now into all baseball. And I didn't know these things, and I will say this only goes back to 2008, as they say, the pitch tracking era. So just to give you an idea, I think this is always tough for the person that says pitching is just so much better than it's ever been. That's why the league batting average is 243 instead of, let's just say, 10, 15 years ago, more like 262 or even during, and I will say during the steroid era, the peak of steroid era where like league batting average was more like 273. Right. So I get that there's a little bit of variance. It kind of went up about 10 points during the steroid era, but really we've lived in like a league batting average is more around 260 than 240.
Super minor question because I don't want to derail your broader point. Do you think a lot of pitchers were also doing steroids in the steroid era?
For sure.
Okay.
I didn't do it.
Yeah,
I want to make that clear. I did. I've told the story. I don't want to tell it again, but I truly thought about it going into the 2008 season, which since 2008, the pitch tracking era. Well, how about this from Justin Verlander? The average postseason velocity for 39 years older pitcher, for 39 or older. I know I said that a little bit weird. Justin Verlander, 94.5 miles an hour.
That's fast.
The next highest since 2008, we can't go back in time, but is 91.2 miles an hour. I bet you guys will never guess who threw the ball at 39 years old or older at 91.2 miles an hour, the second fastest, and I will give you a hint.
Can you give me like a year range?
He's a former Texas Ranger.
90.
Kevin Brown.
No, it goes 2008.
Oh.
Remember.
My bad.
So it has to be 2008 on. He played for the Texas Rangers, and we think of him as a slow pitcher because of how slow he threw for us. But in all these stats, you find out that, man, this dude, and I played with him. There's another hint. He was my teammate. He played for the Texas Rangers. He threw slow for the Texas Rangers, and he is pretty much the second fastest pitcher in the stat tracking era of being 39 years old or older on how hard he used to throw.
Jamie Moyer.
No.
Oh.
I'm out.
Bartolo Colon.
Love Bartolo Colon.
In 2013,
somebody texted in, somebody got it.
I don't think
Bartolo
of him like
Colon threw 91.2 miles an hour. How about this? If you go to fastest postseason Ks by a pitcher of the age of 35 or older, Verlander, 98.5, 97.9. His teammate Charlie Morton, 97.9, and Fernando Rodney in 2013 as a closer was throwing 97.7 miles an hour. When we go to highest max velocity by a starting pitcher of 35 years old or older, because it's very tough to make the World Series in the first place and then to make it at 39. So we have to take it back to 35 years old or older. And remember, this is since 2008. Verlander, 99.3 miles an hour.
Yeah, I was going to say that dude can still crank it up to 99.
And when did he do
needs
that?
To, like last year.
This year at 39 years old, 99.3 miles an hour. Charlie Morton, second. Max Scherzer, third. Bartolo Colon, fourth at 97.7 miles an hour at 38 years old for the Yankees in 2011.
From the 469 and 817, I want to shout you out for getting that correct. There were other guesses for Darren Oliver, got multiple guesses.
Yeah.
And Vicente Padilla came up.
I loved how wild he was.
I'm pretty much almost out of time. I want to just say like kind of how hard Verlander's throwing at such an advanced age. There's been guys that have been close, like Charlie Morton, Bartolo Colon, Max Scherzer, but he's starting game 1 tomorrow for the Houston Astros. I do feel like this, and maybe it's a bigger topic, we only have a minute to discuss it, that the World Series loses a little bit of momentum right now. When there is a break, when you don't have a game 6, game 7, and you have this far of a break, and you have tonight a great Thursday night football matchup on Amazon. You have the Mavericks going to Brooklyn, so NBA is, and I'm going to be talking a lot of NBA, and Mike likes it at 12:41. I just feel like I don't know how baseball keeps the momentum when they have a break. I'm looking forward to tomorrow night, but I feel like there's been such a break. A lot of people have almost forgotten there is a World Series.
And that's why I get it, why it happens with the Super Bowl, but I would love it if they would just consider adjusting the schedules like they do in the regular rounds of the playoffs. It's like, hey, Western Conference Finals starts. Well, these teams both wrapped up quickly, so it starts then. I would love it if that was considered for the NBA Finals, for the World Series, Stanley Cup. I feel
like the NBA loses a little bit of momentum too, and they don't have really much competing with it in mid-June.
Yeah.
But I just, in a weird way, I don't know how, and maybe it's just our society in general and how we have so much to possibly entertain ourselves now, and we didn't 20 years ago, is how does Major League Baseball keep like a major momentum into the World Series when there's a big break? And the same thing with basketball too. You can kind of run into that issue where there's been times in recent memory where I've just been like, yeah, I know the NBA Finals are on. I'm almost basketballed out by now.
Yeah. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chat with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, plus maybe a little basketball. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Commercial-free fellowship. It's the G-Bag Nation's Expressway 35 straight. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas. Built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, fellas.
Mickey, we're just giving away Cowboys tickets today in the noon o'clock hour. Are you excited?
You're giving them away?
They're in the 100 level.
100 level Cowboys tickets for this game.
What do I have to do to
Ooh,
Tolo.
that is dicey.
Yeah,
that is
10th caller.
Yeah,
10th caller.
10th caller in the noon hour. Not right now because people are going to start calling in. And
I'm already on the line.
Yeah.
Are they on hold?
Yes. No, we will clear out the lines right before that. We did it, Mickey. We talked about it yesterday. We talked about getting the NFL to change the stats. They did it. I feel a little sorry for Dorrance Armstrong, but I am happy for Micah Parsons.
So mission accomplished, right?
That's right.
Yeah, that was, and that happens. I've seen it happen many times where, it's the ruling comes down with the guys that are doing the stats and the play-by-play at the stadium, and sometimes they, in the heat of the moment. I don't know, how much of an opportunity they have to go back and look at something after they originally say, okay, that's that, right?
Right.
And so, I've seen it many times where the PR department calls the NFL and says, hey, look at this and see if you think this is right. And I've seen it change before. So, yeah, that was good.
Go ahead.
I was going to say somebody yesterday texted in that said if they reversed it and gave Micah Parsons the sack, he was going to win his fantasy football matchup. So I hope that worked out.
Well, does fantasy football people, can they call and say, hey, I think you need to rethink that stat,
Because you pay out on Tuesday. Like I'm in with friends and stuff, and on Tuesday everything's final, and you pay up if you won or lost, and I guess it doesn't change at all fantasy because you're usually not drafting individual.
There are some leagues.
There are
like
some,
that.
but very few.
Yeah,
so I guess a sack is a sack defensive. You don't get an extra one.
Or it might have helped somebody that picked Micah Parsons as the pick to click, right?
Oh,
yep.
Although he should have won it anyway for the play, right?
Yeah.
He should win it all the time.
Is he no longer embargoed off the pick to click? Because I know you said for a while.
Yeah, I know. I think we opened it back up.
Okay, that's good.
Because if it's right, it's right. I mean, gosh,
sure.
There's no stat for that play other than a tackle, right?
Yeah.
There needs to be some sort of asterisk by it on how important the play was. And he was pretty funny about it yesterday when I asked him when did he realize that it was a screen pass, right? That he wasn't going to get a chance to go to get Goff. And he said, when nobody blocked me, because I always get blocked.
That's a great point, and you love that level of football IQ. I have to know if it was up to you, which unfortunately it's not yet.
It should be, though.
I know,
right?
absolutely.
Most times. And I don't even know what you're going to ask me.
Yeah.
Would you just pull Zeke to the side and say, hey, buddy,
take a rest?
We all know how tough you are. We got the bye coming up. Maybe we just sit this one out and heal up a little bit.
Absolutely not.
Oh.
I'd have him out there. If he can play, he plays.
Is there any concern? Because we were talking about.
It's not like you're getting some patsy, right? You got to win the game.
No, absolutely. My concern is looking at. I know the injuries they've said they're different and everything, but I was looking at first 4 weeks Zeke versus post PCL Zeke last week, and there's a pretty astonishing drop off.
But the injuries may not be the same.
So we think this one hopefully is more minor, or do we know?
Well,
on that?
I mean, I
there's
don't
a lot
know.
of different theories on
I
this
don't
injury
know
again.
if you can tell by watching a guy walk. Okay, he was walking just fine.
Would you say the Bee Gees think you can tell by a way?
That's good. I like that. And he did. He pulled up the sleeve he had on it, and he had it was like there was also a contusion there, like he got hit.
Yeah, the
right?
bruise. Yeah,
and so there seems to be a discrepancy in the reporting if it's a sprain or if it's a hyperextension.
So okay,
we're still trying to figure out exactly what.
Okay,
that is.
yeah.
And the Cowboys did a really good job last year of making sure we never exactly knew what it was.
No, we knew.
Only. Oh, really?
I bet I told you guys. I mean, I knew it was a sprained PCL.
Okay.
So if I knew it, I'm sure I shared it.
I think the thing that we felt, and Mickey, I do remember specifically having this discussion with you after the Saints game, was if it's not going to hurt him anymore to keep playing, then keep playing. And that was kind of our feeling and understanding was it's not going to be any worse. It's not going to keep him from playing next year or whatever. He can play through it.
Right. And those things, basically, they don't get better until you get rest, right?
Yeah.
And so this one, we'll see. I mean, he was able to do his rehab stuff. So to me, you do everything you can to get him to the game on Sunday. And someone asked him yesterday about, why does he push through these things? And he goes, because I owe it to my teammates.
Yeah,
it was a pretty good answer.
No,
right?
it was a pretty good answer.
Not that you wanted to hear it, though, right?
I know. I guess my contention is, and we talked about this a little bit ago. I don't think anybody who watches football would question Zeke's toughness whatsoever. I was just wondering in the bigger picture if it's just better to, you said get him to the game, but in my thought is you essentially get like 3 weeks off if you just didn't play in this game because you'd be off this week, then next week, and then you wouldn't hit the field again until after that, if that would be the rest that you would want for him.
I guess then you have to judge how integral he is to winning the ball game.
Sure. No, and that is absolutely fair.
Have you seen Tony Pollard carry the ball 25 times?
No, but I want to.
And that's the thing is I think part of me really wants to as well. And it could fail. It could absolutely fail.
And then you're going to throw the ball 40 times.
And then
everybody's going to be okay with that.
Hey, if we get 65 offensive plays off for once, Mickey, I would be kind of stoked about that. But I know that's not really your question, but I'm just saying as an aside. I would like to see the opportunity for Pollard, and I'm sure his bank account would love to see that opportunity if it worked. But I definitely hear what you're saying because it might fail. Now, a running back that we know works, and we're kind of doing a throwback today in the noon, is Emmitt Smith. 20 years ago today, broke the all-time rushing record. I was kind of hoping you could take us back and give us some insight on like the lead up to it and breaking the record and all that good stuff.
Well, it was, everything was Emmitt this, Emmitt that, right? The whole week. Because he was within, 80? I should know that by heart.
And the team was pathetic, and nobody wanted to talk about Chad Hutchinson.
And they weren't very good. They changed quarterbacks for that game, by the way. They benched Quincy Carter, and Chad Hutchinson actually started the game. And Seattle came into town, and it's like, not on my watch. They didn't want to be the team that gave them the necessary yards to break the record. So they were pumped for that game, too. And I just remember, and I was rereading the column I wrote after the game, and the stadium was electric. Like every time he touched the ball, everybody was like, "Oh, is this the run?" Right? Because who knows?
Yes, sure.
If he needed 80 yards, well, what if he, flashed a 40 or 50 yarder, and that was the run that broke the record, right? And as he got closer and closer and closer, you can see the tension in the stadium was almost like, who cares who wins the game, right?
Yeah.
This is all about Emmitt. And then when he did it, and it was, they delayed the game. They delayed the game at least 5 minutes or so. And he came to the sideline and hugged and kissed everybody, in shouting distance. And thanked them. And then the thing I remember, he went back on the field after, and then after he did the deal with Daryl Johnston. Remember, he thanked him.
Yes.
And, they caught that on TV because Daryl had gone down early, anticipating that he would, they would get a shot of him and Emmitt. And I remember reading where, Daryl was ready to go back to the booth because it didn't look like it was getting ready to happen. But when he went back on the field and got in the huddle for the next play, he took a knee and he started pounding the ground like, golly, I just did it, right? And I remember writing, I was like, he pounded the record into Texas Stadium turf. And I mean, the whole thing was really emotional. The other thing I remember about it is, so Walter's brother, Eddie Payton, was there, and Walter's mother, Corrine, were at the game. They were there for the game, sat in a suite. And I knew Eddie when I was working at the paper in Jackson, Mississippi. He was, at one time, he was the golf coach at Jackson State.
Oh.
And, they grew up together playing football. And Eddie's take on the whole thing was, you hate to see Walter's record go down, but he said, but look what's happened. And his mother said the same thing. They said they brought Walter back to life because everything that Emmett was doing was trying to catch Walter Payton.
Yeah.
And it reminded everybody of how great Walter Payton was and what he did. And so some of the side stuff, other than just breaking the record, they were happy for Emmitt Smith to break the record, and Emmitt did a good job of keeping them involved as part of this, the tour to break Walter's record, and that was a big thing. The other thing I remember, so John Wooten, who was a Cowboy scout. He was a offensive guard at Cleveland for Jim Brown.
Yeah.
So he was there when Jim Brown broke the record and established it. And he was at the game that day to see Emmett break Walter's record at Texas Stadium too. So he got to witness both of the records being broken, which was kind of neat.
I think he went to high school with my grandpa.
And John was very instrumental in the Cowboys making the trade in 1990 on draft day to move up to get Pittsburgh's spot so they could get their choice of running backs before the run on running backs went. And
thank goodness for that.
Yeah, and he basically he was the one that called Pittsburgh and told them, hey, we know you want a tight end. You can get your tight end where we're at, because everybody now from where your pick is to where you're going to be is going to take a running back. And sure enough, they did the deal, and sure enough, all the running backs went boom, 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 and they got Eric Green, the tight end, as projected. And John remembered the Cowboy scout that they were in the room on draft day, and they were getting closer, and they had to pick. And Walt Jaworski, who was an old time crudgety scout, got basically, as they talk about, got on the table and said, if you do not take Emmitt Smith, you're all crazy, that this is the best running back in the country.
Well, that is an amazing story. So I want to thank you for that. But also, before you come back tomorrow, I want you to reflect on if crudgety is a word.
Crudgety?
I want you to think that over, and we will catch up with you tomorrow.
I think I got part of maybe another word.
Curmudgeon and crotchety is what I think you might have combined.
But you know
right
what?
there.
Somebody should come up with crudgety, because it kind of uses both of them together.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
And I get to spell it the way I want, too, since I invented it.
That makes sense. We'll catch up with you tomorrow, Mick.
See ya, thanks.
There you go. He's had a little defeated right there at the end. You shouldn't. You just invented a word.
Yeah, man, that's awesome.
DallasCowboys.com, Mickey Spagnola right there. We're the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Wanted to ask y'all a quick question. From a fascination point of view, where are you at with tonight's Nets-Mavericks game? Because
I'm at a 1 million.
100%.
Is it? And it's not just because of the Mavericks, right? It's seeing the oddity or whatever is happening in Brooklyn, right?
I watched a little bit last night.
Did you watch Steve Nash flip out?
I missed that part.
It was
But,
awesome.
Yeah, I know he got ejected in the third quarter.
Do yourself a favor. Go check it out.
Didn't he Will Smith slap somebody or something?
No, he did not slap anybody, but it did look like he needed to be held back.
They're a weird team to watch because they have two great players and there doesn't seem to be any type of cohesiveness. It's kind of like, hey, you do your thing this possession, I'll do my thing the next possession.
Right.
And I get it because Ben Simmons doesn't want to be out there. It looks like he is being forced to play basketball.
Yeah. He doesn't want to shoot the ball. He's supposed to foul people to get the hell out of there.
I want to talk about that a little more with you, Mike, because I have some
We'll talk about
questions
that.
about him.
Mike likes it. And then they have some decent role players. Don't get me wrong. Obviously, we love Seth Curry here.
Yes.
Claxton's not a bad, skinny,
like
big
Claxton.
guy, right? I mean, they have some guys, but then you're just like, this doesn't look like they are being coached, or what are they trying to do here? It's kind of like when you watch them, and I get Milwaukee can make you look bad, especially on offense, but we'll talk about a little bit more of that, and Mike likes it because I have Mavs offense, the Lakers, the Brooklyn Nets, and Giannis as kind of my topics.
Okay. And then shout out to Nathaniel Lowe, Marcus Simeon, Corey Seager, and Adolis Garcia, all announced as finalists for the Silver Slugger Award. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or is he going to run an actual NASCAR race on ice? We'll talk about it next right here on The Fan.
and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Don't forget, in about an hour, as part of the lunch rush, we will give away tickets to the Dallas Cowboys in the 100 level. A pair of tickets in the 100 level, plus a parking pass. But right now, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Let us know at 877-881-1053. And we start, I know you were just watching the video, Mike, with Steve Nash ejected for the first time as a coach, even though he's only co-head coach of the Nets, as you well know.
Third time as an NBA person, right? 2 times as a player, 1 time as a coach now. He was
angry.
He was. I thought it would be worse than what it was. And I always find this interesting in all other sports except for baseball. In hockey, basketball, and football. If you were to go out on the court, the ice, the field, and you get nose-to-nose with that referee that has done something that has upset you so much that you've been now ejected from the game, you will get multiple games suspended. Like if Steve Nash would have gone on the court, gone nose-to-nose with that ref and said, you're a piece of dump, and that is about the nicest thing that's ever been said when you've been ejected from a baseball game.
Right.
Like, really, you're calling them every horrible thing you can possibly call them at that point because you know you've already been ejected. There's really no other penalty.
Right.
You just can't touch them. You can't spit in their face or anything like that. But you can say pretty much whatever you want to say up to a point. Obviously, there's more things you can't say now than maybe 15, 20 years from now that you could say.
I gotcha.
But in baseball, you're allowed to go into that umpire's face and scream at that guy for like 20 seconds until people start getting in front of you. And then you can kind of keep it a show for another minute if you want. And in basketball, Steve Nash wanted to go nose to nose with that ref, but it's just not allowed in other sports.
I mean, like in WWE, you can do a rock bottom on somebody, and it's not gonna, on the referee, and it's not going to matter.
And that ref had no idea it was going to happen.
It might help you. You know, it might help you win that match.
You know what
your teammate runs out and he puts on a referee jersey and he's like,
Man,
1, 2, 3, real fast.
I wish that part would happen more often. You know what I think is hilarious when they announce these quote unquote fines? When they're like, oh, Brock Lesnar's been fined $100,000 for doing that to the ref. And I was like, why are you even saying that? Come on. Like, you know that didn't happen. I know that didn't happen.
Why do they call it a fine? That fine sounds good, you know? And like, yeah, I'm fine with it.
Is that
with another word?
Is that the most likely
punishment
variation of that word you use as opposed to like she's fine or anything?
Yeah, I don't
like
use that anymore.
Okay, but there was a time.
There was a time.
From the 432.
Fine as frog hair.
What? My coworker, first of all, also texted in, have you ever heard that expression in your life? From the 432, my coworker is an idiot. He bet me $1,000 that Derrick Henry would be a top 3 rusher for the next 6 seasons. Holy crap. That is a really long time for a running back. Top 3? Derrick Henry is already 28. If that starts now, oh my gosh.
I'm looking up stats. Is he leading the NFL in rushing right now? I don't even know.
But I mean, I think the point is
he's 4th right now with 536 yards.
And I believe he can get there this year. And next year,
Lamar Jackson
and maybe next year. But like, what about the 3 years after that? That doesn't seem very likely. I think your coworker made a terrible bet, and congratulations, you're definitely going to win.
From the 214, Corey, one is scripted, the other isn't. Yeah, of course. The NBA has been scripted for a long time. What do you? I mean, the WWE.
Go watch Tim Donaghy.
Real stuff right
and
there.
The ghost of David Stern is still alive.
Yeah, don't fool yourself into thinking these quote-unquote real sports are that much less scripted than wrestling.
The 940, Corey thinks his 14-year-old wife is fine.
Oh my God, can we not talk about that again? That was I think that's the most uncomfortable segment
I watched Game of Dragons or whatever last night. Dragons of Thrones.
How? You know No, it's not Dragons of Thrones.
Is it Game of Dragons?
No, it's the House of the Dragon.
Well, why did
Or
Dragons of
House the
Thrones not
Dragon.
make you mad, but Game of Dragons did?
I can't remember what episode we're on, 3 or 4, and I looked at my wife and go, I feel so uncomfortable watching this because there's teenagers with 50-year-old men, and it's just weird.
Really?
No, seriously.
I don't know if I'm going to watch that.
One of my friends brought up the best point, though, is, and I hope this is
It was a different time?
No. He did not say it's a different time. And also the show's make-believe, in case you didn't know that. But he brought up a great point, because I watched that episode. I was like, dude, I'm not feeling super great about that plot line either. And he goes, but you knew, sorry if you think this is a spoiler. I'm not trying to spoil anything. He goes, you knew he wasn't going to pick the one gal because she really looked like she was 12 or 13. So instead, they picked the other gal who did not look like she was 12 or 13. And I was like, you do see how that's like still super uncomfortable, right? And he's like, oh yeah, no, I get it. I have questions about George R.R. Martin and his thoughts about it was a different time.
Yeah, and uncles. It's just weird.
From the 469, yeah, if you're an uncle and your niece or nephew or whatever,
I don't think I can
you
watch
might
that
as
show.
well be strangers in this world. Like, you saw that. Remember, didn't in the original Game of Thrones, they had 2 siblings going at it, and they're like, it's fine.
That was the first episode.
Yeah, they're like, it's fine. Let's push a kid out of a tower, and the brother and sister are going to have sex.
It was a different time, Kevin.
It was a make-believe time. This time didn't happen. There was never dragons. Probably. And somebody's going to be like, I don't know. I saw this fossil dig up. Whatever. If that's what you consider dinosaurs. I'm not here to get into all of that.
Sounds like Kevin's getting on my side with the time of Earth.
Man, you know what? From the 817, and I should have known this was going to happen.
I at least believe in dinosaurs.
House of Thrones is make-believe. It is not called House of Thrones either.
Thrones of Dragons.
Holy crap. I don't even know what it is called at this point.
The House of the Dragon. Also from the 901, Friend of the Family on Peacock is extremely hard to watch. It's got the dude who played Plop in The Office in a very not funny whatsoever situation. It's really interesting, but man, they have to tell the family what the term pedophile means because it was in the 70s and they were like, what the hell does that mean? It is horrifying, but it's oddly compelling, but that person is right. It is absolutely hard to watch. And then from the 469, my buddy's an idiot because he doesn't think that the Stars will bring the next championship to Dallas. Look, we have a really bad track record with how we talk Stars in terms of what they do immediately after that. It feels like every time
that is valid.
Every time we try to get people on board and they're like, oh, you got to catch Stars fever. And they even called that dude out. It was like, oh, the Stars just lost. And I was like, whatever, dude. They're 4-0-1 and they're whipping people's ass. And then what happens? They lost the next 2 games. And they play the Capitals tonight. So take that, Frank Provenzano. But they lost 2 in a row immediately after we were like, oh, you got to buy in on them. They're awesome. And they still could be, for sure.
Jordan Schultz and at the Score are reporting that Kadarius Toney is going to the Chiefs. They trade their conditional 3rd-round pick and a 6th to the Giants.
That is way too high for him.
It's another player. I mean, another weapon for Patrick
I feel
Mahomes.
like they have enough of those guys, though, of potentials, right? I think
because they're not using Sky.
Sky Moore, hold on to the effing football when they punt it to you, you moron.
Especially because Kadarius Toney, it's like become very clear. I mean, that's a great bit of information. I just think they paid too much because Kadarius Toney, it's been made very clear that he does not have a place there.
Right.
So I'm surprised that the Chiefs are like, we'll give you 3rd and a 6th.
Yeah, and I get it. It's kind of a 4th, right? Because if you're saying, is it a conditional where does that mean like it can become something else? Or are you saying that it's one of those picks that you get, like, you know how the Cowboys never sign free agents? So you get like conditional 3rds off of losing a free agent?
Yeah. I just don't think he'll sign for that much.
Compensatory pick, so maybe conditional means that it can move to a 3rd. It could be.
Usually,
what's the information?
Hold on, Mike. Usually, you gotta stop for just a second. Is usually when you say conditional, that's what it is, guaranteed, and then it could move up. So the idea would be if he hits certain elements, maybe he can move up to a 2nd.
Oh my God.
Which would be way too high.
He's not going to hit those.
Yeah, but he'll probably play, I guess, which is a step in the right direction.
Unless he gets like 20, bitching things from his like coach. Like, hey, he bitched to us 20 times. It goes up to a third or a second. Is that okay?
I know.
Complain. Sorry, that's a better word.
I want to know if
Sorry.
I want to know that
Crap.
stat exists.
That's all he does.
I've been wanting to talk about this for.
Sorry, I just added him on my fantasy team. I wanted to,
Oh!
hey, he's going to the Chiefs, dude. Like,
see, is Corey breaking news for the show or his fantasy team? Is what I want to know.
Ask Juju Smith-Schuster. I've played him enough. I'm never playing him again. Try picking a Chiefs wide receiver with a good game.
I got to know what you guys think of this. This might be the lead on My Buddy's an Idiot for me. In 2023, the Euro NASCAR Tour will open with the Arctic ice race on a frozen lake in Finland.
awesome.
Is it?
What do you mean?
There is no part of you that thinks
danger.
Yeah. Hey,
dude, how thick does ice have to be
for
us not to worry about?
For like 40 cars to race over
Yeah.
it for hours at a time? I don't know.
I mean, if it's like 20 feet deep of ice,
I guess I probably
you
feel
putting your
pretty-
trust in 20 feet of concrete.
Yeah, but
what?
Concrete's not gonna break the same way ice is, right?
I'm not even 100% sure what we're talking about. A lot of things you said I don't care about.
You don't care about a NASCAR race on
Nope.
ice?
First, no.
On ice?
Why not, dude? That's awesome.
I've been to NASCAR. When they rev up those engines, it is awesome. And when they have the pre-stuff, it's great. And when they start the race, it's awesome. And then about 3 to 4 times around the track, I go, they have to do this 200 more times before this is over?
Mm-hmm.
And that's when I totally lose interest. So if they had a race where it was just 5 times around the track, I would be way more interested.
I don't disagree with him. Like, just think about this. What's the greatest 2 minutes of our lives every year?
Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, exactly. It's interesting that you said that so quickly, though. But
it'd never be 2 minutes. You know what I'm saying?
But we love the Kentucky Derby for that 2 minutes, and that 2 minutes alone. We really don't care about the build up to it. That it's like 6 hours long.
The
But
only
Mike's
build-up
right.
part I care about is the trumpet.
If it was a 5-lap race, we would be like, "Oh my god!"
How many times do I have to get gas?
Yeah.
I mean, jeez.
I got to get gas on my way out today, by the way.
All right, so you're out on the NASCAR race on ice. I think I'm in too.
Are you in just because the potential of the ice cracking and all the cars falling in the middle of the ocean?
Here's something you need to
That's
know about
exactly
me,
why
Corey.
he's in.
No,
man.
hold on. I am interested in sporting events when they take place in different settings than usual.
Yeah, like the football game inside the NASCAR event.
Yes,
Yeah.
or like the first time they were like, "Hey, we're gonna have this college basketball game on an aircraft carrier," and I was like, "That probably doesn't mean what I think." Where somebody goes out for like a pass out on the wing, and then they fall off the aircraft carrier.
And then Top Gun lands.
Yeah, in my mind, I was like, "That's probably not what it looks like." But I'm very intrigued when they do like outdoor wrestling shows. I mean, I'm intrigued by unusual environments for sporting
What's
events.
going to happen when Biden turns NASCAR into electric
Stop
cars?
it! Stop.
Are they going to have to
it,
charge?
Mike.
They're not going to use gas,
Why
right? They're going to have
would
to
you do
charge.
that?
They're going to all have to have charging stations, and then whoever has the better Tesla charging station
Why
wins.
would you do this, Mike?
Well,
dude,
it's something that they want to happen,
But
right?
explain
They
to
want us
me
get rid of
why
gas
Shell
cars.
made $9.5 billion this quarter.
Nope. Alec,
What?
save me.
$5 billion
Save
more than
me.
last year.
Will you please?
Yeah,
Please.
Shell, bring down the cost of gas.
Please save me, Alec, and play cut 2. This is Ivica Zubac taking
Nobody
a
knows who that is.
3/4 court shot when there's still 8 seconds left on the clock.
See that in the film room tomorrow. I'm not quite sure what that was. Lack of recognition on the clock, or they thought they had a player down there. But boy, some blunders here late in this first half.
So
I love that.
So
Not quite
he's
sure what that
he's just standing there. I don't know if he thought it was 0.8 seconds or what happened. There are 8 seconds on the clock. He gets the ball inbounds and just heaves it at the basket. And the damnedest thing of it, it almost went in. And so then he like looks around and he's looking for, it's kind of like, you know, when you trip over a cord or almost trip over a cord, you have to like look for who to blame. He's like desperately looking around. It's like, whose fault was that? There's no way. And then he's like looking at the clock and he's like, son of a, I don't know what happened.
Sometimes you make but what if he made it? All right. And then the NBA is like, you know what? We need more of those shots now. Just like Steph moved to the 3-point line.
I won't be surprised if
midcourt.
Luka tries it this year.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
3 seconds left in the game. You know what? Let's try 54 feet.
Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Y'all are going to like this one. Just who is the anti-Kirk Cousins? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Not quite sure.
driven to do what's right. That's why they never charge more than MSRP. Plus, they still pay full market value for your trade. Find new roads, visit Classic Chevrolet, relax, and enjoy the difference.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We got Gridiron Gravy coming up in just a second. But first, we have to go to the Corey News Desk.
News. Guys, no Miro Heiskanen tonight. He was not at the morning skate. He is still day-to-day with a body injury.
Does it even give us the upper or lower?
I've decided I'm going completely hockey.
Everybody.
I'm going complete hockey, and I'm
Rock
just saying
your body.
Yeah.
It is an upper body injury. But yeah, I always like, Mike, it's upper body or lower body. And I always I'm like, what? So I'm just going body injury from now on.
Okay. All right. Right now.
That would be the worst thing to tell your doctor. Hey, where does it hurt?
Body.
Body hurts.
Mm-hmm.
That is, we got a starting point. All right, right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
But no ending point.
We start with, we got some updates from the trade that Corey broke to us. Is football reporters are bad at choosing words, and it sounds like it is the Chiefs' compensatory third-round pick, as opposed to a conditional third-round pick, in addition to the 6th that is moving on down the road.
Say it
for Kadarius Toney.
God bless you.
Say a word.
Oh, you knew it was happening.
You sneeze.
You know, I've tried it. It's impossible. But you still don't believe me because you sneeze 73 times a day, but yet refuse to try to do what your grandma couldn't do.
Tolos, text in if you think you can say words while sneezing, because Kevin refuses to help us with the science of it.
My contention is that my grandmother, when she sneezed, would say, God bless you. And that's how she would sneeze. Nobody in my family will back me up on that, including my mom. She's like, I do not recall that at all. Now, about the Kadarius Toney thing, good news for the Giants. They will save $5.2 million over the next 3 years. Bad news. They've already paid $8.5 million to Kadarius Toney for not a lot of
I love
production.
that Kadarius Toney thought it was so unfair. Kadarius, let me speak to you now as a fan of the Kansas City Chiefs, really just a fan of Patrick Mahomes. They wanted you in New York to be successful. They drafted you in the first round. When you're like, let's say, a 5th round pick, and then you're not getting to play, even though you're better than the first round pick, usually like, man, this really stinks. I'm working harder. I'm doing better. When I get my opportunities, I'm better. But they just keep giving this first rounder opportunities. That's what they did with you, Kadarius, and you were so horrible at football that they had to take you off the football field. Stop thinking people are against you. And now that team is, you said $8.7 million screwed over?
Yep.
Because you were that bad at football. Figure out how to be good at football. Guess what? Kansas City just traded 2 picks for you. Now, they're not premium picks, but they're picks. They actually want you to be good at football. Their goal is for you to go to Kansas City and be good at football. If you're bad at it, it's because of you, not because of somebody else.
I'm kind of curious on the player himself, if getting drafted by a Joe Judge run squad, bad, right? Like, you go to a place, it's a bad organization where there's a lot of, nobody really understands what they're doing. And then you get a new head coach. Why wouldn't you be like, I'm ready for this. I need somebody that's a good coach to be here for me. And he wasn't, so he just kept arguing with it. Now he's going to a place where I think he has a really good coach.
Early votes, absolutely not. You cannot say anything while you sneeze from the 972. I sneeze OS all the time. From the 469, you can definitely say something while you sneeze. From the 812, you can say things while you sneeze. And from the 254, my friend in high school said a curse word too every time that they sneeze. So early data, I have not been able to prove it. Who do you think? There's a quarterback in the NFL. They are the anti-Kirk Cousins. Who do you think it would be?
Like, overwhelming leader?
They're great in primetime games?
That is correct.
Oh, okay. Great in primetime.
I did see a stat and I don't know if this is it or not, but Patrick Mahomes is like 12-2 against like great teams or something like that. I can't remember the exact stat they showed against San Francisco, but they're like, he's 12-2 in games where he's taking on some sort of
Josh Allen is the guy heading into Sunday Night Football. Buffalo's Josh Allen has the highest passer rating among all quarterbacks with at least 300 pass attempts in primetime games since 1970. Second on the list, Aaron Rodgers. So Aaron Rodgers is second. Josh Allen with a 108.6 is first.
And Dak and Romo are tied for third because they're the greatest quarterbacks.
Probably. Gotta be.
Knew it.
So those are your anti-Kirk Cousins. Now, I don't know if you count this as well. I have a coach who's the anti-Kirk Cousins. I know Kirk Cousins.
Who's great in big-time games.
In primetime games.
Probably Chan Gailey, Dave Campo, Bill Parcells, Wade
how would it be
Phillips,
Dave
Jason
Campo?
Garrett. It's Jason Garrett. Jason Garrett.
It's not.
This is all time?
Yeah, he's coaching right now.
Belichick?
That is a great guess. That is also a great guess. Is Matt LaFleur. In games that start at 7 p.m. Eastern or later, Matt LaFleur is 16-2, including 13 consecutive wins in that window.
Dang.
However, it would appear likely that is going to come to a crashing halt this weekend as they are 11.5-point underdogs against the Buffalo Bills, and we just established Josh Allen loves them primetime games.
Man, I really wanted to have a good take here, but there's too many things stacked against them. Like, there's no way I'm picking the Packers to cover even in that game. So, man, pretty cool stat for LaFleur, I guess.
Okay.
That's pretty cool.
Let's go from that. Are you guys ready for the 214 sandwich? Exclusively at Tom Thumb and Albertsons, though obviously Albertsons is about to change. Dak and Zeke have introduced their sandwich. If you want to go get the 214 brisket sandwich, it is available at Tom Thumb and Albertsons.
Starts off great and juicy, and you feel great about it, and then by the end, it's kind of dry, and you're disappointed.
Yeah, most seasons it's available, but not all seasons is it available.
Yes, I get it. Probably not in January and February. I see where we're going with this.
Yeah, you want to get it somewhere between August and November. Probably right after Thanksgiving. I don't know. For some reason, it's just not the same.
And a lot of times you don't know whether that sandwich is going to be completely intact or not.
Uh-huh.
You know, whether it's
How did I not see that was going to happen? I really am not entirely
It's really cool,
sure.
though. Are you excited about sandwiches?
Yes.
I just saw a note, Kevin,
like
that said
brisket
that
sandwiches.
had like 10 cities from Texas that were the worst when it comes to sandwiches. And most of the best sandwiches come from like, hold on. Here it is, Kevin. New York, New Orleans, D.C., St. Louis, and San Francisco. And then there's Mesquite, Pasadena, Texas, Midland, Carrollton, Killeen, and Irving are the 10 worst cities for sandwich lovers.
Oh, Carrollton. As long as we don't ever have to do that witch list, so I don't ever have to tell
I know
that
one of our
story.
Tolos is Blythe, who great chef. I have this, since I watch a lot of Food Network and stuff, nothing against Texas here, but I think one of the reasons, and I'm not 100% sure, is this might sound crazy, and I probably am crazy. I think humidity has something to do with our bread making here. And so the quality of bread that you can make to make a great sandwich isn't great here. Is that there has to do something with being able to bake bread / the humidity and stuff with it that makes it like an East Coast thing or sometimes West Coast.
Interesting.
I'm not 100% sure, but I've heard
We'll ask
something
Blythe.
about like humidity being something about the quality of bread.
I'll tweet Blythe right now.
Let's go from that to the Patriots. Mac Jones going to be back starting. He got 90% of the first team reps yesterday, and then it came out that he will, in fact, be the starter. Let's go to another quarterback, Taylor Heineke. Do you think this is petty or awesome? He showed up at his presser in a pair of new green Air Jordans, and he proudly showed them off on the table. He said every time he wins a game, he goes and buys a pair of Air Jordans in the team's colors that he just beat.
Really?
And he just beat the Packers.
Yeah, I like that.
So
does he wear them or does he just
had
buy them?
no, yeah, he had them
all
on,
right.
and he was wearing them at the presser. He made sure to kick his feet up on the table, too, to be like, hey, these are my new shoes.
I don't think that's too petty. I think like if that's one of those little things that drives you, do it, man. Like It's kind of fun. I actually really like that idea.
Especially since you got a $125,000 bonus for winning that game. So I imagine that makes purchasing those shoes.
You can do them in Luka Jordans. They're going to make 7,000 different colors.
That does seem like that's going to be the case. All right, we talked about this a while back. Did you see that Pete Carroll has now jumped into the grass versus turf debate? He said, I believe yesterday, he goes, I think we definitely need to look at this seriously again in the offseason. It's been a discussion before. We've got to do what's right. We've got to do what's safest for the players, and we've got to make those choices. And so he would like to see those changes. And he's talked about the studies where 28% more likely to have a non-contact injury on artificial turf compared to grass. Do you think the NFL will take a bold step in this, or do you still need a lot more people to come out against it or in favor of it, depending on your perspective?
I don't think there's going to be bold steps because when it comes to putting on concerts, other events at your billion-dollar stadiums that are being built now, I mean,
on it a bit.
You want the fake stuff because I can have a whole bunch of things going on and off of that surface. I can change the surface a lot easier to something else when I have artificial turf in. And so I get what they're saying, but they don't really care. They're like, look, we'll deal with the injury for the most part. What about the 10 concerts and the rodeo and the monster truck event, right? I mean, you can do so many different things when you have a fake surface, and you can pull it up and turn it into concrete. You can change the turf quick in a different way. So I get what he's saying, but it doesn't make any sense when you want to have another multi-million-dollar, events at your stadium.
Yeah, and it would be more beneficial to the athletes that you're paying millions and millions of dollars for that.
Right.
But you make hundreds of millions of dollars on these other things. So why would you even think about that?
Interesting perspective. And then in case you missed it, as we kind of anticipated, Zeke will once again be out of practice, or is out of practice today.
Got to rest him up for Sunday, Kevin.
The Cowboys. I kind of do think that's their strategy. For as much as I said, I think it would be wiser to go ahead and sit him and roll through the bye and everything like that. I do not believe that's what they're going to do. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Emmitt Smith broke the all-time rushing record 20 years ago today. But does he get the respect he deserves? And where would you rank him in NFL running back history? 877-881-1053. We'll do that all next right here on The Fan.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. In case you've missed some of the news of the day, Miro is out tonight for the Stars, and the Giants have traded Kadarius Toney to the Chiefs for a third-round compensatory pick and a sixth-round pick. But today, we're celebrating something else, and it's not only
Our
the fact,
Independence Day.
not that, and it's not only the fact that coming up in the lunch rush, we will give away a pair of 100-level tickets to the Cowboys-Bears game, as well as a parking pass. That is an incredible giveaway. No, we're celebrating that 20 years ago today, this happened.
Hutchinson, handoff, Smith at left guard, 35, 40-yard line. That should do it. Move over, Sweetness. Make a place for Emmett.
Emmitt Smith broke the all-time rushing record today. So what I wanted to know from y'all, from the Tolos, the Twolos, our good folks on YouTube, or people walking by that can shout really loud, is where would you put Emmitt Smith in the hierarchy of all-time running backs? And do you think he gets the respect that he deserves? Because while he has the most rushing yards, the most rushing touchdowns, I think there is a very small amount of people who think he's the best running back of all time. Like a very small amount.
Yeah. All right. So, I think Barry is.
Okay.
Okay.
There you go.
That's just the Barry was the best running back I watched. I didn't watch Walter Payton that much because I was very young. I didn't get to see Jim Brown. I'm sure that you ask somebody that watched Jim Brown play and they're like, that dude was unstoppable.
Yeah. I talk to people in his personal life, they will probably say the same.
That has nothing to do with what was on the field, though.
That's fair.
So on the field, on the football field, I think a lot of people think Jim Brown was the guy. Walter Payton, I wish I need to watch more Walter Payton. I know how good he was.
Because he was not elite when you were alive.
And Emmett, here's the knocks against Emmett. In his time, he wasn't better than Barry. Not as flashy as Barry. And the other knock against him is he had the best offensive line you've ever seen play football of all time.
Can we talk about that part for just a second? Because you're right about that. You're right about both of those things.
He had road graders.
Wouldn't Franco Harris have the best offensive line? Aren't like all five of them in the Hall of Fame?
And they were all first round picks, obviously, right?
No, and that's the thing that I don't quite understand about the notion that Emmitt Smith always had the best offensive line. Something has to give here, right? Why aren't more of those people in the Hall of Fame? Isn't his only offensive lineman that was like really, really here for him Larry Allen?
Right.
All right. Larry Allen got here after Emmitt Smith had done these things. He had back-to-back-to-back seasons that look like this. 1,563 yards and 12 touchdowns. 1,713 yards and 18 touchdowns, and 1,486 yards and 9 touchdowns in a season where he missed the first 2 games.
Impressive.
So look, he obviously would have had 3 straight seasons in which he had more than 1,500 yards and at least 10 rushing touchdowns before Larry Allen even got there. And none of those other people are in the Hall of Fame. I think that offensive line was awesome. So that might be a side discussion about why the hell don't they get more all-time respect?
He also is all-time leader in carries and rushing touchdowns, Kevin. Like to add to that, 3 Super Bowls.
Yep.
To add to that. Holds almost all major playoff records, including rushing yards and total touchdowns. 11 seasons with 1,000 yards, 78 100-yard rushing games, and 5 straight seasons with 1,400 yards. One of 3 players with 7 straight seasons of 10 touchdowns to start his career. In 93, became the only player to lead the league in rushing yards, win the MVP, win the Super Bowl, and earn the Super Bowl MVP award all in the same season.
Which...
That's insane.
I think when you talk about the history of running back, and look, it's very tough for me and Jim Brown, right? Walter Payton, got to see some of it. It was a little bit later. I went back and watched that 77 playoff game where he was playing against the Dallas Cowboys. Just a very different game. back then than it is today. But I wonder if you could say this. Emmitt Smith, Barry Sanders was a better runner than him when you handed the ball off. But if you were to say everything involved in a running back, Emmitt was arguably the most complete running back in the history of football. And I have to exclude Jim Brown. There's not like a lot of like game footage of Jim Brown where you can go back and watch a whole season of everything he did. And it was just a different game back then, very tough to compare. He was as big as all the offensive and defensive linemen running the football. His blocking was tremendous. His pass catching ability was pretty darn good back then. If you look at games, he would have, like in the NFC Championship game in San Francisco where the Cowboys are a 7-point underdog, I believe he had 9 or 10 catches for over 100 yards.
Which is incredible. And so I'm glad that you guys brought the stats to the table, because I think he makes a great case for being at worst top 3, maybe top 5. And from the 901, I think Emmitt is top 5. From the 6, 7, 8, Emmitt absolutely does not get the respect that he deserves. From the 817, I think top 5, but then they said factor in the Great Wall of Dallas. And that's why, and this is just one, and I've seen other spots from Bleacher Report where they have him like 6th and stuff, but Gil Brandt put out his list, and he said Emmitt Smith was 11. Among the people he's behind is Tony Dorsett. And then you think about that as Gil Brandt saying he's not even the best Cowboys running back of all time. Which, look, Tony Dorsett is awesome, but I think that is an insane contention. And so I'm curious where people put Emmitt Smith in the all-time category.
You said you think he gets the love locally?
And yeah, but not nationally. I don't
think people adore him the way that they adore Troy and Michael Irvin.
I don't think so either. I think Gil Brandt, one of the reasons he has him 11th, and I have no clue of Emmitt's and Gil Brandt's relationship. Emmitt is not the easiest person to get along with from everybody I've talked to.
Okay.
So he is
not, that factors into
his likability isn't high from a lot of people you talk to that know Emmitt.
Let me ask you something about that. Do we all think that Michael Irvin is like super likable?
Yes, in a weird way, yeah.
Absolutely.
To me, there is little to no question that Emmitt Smith was better at football than Michael Irvin.
No doubt about it.
But to your point, people love Michael Irvin around here. And maybe to your point, Corey, people are like, oh yeah, Emmitt's the best. Let's talk about Michael Irvin some more.
I feel like
personality plays into it.
I did do the Emmitt Smith charity. Kevin, you couldn't do that week, so I had your fill-in, your voice fill-in. Nate Wood fill in that for you.
That was still just me.
But Emmitt, like that day, there were fans at the Omni just lined up for him. There are diehard Cowboys fans that love and adore Emmitt Smith. But I think around this area, and I think this also continues to have something to do with the fact that Troy and Michael stay in the public eye so often. And Emmitt, he has some tequila, he does a couple of business ventures, but for the most part, he's not in the public eye. He tried to do TV, and he wasn't great at it, and so he was like, I can just be Emmitt. And I can show up when Jerry needs me and collect a check here and there or whatever. And he's got plenty of money. He's doing fine. So I think that's another thing that factors into the love around here is that we always see Troy and we always see Michael Irvin.
Yeah.
And Michael Irvin is Cowboys super fan.
Right. Yeah.
So every Cowboys fan adores Michael Irvin for that.
And I do think there's a little bit of this, Kevin, when it comes to Emmitt Smith. He is a lot more Kareem Abdul-Jabbar than Magic Johnson. Now, it doesn't mean that Magic's better than Kareem or Kareem's better than Magic. They're two of the greatest basketball players of all time. But when you read Magic Johnson books or when you see stuff about Kareem Abdul-Jabbar has come to an end of his career. He actually has lost quite a bit of money. He was not good with money. So Kareem wants to start doing ventures and stuff like Magic Johnson. And Magic goes to him and says, Kareem, you can't do what I do. And Kareem's like, what do you mean? He says, are you willing to smile and shake hands with everybody who comes up and be cordial to human beings? And Kareem's like, no.
And that's
he's
why.
Like, and you can't do this. Like the reason Magic Johnson is so successful after basketball, one, he's a very smart person, and so is Kareem. But Kareem refused to be a nice person. And at times, from what I understand, Michael Irvin, Troy Aikman, I know there's times where people have been turned off by those guys too, or Roger Staubach, for example. Emmett refuses to be the cordial, I'm going to smile and shake hands with everybody all the time. That's fine. That's his personality. Doesn't mean he's a good guy. Doesn't mean he's a bad guy. But that's where Emmett sometimes falls short on this category, and I think Gil Brandt puts him lower on the list. I think based off of personality, rather based off of who he was as a player, because there's an argument he's the greatest Cowboy of all time.
I have one more question in the vein of Emmett. I am glad to see that I'm noting some people who pretty consistently, they have him in the top 5. From the 502, Barry, Walter Payton, Emmitt Smith. From the 254, Walter Payton, Barry, Jim Brown, Emmitt Smith. I think that is certainly a reasonable discussion to have. I don't know if this person is just trolling or not, because I definitely have gotten in this argument with people before. From the 817, is he not just Frank Gore with 3 Super Bowls? So here's what I want to point out. Not about that. That's obviously an absurd argument. But where people land on that is they'll look at your career rushing yards per attempt, which again, I think comparing different runs of football is stupid, because if you look at the 90s, this was a time when like everyone was looking run first, and that's why Troy Aikman's numbers are lower and people penalize him for that, and that is completely unfair. And that's the reason I hate the thing about Frank Gore is Frank Gore was never first team All-Pro. There was one year where he's second team All-Pro, and that's about where it starts and ends.
I don't have his stuff pulled up. Emmett led the league in rushing 4 times.
Yes, which is tied.
Did Frank Gore ever do that?
No. Frank Gore never did any of that, and it's tied for second.
He led my fantasy football team to plenty of championships.
It's tied for second with 4 rushing titles behind Jim Brown. Emmitt Smith was 6 straight seasons of first or second all-team, all-pro NFL. Frank Gore has none of that, but people just look at the yards per carry and don't factor anything in beyond that, and I just really hate that argument.
In 93, the year Emmett won the MVP, I just looked this up real quick just to show the difference. So the Cowboys play the Buffalo Bills in week 2, and they lose 13-10. In that game, Derek Lassick, who's having to be the lead running back, and they start off 0-2. He has 19 carries for 52 yards and then 3 catches for 21 yards. In the Super Bowl, Emmitt Smith against that same team has 30 carries for 132 yards and 4 catches for 26 yards and multiple touchdowns. In the San Francisco game, in the NFC Championship game, you could say, well, this sounds kind of Frank Gore-ish. 23 carries for 88 yards and a touchdown. That sounds very Frank Gore-ish in his prime. Emmett also had 7 catches for 85 yards and a touchdown. So in that game, he had 173 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Now that starts getting to Christian McCaffrey prime time stuff there. So Emmett actually had, and I'm a big Emmett fan, Emmett actually had, when you start going into premium games, he would start turning into Christian McCaffrey and not just a running back.
And he was always available in those games.
Right. And so, you just start looking into certain things, and I get it. He does have longevity on his side, and Barry decided to quit, and he was on a bad team. He didn't want to do it anymore, and he would have the all-time record. But there's a lot of things about Emmett that make him arguably the greatest running back of all time. And I totally get Jim Brown. I totally get Barry Sanders. I totally get Walter Payton. But I do think he's a top 5 running back of all time.
The one year, Kevin, that Frank Gore was all-pro second team, LaDainian Tomlinson won MVP. There's a chance he could have been an all-pro, but LaDainian Tomlinson was MVP that season.
If it weren't for good players existing, Frank Gore could have
players.
been better.
LaDainian Tomlinson was great.
Yeah,
don't get that wrong. He's probably in my top 5. When it comes to running
top
backs.
5?
LaDainian Tomlinson's numbers were amazing for 8 years?
Yeah, no, I definitely wouldn't go top 5. I would listen to top 10, but that's another person that Gil Brandt had ahead of
who did he have?
Emmitt Smith, LaDainian Tomlinson.
He had a great career, and so I
think putting him ahead of Emmett is insane.
Yeah.
I think that's insane.
I just look at also in 92, the game that you were an underdog, Emmitt Smith in his 3rd year, 24 carries for 114 yards and a touchdown, 7 catches for 59 yards and a touchdown in that San Francisco upset win.
And I'm looking back at the fan text because there is a lot of feedback on this, and I've seen multiple things that speak to what y'all were talking about. If he wasn't not a positive statement. if he would have tipped, not a positive statement. Like, there are a lot of people who are jumping in here and saying maybe he would be more beloved or more appreciated if those outside football things that y'all have mentioned.
His personality. He doesn't have a Magic Johnson personality. He doesn't have a Michael Irvin personality. He has more of a Kareem Abdul-Jabbar personality. And that's why I think Kareem, in a lot of instances, gets left off of talking about when you talk about the greatest basketball players of all time, because a lot of the media
6 MVPs,
and a lot of people that got to know Kareem are like, oh, he just kind of bugged me. He just rubbed me the wrong way. He wasn't cordial to me. He wasn't nice to me. And that's kind of, I'm not saying he's as far as Kareem Abdul-Jabbar on that spectrum, but Emmett didn't really become like the nicest person in the world to a lot of the media people and a lot of people that can hype you up in a way that you want to be hyped up.
I will always love this, Kevin. When an offensive coordinator draws up a play and there's a guy left and the offensive coordinator goes, that's his guy. That's Emmett's guy.
Yeah.
He'll beat him. Like, that's ultimate faith that that guy is going to do his job.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Coming up next, we get the lunch rush going. NFL preseason predictions gone wrong and why they went wrong. Plus, Mike likes it. Plus, our Dallas Cowboys ticket giveaway, pair of tickets and a parking pass to the 100 level seats. All of it's happening next right here on the Fan.
Cowboys take on the Bears. Start that trick-or-treat tailgate with us Sunday at 9 a.m. with the Specs kickoff at noon on your not-so-scary home of the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
7 seconds to go. Lawrence in a shotgun. Empty set again. Takes the snap. Back to throw. Steps up. Fires it to the end zone. It's caught at the 1-yard line. Giants stand him up. He's not in. And the game's going to run out. The Giants stopped him at the 1-yard line. Holy cow.
Can't see masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Spoiler alert, the Giants are going to be one of the things that preseason predictions did not get correct if you're not Corey Majors, except for Corey Majors. Corey Majors saw it. Even Dave's was like, not 6-1. That's absurd.
Yeah, I don't know if Dave's expected this.
He's like, that's too good. And then don't forget, we are on the lunch rush. In the lunch rush, as part of the Expressway, we will give away a pair of Dallas Cowboys tickets in the 100 level at some point in this segment. So get ready for that. But before we get to any of that, I was reading this article that I thought was really fascinating. Is NFL preseason predictions gone wrong and why they went wrong? We could start going through some of these, or if you just want to throw out your own.
I will throw one out, Kevin.
Okay. That's good.
Frank Reich said that it was his fault, that they did not give Matt Ryan the offensive line and running back game that he needed in order to be good this year. They basically said, hey, come here. It's going to be fine, dude. And then he showed up and he was like, I keep getting hit, dude. And they were like, yeah, we don't know how to fix that. Sorry. And so Matt Ryan, washed at the age of whatever, lasted 28 weeks and 3 days.
Are we sure? Is that a real stat?
I don't know.
I saw that floating
Somebody's
around.
got to find this out. I keep seeing, Mike, that Matt Ryan was with the Colts for 28 weeks and 3 days. He just can't escape 28-3.
I don't know. I'm not saying it's not true.
I didn't get the 28-3 until you did
Until just now?
28-3 right there, and I was like, Super Bowl.
I'm not saying it's not true. Wouldn't you feel sad for him if that was the case?
Yes.
No? Would you?
I guess.
Okay.
I mean, I really have no connection to Matt Ryan. He's
Okay.
never been my favorite quarterback or anything. I just really thought the Colts I thought Carson Wentz was that bad that Matt Ryan would be able to help them be better this year, and it wasn't. But it's the Colts, man. It's a boring place.
Preseason expectation. The Buccaneers and Packers are leading contenders for the Super Bowl.
God, I just can't believe yesterday when we did the power rankings, that they're still in the top 5 quarterbacks in power rankings.
It's hard to break.
That one doesn't seem unreasonable. You got the MVP coming off his second MVP season.
Sure.
Tom Brady, like, why wouldn't you put him in that? His ability to do that. Things happen, right? Like the loss of Devontae Adams is showing to be massive. Like Aaron Rodgers doing the whole people come here to play with me. Whole situation. They are there to play with you, and they can't catch the ball because they stink. And then the Tom Brady said all those injuries on the front of the offensive line are really killing them. So you couldn't have seen that, but interesting that those fell apart that way.
Preseason expectation. The NFC East is the worst division in football. In fact,
Mike said it every day.
And I thought there was plenty of reason to say it.
We all thought it too, though.
I don't
Should
think
I be morning show and not admit I was wrong?
No.
Or should I just say,
wow,
I was wrong? I was wrong.
You know what's great?
It's the best. It's the best. I can't believe it, but it is. It's the best. I was wrong last year about the Cowboys defense. It was a good defense. I thought getting to average would be a miracle, and it was good last year. I'm wrong a lot.
Well,
We're wrong
At least you
sometimes.
admit it. You know what I love about that, Corey, is tomorrow he gets to run crosstalk. So Sean can't immediately be like, listen here, jackhole.
Uh-huh.
He'd be like, no. That's not how this crosstalk is going to work. And right now, would you say NFC South is the worst division in football,
Yes.
right?
Yeah,
Okay,
the Titans.
I think
NFC South.
I think Baltimore's going to win tonight. Do you guys think Baltimore's going to win tonight? That puts Tampa Bay at 3-5.
And only a half game out of the lead.
I think the AFC South is worse.
Is the worst? Okay.
Worse than the NFC South. Because the NFC South, like, they still roll out competitive football games. The Titans, I was listening to Lombardi yesterday, Mike, while he was on with Sean and RJ. Or Sean and Broadus, yeah. And he threw out the, hey, you know, whenever the Titans lost to the Giants to start the season, I can't remember the word he used, but he was like, it was unacceptable. He said, but now that you look at what the Giants have done, you're kind of like, oh, well, that makes a lot of sense. But I just think the rest of that division's miserable. So I think that they're the worst, Kevin.
From the 817, love y'all sibling rivalry beefs between shows. Perks of being a Tolo. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what, if you listen to all the shows throughout the day, you'll hear us take shots at each other and prop each other up. That's what we're supposed to do,
And then
right?
Corey will just appear on the Get Right.
Yeah.
Preseason expectation. Every team in the AFC West is playoff caliber. Nope. I'm shocked at how bad that's gone.
How bad the NFC is. They still might get 2 or 3 teams in. I think 2, maybe.
Or, excuse me, did I say NFC? I meant AFC West. My bad.
West, okay.
AFC West.
If you said AFC, then I screwed up, but I thought you said NFC.
I might have.
He said AFC.
AFC West.
I messed up. Once again, I apologize. I was wrong. I'm sorry again.
Kevin, every Raiders fan, as I was killing the Raiders this offseason, was telling me how wrong I was. You can text in right now, Raiders fans. You know who you are. And they were just like, Corey, I can't wait to just look at the numbers with Devontae Adams and Derek Carr in college. And Derek Carr is just kind of proven again that he can't do that thing, man. He can't get his team over that hump. They're not good. They got a lot of things going wrong there. One of them being their head coach is dumb.
Now, hey, they have full confidence in everything. Full confidence in everything that's going on there. Now, this is a very fair preseason expectation that has fallen apart. Those New York teams are rebuilding. Yet here we sit, and the Giants and the Jets are 11-3. Now, I know that you guys Mike, you made some allusions to, let's see what the Jets got. Not that you were like, they're going to be great, but let's see what they got.
Because of how well they've put a team around a quarterback. Now it's up to Zach. They have a good, if you look at what they've done draft-wise, free agent-wise, I'm like, they've done a good job. They've given Zach Wilson a chance.
Now, this one flies against me all of the way. Pete Carroll can't be serious about going with Geno Smith to replace Russell Wilson.
Reggie, he's not here today. He's on the Get Right.
Ha.
This is the year.
You should listen 7-11.
We should just have a drop of Reggie doing that at some point.
Is that weird for Reggie to pull a drop of something he said for drop purposes?
They'll probably lose this week. They're playing the Giants. Those fart knockers will figure out a way to win again. By the way, Metcalf's probably out, so that kind of hurts them this week. But Geno has been pretty darn good.
And that feeds into another thing, Corey, you were right about. I thought the Giants and Daniel Jones would be straight up duds. Daniel Jones, I'm not saying...
He's not good.
No. You know what? It's funny that you say that. Is depending on, you know how we talked about the other day, you can find stats, make them work however you want. Depending on what you think about QBR, Daniel Jones is 6th in the league in QBR, which I was astonished to learn.
He has been good when they need him to be good, though. I'll say that. Like, throughout a game, he's not sitting there blowing you out of the water, but in the fourth quarter, they call the right plays for him to succeed. And that's where they're at their best right now is whenever it's a tight game, I think you can depend on him late in the game. And I think that they know they can depend on their defense if need be, too.
Another thing that I was definitely wrong about, I thought Jonathan Taylor would put his official stamp on being the best running back in the NFL. Like, I thought you can make an argument. I mean, obviously, especially with Derrick Henry getting hurt last year, you can make an argument it had already happened. But I thought this was the year.
It's too difficult to be consistently that good, right, in today's NFL, I guess. I keeping your offensive line intact, staying at a premium level like the Cowboys were during that time when Emmitt Smith had 31 Pro Bowl appearances in front of him on the offensive line. Like, though, it's just too difficult to maintain that level anymore for some reason. And I don't know if it's just body or the season is just too difficult or just the level of defense is just too good at stopping you from doing what you want to do.
Who is the best running back in the NFL right now?
Would you lean towards Nick Chubb?
Yes.
I think I would.
Absolutely, I would.
Okay, well, there you go. I was about to ask if there's a consensus.
Is Barkley the best contender right now? Because he's healthy this year. Like, if I'm the Giants, I'd be scared to death he's going to get hurt any second now. And
Barkley has, I think, I just saw like 906 scrimmage yards. So he is right there in that, because Nick Chubb doesn't receive a lot.
Sure.
Nick Chubb is going to get you ground yards and touchdowns, and that's what he's going to get you. So the pure running back, the RB1 for fantasy option is probably Saquon Barkley right now.
But eventually it'll be Dameon Pierce.
And somebody just pointed out from the
Travis
214,
Etienne.
the RB1 in fantasy hasn't repeated in 15 plus years. So in fantasy
Wow.
points, it's kind of a crapshoot every year.
15 years? Holy cow. That is pretty amazing right
I know this
there.
is off the topic a little bit, but on topic on running backs. The more we hear these experts talk about what defenses are doing to kind of slow down the passing attacks and make completions tougher, to make plays down the field tougher, will we ever get back to a time where we were just talking about Emmitt Smith and Barry Sanders? And I mean, there was R.J. Hampton, there was Ricky Waters, there was just running back after running back were such an important part of the game.
so.
Terrell Davis in the late 90s was the guy that put John Elway over the top. Do you think it'll ever go back to running backs matter?
I think running back is the starting pitcher. Like there
It
are
does matter a lot in the playoffs.
No,
starting pitchers matter a lot in the playoffs. But I hear you in regular
But you'll
season.
also still see an elite performance stopped by a manager who's like, nope, you're done for the
Yeah,
day. Even though
Blake
you're like,
Snell.
even though you're like, hey, didn't we just
Dave
keep going on that? So that's what I think is you'll see flashes of amazingness where you're like, hey, I kind of wish this was still more of a thing. And then the crushing reality of the bullpen or the passing game will work its way over there. And then that's not really going to be the case anymore.
I do miss great running backs. Maybe it's just my age. I'm 44 years old. So the Walter Payton, Emmitt Smith, Barry Sanders, so many people in my life that made such a big impact. Even somebody saying LaDainian Tomlinson, making such a major impact on teams that you just don't really have that much anymore in the NFL. The running back has become, would you say tight end's more important than running back? I know wide receiver is. I know that's not a debate
I
there.
don't know if I'm willing to say that just yet. And by the way, and we just have to address things like this. The person who texted in, sorry, there's a lot from the 682. The Raiders have a positive point differential. They're not bad, just bad luck and bias. All right, here's the thing. The two teams that you have beaten this year, because the Raiders are 2-4. The two teams that you have beaten this year have a combined record of 1-9-1 in games not against the Raiders. So you have beaten literally two of the worst teams in the NFL, and you're 2-4.
How are the teams they've lost to? Are the teams the Raiders lost to any good as well?
They lost to the Titans when the Titans stunk. They lost to the Cardinals, who are mediocre. They lost to the Chargers, who are mediocre. And they did lose to the Chiefs, who are good.
Oh, okay, Chiefs are good. And they barely lost to the Chiefs, who they play twice a year every.
So, I mean, I just don't know if you can say bias and bad luck is what all of that revolves around. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
The Raiders stink.
Okay, I didn't want to go that far, but I wanted
this week.
I wanted to turn our focus.
Saints, they're gonna win.
I wanted to turn our focus back real quick to Cowboys and Bears and give you the AT&T 5G fast, reliable, secure keys to victory. All right, what you're gonna need. You're going to need to happen fast. You're going to need to stop Justin Fields because he has shown on Monday Night Football what he can do. What do you need to be reliable? Open field tackling, because if he or somebody else breaks it open, it could be trouble. And what do you need to do to secure the victory? Multiple turnovers. The Bears have turned the ball over at least once in every single game. And in 3 of those games, they have had multiple turnovers. So just like AT&T 5G, you need to be reliable, fast, secure, and that's what the Cowboys can do and need to do to win on Sunday. And now...
Let's get so good a while! Oh, that was such a setup!
Caller number 10...
Now!
877-881-1053 will win a pair of 100-level tickets as well as a parking pass to Sunday's Bears-Cowboys game. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. I had to set it up. It's one of the best giveaways that we do.
Why is he doing this AT&T look at the 5 keys? And then I was like, oh, I know what he's doing. And Tuolo Vader said phone ready. Got the special Tuolo phone line. badass mofo Lady T was ready to go too here on the Twitch.
Yep.
So everybody is ready. Congratulations. By the way, congratulations to whoever wins. If you don't win, you're not out of it just yet, because in the 5 p.m. hour, G-Bag Nation will be doing another tremendous ticket giveaway for Cowboys and Bears. So congratulations to whoever wins. Best of luck to everybody. And if you don't win, in the 5 o'clock hour, G-Bag Nation will be lining it up again. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, let's say we do some Mike Likes It.
All right, so Mike Likes It is going to be NBA action last night. Let's quickly start off with the lost Maverick, and that is Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson last night had 27 points, 13 assists, and 7 rebounds for the victorious New York Knicks, who are 3-1 to start the season right now.
I don't know how much you've been watching the Knicks. I've been curious if it's been much thus far. How much do you feel like he's helping out Julius Randle?
A whole bunch.
With all due respect to the rest of the team, it feels like having him there is a huge deal for Randle.
A whole bunch, because Julius Randle was asked to be the point on that team for the most part, and he failed tremendously at it last year. And it seemed like that much pressure also got to him, and he didn't enjoy playing in New York anymore, which he had signed a long-term contract with him. So now, Randle didn't have the best of games box score last night, but he is having a major resurgence after last year. Every Knicks fan wanted him dead for the most part. And I was like, let's take advantage of that and get him. And then the Mavs were like, we hate Julius Randle. He's the worst player in the history of basketball, which they thought that of Monte Ellis too, but then they ended up signing him to a contract when they're like, oh crap, nobody wants to play for us, but Monte Ellis is still available. Let's take back all the words we said and have Monte Ellis on our team. Okay, so that being said, Jalen Brunson, I had somebody tweet me last night, I just can't believe this and that. And I said, man, hey, look, you did have your chance to sign him around the All-Star break when you signed Dorian Finney-Smith. But when that time passed and you did not sign him then, and the Mavericks made a decision that I'm sure they regret, because you would have got him at about $15 million per year at that point. If you would have offered about 4 for $60, you would have got Jalen Brunson at the All-Star break. Remember, he's not having the greatest of years at the All-Star break. He's obviously done nothing in the playoffs. But unfortunately, by the time you got to playoff time, the Knicks had made it known, we're going to hire your father, and we're going to want to give you a pretty substantial contract. At that point, I don't know if the Mavs could have won, if that makes sense. I just want to make that clear. I want Jalen Brunson here. I wish we still had him. He would mean a whole bunch to this team. He would help this team tremendously, and you would lose nothing by keeping him. Unfortunately, by the time you got to the offseason, the Knicks were going to give him upwards of $30 million a year. They were going to go to 4 years and $120 million if they had to. The Mavericks were still stuck on, we really don't want to go much over $20 million. Yeah. So they were willing to go like 5 for $100 approximately. And even if you would have gone at 4 for $120, I think he chooses the Knicks. He was not restricted. He could go wherever he wanted. I think he had his mind, heart set on, this is my team. I wanted to always be a Knick. Now my dad's on the staff. I'm going to be a New York Knick. I think at that point, guys, as much as I love him and want him, I don't think you could have done anything to sway him away from going to the Knicks.
I
think we felt that way at that time too. Whenever he's
especially
made,
at draft night, we knew it was over.
Yeah, Corey's
we warned everybody on draft night. We knew it was over.
I guess part of me is just a little surprised sometimes that like you don't see what you're doing right now in terms of building and winning as being that much better. Like I still would think that this is a better situation, but I mean, y'all are right.
Well, you're a huge Maverick, Cowboy, and Ranger fan and Stars. If you were good enough to play any of those sports.
Yeah.
Okay. And because you're a diehard, right? Am I calling you correctly?
Yeah.
So now all of a sudden you're playing for, now I know I won't put you on the Philadelphia Eagles because you hate them.
Yes.
Name a team, Minnesota Vikings.
Sure.
I don't think you hate the Minnesota Vikings. You're on the Minnesota Vikings and you are the second wide receiver to Justin Jefferson.
Yeah.
And you're having a really good year. Okay. But all of a sudden, the Cowboys call and they say, we love you and we want you to play. And I know that you don't have a relationship with, I know he's dead too, your father. But
yeah.
all of a sudden, somebody who you care about a whole bunch becomes the wide receiver coach of the Dallas Cowboys, and they want you a lot. In Minnesota saying, hey, we still love you here too. We want you, and we're offering you approximately the same contract.
And we think you can be the dude.
Yeah. And you're going to be the number one for us.
And that's the thing, is I see the appeal of that. I feel very strongly about you don't go wrong if you bet on yourself. Now, I'm sure there are plenty of instances where people who have bet on themselves, it has gone wrong. But I'm like a firm believer of that. And if he believes in himself, believes he can be a one, then I get it. I guess just from a fan perspective, I mean, and I don't have to pay his bills and I don't have to live his life. I was just bummed because I was like, man, this is a championship contender with him back in the mix, but maybe he was like, well, we can be a championship contender in New York, and I can be the guy, and I can be with my dad. I get it.
Okay, so now I move to the Dallas Mavericks, who play tonight against Brooklyn. Hopefully they bounce back. Brooklyn had to play pretty much all their guys the whole game last night, as in it wasn't a blowout in the third quarter or early in the fourth quarter, so I was watching some of that game. And the Nets had to play out that string, as in it's not like when you go to the box score, Durant had 22 minutes and Kyrie Irving had 24 minutes. They had to play their hearts out, and they lost by 11 points. Now, that being said, watching NBA basketball last night, and I've been watching quite a bit of NBA basketball so far, even though I was really disappointed with the way the Mavericks played. I'm not backing off of, I think the Mavs can have a great year this year. Really disgusted with how they played in New Orleans. That was pathetic, and they should know that was pathetic, and hopefully it doesn't happen again tonight. But watching the Mavs offense versus watching the Phoenix Suns play Golden State afterwards the other night, watching the Milwaukee Bucks last night.
That Golden State defense, as an aside, is kind of wobbly.
They did not have a great game. But I don't like the Mavs offense, okay? I'm going to be honest. I don't like it. I don't think Jason Kidd likes it, honestly. To be honest, because he says, I don't want Luka having the ball in his hands this much. But they've constructed a team that I understand why they run this bad of an offense. And what I mean by this is the Mavericks offense, which is different from most offenses, is dribble, 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 shoot, or penetrate. Make one pass, you better shoot it because we're running out of shot clock at this point. Maybe we can make one more pass and you better shoot it because the people that I'm passing to, that's all they can do. They actually can't dribble. They can't pass. So when you pass the ball to the majority of Dallas Mavericks, and let's go down the list, and this is why I don't like this offense, but I understand why the Mavs run it. Dorian Finney-Smith cannot dribble and pass. Reggie Bullock cannot dribble and pass. JaVale McGee cannot dribble and pass. Maxi Kleber cannot dribble and pass. Josh Green struggles at times with moving with the basketball and passing because he puts himself in bad situations. That can be corrected. I think he does have the ability to dribble and pass, but right now he shows the lack of ability to make premium decisions when he's on the move.
Zero confidence.
Right.
Yeah.
Spencer Dinwiddie can dribble and pass. Tim Hardaway Jr. can dribble, but he can't pass. So
Do you think he's aware of that? Sorry to interrupt you there. Do you think he's aware?
I think black holes aren't aware of that they don't pass the ball. I don't think J.R. Smith. I don't think Swaggy P. I don't think Tim Hardaway Jr. I don't think guys Colin Sexton. I don't think guys that refuse to pass the ball know that they're not passing it. They're just like, what did you want me to do? I was open. Yeah. And they're like, you can't be open every time you touch the basketball. But and Tim Hardaway Jr. and Colin Sexton right now are like, but I am. And you're just like, you can't. There's just no way for them to see the game any other way. Then I'm open all the time. I'm shooting every time. So the Mavericks have constructed a team that can't move the basketball, which, look, they made it to the conference finals last year. This goes back to Jalen Brunson. With somewhat of that offense, but at times when you had at stretches Luka and Brunson and Dinwiddie on the court at the same time. I know they weren't on the court for 30 minutes a night, but they were on the court for 15 minutes a night all together.
Right.
I had 3 guys on the court that could dribble and pass.
Yeah.
I didn't have to run such a stagnant dribble, 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 shoot or pass. And then our offense is over. So I don't like the Mavs offense.
How difficult is it though, Mike, to rotate the ball around the perimeter?
It seems like defenses are making it a little bit tougher on the Mavs in 3 games. Now, obviously, Memphis didn't care to play basketball. They're coming off a back-to-back. I hope Brooklyn's the same way. I hope Brooklyn's very tired tonight. But as this season progresses, I want the Mavs to be more of when I watch Phoenix, when I watch Golden State, when I watch Milwaukee, when I watch Denver last night versus LA. I would love to see the ball move a little bit more, but the reason the ball moves for Denver last night against LA is they have a point guard that's a center.
Yep.
They have Jamal Murray, who's a point guard. They have Bones Highland, who can move the ball. They have a couple other guys that, yes, they are at times just catch and shoot guys, or Aaron Gordon doesn't really dribble and pass the ball that well. He can fit into somewhat of a Mavs role on like Dorian Finney-Smith, but they usually have 3 guys on the court who can dribble and pass. Obviously, when you watch Golden State or Phoenix, you're watching Chris Paul, you're watching Devin Booker, you're watching Miles Bridges. When they had Jay Crowder, they had him, but he's not there anymore. Cam Johnson can somewhat dribble and pass too. He's not the best at it, but he's okay at it. Better than most Mavericks. When I watch Golden State, I watch a whole bunch of guys. We've seen them for years being able to have a whole bunch of guys who can dribble and pass. And I just wonder how long the Mavs are going to run the James Harden / Russell Westbrook / Luka Doncic offense. It's never worked in the history of basketball, and I go to this. Doug Collins, when I was a kid, was the coach of the Chicago Bulls. And the philosophy when he hit that huge shot against the Cleveland Cavaliers was give it to Michael and get the F out of the way. That's what he said. That was the play. And that was pretty much the offense of Michael Jordan's first 4 or 5 years in the NBA. Then Phil Jackson came along and said, Michael, you can average 50. I know you can average 50 a game, but we're not going to win if you average 50. You have to have the other guys touch the ball. The ball has energy. And if the guys aren't touching the ball, you're not going to get the best out of them in the fourth quarter. You're not going to get the best defense out of them. And I just wonder, are the Mavs going to keep constructing a team that the ball has energy and we're not going to let the guys touch the energy?
Jason Kidd is the coach. I get that that falls on him. How much of it is also to Luka to make that recognition?
Yes and no.
Okay.
I passed the ball to Dorian Finney-Smith, and Dorian Finney-Smith is somewhat covered. What does Dorian Finney-Smith do? Passes it back to me 45 feet away from the basket. Okay. Now I have 7 seconds to do something. And so, that's the tough thing is, I think it took convincing Michael these guys can do it. But at the same time, they started making draft picks and trades that guys can dribble and pass. In fact, in Phil Jackson's system / the Princeton system, you had to be able to catch and pass the ball. If you couldn't catch the basketball and then be able to dribble and pass it, you could not play in the triangle offense, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that was a factual point of it. So they had to be like, we have to get guys who can all dribble and pass. Somehow, we saw LeBron. LeBron, when he was at his best, LeBron had other guys who could dribble and pass. Sure. It wasn't when it was all on LeBron in Cleveland. He eventually left for. Now I know he got premium players in Bosh and Wade and the kid from Kansas that they yelled at all the time. What was his name? They would always just pick on him and say, you're a piece of dump. And it's like, dude, stop picking on him. The little point guard that won the championship for Kansas. I'm forgetting his name. 6'3".
Yeah.
Muggsy Bogues.
No, keep going.
But so anyways, I don't really like the Mavs offense. Now, let's go to around the NBA here. The LA Lakers. I know we talked about it in Crosstalk, but if you weren't listening during Crosstalk, I don't know what the hell they're going to do. That's a 50-loss team. They're going to lose 50 games. There's nothing. They have such a bad-looking team. Anthony Davis is one of the most overrated players in the history of the NBA. He is way closer to Christian Wood than he is Giannis.
Right.
And so,
oh wow, okay.
So when I watch, if you have 2 guys that are considered top 10 guys in the NBA, you win 50 games. It really doesn't matter what you put around them. If Anthony Davis was really that good, they would win 50 games. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So he's not. He's just not that good. He's not like the 50th best player, but he's really not a top 20 player in this league. If he was, you could get away with putting trash around LeBron and Anthony Davis and still win 50 games.
What can they get for him then? I do wonder.
I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. Next year, they are at $87 million between those 2 players. That gives you $47 million for 13 players. That's an average of $3.6 million per player. I don't know what you do.
Wow.
I really don't know what LA is going to do. I think they have to blow it up, but I don't think they will.
Mario Chalmers, by the way.
Mario Chalmers, thank you very much. All
I
right.
got one fan text about it, Kevin.
Okay.
Brooklyn, watching Brooklyn last night. I don't know what they're going to do. They're 1-3. They're taking on the Mavericks tonight. It's an interesting game to watch.
Which situation is worse?
I think it's very close. I want to say LA is worse,
Okay.
but I don't know. They are in similar situations. Aging superstar in Kevin Durant and LeBron James. Secondary player that maybe teams don't think highly about as much. I do think teams see Anthony Davis more highly than Kyrie Irving because of all the off-the-court issues that Kyrie brings, if he even wants to play basketball at times. But I think they're both overrated players. And then you have Ben Simmons and Russell Westbrook, one who I think is being forced to play basketball in Ben Simmons, and then the other who can't understand basketball but is still talented but doesn't understand team basketball in Russell Westbrook.
I had not thought about the concept of him being forced to play basketball. That is interesting. I might want to talk about that with you more later.
I do want to talk about that more tomorrow.
Okay.
Actually, I want that to be a segment tomorrow.
Okay.
Off of last night or off of tonight's game. And then my last thing, watching Giannis play last night. He's the best player in basketball. It's not anywhere close. I love Luka. I want him to be the best player in basketball. MVPs are a little bit different than we just picked the best player in basketball, but nobody can compete with where Giannis is at. And there's a bigger conversation there on, can Giannis ever get into the conversation of LeBron and Jordan? And I think the answer for 99% of the people when I say that is no. But I think there's a bigger conversation on Giannis still has 10 more years of premium basketball.
I think there's a 15% chance.
All right.
We're the
maybe for another day.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it is time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Dude, you know what's happening over the next 27 days?
No.
It's pretty awesome. Next.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
That's right. I'm Corey Majors. Went to Bryan Adams High School over in East Dallas. Went to Eastfield College and Richland College, and then finally made my way to the University of North Texas, where I
the
graduated.
Richland Spiders.
Nope, that's the Thunder Ducks. But thank you very much, Mike. The Thunder Ducks is where we were over there. And then graduated from UNT as best broadcasting student, outstanding broadcasting student from the Mayborn School of Journalism. So there you go. That's a little history on me, being from East Dallas, and now I'm on radio. My baseball coach from high school messaged me and was like, hey, let me know when you're in Frisco. I want to say hi.
You got me on radio, too.
I did get Kevin on radio. I'm going to get to something amazing in a moment.
Okay.
But before we get to that, Kevin, this story went unnoticed by you.
It happened.
I feel like this is a KNC story at its finest. And I think Mike's going to love this. Mike, the Broncos traveled along with your team, the Jaguars, to London this week.
Yeah.
Russell Wilson, while flying over the ocean, spent 4 of the 8 hours on the flight working out and stretching.
What?
On the flight. Is he even playing?
My guy probably.
He is playing.
Okay.
Goldilocks.
He says he's playing.
They said
Trevor
he was
Lawrence
doing
combed his hair for 12 hours.
They said he was doing high knees.
They didn't say
in the aisle.
What?
While the rest of the guys were asleep.
I would have been like, you need to sit down, dude. We're trying to sleep. There's no way I guess he did this, but can you imagine sitting next to a guy doing high knees while you're trying to take a nap on a
I
hour
would be
bike?
furious.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'd be
Are
like,
you a little child? Like, what the crap, dude? Sit down. It's obviously not making you better.
He was marching up and down the cramped aisles doing high knees. And I think I'm with Mike. I probably would have punched him at some point and been like, go to sleep, dude. We're all trying to sleep. We're flying across the ocean. We were up partying last night. We know you were sitting there focusing on some sort of bounding yourself to the earth or whatever.
I don't. I want to know
Drinking
more.
that health water.
I want to know more about both of those things.
By the way, water makes bread better.
Yeah.
I haven't been on a whole bunch of private or team planes. Is there no fasten your seatbelt sign?
No.
Is there nobody walking by? It's like, hey,
Nobody.
dude. Nobody? Cool.
This is where, when they tell you, it's all a lie. When they tell you, hey, turn your phones off or computers. Listen, when you're on a major league plane, there are 37 computers open and 48 phones open
I don't
when
know
you're
how the
taking
phones
off.
are working. Like there's no signal up there.
Yeah, but they have Wi-Fi on
it's
the
about
plane and everything.
2,000 feet is, by the way. If you're like coming into land, it's about 2,000
When
feet
you
is
start getting
picking a signal up.
But yeah, there's no tray tables up. There's no seat rights in your upright position.
Yeah.
You can do whatever. They don't want you standing. You can't stand when they're taking off, but you need to be seated. Seat belts, optional.
From the
tray tables, optional. Seat up, optional.
The 817,
computer, optional.
Y'all don't want it enough. Okay, here's with Russell Wilson.
Oh.
Sean has said this a number of times, and the more Russell Wilson does these things, I'm starting to believe it. And I know Acho went on the other day, and he was like, you don't understand the mind of an NFL player. We have to think these things. And I was like, oh, okay. Like him visualizing his practice and all that, practicing with nobody, doing the huddle. It's kind of corny stuff. It is, like Sean keeps saying the word corny. I'm starting to fall into that category of I just don't understand where Russell Wilson is at all, man. Like he can't see the field. So all these other extra things that he's doing, he's not seeing anybody open. There are very big moments when it's like, you should do this as a veteran quarterback, and he is just not seeing it at all.
I guess, and that person might have a point, though. I guess I don't want it enough. If you told me for 4 hours you need to do lunges and leg stretches or whatever on a plane, I'd be like, you might be right. I don't got what it takes.
Kevin, what is today's date?
October 27th.
All right. From now until November 22nd, you will not miss football.
Oh?
There is a football game. There is at least one football game on every single day until November 22nd, showing yet again why football is superior to basketball. But
what the hell is November 22nd's problem?
I don't know. Let's see. November 22nd. I guess they're setting up for Peace-a-thon. Yeah, they want to. The last game, November 22nd. I'm sorry, it is on November 22nd. That is going to be Ball State at Miami of Ohio and Bowling Green at Ohio.
Oh man!
And
Can't
then
wait
you'll
to
have
watch those games.
Wednesday off.
That's not the point, Mike.
You'll have Wednesday off so you can listen to Peace-a-thon all day.
Okay.
And then you'll get back to football on Thursday.
Okay.
Yeah, dude. There are Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Kevin, I always love our big Wednesday prime time games.
Look,
a huge Tuesday night football guy.
It was obviously there were so many terrible, awful, no good things about COVID. One weird positive in the aftermath of it was getting your rogue Tuesday afternoon football game.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
I loved it. I was like, sweet, I can watch NFL football.
I did kind of like that.
I don't have to fake like in some NBC show that they have on tonight.
Man, I'm telling you, because they do it on Amazon as well, I am a huge fan of, from the creator of Westworld, you cannot wait to see this new Amazon show. It's called Unchained, or whatever the show's actually called. You know the show I'm talking about that's coming up.
Yes.
They have to keep plugging. Al Michaels is the best at this because he does not give a damn at all. He's like, you will not believe what happens when the hilarity ensues between Kevin Hart and Joe Piscopo. And it's just like...
There's no Joe Piscopo anymore.
And so I'm just like, they don't care at all.
Like, Kevin, I listen to this station. I've heard you talk about the Baltimore and Buccaneers game that's going on Amazon Prime Video.
Yeah.
Did you know you also have Louisiana and Southern Miss? Virginia Tech and NC State, Utah and Washington State, all happening
NC
today.
State's not awful.
Karl Malone versus Brett Favre, I think you just said right there.
Man, who's the worst human? What a competition that would be. Hey, I refuse to accept one of my kids exists. Oh, yeah? I stole millions of dollars from welfare.
Those are bad things.
Those are bad things.
So there you go.
Don't use those as drops, you
Football
jerk.
lovers, y'all get all the football for the next 27 days.
What I'm going to need you to do as a follow-up, I want you to consider this, Corey. If you have time, I know you're busy. Isolate which day is the best. Of those 20s, not right now. It's going to take some time. Isolate which day is the best.
That's tough to beat because there are college football Saturdays that consist of some very good games. But I will go back and do that for you there, Kevin.
And from the
for
972
C block.
From the 972, if one of those people on Amazon said, man, y'all watch The Boys? That ass is crazy.
The craziest show I've ever seen.
That would be awesome if that's how they did that promo.
Yeah.
Playing with the boys.
Different show.
thing.
Absolutely different show. All right. You have two options here, Mike. Smoke show on the treadmill or Cowboys draft. Which one do you want to talk about?
Oh, I know the smoke show one. You should pick that.
Smoking show.
All right. I just want to point out I was going to do sports here, but we're doing fun. And Kevin just sneezed again.
Don't turn off your
I
mind.
think this time I got scared.
Talk.
This time I got scared. I actually thought about it, and I was like, what if my brain explodes or something? I don't know.
You're afraid of your brain blowing up while sneezing.
Have you ever thought about what would
ego.
happen if
My brain is so big and strong, it's going to come out of my nose if I try to talk.
But if you ever have to sneeze when you're peeing or something like that, are you ever afraid what's going to happen?
No.
Oh, me neither.
Just find out.
Me neither. So there's a smoke.
You have to bring an extra pair of pants.
Your body
when you do
can
it.
sneeze and pee at the same time?
Have you never had to sneeze or about to sneeze
I think
while
it
you're
stops.
peeing?
I think it cuts off.
Yeah, your body knows I'm peeing. I can't sneeze yet.
Yeah, otherwise it's going to go everywhere.
Okay.
Isn't that wild that your body knows how to do that too on its own?
Have you ever thought, man, I'm sneezing and my brain is so dominant that it might come out of my body if I try to do anything else when I sneeze? Can you imagine feeling your brain being that big? This is to Corey. Kevin, you obviously can.
I can't imagine it.
That wasn't the point.
Maybe it's because my feeble brain is not good enough to understand that or wrap my brain around it. All right, I'm gonna lay off the draft then. Mike, here's what happened.
All right.
And I don't know how often this happens for other people out there. This is what I really want to know. 877-881-1053. When you're on the treadmill or bike or whatever, do other things motivate you? And Kevin, I know your answer. And Mike, I know your answer too. I am a married man. I'm happily married. I love my wife to death. This morning, yeah, I do have a huge, and I have alternates. I have alternates too.
I
Yeah,
feel like
don't
there's
worry about
more
that.
because he's named more.
No, there's definitely alternates.
Can I just tell the story of that old lady at spring training? Is we were at our hotel at spring training, and I got on the treadmill. There's this lady next to me. I swear to you, she's at least 75. And she's on the treadmill, and I was like, there's no way I'm going to get outworked by this old lady. And she was going slow as hell. And I was like, well, obviously I can go faster than her, but I have to go longer than her. And she'd only been there for like 15 minutes. And I was like, all right, that shouldn't be too tough. I'm gonna outwork this old lady. She stayed on that damn treadmill for 1 hour and 10 minutes.
Just going
and how
at
do
it.
I know that? Because I stayed until she finished the treadmill.
That's the kind of woman you want. She's got stamina, and you don't. I get on the treadmill this morning to go for my tread jog. And there is an absolutely gorgeous woman on the treadmill next to me. And I realize she's close to as pretty as my wife.
Thank you.
But not quite there. I realize that after a couple minutes, usually when I'll be like, all right, I'm going to scale back a little bit, keep pushing it. And I just and she's pushing it too, and I'm pushing it, and we're pushing together. Me and her, back and forth, just pushing it.
You guys are like salt and pepper.
Again, she is, I think it's just the simple fact that there was this attractive woman who's like, she's in great shape and everything. This male part of me was like, you gotta prove it. You gotta do your thing today. Just keep running.
Which male part?
The internal male part.
Okay.
Your
ovaries.
Yeah, the male ovaries was telling me you gotta keep going. Like, I don't know if it was ego or what. 877-881-1053. Do you ever have that situation in the gym where you see somebody attractive and now you got to prove something? And I didn't talk to her. I didn't say anything about it. I wasn't like, hey, watch me lift all these weights and jog far. I didn't do any of that stuff. All I did was, in my mind, I was like, I just have to keep pushing, and not necessarily to impress her, but just she motivated me. No, it wasn't at this gym. It was at the gym at the rec center where I work out. And she was a motivating factor for me today.
Me and my kids out here one time.
I remember that.
As a joke.
And her,
I'm doing
trainer.
absolutely nothing in here but talking to this lady who doesn't look like she should be a trainer based off of her body. But you guys need to get out.
Jeez. So I was just wondering about that, and maybe that's what Russell Wilson's going through. Maybe that's why he was working out on the airplane as they were going to London. He was trying to prove to all his teammates, look at me, guys.
Oh, I thought you were insinuating there was a hot lady on there that he was trying to impress. That was not his wife.
Cheating on my wife. I was jogging on a treadmill next to another woman. That is not cheating. My wife would never jog on a treadmill next to me.
When you hire a personal trainer, Corey, don't you believe that person should look good?
Yes.
Because if you hire a personal trainer and they look average at best,
you're not as
very
motivated.
Best, you're like, this doesn't seem to be working for you. Why is it going to work for me?
Yeah. See, and that's the thing. They motivate you to go look good.
I don't think you can be a trainer unless you look good.
How many attractive people work at Soda?
Yeah, I think the opposite thing is true at Soda though. I wish they had heavier people there sometimes because everybody there is like really thin and really in good shape, and some of them did Soda, but like I talked with one gal once and she was heavier and she said she lost 100 pounds and she was like, man, it's really tough to give up Red Robin. And I was like, see, I could tell you get it. It's like, I also am going to miss things. And so I'm with you on that. Yes, if a trainer is in mediocre shape, I'm like, do you have a better trainer?
From the 682, even as a married man, you still wanted her to notice you. You have no plans to act, but it still feels good to know that somebody notices you. Maybe
Just
that's what
like
it is.
That one moment when I was mowing and one of my gay neighbors, who's a friend of mine, was driving by and I had my shirt off and I was like, I wonder if I'm attractive at all.
There it is.
Doesn't mean I'm gay. Just you're like, I want to be attractive.
You just want somebody to notice you, man.
For sure.
Yeah,
a compliment is a compliment.
You want to look good to somebody every once in a while.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, I want to get pinched in the butt and called sweet cheeks sometimes.
Not that part. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Patted on the butt.
Not that either. You guys, come on. Coming up next. Getting us. Stop trying to get us sued, Mike. Coming up next with Justin Fields coming to town. Will the 2021 QB class go down as a failure, or are they starting to turn that corner? We'll do it next on your home of consent, 105.3 The Fan.
I gave consent for that.
Coming up on The Fan.
that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
They're down in 14. Fields in trouble. Able to pick his way through. Takes off. First down. What a play by Justin Fields.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Justin Fields coming to town. Will the 2021 QB class go down as a failure, or are they starting to turn that corner?
Man, I feel like it's really weird because Mac Jones was the leader of everything, and now he might not play anymore.
He's going to start, but I hear what you're saying.
That's how big of a falling off he has had. Zach Wilson's winning a lot, and that's much better than last year, but he's still not putting up huge stats. Trevor Lawrence, I think, has not improved in his second season.
So I have a potential knock, Mike, against every single one of these quarterbacks. And this was always going to be potentially absurd, a potentially absurd comparison. There we go. Is how it could be similar to the 1983 QB draft class. And I think that was always a little bit silly. But if you look at it right now, there was 5 QBs taken in the top 15. Here's some numbers for some of them so far. For Trevor Lawrence, he's 5-19 as a starter. For Zach Wilson, because you brought him up, he has in 17 career starts, he has 10 passing touchdowns.
Wow. And almost like Jalen Hurts.
Including one
MVP next year, I guess.
In 4 games this year. But check out these splits when Zach Wilson is pressured and not pressured. When the pocket's clean, he has a PFF grade, take that for what you will, 89.6. When it's not, 23.
Dang. I feel like Lamar Jackson is like the complete opposite. Whenever the pocket's clean, he's miserable. And whenever it's dirty, he's like, I'm awesome right now.
For yards per attempt, clean pocket, 9.1. Under pressure, 1.7.
All right, there you go. Just protect the quarterback. You're going to be fine.
Then you go to Trey Lance. He's played 8 total games and got injured 3 times.
He's never going to make it.
Then you go to Justin Fields. In 19 games, he's thrown for more than 200 yards 5 times and never thrown for more than 300 yards. He has 12 passing touchdowns and 16 interceptions. And then you take Mac Jones, like you brought up. He won Rookie of the Year and then got benched a little bit more than 1 quarter into Monday night's game. So there are drags on all of them. But on the flip side, like you mentioned.
And you mentioned Trey Lance, right?
Yeah. Zach Wilson's team is winning. The GM for the Bears says they are encouraged by Justin Fields' progress. We all feel like that was the best game that we saw of him on Monday night. So coming into the Cowboys, do you see those signs that this could turn into a good or great? Or at this point, do you look at this class and be like, it's going to go down as a failure?
It's going to go down as less than what we thought. I thought it was going to be just outstanding. I thought Trevor Lawrence right now would be pushing towards a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. I was really wrong on that. But we have to go back to this. We have to go back to Trevor Lawrence before the draft ever happened. It was Andrew Luck, Peyton Manning-like. Like, if you get this guy, it's going to be a total franchise changer. Wouldn't you agree? Before he ever played a day in the NFL, before we knew who was getting the first pick, like Trevor Lawrence is going to be a completely, changer of a franchise. And then you had Zach Wilson somewhat come out of nowhere. Trey Lance definitely came out of nowhere. Justin Fields was having a great career at Ohio State that you thought, my gosh, here's another guy. And then Mac Jones had the year at Alabama where then his own wide receivers who played with Tua T and him are like, I think Mac Jones is better than Tua T. And what did everybody think of Tua T before he got hurt at Alabama? So it just looked to be this unbelievably outstanding quarterback class, and it doesn't look like it can live up to that. I get what you're saying about Justin Fields, and he's playing the Cowboys this week, and maybe I'm totally wrong. One of the things, he hasn't played very well. The other thing, you have to have assets around you to be a good quarterback. No matter what, there's no quarterback who can be good without assets around you. So I know you're a Justin Fields fan, and I think you'd agree with this. I don't know if he can be good with what they've done.
Yeah, I still think they need to add more talent in the receiving group for him. They need to be able to block better up front for him, for sure, with Justin Fields. The thing about, let's look at Josh Allen. Were the Buffalo Bills a finished product when Josh Allen was drafted? No. And they have continued to build since they drafted him, which makes them better. When Patrick Mahomes walked in as the starter of that team, they were ready.
Right, they made the playoffs and traded up, so they were a playoff team trading up.
And Kevin, we talk about this constantly. Is Tom Brady without Bill? Where you are is a huge factor in how things go. You get on a team that is a coaching staff. You're supposed to walk in there and trust your coaching staff. And Trevor Lawrence walks in there and into Jacksonville, and he has a coaching staff that gets fired midway through the season. The coach that's kicking his kickers, and so I just think that was a miserable situation to walk into. But I think there are other times and places where those kinds of things do factor into it. So I think, Mike, you go to a place, an organization that's poor. The team's gonna look poor. The quarterback's gonna look poor until they build it and grow it the right way. And they did with Josh Allen. And like we said, look at Troy Aikman. How long did it take him to become the Super Bowl quarterback that he was? It was a couple of years.
Yeah, and to your point, I think that's why I go to the card world, why people were so high on Trey Lance. Even though he was the biggest wild card, they said, he's going to San Francisco. He's going to Kyle Shanahan. He's going to be successful. And what's the most important part about being a quarterback? Whether you like it or not, or fair or not. I know Reggie's not here today, and Reggie totally disagrees with this. It doesn't matter what you think, Reggie, in this case. You're in the small minority here, and nobody cares. Winning football games as a quarterback means everything. Why is Tom Brady the greatest quarterback of all time? Because he won the most. Why is Joe Montana the second greatest quarterback of all time? He won 4 Super Bowls in 4 attempts. Winning means everything to quarterbacks. The other things are so secondary. It doesn't matter if you're right or not, or if it's fair or not. I agree with you, Reggie. It's not right. It's not fair. It doesn't matter. Us as a society, as football fans, only see it one way. You win as a quarterback or you lose as a quarterback, and we put it all on you that way.
Can we send this to the Get Right, and then he can respond and send it back to us, and we can just kind of play it like that?
I mean, we could send it to him.
Okay.
I agree with them, but it doesn't matter. Because we judge it all based on winning and losing.
Then do you still, then where do you go with these 5? I still don't think it's Justin Fields because, like Corey has brought up, they decided, how about you get less talent instead of more talent? And so we'll see. He might have had his breakout game. Which one of these 5 do you pick as they will go down as having the best career, factoring in what you just said about winning? Because right now it looks dicey for potentially all of them. Would you default to Mac Jones, or do you think it's going to be Bailey Zappi?
I lean towards, and I know we're not even including Davis Mills, who was part of this draft class, who everybody kind of liked, is I would lean towards, I can't even believe I'm saying this. I'll lean towards Trey Lance.
Wow.
Because he's still the unseen commodity.
Yeah.
And he's on the better franchise.
When he comes back next year, it looks like a team that's ready to win. That he now has Christian McCaffrey. He has Deebo Samuel. He has a great defense. They're going to open up the money of losing Garoppolo in the offseason. They're probably going to let him go, which is going to he's still on a rookie contract. I hate it because I want it to be Trevor Lawrence. I desperately want it to be Trevor Lawrence. There's thousands of reasons that I want it to be Trevor Lawrence.
I want it to be Zach Wilson.
I'm scared of that organization.
I want it to be Zach Wilson, and I think it can be, but the Jets will find a way to screw it up. The Jets will find a way to Jets it.
Yeah.
That's the Cleveland going to Cleveland.
Yeah.
And so even if Zach Wilson is it for 2 years, I feel like the Jets will end up stabbing themselves in the leg and being like, and shooting themselves in the foot at the same time.
I guess I'll stick with Trevor Lawrence, but to y'all's point, I don't feel overly optimistic, particularly about any of them right now. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, on the line, the head coach of FC Dallas, it is Nico Estevez. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi, hello, good afternoon.
Well, we love having you on. I'm hoping you can walk us through, I guess, maybe your final message to the team after the playoff loss to Austin.
I think we were disappointed because the first half that we played, it wasn't good enough, and we got short in the first half. In the second half, the response that the team had is right what we needed from the beginning, and we almost tied the game in the second half, but we couldn't. And the last thing that I told them is really proud of the season that they've made, because it's a great turnaround coming from last year to this year, and in third, hosting a game at home in the playoff, and having the opportunity to play the semifinals and almost to be in the final. But this learning experience and the pain that we're feeling today, is gonna carry to us for next season.
What do you think the team needs to, because they did a lot this past off season to kind of change what this team looked like, and there were some other players added to it throughout the year. What can this team add to it? What are you looking for this off season to go forward?
Well, I think we need to increase the roster level. Increase our internal competition. It's something that we've talked. I think we did a good job adding good pieces to the roster, to the starting lineup. But now is how we can create that internal competition that the players has to compete for a spot more than that they did last year, and this will help us to raise the level of the players.
We always have this debate. Are you rooting for Austin FC now, or do you want to see them go down in flames?
Well, being FC Dallas coach, I'll root for LFC, right?
There you go. Smart answer. Now, I know you were talking about some of the steps going forward and going back. Obviously, new coaches, you always go in with a lot of optimism. Has this, I know y'all aren't going to win the championship, but otherwise, has this reached some of your goals for the season?
Well, I think, yeah. For one side, yes. For the other side, I'm a person that I don't like to put limits to the season. This is why I always say that, I wasn't happy with what we did, because I always think that we can do better. But at the same time, I'm realistic. The team was coming from a difficult season. We set up the objective to make the playoff, and we did it. We did it. We host a game. Very proud of the players and all the effort they put in the season, because it helped us to achieve things that we think we could do it, but maybe people from outside thought that it was going to be difficult for us.
Yeah, this season, I think that there were a lot of players that kind of didn't know what to expect from your game style philosophy, your tactics. And do you think that they kind of have a better expectation of what to expect going into next season, and that's going to help you guys?
Yes, I think this huge. Always the second season after being with the same staff and style of play, the player already comes to the preseason with a different mindset, and for us it's going to be crucial, because we're going to start working in other areas, that in specific areas that with the players that maybe we couldn't do this first year because they needed to learn other things. And already we know that they are ready for what we're going to ask for, but also we're going to have to be more demanding in other areas that will help us to be a better team.
Well, we appreciate your time. Appreciate you letting all the guys come on and have fun with us all throughout the season, and obviously for a heck of a run. So thank you very much, good sir. We're already looking forward to next season.
Thank you, guys.
There you go. FC Dallas head coach Nico Estevez right here on 105.3 The Fan. He was like, I got to call in. We got to be able to wrap up the season, and appreciate it very much. By the way, real quick as an aside, have you guys been following the Popeye's chicken saga at all?
Excuse me?
With Anthony Edwards and Carl Anthony Towns?
Oh, I just thought they were trying to hire people who would get you food at some certain point that you ordered and liked.
Well, I can't speak to that, and that's probably never going to change. But Carl Anthony Towns
was talking about it, and he was talking about Anthony Edwards because he had like kind of a rough game. This was a couple days ago, and he goes, I know y'all think it's funny up here when he talks about Popeyes and all that but that doesn't make me happy to hear. And so this is like turn into a way bigger thing that I thought was going to be a deal.
This is a wild story.
Yeah, and then like Popeyes even tweeted out, it was like, hey, when you go to Popeyes, you can tell people that one day you can be an elite level athlete. And Anthony Edwards is like, I don't really think it's that big of a deal. And so I thought it was just like an offhanded comment that has kind of taken on a life of its own along the way.
Yeah, it definitely is having a little snowball effect on what's going on there for sure.
So I don't think this will be something that takes down the Timberwolves, but much like many times when you go to Popeyes, you didn't really get what you expected.
I don't know, man. What if one of the players shows up late because they were waiting on a biscuit?
Okay, but
or 3.
What does Reggie say? When you go to Popeyes, you don't necessarily get what you ordered, but you get what you need. Is this what the Timberwolves needed?
Oh, wow. I didn't even think about that. That's a good approach to that.
Could you imagine if that became Popeye's like thing? Like, you know, like where's the beef for Wendy's or whatever?
It will be like you don't get what you ordered, but you get what you need.
Yeah.
That would
Reggie would be rich at that point.
That would be incredible. Yeah, we need to get him some rights to that.
Yep.
Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105 through the Fan.
All right, men.
Of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority, and Barricade Rental, that's buyersbarricades.com.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It's time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Awesome, Heggie. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking. Now, I hear that perhaps, is it possible things will get heated between you and Tank, or is that all cooled down?
No, they definitely won't get heated, you know. But last week we had, for me, my most anxious moment. It's been all good chatter and friendly vibes talking with Tank. But last week I hit a sensitive spot when I was asking him about the run defense.
Yeah.
And I think he was saying, you know, we got to get in our gaps and stay disciplined. It was like the fourth time he said that this year. So I was like, well, yeah, you know, we keep saying that, but we can't necessarily. And he goes, I'm going to pause you right there. It's not that we can't. Okay. So to me, when the Cowboys make the trade this week, for Hankins, they're kind of saying the guys that we have can't do it. That's why they need help, right? They're like 27th in the NFL at run stop win rate. So I was thinking about going back after Tank, and then I thought better of that. But I do need to come up with some sort of a diplomatic and strategic way of addressing
Did you
this.
just say scared?
I hear what you're saying, Gavin.
Yeah, I'm scared.
And you're right.
I am. I
but
would be.
as a player, can't you like say can't, never, could? So if you ask me a question and I really believe I can't or we can't, then we never will. So I feel like Tank is answering it from the position of like, as a player on this team, if we believe or I believe we can't, then we never will. So I always have to believe we can.
He was probably being a veteran leader, and I phrased it improperly. So I'll ask him for the update on that. In light of the Cowboys making a trade.
How about you stop him when he just say, no, let me stop you there.
Let me
stop you there.
Now you explain.
Let me stop you there, Tank. Maybe that would
but
work.
Mike just messed up my confidence. Mike presented some evidence that might have me second guessing.
Well, it said they can't, but you can't as a player say I can't or we can't.
Mike saying can't, never, could is evidence.
Well, he just clarified probably what Tank meant, which was a veteran leader move.
Okay.
We don't want to be Americans. We want to be Americans.
Okay,
Facts.
very fair. Now, all right.
It's kind of like the Mavs. They probably believe they can all dribble and pass, and then we watch a basketball game and go, there's 3 guys on the court at all times that can't dribble and pass a damn basketball.
Are you guys right now more intrigued by the Timberwolves Popeye saga or the Euro NASCAR race on a frozen lake?
Euro NASCAR
on a frozen lake.
See,
Definitely.
Everybody, Kevin's like terrified of it. I love this idea.
That's why we're intrigued, because it is
3,400-pound car on ice. Nothing could go wrong.
Yes. So next year, Euro NASCAR's tour will open with the Arctic Ice Race on a frozen lake in Finland. Here's the key that you probably already knew: the first of its kind, sanctioned by the sport.
No kidding. Because death might happen.
That's what I think.
Yeah, somebody's going to fall into that ice.
Got to be some thick ice.
And then if it's one person falls in, a lot of people are falling in.
Do they still do ice road truckers? Wasn't that a show? Where you had like the 18-wheelers trucking on the ice roads?
Probably get it on an app somewhere.
Man, you just described that like somebody who has never seen that show.
I haven't, but it always fascinated me.
Because you said, have you ever seen Ice Road Truckers where the truckers are on the ice roads?
No. They're on the ice roads?
It started in 2007, and it lasted 11 seasons.
That's a long time.
That's a long time for some truck driving.
A lot of wrecks along the way.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so will you watch this race then, however Euro NASCAR is distributed?
Eric, are we having a party for this?
I think
party.
we have to.
Yeah,
we have to watch this.
Is this
We're sports guys. It's our job to watch it. Is it not?
Is it pay-per-view?
I'm sure it'll be on regular TV.
Even better.
In 2023.
We should charge.
I like free stuff.
Because I think we would pay for this.
Yeah.
Now, we were talking about the Timberwolves, Popeyes, Dust Up. And so Corey asked this question a while back, and I wanted to get y'all's input. What is your give-up dinner? So, you're like, it's good, but we just, I don't know, just go get Golden Chick.
Yeah.
Which Golden Chick's delicious, but it feels like there's a Golden Chick by our house. So it feels like if we can't figure something out, we're like, I don't know, just go get Golden Chick.
I think anything Chinese related for me.
Okay.
Yeah, because everybody can always find something, a beef and broccoli or, cashew chicken.
Right.
So it's got a wide enough menu that if you feel like, just have egg drop soup and some egg rolls or whatever. It's kind of a give up because it's got a pretty wide menu.
I like that. I feel like ours at home isn't going out. It's make a peanut butter and jelly or throw a frozen pizza in the oven.
Yeah. It's the ultimate give up. Little Totinos. I've done that a couple of times recently. They sell them in the 4-packs now. Okay,
Don't you want better for your family though?
Well, sure I do, but this is a give up.
Okay, that's fair. That's a good point. That's a really good point. That's a really good point.
Your answer.
That's a really good point.
He has thrown in the towel, and
I concede. You win. Confidence back up.
Thank you.
Is Chili's the ultimate give up? I like chili.
What are you talking about?
No, because no, it's not. That's blasphemous.
You think Applebee's is a give up?
Well,
is
it's
it
because
that different
Applebee's
from
tastes
Chili's?
like cardboard without salt.
Chili's is incredible.
Yeah, Chili's
Gosh,
is great.
I was working them as a sponsor too. What are you doing now?
Applebee's is fantastic for Broadus. And I love them because they're a great place to hang out.
And see, I like both of those places, but I feel like when people can't agree, they're like, oh, we should do this, and you're like, let's just go to Chili's.
I think it's a win. I don't consider that a give up.
I think it's a win too, but I was curious if that's what
took Adrian to Chili's for our first date ever.
No wonder you sealed the deal.
Yeah.
Very romantic.
Yeah, that's exactly why. I tipped pretty well, too, because I knew the waiter. And so he
Baller.
gave me everything for free. So I was like, everything's tipped for you, buddy. And then we went to the AMC Theater to watch Cruel Intentions.
Hey.
And she was 14?
Dang.
She was not 14. We were both 17. There's a picture of her from when she was 14. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I remember why I like her now.
Wait a second. You still have that?
That picture? She has it. I'm married to the woman. She has photo albums, and I flip through them, and I'm like, oh, yeah. She was hot then.
Oh, my God.
We were both and when I was 14 and 15, she was attractive, and I remember thinking that at the time.
Why do you let Mike do that to you? Don't let him do that.
Feels like you should be on another station in DFW if you're going to keep saying stuff like that. Let's pretend like that didn't happen. It happened, people. It happened.
Mac and cheese, Kevin. Mac and cheese is my give-up meal.
Okay.
Bagel and cream cheese for me. Big bagel and cream cheese guy. But if I'm buying it, I'm doing the Jersey Mike's down the street because that's the one that's closest. That's just proximity.
And I think proximity plays a lot in it because, like I said, I really like Golden Chick, but it feels like you're just like, hey, should we put any effort? Just go to Golden Chick.
I do even less effort. Just bring it to me, Papa John's. I have a discount there, so I'm always like, I want it delivered to me. I'm giving up.
Where's your how do you get a discount?
I'll take care of you.
It sounds like an off-air conversation.
Thank you. We're gonna.
I got you.
Or for everybody.
Papa John's up here for us that one time. Remember?
It did not arrive on that time that you wanted it to be here.
I don't think it ever arrived.
It's still there. That little car is still driving near the building. Like, seriously, are there
I got it with my truck. They're just driving around right now. Don't worry about it.
Does everyone who's ever gotten pizza have traffic lights that take 10 minutes that they weren't aware of? Because that car will sit there on you, and you're like, I live right by here. There's no stop there. What's happening? What do you guys? Besides the big tank show,
prostitution, maybe.
What do you?
What is happening?
Wait, hold on. What?
A car could stop for that for a while.
Oh,
do you
I
think
see what you're saying.
pizza? Is that a good point?
You asked why would a car stop that long?
Says
without a lie. Well, if you got a prostitute, you probably aren't going to drive while you have a prostitute in the car. I think I just gave a good answer.
Okay.
Yeah.
You will not be on my Family Feud team. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always. Thanks for asking. You mentioned Tank 445, but also Dave Campo at 3 o'clock, the head coach when Emmitt Smith broke the record 20 years ago today.
I like that.
Yeah.
Love it.
We'll get his
Roll
memories.
home
He's a good guy.
with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say prostitution, Kevin.
I will not.
Why not?
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios. Let's do this. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome into the show. Hope you're having a great day. Cowboys ticket giveaway coming up in the 5. We have great seats for you, 100 level with a parking pass. So that's coming up in 3 hours, some point during the 5 o'clock hour. Brian, welcome back.
Thank you very much. Missed you guys. I'm not going to lie to you. I was done by noon yesterday.
Loved it.
And I was kind of like driving around. I didn't know what to do. And so I went to lunch by myself and looked at my phone for a long time doing that. And then I was like, yeah, this is kind of neat. And then you guys were on. I know that Wolchuk did a Bears scouting report.
How did I do? Was it okay?
I tell you, we did a great job on that. You really,
goodness.
really did. So you guys had a really good show. Bobby Carella was really good yesterday.
Yeah.
So you guys proved that you could be great without me.
Well, you and Sean got rave reviews as well, so congratulations for the broadcast
you guys were great.
success.
I'll tell you what I've learned, though. You can say a lot of crazy things like at 5:30 in the morning because nobody's kind of listening to you. You know, you just kind of just say all kinds of things. But then about 7, you need to kind of bring your game up.
Yeah. How was your guy Lombardi, though? He was spitting fire.
That was terrific.
You know, it's funny. Michael Irving was supposed to be on with us, and Sean looked at me and goes, "Need a guest now." Sean is a demanding little bee. Like, you know, him and Joey. I mean,
we were wondering how that came together.
I'll tell you what, Sean, you talk about doing intense radio. He sits over there and he's like, we need better cuts, better sound. What's going on? Can you hear that? What are you doing, Broadus? Can you get me a guest? Need a guest right now. I'm going to ask you some questions. Be alert. I'm like,
he's old school.
Yeah, like we kind of sit we sit here, we go sit on the couch behind us and kind of like check our phone.
Right,
and,
we're relaxed.
You know, it's like, hey, welcome to G-Bag Nation. You know, Expressway. Here we go. Sean is like, I never moved. I didn't leave my chair for 4 hours. I sat in my chair and just like, okay, but I'll tell you what, Sean, he's intense. But I did enjoy working.
He's
with
the
him.
captain.
He
though.
is the captain for
but,
sure.
I mean, he makes you feel intense when you're ordering a drink at dinner. What are you having?
Yeah.
I'm like, well,
why are you getting that?
I better make sure I say the right thing, or else I'm going to get judged.
Yeah.
Or he's just going to order for me, and I think that's what ended up happening. He just orders for us.
Put the bright light on you. He will.
He did. I tell you what, though, it was but it's funny when you're done by. Like, say, I had some.
It's a different world out there.
I had some responsibilities at DallasCowboys.com, and I'm so used to driving, making that trip from there to here, and I'm like, oh wait, I get to go home.
Midday traffic is awful peaceful when you're not going into work.
It's not.
Like,
it's really easy too to drive through downtown at 4 a.m. as well.
And it allowed Krusty Broadus to have his supper at like 4:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah,
he would prefer.
Blue Plate Special was awesome.
You roll by Luby's?
They missed me at Luby's. I had the, I said, oh yes, I'll have the.
We'll have the Jell-O.
I'll have the pea salad. That would be good.
Extra
yes,
pie.
thank you. Yeah.
Getting your evening news and the Wheel of Fortune. You're ready for bed.
I'll tell you, me and Wheel of Fortune. I hate everybody that buys a vowel. They can all stuff
He's yelling at the TV.
I am.
Hey,
like, why are you buying a vowel? You know what it is.
On a serious note, though, I do have 2 items of business, or maybe even 3 items of business before we resume with the sports content. Number 1, thanks for this beer can chicken rack. Okay. I don't think I would have ever went and got one of those, but you got one for me, and my beer can chicken will be better.
Sweet.
Thanks for booking Dave Campo coming up at 3 o'clock.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
And we discussed yesterday as a possible bet payoff a Be Like Broadus day, where either Wolchuk and I would shave the middle of our heads and our faces. And we suggested that it could be like 2 bet payoffs in one because it would be pretty intense.
That's way intense to do. Anything that resembles me is way That's.
But would you be offended by it?
No, not at all.
Okay.
No, I think you would appreciate that.
No. So did we?
We got to dress in LSU gear, shave our face and the top of our head, leaving the sides.
And don't forget the bifocals.
And yes, and the bifocals.
Oh, I do have some bifocals working right now.
Probably some khakis.
Yeah, I do. I look like you got to look like you worked at Blockbuster.
Yeah.
Blue shirt, blue button down, and khaki pants.
Crocs, and LSU pullover.
I got the Crocs, so look like really big on your feet. But yeah, if you do that'd be great. Do we determine it's Harley Quinn?
Yeah, I'm going Quinn-sation tomorrow.
All right.
Crap. So
let's go.
Well, it is a big day for the Cowboys as they prepare for the Bears. As we're waiting, for updates on various things. Are we hearing Ezekiel Elliott did not practice again? Terrence Steele has some sort of a situation going on.
I did get a Terrence Steele. They were talking about, Mike mentioned a neck, and I just kind of got word on that one. He's got a little bit of a neck, but everything's fine on that.
Okay.
So that's the report I got on that. I have not heard anything back on Zeke yet.
Okay.
So
all right.
I'll keep an eye on that one for you.
Tank Lawrence is coming up at 4:45. Typically on Thursday, the players talk to the media, so there should be some interesting Cowboys Twitter. developing throughout the afternoon.
Absolutely.
The other big Cowboys story, 20-year anniversary of Emmitt Smith breaking the all-time rushing record. What are your thoughts? What are your memories, Wolchuk, of that happening as a young whippersnapper Cowboys fan out here in these streets?
I was glued to the TV that day. I was sick. I do remember that, and my grandparents were at the game. They did not have an extra ticket for me that day because it was a hot commodity, and understandably so. So they brought me back all the memorabilia, so I still have all of that. But I remember just being glued to the television and Emmitt breaking it against the Seahawks, and he almost scored on the play. And we had Christy on yesterday, and Emmitt ended up losing yardage afterwards, so he technically kind of lost the record, then had to get it back, and then he ended up scoring later on in the drive. And then I'll remember, later on in the game, they brought him back out. They unveiled the banner of the league's all-time leading rusher, which last time we were at AT&T Stadium, I did not see it up. I don't know if they took it down or if they're doing something special with it, but I didn't see the all-time leading rusher Emmitt Smith 22 banner up there. But that's a day I'll never forget. And then when you had Moose, who was on the call, Daryl Moose Johnston, doing color, working the game for Fox, and they had him down on the field when it was getting close. And then Michael Irvin was there at the game as well. A lot of former Cowboys from the Super Bowl 90s teams were there. And the embrace that's now kind of circulating social media between Emmitt and Moose, and Emmitt is crying. I mean, that's an all-time sports cry moment for me. I tear up every time I see it because I just think it's all about sacrifice, teammates, the bond, the camaraderie. That's what makes sports great. And Moose sacrificed his body and so much to pave the way for Emmitt to break that record and to be able to accomplish that. And you could tell the love and admiration that Emmitt had for Daryl in that moment. And to me, that really just, in just a brief moment of time, that just captures the love and the moment and purity, really, of sports right there.
Yeah. Wow. That's a great memory. Brian, what do you remember about it?
I was working as an executive for the Cowboys, and I remember it as just another bad loss.
Really?
I remembered it as
Hasselbeck got you, huh?
Debbie
Downer. No, I mean, it really was because we just couldn't win a game. You knew that Emmitt Smith was going to be this guy. He was going to be the all-time leading rusher. We were playing with Chad Hutchinson at quarterback that day.
Oh.
And you're just
so
like,
disrespectful to
Robert
Emmitt.
Thomas
honestly.
at fullback.
Couldn't even enjoy a historic moment.
The fact that it was Hutchinson that gets to say I was the one who handed Emmitt his record-setting
Robert
ball
Thomas,
is a disgrace to football forever.
Red ball led him on the block, and I mean, just go through the lineup that day, and we were never good enough. And I knew Emmitt Smith was going to have his day. We all knew he was going to, that was the whole idea. Okay, we're a bad football team. I just remember it afterwards, how just, you're happy for someone to break that record. And I was fortunate to see Walter Payton play. I got to compete against Walter Payton and how great he was. And I was super happy for Emmitt Smith. But I just remember it as another bad day, another bad loss, why are we doing things this way? It just seemed, at that time, it was just, they were just piling up. And so everything that Wolchuk said is absolutely right for the fan base.
Yeah.
But if you're on the other end of that where you're working and you're realizing, man, I'm not getting this guy any help. I'm not getting this great player any help.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't find him a quarterback. I can't find him any wide receivers. we were doing such a poor job at the time. It just seemed like, it's one of the little bright things you have, but then it just was another loss.
It's a 21-14 loss. I remember the score.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of, interesting and very valid perspectives on it. Emmitt Smith is one of the more polarizing players. If you're a former executive on the team, maybe you couldn't get over the disappointment of not having a better team. You couldn't enjoy a historic moment. If you're a kid, Emmitt Smith is larger than life.
Yeah.
If you're an older Cowboys fan and you enjoy the 90s championships and you're watching him go under 4 yards a carry, you're like, why are we still here? We need a good player at running back, not a legend. Yeah. So I think there are a lot of different memories and perspectives on that. And then some people who are probably going to come in on the text that felt like Emmitt's been kind of rude to people. And while they want to remember it in a super positive way, they're also being influenced by what the Emmitt Smith public persona has become, especially if you've had a public run-in with him and felt like, wow, this guy doesn't appreciate being the legend that he is enough to show a little bit of love back to the fans. And I know that's been part of the story as well. But there's no doubt it's historic. And I think the pure Cowboys fan, especially the younger one who watched that all come together, it is, pretty incredible. And 20 years have passed. So a really cool day to sit back and get stories. And we will hear from Dave Campo about what it was like to be the head coach of that team coming up at 3:00. Mavs and Nets tonight on TNT. We have the scoop here on Christian Wood. And will he be joining the starters soon, or if he is gaining the trust of the coaching staff along with his scoring and rebounding? And the answer is no, okay? Sources close to the G-Bag Nation say he messed up again in crunch time the other night. He's getting killed by skilled centers. They feel like he needs to be in with Kleba to watch his back. So, this is not the kind of situation where the coaching staff is as excited. I tell you what, I feel like they're managing this great, because you're getting the best out of Christian Wood while trying to eliminate the mistakes or minimize the mistakes, the impact the mistakes have on your team. And at the same time, you have to be keeping him motivated to figure out what it is that you want. It's a big deal. You can't have breakdowns that result in easy baskets, especially in the final 2 to 5 minutes of a game. You have to make them earn everything that they get. And if you're having breakdowns like that, then, boom, there's why Christian Wood is, not starting. And I don't think you're going to expect to see him in crunch time. And I don't know, some guys just don't have the team spatial awareness. And it's either in how you grow up learning the game or how your mind sees the space. It's all very different, and it defines who athletes are as individuals. Are they individual attacking players, or are they team players that can see everything and pick everything apart, like a LeBron or a Luka? I think Christian Wood is on the far end of that spectrum of not having the great team awareness, and we'll see if the Mavs can teach that to him.
Yeah, and I do have faith in Jason Kidd and this defensive staff because these guys looked lost quite a bit early in the season last year defensively, and they all sort of got it together. So I'll hold out hope for a while that Christian Wood can get acclimated and ingratiated into this scheme, this system, and hopefully it can improve. But I get what they're doing here, and especially if that's your calling card. I mean, every time Broadus talks about interacting with members of the Mavericks organization, it's defense, defense, defense.
Yeah,
So
I talk about that a lot.
You can't say that and then have the action be something else. And so if the whole thing is about defense and this guy is kind of screwing the pooch defensively, then you're going to go ahead and have to play him when it's optimal.
Right.
And at the end of games, it might not be.
And it's fair, and it makes total sense. It's interesting, though, that Maxey's the guy that's kind of going to have to shade over there, which I suppose makes some sense, but JaVale McGee is the dude that's supposed to be here for the defensive purposes. And so far, I think that's been a little bit disappointing. Now, it's still way too early to go and be, is this an issue? It's not, right? But I think you need to start to see JaVale McGee pick it up on the defensive end of the floor, or else that guy doesn't need to be out there.
Yeah, that's a part of it as well.
He's only playing about 13 minutes a game, too.
Yeah.
McGee. So, yeah, I thought it was interesting, too, and just talking to folks over there, the name was with Maxey, and it might be because they feel like Maxey can play defense, but also
give you something on offense.
Give you something on offense.
But I mean, when you look at the rating of the team, the team he has the highest net rating on the team, and he's the only player for whenever he's off the court leads to a negative net rating.
Yeah.
So there is so many elements. It would be maddening because how much you're also losing every time he is on your bench. There's so many amazing aspects to his game. So that's got to be a really frustrating deal because you know how great he is, but I guess he's doing some things that they can't tolerate.
So both teams need to win tonight. It'll be interesting. Who does desperate team theory most favor in this one? Brooklyn's lost 3 of 4.
This would be the second of a back-to-back for Brooklyn. Brooklyn playing at home, and the Mavs, though. The Mavs have been disappointing. They've had opportunities. I think the desperate team was the one. There should have been the team that played in New Orleans the other night. Probably felt like if they just rolled the ball out there, they were going to run through the Pelicans, and it was going to be fine. You need to know now that maybe they were looking ahead to this one just because of the matchup a little bit, but I would say that Brooklyn's still the more desperate team, but man, I think Dallas is just right there with them. You know, you can't go out there and start this thing off 1-3. You know, even though they've had some last year, they started off poorly and were able to rally, but I kind of feel like they need to go out and get one tonight.
Yeah, no doubt. 1-3 would be tough. You know, it's not a must-win situation, but if you want to get off to a good start, it's going to be really, really tough from a 1-3 spot. Kyrie Irving last night in their game, hollering at Ben Simmons, shoot the ball. He passed it to him. Ben receives it in the paint and turned around. He was like, I'm gonna kick this baby back out. Kyrie after the game said, you know, he's just coming back from a long absence and a back surgery, so give him some bleeping time, is what he told the assembled media. And maybe that's all it's going to take.
I have a theory about that, and Sean and I talked about it yesterday. I think Ben Simmons fouls out just to get out of the game.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have to deal with the pressure anymore.
I think it's messed his mind up.
Kyrie literally begging him to shoot the ball.
Yeah, it's weird.
Thank you for paying attention to the program.
Well, I'm replying to some of the texts that are coming in.
No, you got it.
Kyrie, though, then did defend him.
You just made a mistake I normally
did.
make.
I apologize. That's certainly on me, and I own that. But Kyrie afterwards did then defend him to the media.
Once again, thank you.
Lindbergh lands in Paris.
No problem. I'm going to go back to replying to these. You guys continue the program.
You got it, buddy. Hey, you know we're giving away Cowboys tickets in the 5 o'clock hour.
You guys know we're giving away Cowboys tickets?
Yeah, Cowboy tickets this weekend.
Thank you. That's what we call promotion, Wolchuk. Great job. The Tees, we have another trade in the football. It's in the division, and it's pretty fun. That's next here. Then the G-Bag of the day on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about absolute.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, poured by Miller Lite on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back, G-Back Nation. G-Back of the Day is coming up at 2:30. We have some NFL news you can use right here, including another trade inside the division. Pete Carroll restarts an age-old discussion. Could it ever happen in the NFL? And Aaron Rodgers asked if he's gotten any feedback on talking about his teammates. We'll start with wide receiver Kadarius Toney, traded from the Giants to the Chiefs for a third-rounder and a 2023 sixth-round pick as well. I love this for a couple of reasons. I think Kadarius Toney is a very dangerous player, and if the Giants could ever get him right, it would be a problem in the division, especially for a team that's on the rise. But also, I want to see Kadarius Toney with Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. I want to see what they can make happen because he is an electrifying player.
Yeah, that's a compensatory 3 that's going to the Giants. So you don't know where it's going to fall. If you said if it's just a normal pick in that round, Kansas City's probably going to be somewhere between 26 and 32 with that pick. So that's like really a late 3, early 4. So you're just kind of giving up a fourth round guy to get an opportunity for, and Andy Reid. We've all talked about Andy and his ability. He just does a great job of working with players that might have troubled, pasts or troubled attitudes or all these things. I mean, Andy's just about, hey, can you play? Come in here. I'll treat you like a man. And, and the locker room there, they do a great job with that stuff in Kansas City.
Kadarius Toney likes to punch people guy, right?
Yeah.
He's like, we're having an argument? Well, I'll punch you.
He's a little fiery guy.
Punched a cowboy.
Yeah, he's a big fiery guy, but
but he had a great game before that, so
Andy,
it's like, hey,
he's totally okay with that.
You put up those kind of numbers, you can afford a couple of
good player.
punches.
Certainly can help that offense. Him and Sky Moore, you still have him on a rookie deal. And a couple of my buddies were texting me saying, like, man, that's a lot to give up for a guy that wasn't even playing. But I think, look, it's a no-brainer kind of deal for me if you're the Chiefs. You're probably going to excel in that offense.
Yeah, they're totally comfortable with it. They see talent, but they're comfortable with whatever you bring to them, the baggage. They're okay with that.
Yeah, the talent is legit, and it's surprising that Dable in New York looked at it and was like, there's not much I want to do with this right now.
And
I know a lot of it had to do with the attitude or whatever.
Must have been a problem.
But like, geez, man, because
they don't have much.
Yeah.
Right, they got no receivers.
See, that's the thing though that Brian Dable is getting away with right now. He's 6-1, so anything he does in that locker room, the player's got his back.
No doubt.
If Tony's been a problem in that locker room, I'm sure that he went up to some of the guys and said, listen, I'm thinking about moving on from this kid. And like, Coach, you do whatever you have to do.
Yeah, get out the bad eggs.
Yeah, we're winning ball games.
And it is kind of nice because we all thought the Chiefs were going to be making a move. Like they restructured the Travis Kelce contract a couple of weeks ago, and everybody's saying the OBJ stuff. Yeah. And now hopefully that means that's off the table for them, and it's one less suitor for OBJ potentially. And
absolutely.
We know what went down with Sean and RJ earlier.
No doubt. And I saw a lot of chatter about Brandon Cooks, and that's a name that we've kind of thrown around. If the Cowboys were to make a trade, maybe Brandon Cooks from the Texans would be appealing. A lot of Chiefs Twitter yesterday. Brandon Cooks was supposed to talk to the media in Houston. He didn't end up doing that, so there was some rumors maybe he was on the move. Clearly, that's not a trade that's happening.
We're going to go around the Cowboys trade deadline here coming up at 3:40. That's an interesting conversation, and I know a lot of people want a new wide receiver. I don't know if a new wide receiver would help. I'll tell you what position I'd rather go for coming up at 3:40. Let me get this Pete Carroll story. He has restarted the turf versus grass conversation. I do think it's lip service. I think Pete Carroll has like a class president way of talking about things that he would like without zero chance of it ever happening. But DK Metcalf and J.C. Jackson were hurt. He said, we need to look at this really seriously. We've got to do what's right, and we've got to do what's safest for the players, and we've got to make those choices. I would pound the drum for a mandate of all grass fields in the NFL. There's just no way you could do it. You couldn't retrofit AT&T with actual grass, could you? You can open that thing up every day and let the sun shine in?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Man, I'll tell you what, there's some places they do it. How they do it in Vegas. You know, they've got those trays and stuff like that. I think in Arizona,
that's what they do.
They got
right?
trays. You know what?
But wasn't that dug in to where you could roll it out? And
that's the whole
built.
thing. Yeah, that's the one thing that you notice though with AT&T Stadium when you stay afterwards and you're working games and stuff is when they change it from a pro field to a college field. They'll roll out whole new turf with everything already done, all the markings, everything in the end zone.
Pretty sweet looking.
Yeah, it goes back to finance. How do you want to do it? But you're talking about billions of dollars in an organization with these teams and stuff. Why don't you protect your players the best you can? I mean, you can figure out a way to grow grass indoors. I mean, that seems to me like something that you could probably work on. Somebody, there's a lot of smart people around the world probably figure that out.
It's not costing them enough money, I think, to protect the players.
Well, that's the thing about it. These stadiums and what they do is, the problem is if they can't hold concerts or they can't do events.
Right.
Because remember what happened at Soldier Field to start the year? Everybody was talking about, Kansas City played on some terrible turf in preseason, and it was after a concert at Soldier Field that the turf got all wasted, and now everybody's like going, wait a minute, but see if you play it on if you do the concert on a synthetic grass field,
it'll be okay.
It'll be okay.
Well, I think it was like Bad Bunny before Bad Bunny came and performed at AT&T, destroyed Minute Maid Park out there where the Astros are playing. But I mean, even in I just went to Ohio State. That's a venue at Ohio Stadium. They used to have natural grass.
Yeah.
Now it's got turf.
Right.
So, I mean, this is even something in college where they've transitioned in a lot of these venues, even in the Big Ten. They used to play on natural grass, and they've rolled in the turf.
Yeah. Well, I think as a show, we do prefer natural grass, don't we?
Heck yeah.
As a show, we do. Absolutely, we do.
All righty.
We prefer the real stuff.
Top 10 at 420.
That's right. It is time now for the G-Bag of the Day, curated by Lucius.
Here we go. Last time we left off, it's a 1-2 punch was our winner and still champ. Two Cowboy fans, arguing about the running back situation of the Cowboys. My man Matt, he held some grace.
Yeah.
He had some grace. He was holding back. He was being reserved, as one would say. Even though he was yelling, he was being trolled a little bit. Let's check it out.
You don't know how many yards Zeke got, though. Pollard got more than Zeke now. I guarantee you he does. He's probably got.
You don't know how many yards Zeke got, though. I love that line.
Yeah. You don't know how many yards Zeke got, though. Pollard got more than Zeke now. I guarantee you he does. He's probably got over 100 yards already, Matt. It just said how many yards he had. Zeke don't have 100 yards. I didn't say Zeke had 100 yards. It just said how many yards he just had. He had 70 yards. He's got more than Zeke.
He's got more than Zeke.
So that's going to make him over Pat? Matt, going to the game, they're only 40 yards apart. I'm looking at the stats right here. That's why I was saying the whole f***ing time. It's a 1-2 punch. It's a 1-2 punch. You say Zeke's better than Pollard. I didn't say that. Oh my God. If he sees a hole, he's going to run it from the touchdown. All I said is a 1-2 punch. I said Zeke runs the ball first to wear down that defense. Then they stick Pollard in because he's faster. It's a 1-2 punch. If you listen to Romo, what he's been saying the whole entire time, they said their running backs are a 1-2 punch.
Yeah, listen to Romo.
That one's getting better. That's aging well, like a fine wine.
So good.
Sound. And that's a father and a son, right? Isn't that what that is? Doesn't he call him dad at one point?
Does he?
Oh,
I thought it was two buddies.
I thought it was
I heard
too.
Matt. I don't know. I didn't hear any of them.
Okay.
I didn't hear that.
I don't know. I was
doesn't
thinking
sound
for a second
like father
it was
and son.
Coming into it, I didn't think it was. And then just hearing it there, I was like, wait, is this a father and a son getting after each other here? Either way, it's incredible.
That would be even better if it is.
Bobby Belt. I put Bobby Melts. Bobby Belt was on the morning show this morning.
Yeah, he was.
Talking to Michael Irvin. Mm-hmm. He had a question that went in warp speed all of a sudden. He started off regular pace and then he just went forward.
Michael, how did you think Dak played last week when he was, coming back from that thumb injury? There was a lot of criticism with how he went in the first half, but he seemed to settle down the second half. Overall, how did you think he played?
Wow. Yeah. Adderall kicked in.
So they played. Sean went ahead and played back to back that speed question from Bobby, and then Eric's 63-second question to Stephen Jones, and we filled in the day after Thanksgiving last year for KMC.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, dude.
That's good producing on the fly.
It was good.
So, yeah, I have that right here.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Eric Chiafalo's long-winded question to Stephen Jones. My man couldn't land the plane.
One of the things, Steven, I think most fans are, really curious about, not just with the Cowboys, but really across the league. It's one thing that fans and people like to talk about is just, what the process is of making these in-game decisions in the moment. And it always really ends up falling back onto the plate of the head coach ultimately. But the process involved, how many people are involved in these decisions? For example, Greg Zuerlein, 59-yard field goal. Some people would say, hey, maybe you should go for it there or whatever it may be, or calling a timeout or, any type of in-game, in-the-moment decision. And I'm curious, kind of what is the process like ultimately when it's in that moment? Is it really just Mike McCarthy deciding for himself, kind of based on the knowledge he has in lead up or whatever it is, just kind of a gut decision for him? Or are there people in his ear saying, hey, we should probably kick the field goal here, or hey, we should call the timeout here? What is it in game, the process like when it comes to making those sort of game management decisions?
Follow-up is great.
Well, you covered a lot of territory.
Hey, you know what? Shout out to Steven for not even just, hey, man.
MVP.
You're killing my time. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh, you covered a lot of territory there.
Yeah.
That was awesome, man.
That was painful.
I felt like you were
bro.
going to end it like 3 or 4 different points.
It's so funny because it was news to me when the feedback on the text and stuff in real time was coming like, holy hell, that was a long question. And I had no idea. And Mark Lane of WFAA is always like transcribing the interviews with Jerry and Steven that happen on our station. Mm-hmm. And he tweets at me in real time like, dear God, bro, I had to change down my font size for the first time in the history of me doing this because of how long that question was. And I'm like, oh no. So it wasn't until after the show we had to run it back, and it was like, oh my God, that was 66 seconds.
You
bro.
asked the question about 4 different times, but I loved it. I thought it was awesome.
Oh, it was a nightmare.
Well done.
You seen that bit on TikTok? What do you do for a living? You walk up on somebody's car or maybe their house, which is really brave to ask what they're doing. This man right here walks up on 2 ladies sitting in the car, asks them what they were doing, and it goes real bad.
Yo, excuse me. Hi, your car is awesome. What do you do for a living? Sorry, I film videos where I ask people on TikTok what they do in nice cars.
So you just think you can walk up to people and start filming?
Wait, what?
You ran up to us with your... I think you can just walk up to people and start filming that?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just asking a question. I just like your car.
Obviously you do know if you do this all the time.
It's what my whole account is, but
your whole account is shoving your phone in people's faces.
I wouldn't call it that. We're in a public spot right now, so I can technically phone you.
We don't want you to record us. We don't want you to record us.
Okay. It's a very simple answer.
Okay.
You don't have to answer me.
It was a simple answer. He's not backing up, and we want you to back up off the car.
Okay, I'm sorry. I literally am just asking a question.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. Oh, you're gonna get out pepper spray over. Really? Okay. What? Bye. Oh my gosh.
They was wearing his ass
You know
out.
what's funny, Lucius, about that? Like, there are people that recognize him. Like, there are people that, like, driving around, like, guys in the, Bentleys or whatever, and they're like, oh, you're the TikTok guy. And it's like, yeah, I'm in real estate or whatever. They recognize the guy. This is the first time I've ever seen him have to deal with people like
it was
that.
hard.
Pepper spray.
They were just both going at him. He said, "Oh my God!"
People recognize who this guy is.
His reactions were great, dude. I'm still waiting for the Cartnart guy to run up on me one of these days soon.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
County's Target. You can catch me.
Yeah, I've been waiting for you, guy. I'm Gavin Dawson. Let me get my phone out right quick here. Yesterday was a church day. Y'all know I love the church videos.
Amen.
This right here came from a high school football game. They were doing the national anthem, and they just put some church on it.
Land of the free and the home of the
Hallelujah.
Yeah.
That's a good one. All right, that's a champ and 3 challengers, Lucius. What do you say? Any others?
That's it, bro.
Okay.
I got a whole lot of good audio for LA Live tonight, though. Some fantastic audio. A guy from Baltimore.
Okay.
You know how that Baltimore song goes? You get to talking like this.
Chef Eric, you better listen up.
Okay, so LA Live is every night at 5:40. If you do miss this segment, the G-Bag of the Day, and you're wondering who won it, LA replays you the G-Bag of the Day champion and also hits some randos, does some fun with audio and stuff like that. But is it our 2-time champ? Is it Bobby Belt when the Adderall kicked in, asking Michael Urban a question, comboed with Chiafalo's longest question ever, which by itself was G-Bag of the Day.
Let me do this, little Bobby. I have to do this, bro.
Okay.
I have to do that one more time because it happened so fast.
Criticism with how he went in the first half, but he seemed to settle down the second half. Overall, how did you think he played?
Oh, Micro Machines!
What do you do for a living was a good one. Church at a high school football game. I'll go with Belt here. I'm conflicted. I could go with either of the top 3, Chiafalo. How about you?
Dude, this is really difficult. I'm going to give some love to the TikTok guy. That was pretty strong.
Okay, Lucius?
Bobby Belt is Mr. Pac-Man. See how fast he was going?
He was Pac-Man.
Mr. Scatman. That's why he's got that lady. That's why he has that lady, y'all.
That makes
Pay
sense.
attention. I'll be paying attention.
Pay attention.
I'm riding with the 1-2 punch.
Good.
Vote for the champ. We're tied at 1, Woolchuck.
Man. I think I got to go Bobby and Eric.
Oh, Bobby.
Shout out to Kristen.
It's 2-1, Brian.
Yeah, let's go with Bobby.
By a score of 3-1. I think Lucius cinched it for you right there. That was a lot of fun.
That was
When
good.
we come back, it's time for Krusty's Corner. Where are we going with that, sir?
Yeah, this team hasn't allowed a touchdown in the first quarter. We'll talk about them next.
Coming up Friday morning on
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find a new road, y'all.
Thank you, Lucius. We are just seconds, my bad, from Krusty's Corner with Brian Broaddus. We are 2 hours and 15 minutes away from the Cowboys ticket giveaway window opening. That'll happen in the 5. It's brought to you by AT&T. Great seats, 100 level with parking pass. And Flagtober concludes Saturday, 11 to noon at the Cowboys Pro Shop in Cedar Hill off 67. And then at 1 o'clock, Fingers to the Bone Barbecue in Waxahachie. We'll be down there, and we'd love to see you, hand you a free G-Back Nation flag. Here he is, King of the Krusties himself, Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. By the way, we've got a Love of the Star podcast we're taping tonight, so make sure you get your questions to Bobby or I on Twitter, and that'll be up tomorrow morning, so you can take care of that, and we appreciate everybody that listens to that. And also was kind of to start to get some text messages from some folks around the league. Some of my guys, not even Gang of 7 guys.
Really?
Cowboys are shopping Basham.
Okay, confirmed.
Ooh.
Yeah. So
trying to go get a little picky pick?
Yeah.
Maybe get the 6th back or something?
I don't know what I don't know what they're asking for, but they had a couple of different teams reach out and say, you guys are shopping. And I asked them, I said, anything about Neville Gallimore? And a couple of them said no. Didn't hear that name. But they're shopping Basham. So keep an eye on that. If the Cow, there was some whispering last week that they were, with everything that's going on at defensive end, with all the guys that they have, that maybe with Basham coming back, that they would be
got some extras.
You got some extras, got some surplus, as they like to say, and so keep an eye on that.
So do you think they're looking for a draft pick or a player back?
I think they're looking for a draft pick.
Ooh,
yeah,
I would imagine.
That'd be my guess.
Yeah, because
that's the cleanest. That's the cleanest way. Now I believe, and please don't quote me on this. I don't think he's when you look at his contract, I don't think it's one of those things where sometimes you could trade players and then the contract prohibits, like you got to match and do different things. So you just go ahead and take the player, or excuse me, just go ahead and take the pick. It's the easiest way to make the transaction.
Well, I think this is year 2 of a 2-year deal.
Okay. Well, I don't know the numbers. Like I said,
no, you're right. You're right.
It's like a $7 million or something like that.
That would be a great deal for them because if he's going to be a free agent, you might as well get a pick for a guy that's probably going to leave in free agency.
Sure. Absolutely. But yeah, just a couple people along the way said, hey, they're shopping guys. So keep an eye on that. All right. Here we go. I said, do you know this, that the Cowboys are the only team left in the NFL that hasn't allowed a first quarter touchdown?
Wow.
This year on defense?
Look at him go.
Look at him
impressive.
Go. Yeah, I'm looking at the, me. You did a great job, Wilchuk, like I say, about the Bears stuff, so I'll leave it on that. But some of these numbers, with me and the sharp numbers and things like that, I like to look at. I know I ran through some of them last week before this Lions game, kind of give you a little bit of idea.
Warren Sharp's really talented at looking at those numbers and then, building a narrative or an explanation out of them. I think what he's doing for the analytics and bringing it to the fans is outstanding.
I mean, to me, there's few sites that I would pay for stuff.
Yeah.
Every time he says this is what it costs, I'm like, yeah,
you're in.
I'm in.
You can take my money.
His preview is outstanding.
Yeah, I'm serious, and I've gotten to where I know the guy now, and I still give him money. It's like, oh no, I'd like to. No, hey, bro, you're not doing this for free. What do we owe you? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
But only 21% of the drives against the Cowboys this year have reached the red zone or scored prior to that. That's the lowest rate in the NFL. 21% of the drives against the Cowboys.
They're doing a few things on the defensive side. Well, a handful of things on the defensive side incredibly well.
Yeah.
Like if they could fix the run defense here with Hankins, they'll catapult towards the top defense in the NFL by the end of the year.
I just hope that Hankins thing works out for them, though.
Yeah.
I love what the guy came in. He's like, they were asking about, you think you could be ready to play and all that? And he's like, game Sunday. Yeah, let's see. Let's get, again. I think what I like what my Gang of Seven guys were saying too about his ability to help, keep those linebackers clean. That'll help Barr.
It's very important. And Van Der Esch, right?
Van Der Esch for sure. How about this one, guys, from Sharp? 28% of the Chicago's passing plays have resulted in a first down or a touchdown. That's 29th in the league.
That is shocking.
28% of their pass plays have resulted in a first down or a touchdown.
Because they don't throw it a lot, but I guess when they do, they're effective.
No, well, that's last. You said it's 29th in the league.
29th.
Oh, I thought you were talking about percent.
No, 29th, and it's damn near the bottom of the league. 27% of passing plays versus Dallas have resulted in a first down or a touchdown. That's the second lowest in the league.
Yeah. Okay.
So Dallas is, doing that.
Yeah. One of my favorite stats that they do is the percentage of teams that like how often you're giving up either a touchdown or a first down on any drive, and then you can do it for offenses and for defenses. The Cowboys are second best in the sport at not allowing either a touchdown or a first down on drives. 66% of the time, you don't get a touchdown or a first down on the drives against the Cowboys defense. So that's pretty dang legendary. And then for example, the offensively, the Bears are 27th in the league in terms of getting a first down or a touchdown on a drive. So they get plenty of 3 and outs, and the Cowboys defensively force a lot of those.
Sure. That's now here's going to be the kicker for the Cowboys, I think, this week. I'll say this. Justin Fields has not thrown more than one touchdown pass since week 1.
Ooh.
But Chicago has gotten more aggressive with their dropbacks. They have 27 dropbacks per game over the last 4 weeks. But Fields is leaning on his rushing. He has had games of 88 and 82 yards on the ground the past 2 weeks. On Monday night, he had a season-high 12 designed rushing attempts for 62 yards. On the season, Fields leads the league with 35 scrambles for 285 yards.
Yeah, containment. I mean, it's so
That's going to
important.
be the issue.
So important.
Do you think the Cowboys are disciplined enough? Now, we saw it with how they played Jalen Hurts. We've seen that before. Do you think the Cowboys are disciplined enough on defense to handle what they're about to see from Fields?
I think so, because there isn't anything that you have to respect a ton in their passing game. Like, if you can be balanced, I think you can get the Cowboys out of whack and in a bad position. But you're kind of making it easy because they come into the game one-dimensional.
Yeah.
All you have to do is make sure you're not leaving wide receivers wide open, and you got it.
And I think that's a really, really fair point, and that's where I would stand on it. The Eagles present a lot of different challenges, so you can't just focus in on the one thing. The Giants burned you pretty good, but I don't know that you were expecting, because it was still early in the season, the Daniel Jones rushing attack that they ended up getting, and so they got burned there. And so it's still small sample, but right now Dallas is 27th in success rate defensively when defending quarterback runs. But that's only on 26 rushes. So it's not like there's a huge sample to go for at this point. So they've struggled with it, but like you mentioned, it's like a one-trick pony for the Bears right now. You've got to stop that, and then you're pretty much good.
It's like what Barry Church was telling us, right, with these RPOs. You don't have you're not scared of the Bears when it comes to airing it out and throwing the football. They're not beating you deep. You are attacking Justin Fields, and if they can't beat you with the run, they're not beating you.
Yeah, and to your point, though, you're absolutely right about that, because if the Cowboys are able to choke this running game, the backs and the quarterbacks, and this Fields has been pressured on a league-high 50% of his dropbacks.
Oh, my God.
Dallas is pressuring opposing quarterbacks a league-high 41% of their dropbacks. When Dallas has pressured the opposing passer, they're 29 of 75. That's only 39%. And they're passing for 111 yards. That's 3.9 per attempt, with 0 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. Those passers have also taken 28 sacks on those dropbacks.
Yeah, if the Cowboys lose this game, I'll be stunned, and it'll be a massive disappointment. And but hey, it's the NFL, and they have a good defense. You know, the Bears' defense has not been atrocious this year, right?
Yeah, the thing about the Bears is, and again, their problems, they've been good against the pass, but where they struggle is defending a run. Here's another team. Now, you might say, well, they're a team that when you throw the ball, if you can run the ball, you don't have to throw. But when teams throw, they legitimately play well. They're allowing almost 4.6 yards a carry on the ground. And teams are averaging about 25 attempts a game of running the ball against the Bears. Now, we'll see what happens if Zeke doesn't play. Me personally, I think this is Pollard. I think this is Pollard, and I think this is Malik as well playing in this game. You know,
did he show you any pass pro ability, Malik Davis?
He did. He showed me in the preseason when it was Cooper Rush or Will Grier playing. You did see him step up and with some physicality and take. But the thing I worry about, Gavin, real quick, is that I worry about he hasn't really worked with these offensive linemen when it comes to pass protection. Because if you're a help or a chip guy, you don't want to get in the way of a blocker. You don't want to get in the way of the tackle. You know, that's the thing that Pollard and Zeke, they know where to set because they've worked with these tackles. So you don't want to be a guy that all of a sudden steps up and now you're in the way of the tackle and then you get pressure because you're blocking your own guy. That's the thing I would worry about in this game with Malik playing a little bit if you had to.
It is the 20-year anniversary of Emmitt Smith becoming the all-time rushing leader. Dave Campbell was his head coach that day, and Dave will join you next. We'll talk Cowboys football with him next here on 105.3 The Fan. I got to chat about Men's T Clinic, though.
MyFitnessStore.com studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Thanks for making us part of it. Joining us now to reflect on the great career of Emmitt Smith and the 20-year anniversary of him becoming the NFL's all-time rushing leader. It's former Cowboys head coach Dave Campo here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, Dave. How the heck are you?
Well, I tell you what, I'm wondering where 20 years went. It went fast.
I know that's right, man. Well, thanks so much for coming on. You know, obviously we want to know your memories of what seems like yesterday for a lot of us. What sticks out most in your memory from 20 years ago?
Well, first of all, you know, when you think back on history, and obviously that day was a great deal of history being made that probably no one will ever get to that point again. Back at that time, I kind of knew that. And obviously, you know, the memory that I have is the fact that Emmitt was excited about it. Emmitt knew that obviously that was something that he had set a goal going all the way back to when he was a rookie. Even with that in mind, he actually said to me, you know, I want to break that record, but I want to win the game. And that's what sticks out to me. And as I look back at my career, you know, being the spokesman or the person that was at Tom Landry's memorial, representing the Cowboys, winning the Super Bowls, that was probably one of the three that sticks out to me the most, at being so important to me personally.
What was it like coaching Emmitt Smith on a day in and day out basis?
Well, first of all, you know, obviously I only had him as a head coach for a few years, but I loved him because as a defensive coach, I knew he was going to get his yards every week, and there was no question that he was going to be a catalyst for us to win a lot of games. You know, he won 4 rushing titles, I think, and then also being an MVP of the Super Bowl. I mean, the guy has done everything in football, and he was such a dedicated guy and a good person, not just a football player. That's what sticks out to me more than anything else.
Coach Darren Woodson also broke the all-time tackles record for the Cowboys on that day. So, I mean, it was a special day for the organization, but was that also a distraction for the team at the time? Was that difficult to remain just focused on winning in the game with all the excess that was going on around the record?
I don't think so. I mean, the one thing about the Cowboys, you know, and you can go back to when we were there, you know, there was all kinds of noise one way or another with the Cowboys every week. You know, that's just the Cowboys. Yeah. And, you know, for us, we knew that, you know, obviously that was a big deal. But like I said, you know, Emmitt understood that the game for the team, and Darren as well, knew that the team was what was important to everybody else, along with the individual, efforts of those guys.
Dave, you know I have to apologize to you every time I talk to you about not getting you enough good players, man. I'm sorry about that. I let you down.
Brian, please. You did fine, and a lot of it is based on when you're there, how you're involved. But I'm pleased that Jerry Jones gave me the opportunity to do that, which a lot of people don't have that opportunity, and for me, I still look at it as a positive.
Okay, Lynn, I'm going to ask you a question about this current team. And as you watch this team play defense, Dave, and you've been a part of some Super Bowl winning defenses, is this team have the personnel or the capability to carry this franchise to a Super Bowl?
I think it does. I mean, when I watch it, what Dan Quinn has done there, and again, after with him taking over and the defense struggling at that time, he's done a remarkable job with, getting guys to understand the scheme and how to do it. And they've added players and Parsons and Lawrence. They've got a lot of firepower on defense. They've got guys that can cover. They've got physical safeties. They've got linebackers that can really run. And, of course, the outside linebackers give them great pass rush opportunities. So, to me, that defense is good enough, and again, it's not just one unit or one person that gets you there. It's an entire team. And you know, I don't know how people feel in Dallas about Dak Prescott, but in my opinion, from what I know about him, he has what it takes to do it as well. It's mind-boggling that they haven't done it in so long.
David, I'm focusing again on the defense here, if I could. I appreciate what you say about Dak and all. The big questions everybody has around here is about the run defense. And, okay, as when you were a coordinator and all the things, how hard is it? Is it hard to scheme for run defense, or is it, if you don't have the right personnel, what makes somebody have a really good run defense or not have a good run defense?
Well, it obviously starts with the guys up front, you know, and to be honest with you, running game today is a lot different than the running game back when I was doing it. You know, and back in the day, it was a little bit more vanilla. You know, if you could store it up inside, shore it up inside, and stop the power plays and this and that. Here it's a wide open spread game, RPOs, zone reads. You know, all those things put pressure on the defense. And to me, the way you stop the run is you have to be able to commit more to the run game and have some guys in the secondary to be able that can handle one-on-one play, because in order to do that, you've got to put an eighth guy up there, and that, you know, puts you one-on-one a lot. And to me, I think the corner position is even more important today than it was back then.
Coach, I'm glad you brought up the corner positions. We talked with former Cowboys head coach Dave Campo here on 105.3 The Fan. You're a former DB, longtime DB's coach. What do you think of Trayvon Diggs? He's pretty polarizing. Some people, when they look at the analytics, they question how good Diggs is. Personally, I love him, and I think he's just getting better and better.
Well, I think one of the things that gives you an opportunity to win on defense as a team is turnovers. And you like playmakers in the secondary. You know, and Diggs is one of those guys that is a little bit polarizing because at times he's a little bit of a riverboat gambler. And, you know, obviously that means that he's going to make some plays, but at the same time he's going to give some up every once in a while. You know, I haven't studied, you know, being down in Florida, I'm actively involved in radio stuff doing the during the Jaguars. And so I haven't watched the Cowboys as much as I would like. But from what I know of him, he's an outstanding athlete. He can run. He's quick and actually pretty physical. But he's a baller. You know, he can find the ball. And so, to me, it's good to have a guy like that in the secondary for sure.
It's Coach Dave Campo here on The Fan. Okay, we're reflecting on what happened 20 years ago. Emmitt Smith, all-time rushing leader. I don't mean to put you on the spot here with one of your guys, but where do you put Emmitt on the all-time running backs list? I'd love your perspective on that.
Well, to me, you know, it's interesting because we used to have discussions back when we were there and he was playing between Wanstead and Butch Davis and some of us defensive guys. Who was better, Emmitt Smith or Sanders? Yeah. And you know, some of them like Sanders. I liked Emmitt.
Yeah.
And the reason that I liked Emmitt was because he was one of those guys that was not going to ever lose you yardage. He was going to keep the chains moving. And my feeling as a defensive coach was that if you get a guy that can go 3 yards, 5 yards, 3 yards, 10 yards, 3 yards, 20 yards, that kept that offense on the field. And the more the offense was on the field, the less we were on the field defensively. So I put Emmitt up there with as good a back as I've ever been around. And obviously I've seen some good ones, but I will take Emmitt.
Dave, come on, man. You how many times you seen Barry Sanders run and you were holding your breath and you were cussing as he was running with the football?
Absolutely. I mean, there's no question. I'm not downgrading his ability.
No, I'm having fun with you.
Believe me.
I know how you cuss on the sidelines because I know you were like, "Oh, get that SOB, get him."
Listen, we had to take when we practiced to get ready for Barry. You know, his big thing was, you know, he was going to go -3, -5,
yeah.
50.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
And so we worked a lot on tackling that week because, you know, and it was more tackling, but getting a lot of people around him, so that he didn't have the ability to do that. But I'm a conservative guy, Brian. I'm one of those guys that I like the consistency and the drives that keep us off the field. That's why I go with Emmett.
It's a smart man. That's a hell of an answer right there, Coach. Now, can you confirm, we've had a lot of stories coming out as they celebrate the 20th anniversary, and you were worried about a lot more than just what was going on with Emmett on that day, but supposedly he wore 4 different jerseys. Is this accurate? Was he doing a bunch of different wardrobe changes?
He did, absolutely. They had one for each quarter, if I can remember correctly. Now, listen, I'm 75 years old, so my memory slips a little bit every once in a while. But
you sound sharp.
I believe that he had 4 different wardrobes, helmets, shoes, the whole works, and he changed every quarter. And I didn't worry too much about that. I was more worried about the Seattle Seahawks at that time, and I figured, hey, if that's what they need to do to create history, I'm all for it, because I want him to run as much as he could that day and get as many yards as he could.
Well, Dave, for some people, this day is the 20-year anniversary of Emmett's breaking the record, and for others, it's the 20-year anniversary of Darren Woodson absolutely KOing Darrell Jackson in that game. Do you remember that hit?
I do remember the hit, but believe me, Darren Woodson, when you talk about guys that I coached and have been around, he's probably my favorite of all time, of anybody that I ever coached. He was one of those guys that, was non-assuming. He was all about the team. I actually scouted him, and
you're the reason why he's here, Dave. You're the reason why he was with Dallas Cowboy.
Yeah, I was, and that was important to me. But more than anything else, the area he came out of in Phoenix, a lot of his friends were either dead or in jail. For him to come out as great a young man as he is my favorite just because of that, even more so than his ability as a football player.
So you were doing the draft work on him, and you identified that this was a guy the Cowboys needed. Can you talk about that process?
Yeah, sure. It was quick. I actually went out to see Philippi Sparks. Philippi was at Arizona State, and we were looking for a corner. But prior to that, Jimmy had told us that he felt we really needed, because the NFC East was a power league at that time, we needed a really power, strong safety. So when I got out there, I was watching film, and we had Darren on the list, but way down, because he was a weak side outside linebacker. And I'm watching film, and I'm seeing this guy run all over the place. He wasn't making a lot of plays because they were running away from him all the time. Sitting there with scouts watching film before the workout, they were saying, I don't know about this Woodson guy because he doesn't ever hit anybody. Well, I'm watching him. He didn't have to hit anybody because they had a good football team and a lot of other people were making plays. So we get out there for the workout. He lines up at 6'2", 6'1.5", 218. He lines up for the 40-yard dash. I'm standing there at the end of it, and he blows out a 4.35 40. Well, when I saw that, I said, you know what? I'm working this guy out as a DB. So we worked him out, and I went back to Jimmy, and I said, Jimmy, I'll tell you what, if we take this guy, he's going to be a starter for us at nickel. I promise you that. And he'll be a great special teams player. The only thing I don't know about him is his ball hawking skills because he hasn't ever been back there. But I said, this guy might be the guy we're looking for. Jimmy called me in the day of the draft. He said, repeat it all. I repeated it. I didn't think he'd take him as high as he took him, but he took him at the top of the second round. So, I just felt he was the guy, and he turned out to be the guy.
What is that feeling like, Dave, when you put your nuts on the line for somebody and then the coach, they go and draft him, and now you're like, okay, now we got to make dang sure this thing works out?
Well, that was a funny one, too, because, I wasn't real big on playing young players, rookies, back in the secondary because it was such an important position to me, obviously. But with the first year, that's what he did. He was a nickel, and he was a backup safety, and he was, a special teams on everything. After the season, Jimmy walked in. He said, "Camps." He said, "We're starting Darren Woodson at safety next year." And I said, "Well, Jimmy, he's a rookie. I don't know. I'm a little nervous." He looked at me and he said, "Dave, we're starting Darren Woodson at safety." And I looked at him. I said, "Jimmy, that's exactly what I was just going to say. We're starting him at safety." And that's how it went from there.
Dave, I know you've always been outspoken and stuff like that, and I can't let you get away with this without asking this question. Do you think that Jerry's ever going to put Jimmy in the Ring of Honor?
I do. I really do. And I've been around them both when they've been together over the last, few years at the Hall of Fame, at a couple of reunions, things have calmed down a little bit there. I really think it's just a matter of time. And of course, Jimmy made the statement, "Are you going to put me in before I'm dead?"
Right.
So that I'm a little concerned about. Which one's going to go first? I'm not sure, but he belongs there, and I really, in my heart of hearts, believe that Jerry is man enough that he's going to do it.
Well, Coach, before we let you boogie on out of here, one of our teammates, Mike Bassick of our midday show, has become a big Jacksonville Jags fan, and he loves him some Trevor Lawrence. We'll see Jacksonville later on down the road. I know you're doing radio there. What's your scouting report right now on the Jags and Trevor Lawrence?
Well, I think the Jaguars are two things right now. They're close, but they're far away. And what I mean by that is the games they're playing right now were against teams that I felt that they were had closed the gap on, and they're not winning because they're making too many mistakes in critical situations. They've been very close in every one of their ball games, and I think they're going to get better as the season goes on once they start cleaning up some of those little things. I think the Cowboys are a better football team. I think but guys in the NFL, that doesn't always matter.
Right.
And playing at home, if they continue to improve with doing the things that they have to do and not make critical errors, they've got a chance to play with anybody, which most teams in the NFL do. So, I don't think you can look at that game as a guarantee for the Cowboys. I would think that the Cowboys would be favored in the ball game, and that's how I see it right now. And I think the quarterback is improving week to week.
So, Dave, 20 years ago, was our guy Broadus already a crusty pain in the butt, or is that a more recent development?
No, that's recent.
Okay,
that's recent. Yeah. Listen, he had to go a long way. He was originally a Green Bay Packer. What are you going to say?
Yeah. He used to kick my ass all the time, Dave.
Here.
Yeah.
Hey,
he
Dave.
had to mature.
Yeah.
I'm curious, Dave, of the teams, because you coached late 80s Miami Hurricanes and then early 90s Cowboys. Like, when you think of biggest personality teams, do you think of those 90s Cowboys or do you think of those 80s Hurricanes teams?
I think of the 80s Hurricane team because I think they had more characters on it. The Miami Hurricanes back at that time were a different breed. Now, they were a lot of guys that came from tough neighborhoods, but they loved the game of football, and you had to, they were on edge all the time. So, from a character standpoint, the Cowboys had some of those same guys, but I look back at the Hurricanes, and that was a special time. One of the top programs in college football history at that time.
Incredible, the journey through football that you have made, and we thank you so much for making some time for us, Dave, and we wish you nothing but the best for the rest of the season.
I appreciate you guys, and I'm a big fan of the fan.
Salute.
So,
thank you.
Good luck with everything, and look forward to seeing. Are you guys coming down for the ball game or no?
No, I'd make you buy me dinner if I was, Coach, but I'm sure if you come up this way, I'll buy you dinner. How about that?
It sounds good to me. Absolutely.
Very
all right.
good.
Thank you, Dave.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Coach.
Talk to you later, guys.
Dave Campa with you here on your home of the Cowboys. We have a ticket giveaway coming up in 2 hours in the 5 o'clock hour. Great seats, 100 level with parking pass. Brought to you by AT&T. Sports and fun with Chiafalo coming up next in the Fan.
We're taking over your smart speaker. Hope you don't mind. Tell it to play 105.3 The Fan. And thanks for
Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
The upcoming segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing.
Are the current gas prices changing your travel plans? Are vehicle prices scaring you away from transitioning to a new or pre-owned car? The Flex Lease can calm your fears and save you money. Call AutoFlex at 234-1234 and let them show you how they're helping people save money every day.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, poured by Miller Lite on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, sir. Welcome back. A busy practice report here for the Cowboys. Sam Williams, DNP. Mike Parsons was limited. Malik Hooker did not practice. Ezekiel Elliott did not practice. So quite a few guys here as we continue to make our way towards the Bears game Sunday at noon. It's time now for fun and sports with Chiafalo. Here he is, Eric.
All right, so looks like Giselle is giving Brady the ultimatum, the final ultimatum here. U.S. Weekly saying Giselle told Tom either he leaves football to spend time with the family or she is gone for good. And she's worried about, I guess, the health. You know, she's blaming that sort of deal. And you know, the source is saying she's doing it for her family and all that kind of stuff. So there's no way Brady's quitting mid-season. This is it. If this is how you want to approach this thing, Giselle, it's gonna be all she wrote. And
it's like a leave the team now. I mean, can't wait 2 more months.
Right. That's what it's so weird to me that you
it's blink and the season's going to be over. And right now they might not even be in the playoffs.
Yeah. And she's willing to just punt on the rest of life together for the family time, right? She wants the family time and she's going to end family time forever if she doesn't get the family time she wants over the next couple of months.
Yeah.
I guess she's big into, the holiday season matters. She wants that Halloween night together. She wants that Thanksgiving. She wants that Christmas. It's like, come on.
Well, you know what?
You get all of that still.
Yeah.
This is the weirdest
Basically,
story to me.
it's, hey, I don't really want to be with you, but I'm going to at least throw it out there that I gave you this option, knowing damn well that you're not going to accept it, but I tried. So it's not on me.
There
it's
you
on
go.
Tom.
That's it, Wolchuk. Wolchuk nailed it.
Nice work, Wolchuk.
It's his fault.
He
won't leave football for me. I gave him an ultimatum.
That's why I'm single, boys.
And Tom Brady, I wanted to give these numbers because the Bucs have been looking bad, but he has looked pretty dang good. And Pro Football Focus has a couple of their metrics, and they have one as my favorite one I had never heard of before: BTTs.
Excuse me?
Big time throws.
Oh, I thought that meant something else.
No, these are big time throws, and these big time throws, he is second in the sport with 15. So that's like pushing the ball down the field, tight windows. That's a guy that is slinging the ball around like a beast. He's also first in big time throws and turnover worthy plays ratio. So it shows you're making big time throws and you're consistently not turning the ball over. Tom Brady, that's pretty impressive. He also has the lowest turnover worthy play percentage in the sport, fastest average time to throw. He's just getting the ball out super quick as he does. 6th in overall grade, 6th in passing grade, 1st in grade on play action. He's the best play action quarterback in the sport, and Byron Leftwich refuses to run it.
What the hell, Byron?
1st in play action grade, but is using play action on just 16% of his dropbacks. That's the 3rd lowest rate in the league.
No wonder he didn't get a head coach.
Byron Leftwich was asked about it too, and he just kind of laughed it off because they're like best in the sport and expected points added with their play action game, but they run it at such a low rate, and they continue to run the ball on early downs, and they're like one of the worst running teams in the league. And so like they asked him about it, and Byron Leftwich just basically laughed it off like it was nothing. And I don't know, it's just a weird deal. So for Giselle to be putting the ultimate or the ultimatum on Brady like that, he's going to point to those big time throws like, "Mommy, I still got it."
Yeah.
So
it's got if she really is throwing down an ultimatum, doesn't it have to be like he wants to keep playing? Isn't this a clear sign that he's not going to quit after this year?
If he looks at his own personal numbers on this, then he's going to be he's probably smart enough to know, and definitely has the ego to say, "I'm not the problem here." And so
just need a new supporting cast.
If I can go somewhere else, or whatever, I'm sure he still feels like he still has it, and in a lot of metrics will tell you he does still have it. Now, that's not the weirdest ultimatum that a lady has given to her man this week, because Megan Fox apparently wants MGK to either kill her or get her pregnant.
Well, then you get her pregnant.
She actually put that. I think that's a fair route to go there, Chuck. But that was
go ahead and you put a baby in her.
That was a wild one that she was posting about, and I don't want to get into the details, but that is the craziest ultimatum, even more crazy than what Giselle's doing. Congratulations to Indiana football, the Hoosiers' first team in FBS history to record 700 losses in their program's history. And so congratulations,
No
Indiana
way.
football.
They're the first team in history?
After sprinting out to a 14-0 lead in their first 10 minutes of the game, they could not hang on to beat Rutgers, and
no way
they
they're
met
the
that historical
first
milestone.
team. Come
So
on.
very happy. I mean, that's a bit of a compiler stack, 'cause I'm sure Indiana football's been around for a long time.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, you hit 700 L's, and that is cause for celebration. You broke a record.
Shout out to the Laufenbergs.
You know, and I am a Hoosier by birth a little bit. You know, that sugar cream pie is actually called the Hoosier pie. My mom's side of the family is all from Indiana. Parents met in college inside the state of Indiana, so I have Indiana roots, but that's a loser program right there.
Oh, very evident.
Oh, my
the
goodness.
single biggest losing program in
That-
college football history.
That's a commitment to losing is what that is, Chiafalo.
I wonder if you could use that as a sign, commitment to losing.
Yeah.
Can you have dun, dun, dun,
We're
dun,
very
dun,
resilient.
dun, dun,
We
dun,
can
dun.
get our teeth kicked in for decades.
We lose.
And still not close
We
the program.
lose. Just lose, baby.
You
lose, baby.
We lose.
He's a
That
great
was really,
player.
really good. So congratulations on historical incompetence there, Indiana football. Also, Dalvin Cook took an online training course to save himself $1,500 in fines for launching a football into the stands after a touchdown. Remember a couple of weeks ago, the walk-off touchdown, 50-plus yards to beat the Dolphins in Miami. He went and threw the ball into the stands. I guess that's a $7,500 fine, but the NFL says, hey, if you take our sort of our driver's ed course, you can go ahead and reduce that fine down by 25%, which in this case saved Dalvin Cook $1,500.
How do we think
How
he
funny
actually?
is that the NFL has that, like training videos of like, hey, don't throw footballs into the stands?
There's no way he did that. Somebody did that for him.
Somebody did that for him. Yeah.
100%.
That's a crazy rule. Why? I mean, that's the greatest souvenir a fan could get. You make the player pay for the ball, which is what, $150?
Probably.
Game ball, something like that.
Well, with the way that Tennessee Volunteer Football is pricing out their field goal posts,
Okay.
that NFL football is probably like $20,000.
That's right. Yes.
The inflation on these things are insane right now. So congratulations to Dalvin Cook, who is still, he's frugal. And he's willing to sit down and take that online course to revoke the speeding ticket, if you will.
I don't blame him.
Okay, now we need to get to a little around the NFC East, and this isn't football East, but it is Philadelphia, and we need to address it. It looks like the adult site Cam Soda is going to be sending trucks filled with 55-gallon drums of lube to the city of Filthy to protect unruly Phillies fans from climbing poles when the World Series returns to Philadelphia. So they do the greasing of the poles.
The Crisco, yeah.
And now they're using lube because Cam Soda is going to be providing that. So we can thank Cam
No
Soda.
wonder there's been a shortage lately.
Yeah, I know. Walchuk's been complaining about that. Cam Soda is to blame, and the Phillies, I guess, and their crazy fans.
Thanks a lot.
I did want to get this sound played here. If we have it, it is going to be Taylor Heineke. He is the quarterback now for the Washington Commanders. He led the Commanders to a victory this weekend over Aaron Rodgers and the Packers. Now, there's a new tradition that he has, Taylor Heineke, a.k.a. the Green Lizard. And he is basically, since last year, he's decided every time we get a victory and I'm the starting quarterback, I'm going to get myself. Now, he's not like Brady money guy, so he can't get the team these shoes, but he's getting himself he's got a new tradition that he's doing with Jordans and himself. And so here's him on the Part of My Take podcast explaining it.
Yeah, so that started last year. I really started getting to, the sneaker game last year, and we started winning games. I'm a small guy. I get beat up throughout the game, so I'm in the training room for a long time. And while I was in the training room, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna start this little tradition where every team that we beat, I'm gonna buy some Jordans in their colorway. So, that started last year, and then so yesterday I was in the training room and found me some pretty sweet green and yellow 5s that I bought. So, once they come in, I'll definitely post them. But it's a cool little tradition I got.
How about that? He gifts himself some retro J's, and he does it in the colorway of the team that they just beat.
Right.
So he's got some green and yellow ones coming in for crushing the Packers this weekend.
This is a new tradition, or is this one? So he's only got like 3 or 4.
I was going to say,
shoes?
I don't know
how many shoes does he got.
He said he started it last year, so we'd have to tally up his starting quarterback victories last year. Which
I think he started off okay. I think when he beat he lost the Buccaneers, right, in a playoff game. That was kind of
he gave them everything he had.
Which who didn't? They won the Super Bowl that year. We just got some news in on Jamar Chase, fellas.
Okay, what's happening?
Oh no,
he's dealing with a hip injury that's expected to sideline him 4 to 6 weeks.
Oh my goodness!
Make him a prime candidate for for IR. Sources tell Adam Schefter Chase visited a hip specialist yesterday. He's seeking more answers about his injury. Just kind
as
of
they
came out
were
of nowhere.
heating up, they might need to make a trade. Wow. All right. Thank you, guys. We have a Cowboys ticket giveaway coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Great seats, 100 level with parking pass, so stick around for that. Flagtober concludes this weekend with 2 stops, Saturday 11 to noon at the Cowboys Pro Shop in Cedar Hill, and then Fingers to the Bone Barbecue in Waxahachie at 1 o'clock. We'd love for you to come by, say hi, and we'll give you a free 2022 G-Bag Nation flag. Let's do an Around the Cowboys trade deadline segment. The latest report on who they're looking to deal and who they might be interested in is next on The Fan.
2 of the Cowboys' top insiders teaming up for one podcast. Love of the Star with the fans Bobby Belt and Brian Broaddus.
It is time now to go around the Cowboys trade deadline, which is coming up in a week. Here's Wolchuk.
Thank you very much, sir. We do have a lot of buzz that's going on, but as Brian Broaddus talked about earlier, the Cowboys are shopping one of their defensive ends, Terrell Basham.
This was stuff that was talked about last week, too. A lot of the national guys were picking up on this, and so, they've got a surplus at defensive line, at defensive end. So it makes sense to try and move those pieces along if they can.
Yeah, hopefully get a draft pick in return. Now, I do have from a variety of places some names that we're going to throw around here, and let's just discuss. Do any of these names entice you? Now, CBS Sports put together 3 trades that the Cowboys should make before the deadline. This could add to the roster. Now, they already made the move for Jonathan Hankins. This could be a move to go strength on strength. Now, we've talked about the receiver position. We've talked about, adding to help the run defense. Well, why not just go ahead and land a big fish on this defense? You already have maybe the best defense in the NFL. Why not go ahead and look at the team you're playing this week and take their best defensive player? And if you want to go all in, let's go all in and add Roquan Smith. It's going to take a lot. But you're looking at a spot at linebacker where Leighton Vander Esch is going to be a free agent after this year. You're probably going to need a linebacker. Why not go and get one of the league's best and make this group from great to elite and go ahead and add a guy that leads his team in sacks and tackles?
Tremendous player. And when you look at him, he's a shorter guy. And Dan Quinn has played with shorter linebackers before. I don't know if it's something he wants to do all the time, but he's played with shorter linebackers.
Bobby Wagner, I feel like comes to mind as a guy who's like under 6 foot.
His guy in Atlanta too from LSU was
Deion Jones.
Deion Jones was a shorter guy. To me though, this is one of those things where I look at the Cowboys and they've got guys like with Clark being on the active roster now, and then also with Cox being there, they're struggling now to get guys on the field, but I know they want to eventually get those guys on the field. And I know that having a player, like that kid in Chicago would be outstanding.
But he'd be a stopgap.
No, I mean, the guy can make, but that's what I'm saying.
But he'd prevent those guys from getting on the field.
Yeah, that's, and I know people hate me saying that, but they really do like those kids from LSU. Those 2 linebackers, they really like.
And look,
and they feel like, well, okay, let's see what we have with them. And they just haven't been able to get Cox out on the field. They've played with Barr and they've played with Vander Esch and Parsons, and heck, it's been a little bit of a struggle there. To not struggle with the way they played, but just getting those guys on the field. They play so much of that sub package with that down linebacker and stuff like that, or that down safety as that linebacker. But going out, it would cost them.
It's going to cost them a lot.
It would cost them a lot.
It's going to cost you a first-round pick.
And it's going to cost you, and the compensation for monetarily, it's going to be a lot.
Right. He's going to need a big contract.
Yeah.
But
that's
you have him and Micah Parsons on your defense. That's a lot of fun. And Diggs in the back end.
Sure.
It's fun to think about. You're right. I think it's unlikely, but I like what CBS Sports is doing.
It's always unlikely with the Cowboys to go out and Jerry will tell you they swung big at receiver. They swung big. They gave up first-round picks for receivers before.
You mentioned receiver. How about this? If the Broncos lose this week, there's talk of a fire sale. Maybe Nathaniel Hackett gets
might lose
fired.
His job, yeah.
How amazing is that, dude?
What, him or him losing his job?
I love the Broncos just saying, hey, we failed. We made a mistake. This was a bad hire, and we're not going to just let this linger anymore.
Well, the GM just came out and said they're 100% behind him.
And maybe that's because this is leaked and it's out there now that he's coaching for his job, so they've got to just save face and publicly back him. But guys, do we really believe that?
You guys follow fantasy football a lot, right?
Yeah.
What's Judy done? Because I honestly, I haven't watched those bad Thursday night games they've been on where they haven't done anything offensively.
So these are the 2 names. It's Jerry Jeudy and KJ Hamler. And neither of them have really done much of anything.
Because the quarterback's been bad.
Judy's been disappointing. His rookie year was okay.
Right.
But Jeudy overall has been disappointing. He's had some issues with drops. Now, maybe this is somewhat to do with the offense and the quarterback. But they're both 23 years old. They're both on their rookie contracts. KJ Hamler is going to give you some speed.
Yeah.
That's a guy that can stretch the field for you.
He was the guy that was bummed in the game. What was that they lost? It was like a Thursday night game where he was wide open. Yeah.
Now, Judy's the route runner. You mentioned a guy that might have a similar skill set. Alabama to Amari Cooper, can run routes and create some separation. Maybe Judy's that guy, but he has been disappointing to this point in his career. Does a change of scenery benefit him? But that's a question mark. Am I giving up a 1 for Jerry Jeudy? Hell no. He hasn't lived up to that kind of reputation. But if you can give up a 3 to get him?
I'd be shocked if you're going to fire a head coach in the first year, okay? You got to take a big step back as ownership and say, hey, we got our hopes up. We thought that we were going to strike here with Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson's not good. And unless Nathaniel Hackett's the guy that said, you give me Russell Wilson, we'll go into the Super Bowl, I don't want anything else, and you chose his word over somebody else who were saying, we don't need Russell Wilson, this is a big mistake, why do you think he's available? You keep Hackett, and you understand, guys, we can't run the ball. We can't protect Russell Wilson. We're not going to have a good offense. We don't have a game-changing defense. We were a mediocre roster last year, thought we were going to change it with a quarterback, and we were wrong on one thing. But if we can't pass the ball in today's NFL, we need to look at ourselves, especially if you can't run the ball either. It's not one guy's fault. The coach hasn't screwed everything up, but it's a disaster, and I get where their disappointment is, but you don't want to cost yourself unnecessary money and drama and turning things over when you just happen to have a quarterback who became washed up right before you traded for him. That's the reality.
And you gave him the extension, which is a sad deal. So I don't know how you overcome this if you're them. And it's a shame because they actually do have a pretty good defense. It's not like
their secondary. Yeah, their secondary gets it done.
Right. It's not overly flashy, but when you look at all the numbers on defenses, the Broncos keep showing up. And if you would have told people on the front end of the season, hey, all the advanced metrics are going to tell you have like a top 2 or 3 defense in the sport.
Yeah.
They're probably going, okay, well then we are definitely a playoff a Super Bowl contender, and they're nowhere near it because their offensive head coach and their quarterback are just not a good mix together, and they don't have any help with the run game. It's a bad deal, and them going ahead and doing the fire sale right now, it's like if they lose to Jacksonville, it's like, hey, if we just lose this game, we're going to go ahead and just call it quits on the season, and we'll sell off Bradley Chubb or any of these guys that you're mentioning here from the receiver position, man.
Well, offensive line as well. Cowboys have taken a hit there with Farniok now going to be out 6 weeks. So what about some reinforcements along the offensive line?
There we go.
You want to make a trade there.
That's what I love the idea. Like last year with Amari, Gallup, and Lamb on the field, you had Dalton Schultz out there too. It was loaded, and against good teams, the passing game wasn't effective. The move is to bolster your running game with a dominant athletic center or left guard or even right tackle. You don't want to move on from Tyler Smith, but those are the 3 positions I'd really be excited about, Zach.
So here's a guard and a center option for you from Denver. Graham Glasgow, who's a guard for you now. He's 30 years old. He's in his 6th season, and he was hurt with a broken ankle at the end of last year, but he's allowed just 1 sack this year since coming back. So it's a rental. He's under contract for 1 more year, so you'd get him for the rest of this year, but he's played really well. He's a guy that could come in, you can plug and play him. And then there's Brian, there's your guy Lloyd Cushenberry. Heavy
LSU.
bottom.
Yeah.
LSU.
Yeah.
And this is a young kid, 24 years old, former 3rd-round pick. He started 39 out of 40 games. This would be interesting. I mean, he's a better pass blocker than he is a run blocker, so he's kind of the opposite of Tyler Biadasz in that regard. At least that's what CBS Sports is saying. Maybe we need to go back in and look a little bit more. But those are 2 options for you if you want to add some offensive linemen, maybe pluck off Denver.
Yeah. I think what you've seen so far from center, you're like, okay, and right tackle, you're like, well, this isn't horrible. But can you get an absolute mauler out there off a team that's rebuilding and doesn't plan to re-sign him? It's hard to find. But if you could, like, the running game is where you could improve, I think, significantly. In order to improve the passing game, adding an Odell Beckham Jr., what's it going to do? We saw what it looked like with Amari Cooper last year. Can you add Jamar Chase? Can you add Tyreek Hill? Now you're talking about dictating coverage and impacting the dynamics in a very serious way. But I don't know. I don't think this quarterback is going to beat cover 2, even with 2 all-pro wide receivers.
Yeah, the thing with Jeudy, because to me, I totally agree with what you're saying, Gavin, because I feel like whoever you bring in is going to have to be ready-made. It's going to have to be able to create on zone. It's going to have to be able to win off the line. It's going to have to be able, Judy can do those things. What it's going to cost you to get him is probably too much.
Yeah.
But you're going to, that's the thing about it is if you bring a wide receiver in here and he's just kind of like the guys you have, is the coaching staff going to benefit from that? Is the team going to benefit from that? Because I don't ever see anything, and I've had this discussion with on a bunch of different platforms is where's the creativity? Where you see the routes where it's guys are getting picked, guys are wide open. I mean, we watch plenty of NFL games.
Like Cooper Kupp still getting 10 catches. Their offense is broken. They still get the ball to him.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's still like they move him and they run him through traffic and they run, they create space for him.
Yeah.
When if this coaching staff created space?
No, none.
For any of their, I watched in the Philadelphia game the other day with Smith, their guy, he creates space.
Yeah.
So that their big guy can get up the field.
Absolutely.
That's what I'm saying.
Pouring up with it.
Yeah. So that's, to me, if you don't see that, how are you going to think like, well, if they go get somebody, it better be somebody that can win off the line and separate.
Okay, like the 972 says Brandon Cooks. I don't know if Brandon Cooks makes your passing game any better, even though he's a good player. I believe in him. But like from Dez to Amari to Lamb, there's a number of wide receivers that should produce more. And now they're running it so dang much. How many targets are really for a new guy coming in? I don't know if it's enough to greatly impact the game the way a great run-stopping linebacker, defensive lineman, or I think good interior offensive lineman could really shift the dynamics. We got to run. Thanks, Wolchuk. That NFL trade deadline is next week, and we're going to be all over it for you. Cowboys Twitter, multiple tweets went viral after Michael Irvin said this with Sean and RJ, and we have additions to the injury report to get in as well. A huge Cowboys Twitter is coming up next year on 105.3.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. See, I say one thing, the 201's all over me here saying, oh yeah, we know Gavin, Dak is trash. We know every loss is his fault.
When'd you say that?
Well, I said I don't think Dak is going to beat to cover 2 even with 2 all-pro wide receivers.
Oh.
I don't. They're dropping linebackers. They got safeties going. Like, they're daring the entire league, and Dak's just part of it to run. You don't keep passing into defenses that are preoccupied with the pass. That's why it's supposed to be a balanced game. And maybe there's a couple of guys, Pat Mahomes, Josh Allen. Hell, Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers can't do it. Okay? I'm not saying Dak is bad by saying you can't beat cover 2 passing into it 40 times a game. I'm just saying you're a regular NFL franchise quarterback, not a Hall of Famer. That's all I'm saying. So
blasphemy.
So if the Cowboys are like, wow, all we need's a good wide receiver and we'll really bust this thing open, you got CeeDee Lamb, Michael Gallup, Noah Brown, Dalton Schultz, and 2 really good rookie wide receivers. You gonna tell me they need more guys to catch the ball?
Yes.
Please.
2 rookie tight ends.
Yes, 2 rookie tight ends.
I need another receiver.
Sure. And what's that gonna do for you, Wolchuk? How's that going to change what we're looking at?
I don't really want to trade for a receiver.
What would change it
really don't.
Is taking the run, which is a pretty good strength, and blowing these boys off the ball.
Yeah.
To where you're like, hey, here's another 8 to 12 yard run because you have no shot of stopping a run game. Then the safeties and linebackers are up, and now Dak lights you up for all pro numbers. That's what you do.
I'm with you. I think you need to ask for more out of the 2 guys you have. Right?
Mm-hmm.
CeeDee Lamb's supposed to step up and be your number 1 guy. And I think CeeDee's been okay.
He's on pace for like 90 catches on a team that runs it.
Right. I think
35 times
CeeDee's
a
been
game.
all right, but you can get a little bit more out of CeeDee, and maybe you will get more out of him with Dak back, and hopefully this offense but Michael Gallup, and maybe Gallup will get healthier as the season progresses, but you just paid Michael Gallup, and people were saying he's your 1B to a number 1 receiver in C. Well, he's not playing like a 1B. So, yeah, I think you need more out of MG.
He's playing like a B.
And hopefully you get that moving forward, and maybe we won't be as wide receiver needy.
I'd just like to see somebody create some space for these guys.
Oh, yes.
That's
there is that.
I think that would help your quarterback a lot.
I'm with you.
I've liked what Kellen Moore has done with the ground game this year. I'm looking for more creativity in the passing game.
You know what?
Now.
Let me ask you this, though. Which do you think is, and I had this question this morning, which do you think, and I got to phrase this the way I need to phrase it. If you were worried about, are you worried about the Cowboys' run defense or the Cowboys running the ball? Which do you have the most confidence in?
Cowboys running the ball. They're doing a nice job of that for the most part.
Yeah, I think right now you have to say it's the rushing attack offensively that you're more confident in than the run defense, though I don't know that the run offense is good enough to mitigate how bad kind of the passing game has looked. Granted, it's very early on in the deal with Dak coming back, but I do have questions about the rushing attack. I do. But the run defense has been the worst part about the team to this point. I think it's probably
Okay,
fair
so
to
they're
say.
running it for 4.3 and they're giving up 4.4 an attempt. So that's a really good question, actually.
Well, no, I just was curious because, and I used the word this morning on Cowboys Break. I said, which is the mirage? And that's probably the wrong word, mirage. Like, you're seeing things.
Yeah.
Are you seeing good run defense? Or are you seeing good running offense?
You know, I think it's one of those things where it's tough to say in a regular season. There is only 17 games, but so many of them are against bad opponents that you could say, oh, we're only giving up 4.4, and in today's NFL actually puts us in the top half of the league in run defense. Yeah. But it's against good teams like over the last...
The Commanders wouldn't let you run the ball.
Yeah, in the last 2 playoff games, your opponents have combined for 400 yards rushing against you. Yeah. It's just been an absolute landslide. And that's what concerns you is what does a good running team do? Okay, 716 says, I do disagree with Gavin. Gallup isn't right yet, and Noah Brown isn't going to get us over the hump. Noah Brown looked pretty good for like the first month. And I think I'd see your point about Gallup.
Won you the Cincinnati game.
Maybe Gallup isn't right. Maybe I am wrong on this. But what happened last year when you had Cooper and Gallup and Lamb and Dalton Schultz? Your passing game was still stuck in quicksand. We got Cowboys Twitter here. Top tweets going viral about America's team. I'm going to actually start with a football tweet from the world of the NBA. Former Mav Dennis Smith Jr. began training for the NFL before his deal with the Hornets. I told my previous agent I'm not going overseas. If this doesn't work, I'm just going to the NFL, and I was dead ass serious. I put on hella weight, and I was going to try. Through 4 games with the Hornets, the former Mavs point guard is averaging 13.5 points, 6 assists, and 2.5 steals, while shooting 52% from the floor, 50% from deep. So
there's your receiver.
Maybe getting in shape kind of helped this basketball game.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, he put on a bunch of weight, but I mean, that dude's 6'2". He's listed at 6'2", 205. We know about the explosiveness, the hops. We need a guy that's what are we saying about our wide receivers right now? They're not attacking the ball, Broadus?
I would like to believe that we could attack the ball.
I'm saying they're not he attacks the rim. So I think he could attack the ball as well.
Play above the rim.
Just extend. Go get the ball. Extend.
Okay. Michael Gelkin tweets Micah Parsons' shoulder in addition to the injury report. Listed as limited. Sam Williams' knee added. He did not practice at all. Zeke, Brown, Hooker, the other non-participants on this deal.
Say Noah Brown?
Yeah, Noah
damn
Brown.
it, we need a receiver.
Yeah, I guess we do.
Well, what the hell?
I stand corrected.
We're gonna go grab one. Dennis Smith Jr. or OBJ, one of these guys.
I think we need DSJ.
Broadus, who's missing the Bears game based on this most recent intel?
I would say it's just a hunch right now, and we'll have it wired tomorrow, I'm sure. But it's going to be. I think Zeke's missing this game.
And Hooker's going to be okay.
The Hooker's one I think that you need to keep an eye on as well.
Sam Williams.
I asked Sam Williams. He should be okay.
Okay.
But keep an eye. The Zeke one looks doubtful.
Malik Hooker's been an underrated stud for you, but if there's one game that he misses, this might be the one that I'm not fearful. Because I dare you to beat me, Justin Fields, with your arm.
Little extra bye week.
Less on him and more on the weaponry.
You feel like you could beat this Bears passing attack with 10 defenders?
No, it's just
red carded guy.
Yeah, I think you'll be okay without your center fielding ball hawk and Malik Hooker this week.
If you have to play, Wilson would be the center fielder.
Yeah,
for
I think
me.
you can get
You won't
by.
have your 3-headed monster thing if Hooker, but that hamstring thing that's something you need to keep.
But
an eye on.
Kurz needs to play well against these tight ends. He's got to do well in coverage.
Well, they have done well until last week, and Hawkinson did a really nice job against.
He did.
Dak was asked about the game plan and all that. He says, I want to win. If that means going out there and throwing it 20 times, 200 yards, and no touchdowns, I'll do it. Or 400 yards, 5 touchdowns, whatever is asked of me. That's all that really matters. I just care about the final score. Love that. And the longer we go with Dak, I know there's another viral video of him with an interaction with a kid that had come out to practice, and Dak's just doing the Lord's work. That's just all he does. Mike McCarthy on the Robert Quinn trade to Philly. I was obviously happy about it. Then I find out where he went, and I went and, we have a lot of respect for Robert. It's not going to change the way they play. It's not going to change their defense, so our approach won't change. But he's one of those guys that can change a game with one play. And if you got to come back in the fourth quarter against Philadelphia, I think it just became significantly more difficult, Brian.
I was worried about him against Tyler Smith because Tyler Smith tends to have trouble with guys he really can't get his hands on square. And sometimes Tyler Smith plays a little tall, and that gives him problems. But the thing with Robert Quinn is he runs so low to the ground, and the way he's able to dip his shoulder, and I think that was going to give Tyler Smith some problems in this game. And at least until Christmas Eve, we don't have to see and then start to see Robert Quinn against the Cowboys. So that's
Yeah.
good for that's good for Tyler Smith this weekend.
Yeah, that'll be week 16. Can't wait for that matchup. That should be pretty awesome. Okay, Bobby Belt was on with Sean and RJ show this morning. As RJ is out, Belt was filling in and was listening to Michael Irvin, who told the audience he knows Odell Beckham Jr. personally and can confirm he would have interest in playing for the Cowboys. Obviously, we just talked about wide receiver, but what do you guys know about this story, and how would you feel about OBJ with a star?
Yeah, this is all going to be about recruiting. It's not going to be about anything else. Odell loves to be coddled, hugged, told how much he's loved. Those are all the things you have to do. If you're willing to do those things, you can have the opportunity to sign him up. But if you kind of give him, we don't have this, don't have that. If you create a negative vibe with him, he'll turn away from that. So anybody, whoever recruits him, and he'll like look at the situation in Green Bay and Buffalo. Kansas City doesn't seem like that they're in a situation. The Rams know the player very well, but you have to recruit this kid. You really have to tell him you love him, hug him, and then that's where you're going to get in, and that's where you're going to get him to potentially come with you.
So it's physical touch and verbal affirmation as the two love languages for OBJ.
That's his gig.
Which makes some sense. And this time last year, I was out on OBJ. I was like, I don't want that dude anywhere near my
Can't
football
interest in
team.
Antonio Brown?
Still no, and I still don't think he can play like physically. I'm
just kidding.
I still don't think he can actually suit up for you. Although, yeah, I mean he'd help a team talent wise. But Odell really, I thought, did a great job with the Rams of being a good teammate. Was really changed my opinion on him because he seemed like from the outside looking in a me guy in Cleveland and with the Giants. But in LA, you heard nothing from anybody else about what a great teammate he was. Everybody there loved him. And if he does that here in Dallas and Michael Irvin is saying he'd be willing to be a Cowboy, I'd welcome Odell Beckham Jr. I'll go over there and give him some back rubs and some coddles and tell him how much we love him.
It would be fun.
He'd help.
It would be fun. Meanwhile, Chief, have you been doing research on the love languages? Is that what we just learned about you?
Yeah, well, my mom is a big love language person, so she told us that, like, growing up, there was a lot of love language kind of deals. Yeah, so she's great at the verbal affirmation. She'll fire him up with compliments.
Right on, buddy. That's good to know. Good.
I love your mom.
Learn more about him all the time.
I know you do.
Bad news, guys. I will offer a solution here.
Why'd you look at me like that? We have a great relationship.
Yeah, it's special. I can see it. Very intimate.
Still hasn't tried her spaghetti, though. So
that's a you thing.
Lowest passer rating allowed amongst NFC cornerbacks. Any guesses?
Anthony Brown.
Trayvon Diggs.
Jordan Lewis. Deron Bland.
Bad news.
Probably not a Cowboy.
Oh, no.
Darius Slay.
One of these Bears.
And
Juwan Johnson.
Bradbury.
Yep. Slay and Bradbury are numbers 3 and 4 on this damn list. 31.8 and 32.4. We just mentioned that game December 24th, week 16. You're going to have to run to beat this team.
You got to get a receiver to beat.
We'll come back to what they should trade for. Okay, have fun passing against the Eagles. Losing week 24. I think what you do is you run a generic game plan week 16, December 24th, I meant.
That's against Jacksonville, right? The week before?
Yes.
Here's what you do is
that's what you told me, Brian.
If you have to face them in the playoffs, you run Dak. You say, okay, Dak, you're not running the rest of the year. That's fine. We're going to make the playoffs. If we face the Eagles or another one of these teams that's going to give us hell as we try to pass it, that's a 15 run game. You're going back to college, buddy. You think Dak would be up for that, wouldn't he?
Sure.
This is how we're going to win this game?
Yeah. If it meant winning the division and all that, sure.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah, win the division. Who knows? Maybe the Cowboys win out from this point, and that game could be for the NFC East with tiebreakers and all that. That could be a lot of fun. And I love this tweet here from Dan Rogers, blogging the boys. Cowboys have allowed 442 total rushing yards over their last 2 playoff games. Spoiler alert, they lost those games. Bringing a mammoth run-stopping specialist like Jonathan Hankins is a welcoming addition to the defense. I think it's great that they get one game to evaluate before the deadline next week. And I'm hoping Hankins is enough. But if not, you've seen other contenders making moves here. Maybe it's time to up the ante just a little bit there.
Yeah, I hope Damone Clark, I hope he just goes off on special teams and gets an opportunity, and all of a sudden you have to play him. You're like, man, the guy's too big, too physical. You got to play this guy.
Be awesome.
Yeah, maybe that will be something that we'll see after the bye.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan, and every day at this time we go over here to Zach Wolchuk in his top 10 at 420. What are we looking at today, sir?
Well, I want to ask, is this the most underappreciated offensive lineman in the NFL? And then it is Halloween week. What is the best Halloween candy of 2022? Survey says we have the list for you, the top 10 Halloween candies. What's your favorite? Next on The Fan.
Cannot wait for that discussion. And, as we approach.
On the Bears. Start that trick-or-treat tailgate with us Sunday at 9 a.m. with the Specs kickoff at noon on your not-so-scary home of the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan. It's a Thirsty Thursday, poured by Miller Lite on DFW Sports Station. 105.3 The Fan.
GJ Boy, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation. It's time for the Top 10 at 420. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Yeah, if you're hurt in an accident, it's not your fault. Call the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com. Flagtober concludes this week, and get the details at G-Bag Nation on Twitter and follow us when you get there. Yeah, we'll be at the Cowboys Pro Shop, Cedar Hill off of 67. Starting at 11 o'clock Saturday morning. Anyway, here is Woolchuck with the top 10.
Oh, thank you so much as I try fight off a burp as we speak. Now, before we slide into this top 10, which is going to be the best Halloween candy of 2022, they put out this list every year. It's a personal favorite of mine. You guys know I love the candy. I can't have it this year, but gosh, I'm going to live through you guys. Eric just slammed a Snickers. Did you also slam a Snickers, Brian, or what was that?
No, that was like one of those protein bar things.
Yeah, or one of Mike's?
Yeah, like Mike.
But you bought them. You bought them and brought it up.
I buy
so
them
he
and share
can't
with
say
Mike. Yeah,
can't say a damn thing.
I'll bring some more tomorrow, Mike, because I had the last one.
Those were good, and you seem much happier.
Yeah, it's like 5,000 calories in the thing. It was great.
Hell yeah, it was.
5,000 calories
Seriously.
in one bar.
It is amazing.
877-881-1053.
It's like eating a loaf of bread.
It's like 3 days worth of meals all in one bar, man.
What do you think is the best Halloween candy? We'll get to that in just a moment. But
candy corn.
I did just shut up. Yeah. I did see this article.
That's awful.
I thought he was going to say the Werther hard candies. What are those old people candies?
Werther's Originals.
Yeah.
My
dad.
dad
Brought us this video.
My dad loves Werther's Originals.
Is that what that's called?
Yes. You suck on them.
Yes, you do. They're hard candies.
Pause.
Thank you for that. I wasn't sure from a usage standpoint how to apply them, so that makes good sense.
And the 214 said, I swear to God, if candy corn is on this list, I can't confirm nor deny.
Can I ask a question real quick here?
Yeah.
If you're handing out, is it a give up to hand out that candy that's in that orange or black paper that's kind of a toffee looking thing?
Oh, yeah. I'm not
Is that a
into
give
those.
up?
What is that?
It's like it's an orange wrapper. It's like an orange wrapper or a black wrapper.
I know
like
what
the
you're
saltwater
talking
taffy
about.
type deal.
Yeah, it's kind of that. Yeah, is that a give up? If you're giving out candy
It's just
that's
a bad
unnamed,
idea.
that's a give up.
Unnamed candy, yeah, it's a give up.
Probably got
Okay.
a dollar
Where the
store.
hell are you getting that? Okay, real quick here.
I like the dollar
No,
store.
my least favorite is when they have the ball, the popcorn balls. You guys familiar with those?
Yeah, for my era.
If you want to do chips, I'm chill on that. Like I don't mind a couple of
Don't give
Cheetos.
me
and
my
pop candy,
era
but don't give me a
ball.
popcorn ball.
Yeah, my era was always, they're going to put a razor blade in those things.
Yeah,
the apple. Or
the worst was the caramel apple.
Yeah,
the anthrax.
People were always like, "Oh, you got to watch it. They could put a razor blade in those things." That was from the 70s.
All right, you know what? Bleep this underrated lineman. We're going straight to the candy.
Yeah, I mean underrated lineman.
Yeah,
I mean,
who is it, by the way?
It was Tyler Biotish. I had some good numbers on him.
No.
Yeah, but
we just tried to trade him 10 minutes ago, didn't we?
We need a center.
No, we were trying to trade for some reinforcements.
Okay,
yeah, it wasn't a slight on him. But
Hell
yeah,
with the
exactly.
candy.
I think it's because he's getting underappreciated. And Blogging the Boys had some awesome numbers on him. You can go to their website and read that, or I'll retweet it. We're going to talk some candy here because that's what everyone wants to do. This text is lighting up right now. 877-881-1053. We got Sour Patch Kids. That's all from the 682. How about Smarties from the 903? So underrated.
No. It's that's from the 60s.
Yeah,
you're wasting my time.
It's right
I
there
used
with
to
licorice.
Smarties like Sweet Tarts.
A little bit, but they're not
more chalky. More like you married a sweet tart with
grainy.
the Tums.
Yeah, they are grainy.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
I don't mind them.
Yeah.
That bad of a combination?
And it's not that they taste bad. It's just like I don't. If I never had them again, I would be perfectly fine.
Fun size Snickers from the 678.
Fun size.
That's a little bite.
Emphasizing
one bite.
And with the Sour Patch Kids, you can only have like 10 or 12, and then it gets to be too much. It'll overwhelm you.
That's how I am.
You got to be able to sit down and like plow through a candy for a good 30 minutes for it to like be eligible for top 10 status.
Yeah,
if you
good
ask
plowing.
Me. Yeah,
absolutely.
The Sour Patch is popular though, but I'm with you. Like if I get just 2 or 3 of them, and then
Love
I'm
it.
good on that. I don't need any
wow,
more.
this is so much flavor.
The chocolate stuff is where I could just never stop.
Right.
And it can
The candy, you got to
troubling.
pause for a little bit.
Yeah, the sweet or sour stuff.
And then you just go back to the chocolate. I mean, for me, I think Reese's is the GOAT.
Reese's is the GOAT, yes.
That's mine. Do you guys have a number
Do you
one?
like the pieces?
I like Reese's Pieces.
I prefer the cups, but I'll do the pieces.
I went so overboard with the cups when Abby was between the ages of like 3 and 8. It was just, I had so many of them.
You overdid
There was
it.
a constant request for more of them.
You overdosed.
So I kind of like blew it out, and I'm more of a Kit Kat guy now.
I do love Kit Kats.
Yeah, I
love
respect
Twix.
that, yeah.
And we're getting a lot of love for
Snickers, though. I mean,
Snickers is delish. Snickers is my number 2.
Tried and true, man. You
It
can't
is.
go wrong.
Lucius?
What is that? The Twizzlers and
wow.
gummy stuff. Anything with the gummies, bro. I'm cool with that.
Okay.
Yeah,
I love a good gummy, Lucius.
So here are the honorable mentions. Skittles, just outside the top 10. I was surprised Skittles didn't make the top 10.
Skittles are fire.
Yeah,
How
it's
about-
strong. Very
How
strong.
about Airheads?
I used to be ahead of
love
Skittles.
I used to enjoy Airheads as well. Nerds. Best candy, in my opinion, is Nerds Rope.
These are novelty candies.
Yeah,
Nerds
what are we
Rope,
doing?
though.
Yeah.
Nerds Rope is delicious. If
Maybe-
you haven't had Nerds Rope, you need to.
Okay, and maybe it's cool to have in your trick-or-treat bag some of these. Like, whoa, something really unique. But
That's a giveaway trade candy for me. Nerds and stuff like that.
Yeah, just the
If I
regular
saw
Nerds
that,
I'm not into.
I'll give you that. Give me the Snicker bars.
But the
for that.
Nerds Rope is
nerds
amazing.
are pretty good.
And then the final 2 honorable mentions, M&M's and Twizzlers, just on the outside of the top 10.
Good rope.
Number 10 on the best Halloween candy of 2022, Kit Kats.
Yeah. I mean, 817 Kit Kats are the GOAT. I'll raid my kids' Halloween stash and have them with my coffee for a month.
You like the dark chocolate ones or the
Good
white chocolate
play,
ones?
bro.
Both.
You're at
Dark
both.
chocolate.
Dark chocolate, white chocolate, or the.
Yeah, I'd go with the dark.
I prefer the dark.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's good.
But I do like the whites too.
You guys gonna rock with me on a Crunch Bar?
I'll rock a Crunch Bar with you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So good. And then they have the white, like Oreo. It's like the Oreo white chocolate Crunch
that thing's
Bar as
stupid.
well.
Yeah.
And that thing is fire.
Ooh, a lot of people coming in with the Nerds clusters, and I have not tried that, and I need to. Number 9 is the Reese's Fast Break.
Okay,
It's
so
kind of
this is like that Butterfinger twist
That's
on
like
it.
kind of a nutty bar, yeah.
Yes, and it's got a little bit. So
They really cracked the code with that.
they're like
thing.
a diamond in the rough, is what this list is saying. Like this year, they've kind of blown up, and it's just they're kind of getting really popular right now in 2022.
Is nobody like a
Reese's
Baby
Fast
Ruth
Break.
anymore? What are we doing?
No.
I do. Okay, so you and Hagee are both
No, I'm just
partying.
asking.
You're campaigning for the Baby
I know, but
Ruth.
you're saying all these candies that are
I like
not like
Baby Ruth.
traditional candy.
I'm Babe Ruth over the Payday. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Payday.
Stick.
Payday's not bad. I'm not going to
You
crap
guys
on
hate
it, but
the mounds, right? With the coconut and the
And Almond Joy.
and the Almond Joy. I'm not
Joy,
into
yeah.
it. Almond Joy was like 20 on this list. Number 8 is the Hershey's Cookies and Cream.
Cookies and cream.
Oh, and I'm so glad that it made the top 10 because this is an underrated one for me. Number 7 is Starburst.
that's trash.
Really?
Yes, it gets all caught in your teeth. The
pinks are
back.
good.
Yeah, you can't. And it's like, just can't chew them. I mean,
I'm a fan.
Do they ever get caught in your teeth?
They do, yeah.
And you're like
It's
picking
worth
it the
it.
whole day. You're like,
Yeah, but it's fun. It's fun.
I'd probably go Skittle over them, but I think they have a place in the top 10.
All right, here we go. Number 6. Should we pull an audible and put the Skittles in at 6 instead of this crap that's here right now?
Don't say it's like one of these hot tamales or something.
No, it's the bleeping candy corn.
There you go.
Yeah.
Man, I'm a candy corn guy, but I don't think it goes in the top 10. I just think it's a nice candy to have.
Yeah, I won't crap. Like, I will eat 1 or 2. Like, I'm not going to say, oh, God, this is the
if you like to
grossest
eat
thing
candle
ever.
wax, go for it.
But it's not a top 10.
Fair.
Like, if I get a candy corn, I'm not exactly excited about it.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to say, oh, gross, you know?
I am. I'm turning that away. If I'm standing at the door and you got the candy corns, I'm kind of like, oh, thanks. I appreciate you. Have a good evening, and I move on.
We talk about like we generalize Halloween candy, but isn't all candy like calendar like year? You're eating all the candy at any time, but candy corn is specific to Halloween, right?
Yes. Correct.
Like you're not really chewing on candy corn. Even Dawson is somebody who likes it.
Yeah.
Like in the springtime, I'll never find you throwing candy corn in your mouth.
It kind of plays at Thanksgiving too because of the color scheme.
Gavin's over here just eating a ton of candy.
He's got his peeps and he's got his.
You give me a pastel candy corn, I'd kill it for Easter though.
All right.
Yeah.
Number 5, we got the Butterfinger.
I'm a fan.
And I think Butterfinger, the color scheme fits well for Halloween as well. And I like Butterfingers.
Good candy.
Number 4, the Sour Patch Kids.
What are we doing now?
What the hell's wrong with you?
It's a popular one.
You
man.
don't like
I'll tell
like
ya.
the gummy and the sour.
No,
because of the
we
stickiness.
determined we like the gummies. We don't like the Sour Patch stuff.
You don't like it though, because you get the stickiness in the teeth.
No.
Number 3,
dentures might come out.
That's what I'm saying. He's right. The dentures might fly out, and your teeth stick together. I'm kind of like little George Washington with dentures.
817. We're not forgetting about the M&Ms. They were 12. They're outside of the top 10. They were a sleeper.
That's frustrating for me.
I know, because I love
just
M&Ms.
the regular M&M or the M&M with peanut butter.
I'm a peanut M&M guy.
Me
the
too.
peanut butter ones, I've recently
You ever
tried.
had the pretzel ones?
I haven't had the pretzels.
haven't had the
Give that a go.
pretzels.
That's a no-brainer.
Give that a
Probably
go.
delicious.
Number 3 is the Reese's Take 5.
Okay.
This thing
You
is
mentioned that earlier.
gnarly as hell.
Wow. Reese's Take 5. I don't know if I'm familiar with the Take 5.
Number 2, we've got the Twix.
All right, and what's number 1, Wolchuk?
Reese's Peanut Butter Cups.
There it is. Let's step aside real quick, and when we come back, it'll be time for the DeMarcus Lawrence Show right here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Esiason joins the Fan to give you his insights on Sunday's action with his new show, Kickoff, Friday nights at 9 on your home for the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
Even though shortages in demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. Experience the difference today. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius, and thanks to DeMarcus Lawrence for joining us once again. It is time for the Tank Show, the premier player show brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. And a good afternoon, sir. How are you?
What up? How we doing?
Oh, we're doing great, man. Sitting here at 5-2, game against Chicago. Congratulations on another win. How are you doing?
Solid, man. Solid. Ready to get this week done with, ready to play the game. You feel me?
I totally, and as with the bye week coming up, what does this feel like? Do you have a big vacation planned? Are you anxious to unwind a little bit? What typically happens for you after this game?
First and foremost, making sure we get win number 6 under our belt. And then, just making sure the body recovers, because that time goes fast. So you got to take advantage of it.
Now, we do want to take care of one item of business, and that does regard next week in the bye week. Will you be available to join us next week, DeMarcus, on your bye week to give us your thoughts, or will you be unavailable?
Yeah, I'll probably be unavailable.
That's understandable. But we do like getting to know about you a little bit more. And I wondered if you could tell us, as a veteran that made it big time as a second-round pick, where lots of guys don't make it, what do you think was different about DeMarcus Lawrence, either your talent, your mindset, your background, whatever it was that allowed you to push through and have so much success up to this point in your career?
I have to go with my character. I believe I'm a stand-up guy. I don't necessarily do what's right all the time, but I learn from my mistakes and correct them, and being the guy that I am, I feel like I attract people to me, so I want to lead by example, and I feel like that's a good way for me to be around.
And you never doubted it, do you? I remember you coming out saying you wanted to prove, I believe, that you were the best edge from South Carolina because everybody was talking about Jadeveon Clowney. You never doubted it, did you?
Oh, most definitely not. It starts with belief in yourself first. Nobody else will believe in somebody that don't believe in themselves. So, it starts with you.
Well, Tank, I wanted to ask you about your Strikes for Kids event. You had a couple of your teammates out there, some of your fellow defensive linemen. How'd that go? What can you share with us about that event?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, man, it's an excellent event. Had some of my teammates, from the Cowboys come out, but, being able to, shine light on the kids from the Boys and Girls Club of Capel, Frisco, and can't think of the other one off the top of my head. I think it's McKinney. And, just being able to shed light on them, show them, our appreciation for them, of the type of people they're going to grow up into and be the next leaders of our, society. So, just want to make sure we showing love to them.
Tank, I've watched a lot of NFL games in my life, and I've never seen 2 defensive plays back-to-back as big as the one that you and Parsons made in that game to get that ball out and get the ball back for the offense. When you're lined up like that, and you got all those tight ends lined up to your side over there, are you thinking like, okay, I can whip this guy's ass, I'm going to have to whip this other guy's ass, and then I'm going to get to that ball? How is it, did you have a plan? Like, did you know that they were going to probably run the ball at you there, and then you said you were going to have to shoot that gap? Kind of walk us through that one.
Well, it was really when I got in my stance, I seen how hard the extra tackle was leaning down. So I'm like, all right, so if he's trying to come down this hard on me, that means the ball is coming outside of me. So, when I swimmed him, the tight end came down and hit me. And then as soon as I looked inside, it was a guard hit me.
Right.
And, just by the laws of nature, my eyes closed. And luckily, the fullback and the running back hit me and, the ball came out. I say it's a play, blessed by God, all honesty, because I don't know what happened.
Football God's doing some good work with this team.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like
Absolutely.
every time we turn around, there's another blessing on this field. Were the Lions afraid to pass on you guys?
I believe so. Do you?
Yeah, I do. I wonder. I mean, especially after hearing the sounds on the sideline again. It's so much fun to hear you guys talking just for a few minutes. But is that frustrating for you when you feel like you're not going to get many opportunities to get after the quarterback?
I mean, I played a runner in the past, so it's really, catching that rhythm of the game. If you go into the game expecting one thing and it turns out totally different, you have to be able to adapt and, hone down on it. But it's just really just adjusting to the rhythm.
Is it frustrating at all that maybe the front office felt like you guys needed a little bit of help stopping the run, made a move this week?
No, not necessarily. The game of football, people get, injured, and you got to always have backup plans and making sure you have the successful guys on your roster to, make the plays that need to be made.
What do you think about your new teammate in Jonathan Hankins? Have you been able to spend some time, get to know him a little bit?
No, I ain't really, get to connect with him a lot. But, Big Hank is a massive guy. I know he'll do well in our system and, help us be the best we can be.
So you didn't have to play a very mobile quarterback in Jared Goff last week. Certainly the opposite this week in Justin Fields, a guy who loves to run around a lot. How different is that going to be for you defensively? Do you like that, a quarterback that can move around? Is that fun?
Yeah, I feel like it's good for us to, see different competitors each and every week. It's just really going to make us better, being able to see different looks, see different styles of quarterbacks, and, being able to go out there and, vibe with your brothers and, adjust in different situations, fast situations. I mean, it's a good life to have.
How similar is the Bears' approach to what the Eagles did with all the running from the QB?
You say how similar is the Bears' approach to what?
To what the Eagles did?
Yeah, I feel like they changed their offense, over the bye week and, going with more of the Eagles approach. But, I also feel that, they're going to try to stay more true to their running game. Don't feel like, they're going to try to not pass the ball just like the Lions. So, just whatever it is, we're preparing for it and we'll be ready by Sunday.
What's your thought going in if you are going to be the player that they're trying to put in conflict with options and stuff like that? Do you enjoy that opportunity or what's going on in your mind and what are you looking for as far as your keys?
The ball.
Wherever
the ball goes, you go.
Well said. Okay, then speaking of the ball, Sam Williams had himself a breakout game in like 12 snaps, and he just took that thing away. What kind of a future does he have here in North Texas?
Oh, man, Sam has a bright future. His character off the field, the style of play that he brings to the game. I mean, I feel like he's going to definitely be a Dallas Cowboy natural, and y'all going to love him forever.
We are very excited about Sam Williams. One guy we used to be excited about, Robert Quinn. He comes to Dallas. He plays opposite you. He's got a monster year. I'd like to think Tank Lawrence got Robert Quinn paid with Chicago. Now he's an Eagle. Have you exchanged any texts or pleasantries with him since he became a filthy Eagle yesterday?
Nah, I ain't talked to my guy yet. Got to let him adjust to the move and stuff. But I feel like the Lord wasn't ready for us to see each other yet, so he want to bring them down for Christmas for me at Christmas Go.
So, Tank, we were having some Halloween fun with our previous segment. And I know Zeke was on with Brad Sham earlier in the week. Said you guys have your Halloween party coming up. Do you plan on dressing up for that? Are you big on Halloween costumes?
Shoot, I don't even know what Zeke talking about.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I got to ask him about that.
Okay.
Maybe check your spam, okay? Because that's happened to me before. Maybe he sent you the invite. It just went in that spam folder.
Goes to the wrong folder.
I mean, we in the same locker room. He could at least told me.
Come on over there. Let him know what's up. I mean, it's not a party without DeMarcus Lawrence. But in your history of Halloweens, do you have a favorite Halloween costume in your Rolodex?
I'd say my Batman costume.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's the Dark Knight for sure.
Do you have one that fits you right now?
Yeah, I actually do.
So you're going to be wearing that? Do you go out trick-or-treating with the kids still?
I mean, I try to get some action in with them, especially now that I got the 2-year-old. So
yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, got to get her out this year.
Well, we know you're on a strict diet of what you eat and stuff like that. But when they lay the candy out, are you helping with trading the candy amongst the kids? Is it like, okay, you need to trade this for this right here? I mean, you're kind of keeping things fair.
Yeah, I try to keep it fair between them, but the oldest always trying to trick the youngest ones.
That's what I'm saying. You got to step in as dad, right? Kind of be the referee there.
Hey, I mean, they got to learn some games some kind of way.
Do they have is there a dad tax on the candy? Because my dad always had a little bit, hey, like we all got to fork up a certain percentage of our candies and give them over to Pops.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I mean, it's a tax by bringing candy into my house. Once you bring it into the house, it's under my control, and I give you what you want.
It's our candy now.
Indeed.
What's the one that you go for? What's your must-have candy?
I need a good Twix every now and then.
Yes.
Well,
yes,
that's not
sure.
a bad move.
No.
Are we got team bonding tonight? It feels like Thursday nights usually the defense gets together, watch a little football, do a little cooking out, something like that.
Oh yeah, we got a little D-line dinner tonight.
Well, live it up. Say hi to the guys for us and give them hell on Sunday, Tank. Thank you so much. We'll be pulling for you.
Indeed, fellas. Appreciate you.
Salute. There he goes to Marcus Lawrence here on 105.3 The Fan. And we are giving away Cowboys tickets coming up next hour. Okay, so it's a big Cowboys Thursday here. It's a Cowboys week, really. Every week is during the regular season. And Flagtober concludes on Saturday with 2 stops, 11 to noon at the Cowboys Pro Shop in Cedar Hill off 67, and at 1 o'clock, Fingers to the Bone Barbecue in Waxahachie. We'd love to see you, say hi, and give you a free G-Bag Nation flag. Just come on out and say hi, and we'll have one for you. 20 years after the fact, how unbreakable is Emmitt Smith's record? What's your favorite moment in Emmitt's career? And we have 7 teams that can really win the Super Bowl. Do the boys belong on this list? It's next in the G-Bag Nation. I'd love to chat with you about the
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I just realized after this candy conversation, Wolchuk and Chiafalo have never had a sugar baby, nor a sugar daddy. I think that's an old school candy that is deserving of a comeback.
It is.
I think it's just caramel and brown sugar balls.
It's awesome.
Sugar baby candy. I'm Googling now just to get my eyes on these warlocks.
Yeah, make sure you put candy and not just sugar baby. I've had requests to be a sugar baby.
Yes. Well,
who
hasn't?
You know? Well,
really?
I don't know that they're accurate. You know, the Instagram DMs sometimes they get spam.
Yeah. Well, not before too long. You're going to be a very proud and successful sugar daddy. I feel like
I hope so.
Yeah, and a prize catch at that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we do have Emmitt Smith talk here for you. 20 years after the fact, is it unbreakable? And what is your favorite Emmitt Smith moment from his career at 877-881-1053? World's #1 Emmitt Smith fan right here, Zach Wolchuk, is absolutely going to love this segment. He became emotional earlier when talking about Emmitt Smith's career and what number 22 means to him. It's impressive.
He's become emotional before in a different way. Earlier it was a little bit like tugging at the heartstrings. He's had times where he's been genuinely angry at the discussion when Emmitt Smith gets involved and people start pushing him down lists and things. I actually need to make sure I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna make sure we get a little snippet of angry Wolchuk calling out Cowboys Ring of Honor members,
Hall of Famer.
Yeah, and NFL Hall of Famers. Yeah, I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna get that so we can hear it.
Gil did Emmitt pretty dirty on his list of all-time great running backs, and I didn't take it very kindly.
I think he was just scouting the traits.
Yeah, sure, whatever Gil wants to say.
You know, and if you want to suggest on the text that Emmitt Smith has been rude to anybody, Wolchuk will tell you straight to your face, he's earned that right. Okay, so you need to get over it.
He's always been nice to me.
Earned that. Right? Yeah, that's right. He has been nice to a lot of people. He's a good guy.
I only talked to him one time.
A lot of that is mostly like a little bit of social anxiety. Like most of the time when people's like, oh my gosh, that guy's so stuck up, it's just an awkwardness or an anxiety. I remember feeling that way about Rick Carlisle, who, I mean, well, he might have actually been kind of a jerk, but
anyway,
now
he's besties with the show.
He is, you know, and we're still fans of Rick Carlisle. Shoot, these guys are under a lot of pressure. Sometimes you got to be a jerk to get your message across. Sometimes you're, you know, out of touch. But 20 years later, Emmitt's record looks unbreakable is the headline from Jeff Sullivan here, DallasCowboys.com. And he opens up the article talking about, you know, two of the most veteran running backs that we have in the game, and these guys that have been reasonably healthy and have been workhorses at different points in their career. Mark Ingram, who's going to turn 33 years old, he's at 8,068 yards. And Zeke is 7,772 yards. And this currently leaves the Saints running back Ingram 10,287 yards behind Emmitt Smith. Here he is sitting at 33 years old. So, you know, that kind of like leads you into, okay, guys just aren't getting the carries, the looks. They're not holding up as long. It's a different game. But Emmitt Smith rushed for at least 900 yards in 3 of his final 4 seasons before retiring at 35. Running back Jonathan Taylor led the NFL last year with 800 yards. The Cleveland Browns' Nick Chubb was second with 1,259. Emmitt Smith eclipsed that number of 1,259 7 total times in the midst of 11 straight 1,000-yard campaigns. I mean, there was just something to the durability, the ability to stay athletic well into your 30s enough to still be a workhorse back. There's all that, but I think the biggest reason, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, Brian, is just that the game and how people look at running backs has changed. And now teams that run the ball a lot typically do it with 2 or 3 guys over the course of just a couple of years. And over a 12-year period, there will be 8 different dudes getting carries for them.
Yeah, it's just such a violent game. And when Emmitt played, it was even more violent. You know, when you start to talk about, you know, how the rules are and, you know, and the shots that these guys take as far, you know, out of bounds, the face mask, all the things that they deal with. This is one of those records that'll never be broken because there'll never be anybody that has the longevity, you know, and you're right about the number of carries that you're going to have. And, you know, I mean, there's been some guys that have had some incredible careers and they're still several thousand yards short of what Emmitt Smith was able to do. And, his ability to line up every week. This is like when you start to talk about Joe DiMaggio, a 56-game hitting streak, Cal Ripken. Those are things you never feel like will ever be broken. And I just don't think anybody will have the longevity or the health in order to ever beat this record.
Well, the longevity and the health, and you could stay healthy, but you lose a step.
Yeah.
And now teams are looking at you. They're not looking at you like you're a permanently great player. They're looking at you as a running back like your decline could come in the next 6 months at any time once you're over 25 years old.
Well, that's the thing about with Emmett. When he broke the record, he was on the decline.
Oh, yeah.
He was on the decline there. And so it was really important, and for the team, for him to break that record, while he was a Dallas Cowboy, while he was at home, all these things. I mean, it turned into like, it consumed him. It really did. And, we weren't a very good football team, but he's like, listen, I mean, he's got guys blocking for him that, that weren't, weren't even close to being guys that probably should have been in the league.
Yeah.
And, he was fighting through all that. And I just remember, like I said, but at the end, it was, you're like, okay, he broke the record. That's it. It's time to move on. That's we got the best we could out of him. He broke the record. As a Dallas Cowboy, he broke it at home. It's time to think about moving on from here. And Bill Parcells did that.
Yeah, it was important for the organization. I could see that after so many successful seasons to deal with it for a little bit longer. But going under 4 yards per carry in any individual season now, you'll probably be released. They'll be like, well, how much dead money's on his deal? And, Emmett had one of those like 8 years before his final season. And then his last 4 were under 4. Sorry, Chuck. I know I'm just trying to, be objective here.
No, well, that's fine. But I mean, a lot of people want to just
we didn't help him, though.
No.
I keep saying, you heard me say what I said to Campo. We didn't help him with a good offensive line.
Yet he still had 1,200 yards and over 1,000 yards.
Yeah.
So I mean, a lot of people, when they want to rip on Emmett and they want to knock him for not being the best, it's because he played behind the best offensive line. And sure, that is true. But Emmett also was great in his own right. And there were years towards the end when he wasn't as good that he still was able to sustain that record of 10 consecutive 1,000-yard seasons.
Sure was.
And he did it behind not very good offensive lines.
That is true.
So, I mean, he was just an all-around great back. He found a way, the balance, the ability to get dirty yards, and, the heart. There were things that made Emmett great that were, did he have maybe some of the athleticism that a Barry Sanders did, some of the toughness that a Jim Brown did, where he just was able to run through some people? Maybe not. But Emmett was outstanding, and later in his career, to be able to get some of those 1,000-yard seasons, he did it behind some poor lines.
He did, and there was a situation too, though, where you start to talk about complete backs and stuff like that. That Super Bowl game against Buffalo, one of the games, I think he had 158 yards all-purpose. Run, catch, all that.
Yeah, he can catch.
Yeah, that's what. And there was a game one time in the '90s in Philadelphia where I remember he 237 yards. It was raining and all that, and Aikman had nothing that day. It was all Emmitt Smith. There were times where he could take over a game, and you knew. And this is the experience I had when we were against him in Green Bay. You knew when the Cowboys got a lead that they were just going to feature him, and there was nothing you could do about it. It was like that 10-play deal that Philadelphia ran the other night. It like 10 straight run plays, and there's nothing you could do about it. He was one of the all-time great finishers for sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He definitely affected history in a major way, especially in his prime. 469 in '94. I was 7 years old. My parents took me to meet Emmitt Smith at Sam's Club in Duncanville. Got his autograph. He let us look at his Super Bowl ring. Was the nicest guy ever. That's Richie from Ennis. 817, Emmett was so cool to me. A Super Bowl at AT&T. They always say don't meet your heroes, but I was happy that day.
Good.
Okay. The only way Emmett's record gets broken is if the NFL outlaws the forward pass again. Yeah, it's so far out there. And if the game ever steered back in the direction of being, hey, let's run it for 4 yards in a cloud of dust or whatever again, they would just change the rules to get back to passing the ball a lot. I think the ratings are so chunk play dependent that they would never allow it to be that game again. I mean, back in the 90s, it was still a baseball America, and the NBA was rocking so hard with Jordan. Like, you could make the case that the NFL was the third most popular. And over the next 20 years, 25 years, the passing games got so much better. And, that is what led to the TV explosion and football becoming the most popular sport in America. So, there's business reasons, too, that Emmitt Smith's record will never be touched.
And with the way the sport is played now, like from a young age, your best athletes, they were all going to play wide receiver, and then now you get a good chunk of them with the running quarterbacks, where a lot of times you see on the Pee Wee team, the middle school team, the high school team, your best athlete now is playing quarterback. So all your best guys are like, I either want to play quarterback or I want to play wide receiver. And it used to be like your best athlete, hey, he's in the backfield and we're gonna pitch it to him, we're gonna hand it to him a bunch of times. You're not getting that anymore.
Well, even corner, you can make $20 million a year.
Sure, right.
Yeah, and there's some dang good shorter guys who might be a running back in another era, but they're thinking, well, I'll make $6 million a year playing running back, but if I can stay in front of a guy, it might be 18, 20, even more millions of dollars. 469 Emmitt is number one because when my wife was born, 5 months premature, and spent her entire first year in the hospital in 97, he took the time to visit Children's Dallas, took photos with her, and autographed said photo for the family, even after winning 3 Super Bowls and being a superstar in the NFL.
Love it.
Yeah, got to love that. Love Emmitt, but if Barry would have played 2 to 3 more years, he would still be chasing that record. Is that accurate? Was Barry that close?
Barry was close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
817, Emmitt was just terrible with the public. At times, I think. I also think, his reputation is a little bit worse than who he is. But there's a lot of people who are frustrated with their experience here on the truckwreck.com fan text. The game against the Giants was that the separated shoulder game?
Yeah. 16-13, yeah.
Yeah, that was absolutely heroic. What he was able to do. My grandpa worked at Crescent Real Estate as a maintenance man. Aikman had an office there. I wrote Aikman a letter. My brother wrote Emmitt. I got an 8x10 of Aikman signed, and my brother got a card signed on a plaque that said Emmitt Smith, all-time rusher, and the card was signed as well. Okay, 7 teams with a shot to win it all. I'll give you the team, and close your eyes if you can imagine them actually hoisting the trophy in early February. Buffalo Bills.
Yes.
Odds to win the Super Bowl plus 270. Josh Allen's on pace for 5,600 passing yards and 48 touchdowns. Second-ranked scoring offense. Top-ranked in yards. They also have the top-scoring defense and top defense in allowed in yards per game. This is clearly the best team in the NFL.
Yes.
The only way they don't win it is if something funny happened because it's any given Sunday.
Correct. If Allen gets hurt, he gets hurt.
The Eagles at plus 500. See him hoisting it?
Yeah, I could see the Eagles hoisting the Lombardi.
Yeah.
It's the truth. The top 3 teams, I think one is clearly Buffalo, and then you talk about Kansas City and Philadelphia.
4th in scoring, 4th in defense.
Yeah. They've been really good.
Yeah.
They've been really good.
They've been tested by 2 5-win teams and came out on top in both occasions. The Kansas City Chiefs at plus 700.
Yes.
That
Absolutely.
ain't hard. Yeah. But their pass defense is one of the worst in the NFL, ranking 30th in passing yards per game and 32nd in passing touchdowns allowed.
We've seen this act before, though.
Okay.
They had bad defense before and done well.
And they point out, this is CBS Sports, Reed coached teams typically don't hit their stride until the second half of the year. They are number 1 in the NFL in scoring offense, 40-plus points 3 different times. No other team has scored 40 or more than once. Okay, the next team here is the Cowboys at plus 1,800, lead the league in sacks and pressures, allow under 20 points to 6 of its 7 opponents. Obviously, they got to get the offense going. It's 22 in points scored, 29th in yards. Can you see it?
Can see it?
No.
Why not?
I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah, it's just... It's the conditioning.
It's broken my damn heart too many times. We can't even get to a conference championship. I want to believe it, but I got to be a Debbie Downer right now.
I kind of feel
no.
better about them than Philly.
Defensively, yes. And where the conference is, it's hard to say no, but I don't know. If they got to a Super Bowl, I don't see them beating the Bills or the Chiefs now.
Nobody does.
Nobody
does. But you're saying could they
get there? Yeah.
Yeah.
They could.
But if you can get there, you can win it.
Sure.
Nick Foles beat Brady and Belichick. Weird crap. It's a one-game sample.
Sure, but it's just kind of hard to say yes.
I hear you.
And be honest about it.
I hear you. If you can't see it, most of your life you've seen this team struggle, and you just expect disappointment to eventually
I want
come.
it more than anything.
Cubs and Red Sox fans couldn't believe it for a lot of my life. and then it did finally break through. Bengals at plus 2,200. You do have the story of Jamar Chase being out 4 to 6 weeks with a hip. But Burrow's been on fire the last 5 weeks, completing 71% of his passes for 12 touchdowns and just 1 pick.
I think they think they got Pittsburgh, Carolina, some of those teams. They might be able to win those games without Chase being there.
Okay, and then the Ravens at plus 18 and the Vikings at plus 1,600. Which one of those two teams do you believe in the most?
Vikings.
I would say Ravens.
Neither.
The Vikings 27th in yards allowed, 28th in passing yards per game allowed.
What are their points they're giving up?
I don't know.
Yeah,
they didn't note it.
They're one of the best in that. They give up yards, no points. That offense you're dealing with, you could say what you want about that guy, that quarterback in big games and all that, or nighttime games or whatever. They've got the best receivers. They've got one of the best running games.
Offense is loaded.
Their offense, they can score points.
They can.
They give up yards, but they don't give up points.
Do you think the Cowboys will get back to being a good offensive team by the end of the year?
My hope is the quarterback kind of figures some things out. I mean, maybe this, get a couple of confidence game, maybe find a way to win at Lambeau Field. You're going to get a shot at Minnesota, in 4 weeks.
Sure.
That could be
game.
A very significant game for you.
Well, it is time to hit the expressway, but not before winning time. Hello. Cowboys tickets provided thanks to AT&T 5G. Fast, reliable, secure, the keys to victory. Cowboys defense needs to start out fast to contain the quarterback. The receivers need to be reliable and make the plays when they get the opportunity. And more than ever, Dak needs to do what he does best, secure that football, turnover-free game. Those are your AT&T 5G Reliance secure keys to victory. Okay, we got to go the expressway, Bobby Belt, everything that's been happening, LA Live with Lucius Alexander, and more coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Keep the